Morning.
Here we go.
Oh, here we
See,
go. He's already being a contrarian. Jesus.
Here we go. Here we go.
The sun hasn't even come up yet.
Now, Moyoc, have you worked out Coriolis yet?
Coriolis is a real thing, and the Earth is spinning. Yes.
It's real. Right? So things do travel in a straight line, don't they? They don't curve.
Well, that would be the opposite of Coriolis.
The opposite of Coriolis.
Well, you're saying that they fly in a straight line
Really?
and they don't curve. They do curve. Well, depends on how you look at it. Depends on your frame of reference.
They curve? Really? Because of Coriolis. So what would happen if I hung, right? In theory, hypothetically, right? If I could hang a plumb bob right, off a plane and it remained perfectly plumb, right? Even though it's moving, okay, but this is a hypothetical plumb bob, and I was to put a pencil on the end of this plumb bob and fly along, it's going to have this big curved line, is it?
I'm trying to understand what you're doing with this big pencil. Okay, you've got a plumb bob and it's flying.
Way to keep it simple, Bandsaw.
Yeah.
Listen, we got a laser beam, a well, and a gyroscope, and a plane with a plumb bob.
That's right. Right? A plane with a plumb bob with a pencil attached to it, and we're flying along, drawing a line. It's going to be a big curved line, is it?
It is.
If I'm understanding your scenario correctly, the plumb bob would have deviated some microns to the. What direction are you heading?
Oh, no, pick a direction. The direction where the plane curves because of Coriolis. That's the direction I'm flying.
All right. So it's going to, if you're heading north, the plumb bob would, on an airplane or in a vacuum, would move to the west.
To the left.
To the west. To the west. Yes.
To the left.
To the left.
To the left. Yeah.
But it wouldn't be a curved line. It would kind of like be almost a straight line just left of center of your track.
So it wouldn't be a straight line, but it wouldn't be a curved line.
Well, as straight as you can make on a globe.
Okay, as straight as I can make it on a globe.
Yeah,
Are
like
you talking up, down?
If you're following a line of longitude up.
Okay.
It would be slightly to the west of the longitude line, like microns.
Okay. So if I wasn't to allow for this Coriolis effect, if I wasn't to allow for it, okay, then I'd be flying in a big banana shape. Yeah.
Hold on, because if you're going from Alaska to Canada, it'd be 32 miles off, way more. Are you talking microns on a globe? All right, never mind, my bad.
Yeah, I'm talking about the track. Yeah. No, actually, I'm talking on Earth. It would be, you're trying to, like, he's talking about flying straight. So if you fly straight, the force is all you'll experience, and that'd be 0.015 Gs laterally. So that's going to make the pencil deviate, minutely.
Minutely? Gee, I don't know.
And I think that's actually, oh no, it's minute. It's 0.015 Gs. I think now the numbers are becoming fuzzy, but 2.1 miles per hour to 2.5 miles per hour.
From Alaska to Canada, you end up being
per minute of acceleration.
From Alaska to Canada, you end up being like 20 to 30 miles off or something. So it's going to be more than a little bit.
Well,
that is a long ass flight. It's like 3,000 miles a flight, but
you're not going to, based on Bandsaw's requirements, you're not going to be an inch off because you basically have been flying straight.
No, yeah. If you don't adjust for Coriolis, you'll be 20 to 30 miles off of your landing city in Hawaii from Alaska.
I won't argue that. And
Yeah.
I'm not positive how far off you'd be because
It's
there's also
give or
wind,
take.
wind and all that other shit. So
Yeah, barring no wind.
the
Yeah.
wind, the wind is actually helping you, is fighting Coriolis. As I understand, as I think about it, is it's trying to accelerate your airplane laterally. It's trying to bring you up to ground speed. So it mitigates Coriolis a little bit.
Now, when we say Coriolis, are we talking about the same thing? Are we
No,
talking
the effect where things go off of their off of what we would think is the straight trajectory.
so we're not talking about the illusory effect? We're not
So
talking about that?
Well, it's depends on what you call illusory. It's actually going to be at from what you consider to be a straight line. Like if I say this is a straight line from point A to point B, it will not hit point B if you aim right at point.
Oh, so we're
So
not talking about the
is that
Coriolis effect.
illusion?
Okay.
Well, is
So,
that an
okay.
illusion? It's not. The force is illusionary, or whatever you want to call it.
Illusory.
It's what's the other word for it? Fictitious force.
So yeah,
pseudo.
that's what I thought. That's what I thought we were
Pseudo.
referring to because you did say Coriolis, so that really only denotes one thing in my mind: the actual effect defined as the Coriolis effect. But okay, I guess you're talking about something else, but you want to call it Coriolis, which I'm
I
fine
have
with.
no idea
I
what
suppose.
I have no idea what you're talking about now. I just agreed with you that
Well,
it's Coriolis effect, the fictitious force.
so it is just the purely illusory effect. That's
No, I don't call that
as
illusionary. Well, it
well.
is the force is illusionary. The effect is real.
The effect is the supposed force.
I see when I point between A and B, my projectile does not reach B. Why?
That's not the Coriolis effect. Sorry.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Mm,
Well, by definition, it's not. I mean, I don't know how many times I've posted the definition. I can do it again.
please.
Oh, here we go.
Need reminding.
Post it
So
up.
it's a
Post it up.
force. It's a force. Wow.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force, but the Coriolis
The
effect
pseudo
is
force.
also conflated with the Coriolis force. I don't know why they call it a force, but because it's totally not. But it's the same thing as centrifugal force. It's the same thing. The force in play with the supposed centrifugal force, which is another fictitious force, is
Right.
acceleration.
Yes.
That's the actual force, not this force that appears to be pulling you, and we're going to call it centrifugal force because we're spinning. Acceleration is the fucking force there. But anyway, let me post the definition again.
Acceleration is not a force. So acceleration is a result of a force.
Hang on a sec.
It's funny when you type in Google how many forces are there. It's not mentioned, and I even went duck go. I thought it might have been suppressed from me, a hidden
What?
algorithm out.
It doesn't mention pseudo forces. Did you see centrifugal force in there?
Centrifugal force is a pseudo force.
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
sir. It's a
Really?
fictitious force. Yeah, because
It's
it's
fictitious. There's
yeah.
no centrifugal or centripetal forces.
No, it's
Well,
the angular.
pseudo
It's the
forces
angular.
don't mean they don't exist.
They
Pseudo
don't exist.
that pseudo force will tear apart your engine if you put too many RPMs on it.
Exactly.
However, it's
It,
still a pseudo force.
no. It appears to be a force, but it's actually the result of something else.
Right.
All right, so I just posted anyway. Let's go back to the
That's why
Coriolis
they call
effect.
it pseudo force.
Right.
That's
Go
right.
back to it. It's an apparent effect.
An illusion produced by a rotating frame of reference. This type of effect is also known as a fictitious force or an inertial force.
Mm-hmm. So it's an illusion, right? It's an illusion that makes you appear that you're doing something,
That's right.
that you're actually not.
Yeah.
So then, if it's only an illusion of something that you're not doing, why would you have to account for it?
That's what I always say, Vandy. Why
Why-
account for something that's not fucking there? It's like accounting for rainbows when you're driving. You're like, I'm
I know.
gonna.
All right. Why would you not account for it? And when you talk about the centrifugal force, we know that'll tear your engine apart.
Uh-huh.
So you have to account for it, right?
All right, now let's stick with the
It's a real
Coriolis
thing.
effect, Moyo.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yep,
stick
yep.
with
No.
the topic at hand if you can.
No,
All right.
no, I'm
What-
going to stick with the confusion that Mr. Bandsaw is having with not understanding that we have to account for it. Excuse me.
What? It's an illusion. It's an illusion.
What-
It's
Okay.
in the definition. It's in the definition. An illusion.
Only the
Right.
cause of it's the illusion.
And what you account for with centrifugal force is the angular acceleration, not the pseudo force that appears to be doing something. You're accounting for something that's rotating and constantly accelerating. That's what you
Yep.
account for. Not the force is something that people think there's something there, but what is actually happening is that you're accelerating. So
And
that's
you
what you're
still have
feeling.
to account for it.
But
Yeah, if you're trying to land on it.
But we're trying to get to the definition of what pseudo forces are. They're effects that appear to be doing something, but it's actually due to something else.
Yes.
Where yeah,
So
and
what?
in the Coriolis effect, what do you think makes it look like something's apparently deviating?
You are changing your speed, or trying to keep up with the speed of the Earth.
Wrong.
In the case of an airplane.
It's wrong.
Don't
It's the
tell
fact
me
that
wrong,
you're.
you fucking twat. I'm not even dead. I'm not even listen to this asshole.
Really?
Fuck you, little cunt.
Wow.
Hold on.
What the hell happened there?
I don't know.
First thing in the morning, we gotta try to keep it light.
What
Jesus.
the-
Fuck.
Did I come in too hard, Jeremy?
It was
We
clear
gotta
the
try to
fact that I
keep
said that he was wrong. I mean, wow.
Keep it light in the morning.
Shit.
People are just getting up. They're cranky. A bunch of times, dude. I've done it a bunch of times. You get up, your eyes aren't even open yet, and you're on Discord. Now you're arguing about Coriolis. You're like, oh shit.
That was
That was hilarious.
intense. Like
It was,
all of a sudden we're just chatting nicely, and next, oh fuck this, bro.
Yeah, fuck, called me a twat.
Oh, that was funny.
I don't know what else. He didn't want to hear it from me. Okay, cool. That's fine.
The baseball.
He can't stand your accent, Globus.
Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Or the arrogance.
Yeah.
You arrogant little person. You.
Yeah. Look, I
What
acknowledge that.
snowflake did you upset, Globus?
Moyo.
Oh, jeez, that's not hard.
Did you hear him though? Or did you come in after that, Rig?
No, I've only just come in, man, so I didn't hear
Oh,
anything.
Oh, damn, you missed out.
Listen, pretend you're in a drone flying over a spinning roundabout, and you're trying to take off from a place on the roundabout and land on a place in roundabout. You would have to, account for the rotation and adjust your drone accordingly. You know what I mean? If you didn't want the whole thing to spin around on you before you got to your point, or say it was spinning slow. You know what I mean? You would have to change the direction of the plane or the drone to try to land in the spot you wanted.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm just reading Moyo.
Yeah.
I thought you were making that up, Vandy, but he actually can't stand my accent, coupled with my
No.
undeserved
No.
condescending arrogance. Fuck, really?
Damn.
Shit, maybe I should
Like,
turn
if
it down.
if you're on the rotating body, it seems the deviation in the curve object in the plane or the ball or whatever, it looks real, and it feels real, and it seems actual because it's actually landing in a different spot off its straight path, but it's not.
Yeah, but even that, Jeremy, is not the actual effect. The fact that it's landing somewhere else, that's got nothing to do with the
Yeah.
effect.
The effect is the apparent deviation.
Yeah,
Apparent
just
deviation on
purely
the area.
purely the fact that it looks like it's curving because you're, spinning underneath it. Which is all I was
Yeah.
trying to tell Moyok, really. I mean,
I
and
shouldn't have gotten started. That's a problem.
yeah.
I should have
See,
realized.
Bandsaw, you've been up for hours. You've been up for hours. Other people are just getting up, bro. They haven't had their coffee
fair
yet.
enough. But we do have a bit of history though, a bit of
do you?
Jim Panda history. Yeah,
Oh, okay then.
it's all good though.
Wow.
But I mean, I wasn't bringing any of that energy over here. I was maybe the way I did say wrong. I maybe shouldn't have said it the way I did, but I don't know. I actually didn't mean anything by it. But I did kind of say it like QE-ish, and maybe that did it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, the way he goes wrong, but I didn't really shout it, did I?
Well, no, I didn't hear any shouting
Yeah.
at all. I just
But it's-
heard Moyok having a temper tantrum.
Yeah, it was pretty unexpected, to be honest.
Usually he can kind of handle the heat in the kitchen. Oh, Moyok.
Yeah.
Gives as good as he gets, type of thing.
That's right. Yeah.
But yeah, he hasn't had his pancakes.
Yeah, fair enough. His flapjacks.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Wait till Jeremy gets a bowl of cereal into him. He'll be ready for ready for the go on.
That's it, eh? And Dawn doesn't like Aussie accents either, the guys. Wow.
Wow, doesn't he?
You're Australian?
Yeah.
I thought you were. I thought that was an English accent this whole time.
Oh, that poshy toffee.
You got You got the fanciest Australian accent I ever heard.
Doesn't he?
Nah. Do I?
That
yeah,
toffee
bro, you're fancy.
Yeah, that toffee I'm too good for you type of accent.
Which sipping on? Which over there sipping on? You over there sipping on coffee martinis or what?
Actually, a bit of Johnny Blue, if you don't mind.
Bit of Johnny Blue.
Yes, sir. Top drop.
Now,
I think riding on eggshells, Harry has the way posher Aussie accent than I do.
Oh, he's fancy too, yeah.
Yeah, he's very smarmy.
Yeah. The way he says that, he actually says that instead of that. That. But I like him. At one stage, I really didn't like him when I first met him, but now I actually like him.
You actually like him?
Yep, I respect him. He handles the heat well. He's composed. Even when people sort of barrage him with insults, no, it's good.
Yes, generally deserving.
Yeah, generally.
Nah, he's all right, Harry.
Yeah,
we get on well. We get on well.
I'll definitely have a beer with him.
I wouldn't trust his navigation with a sextant, though.
Nah, definitely not. Keep him away from the sextant.
He loves his sextant.
Doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We had were you in before when Bob was giving everyone a pop quiz on right angles to curved surfaces?
Really? Damn, I wish I was here.
Mm.
No, I wasn't here. Oh, I would have loved to have been here.
Well, at first he was just typing in text and whatnot, and anyway, there was SE and a few others were in here, and I was typing to him in text, and I kind of baited him a little bit to come into voice.
Oh, nice.
And he kept on refusing at first. Answer my question first. Answer my question first.
He was another one that sort of had a similar reaction that Moyok had when I hit him up on it was just a word. And then he was having a discussion with Jin about what what was it, radiation and REMs,
Oh,
and
okay. Yep.
he kept saying RENs with an N,
Oh,
and
yeah.
and then I just corrected him, man. It's REMs, and he
REMs,
started
yeah.
swearing his head off at me. I'm like, okay.
That's un-Bob-like.
I was like taken aback because I haven't really spoken with him much, so it's not like we have a history at all.
Yeah,
But he's
yeah,
like starts swearing at me in chat and just going off his head. Then after he started swearing at me, I started trolling him and just kept probably antagonized him a bit after that. But I mean, the way he reacted initially to just a simple correction, I mean, just like I get words wrong as well, but I mean, it's all good.
I did troll him a bit with the definition of straight.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and I kept on posting it without bend or curve. Straight.
Oh, okay. He wouldn't have liked
can't-
that at all.
You can't just take a word and then start using it for something else
No.
that has the totally same like kind of thing. Like, say you have the word soul, right? And it's used for your soul, mind, body, and soul, and then you have the sole of your shoe, like completely different things. You know what I mean? Not even related. You can't take a word and then use it as the same thing in the same kind of context. Like, you can't take a straight line and you can't take the word straight and keep using it in the terms of lines.
No.
Because now you're just fucking, now it's just confusing. The only reason you would do that is to confuse people.
Anyway, I failed his test.
Harry is here. G'day, Harry.
G'day, riding.
Hello.
Grace us with your posh Aussie accent. That.
We're trying to figure out who's fancier, you or Globus.
Yeah, apparently I have a fancy Aussie accent.
You have a pretty fancy Aussie accent, yeah.
I can Boganize it if you want. I mean, it's easy for me. Yeah, right.
You just have an accent like mine, like you went to a private school.
Just try and sound like me, Globus. You get there.
Was sounds properly ocker. Rig,
Doesn't
sorry.
he?
Fuck, why have I done it again?
What? You just called me Was.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I don't even remember last time I spoke to Was.
He was here about a week ago.
In Geo's? I don't think I've ever seen him outside Gems.
Yeah, it's rare for him to come out of his cubbyhole, isn't it?
No, he can't.
Waz will go to. Waz was in here the other day. He'll go. I've seen him on Oakley's before.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Does he get involved?
He travels.
Yeah, he was involved. He was fucking. The time I saw him on Oakley's, he was kind of like trolling QE.
Oh, really?
Man, Was is an OG from back in the day when Nathan first started his fucking show. I got Was out of fucking YouTube onto Discord. He blames me for it all the time. He goes, "Look what you fucking done to me, you cunt."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like that. It is weirdly addictive.
Yeah, I've known Was for fucking ages now, like 5 years or so, I think. 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
He's alright. I don't mind him.
Fuck, you rub him the wrong way. I don't know what you
I
do to
know.
him. Fucking hell, dude. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good.
Waz isn't bad when
fun.
it comes to the Glovers.
He's quite funny. He asks these jokes and then asks these funny questions that are like part piss take, but actually also quite insightful.
Yeah.
Dude, he's got one of the funniest moments on Oakley's I've ever seen. QE was talking. He's like, I've dumbed this down. QE was like explaining something. He's like, I've dumbed this down as much as possible. And Waz was like, so you can't get any dumber. This is funny.
He's just very, very dry and quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Curved wants to come over here and visit me. Apparently, he said that to me a couple of
Come
times.
on over.
Yeah, curved water.
Really?
Fuck off. Is
Yeah.
he even in this server?
No
He's not in this
chance in
server, no.
hell.
He's a cranky gentleman, isn't he?
I've never
funny
seen him
though.
anywhere other than over
He,
there.
he doesn't go anywhere else. He just stays there. I actually, when I opened up my first server, that middle ground one or whatever, and a lot of
Yeah.
people joined that, he actually moved over there for a couple of days. But that's the only place I've ever seen him go, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be good if you could get him over here.
Yeah, it'd be great.
You just wouldn't have as many parrots in the background, that's all.
That's right. That's right.
What? What's the parrots in the background about?
God, you love
He's
gossip, Harry.
You know,
He's
like the
probably one of
Ortard
them.
crew, you know.
Oh, right. I thought you meant he had like his own parrots in the background of his.
Parrots
a
in
bird cage.
the Ortard crew, you know. The peanut gallery.
He's probably one of their best globers. Not smartest, but he's pretty smart. But he's probably one of their best globers.
What makes him the best?
He's very knowledgeable on the globe, and he tends to keep like calm about it these days. He's pretty calm about it.
Who's that, Curved?
No.
Yeah.
Really?
I feel like you're talking about a different person.
Do not don't go in the same sentence.
Well, see,
Sorry.
the thing
If you
about
don't get him
Curved
all
is that,
fired up.
right, like he zeroes in on exactly what you're trying to say, and he'll question that. He'll get right to the point, and then he'll just blow your whole shit up. It's not that he necessarily lectures on certain aspects of the globe and like how we know, but he listens very carefully and examines for bullshit, which is what Harry does.
He was a very effective glober, I feel like.
Like saying thank you for the
Well,
compliment, but the compliment was also that I'm like curved, and then I don't know if it's a compliment anymore.
I've actually heard Curve defend the flatties quite a few times too.
No,
Oh
true.
yeah, he's been on my side a bunch of times. Me and
Yeah.
Curve going at the nonsense. I told Curve we're brother in arms against the war on nonsense.
Yeah.
He'll fuck his own people up if they're coming with some bullshit. There's been times I would be calling out for him in gems because they would all be saying some ridiculous shit, and I'm like, Curved, where are you?
Where are you?
He'll set him
Moderator,
straight.
moderator.
Big bad Merle. Going on, buddy?
Oi, oi. Just sat
What are you
down.
doing, Mel?
I'm here too.
Oh,
I'm
how you
getting
doing?
into exercise,
Really?
believe it or not. Yeah.
What have you been doing?
Yeah.
Star
Exercise
jumps,
Start doing hot yoga.
push-ups, and dancing, jumping on a trampoline, the plank, push-ups. I'm going to get my bike going. I just got to get moving, get strong. Can't just sit here. I'm going fucking cobwebs.
Where you pull up to the drive-through, order a set of nuggets, do some dips, Do some dips with that.
Yep.
Are you training for the next time you offer to fight me, Mel, or should I be scared?
Yeah.
Oh no!
He's got the Rocky music in the background and shit.
It's a throwdown. Raw eggs, everything.
We should
all
just
night.
do it anyway, right? Just meet up, our cars, just the music blaring, just fight each other and then smoke, eat some food.
Merle's over
You know
there
what
in
I
a meat
mean?
locker. Merle's over there in a meat locker boxing a dead pig carcass.
This man just wants to get right to the crux of it and start off with a brawl, man. At least take me to the bar and get me drunk first. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I reckon,
That's it.
Rick, you handle yourself pretty well. I reckon you've knocked a couple of people out.
Against me?
I reckon you've knocked a couple of people out, Mel.
I ain't saying nothing.
I'll like disappear and I'll be in a tree. The lightning bolts going off.
Fucking Ninja Mel.
Yeah. I fucking elbowed this in high school. Not even that. I elbowed this guy on the eye, like the eyebrow. And I didn't even connect that hard, but his fucking eye just went into like an egg. It was really big and I got scared. I felt awful. I'll never forget that. It puffed up so quickly. Couldn't believe it.
Worst thing I've done accidentally was cricket, man. I went to play a cut shot and I took a nice step back and went to cut, and as I swung the bat backwards, I smacked the keeper in the face with the toe of the bat. I
Oh,
clean split him open, man.
Oh damn!
Yeah.
Oh,
To be fair, that's slightly the keeper's fault, isn't it? A bit.
oh.
No, I was right next. I nearly stood on my stumps. I took a nice step back.
Right.
Oh.
Okay.
Funny you should mention cricket bats. Rig, back in the day when one day cricket first came about, right? And we started playing cricket at night underneath the street lights in our street, and across the road there was a bit of a bushland, but there was a footpath going across there, and so that was our cricket pitch. So we're playing along anyway. I was batting, and I've hit the ball. I'm taking off for a run, and we're going for a couple, and I've come back. Ball's come in, gone to ground my bat along the concrete. The concrete where they join was raised just a little bit. The bat caught on the crack. Right, it went straight into my gonads.
Oh, this guy.
It dropped me.
Dude, I've actually had a similar thing, but it went into my hip. I used to play indoor cricket, and I had the same thing. I just jammed the bat up, and it went boom straight into my hip. Fucking hell, dude.
Yeah.
When you're running flat out, it's not fucking pleasant. Not pleasant at all.
Yeah, because you don't expect it. Like, you got no reaction time. It just happens, and like I said, it dropped me. Oh my god.
Yeah,
And
that's bad.
Yeah. And this back in the day too. You know, we'd play with tennis balls, but you used to wrap half of the tennis ball up with a electrical tape, so it would just swing and stuff.
Fucking hard.
Yeah. And that'd hurt too quite a bit if you missed it and it hit you. It'd get you.
Yeah, depending on what side it hit you with.
Yeah.
Half a ball of electrical tape on one side doesn't that doesn't tickle.
No.
that's how you get it to swing.
Exactly right, Mel.
A bit of tape on the ball. Fucking hell.
Tell you what, I found 2 rolls of streamers in the garbage last night. Tonight, I'm gonna fucking wrap one of my whole coworkers' cars in the whole thing, the whole roll. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh.
Love pranks. Love doing pranks.
We did a similar thing to that, but with a roll of shrink wrap. We wrapped a guy's car with a whole roll of shrink wrap. When I mean wrap it, I mean underneath it, everything, all over the place. It was crazy. He was
Awesome.
bleeding. He was bleeding.
Oh yeah,
It
one
was-
time we did. One time we were
Yeah.
at a party and my friend parked outside, and I mean there was tons of us. We just started setting beer cans on his car. So when he came out, he just had a giant, like all around his car, on top of it, everything. So he like you couldn't even move it. It was crazy.
You never really grow out of it, do you?
Pranks? No, I don't. I can't.
The little kid part, right?
Yeah, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Smearing dog shit under people's door handles is so much better. Go to the car, grab the door handle. It's fucking hilarious, man.
One of the best ones is cling film on the toilet.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I've
I've seen that.
I did that to one of my old bosses, and she sat down and she almost started peeing when she felt something touch her arse, and I was like, obviously didn't put the cling film down far enough, and it was funny. She just came out screaming and shouting at me. It was fucking hilarious. I mean, she knew it was me because I was the only one that worked there that liked to prank people.
That's the problem when you're the only one and they know your MO.
Yeah.
Still, it's fun. Still fun though.
I used to do loads when I was in the army. Like one of the favorite ones was filling somebody's boots with shaving foam. That was a fucking good one.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Because not only do they put their feet in the boots full of shaving foam, but then they need to go and sort everything out and clean up that mess, and then they're late for parade. So then they get into shit for not being on parade. It's fucking brilliant.
I've welded a bloke I work with. He's worn through his steel caps, and I welded him to the end of his bench. And he come in the morning. He's, "Where's me fucking boots?" "Oh, I don't know. He's going around having a look. He finally's like given up on it and walks over to his bench, sees him there just hanging off the end.
That's solid. I approve.
What do you got here, Roddy?
It's a reason to believe in space. Could make you a billionaire.
Oh, what is that thing? What?
What do we got?
700 quintillion this asteroid is worth. Hey, Jeremy, we've got to get a net.
Oh,
Got to
get
catch
in
the
that.
thing. We've got to get a net.
Get a
We've got to
big
catch
butterfly.
the thing. Yeah.
Get a big butterfly net.
Yeah.
You know what
yeah,
they told me once? Somebody told me that a long time ago. I don't know how long, could have been ancient times, whatever. But sometime there was a point in the past where Halley's Comet's tail spanned the whole length of the sky that you could see. If you believe that one.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Someone told me Halley's Comet was ice. You heard that one?
Yeah, comets are ice. That's what they say.
Yeah.
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 I was
But the
born the
whole
last
length
time
of
it
the
come
sky.
around.
I wouldn't say it was ice or it's made of ice, but parts of it have ice on it, which is why the tail glows, because it's the ice coming off the comet.
Okay.
Because comets that don't have ice don't have tails generally.
Don't they? Have we compared a icy comet to a non-icy, comet to a icy comet?
Yeah, there's loads of pictures of comets without tails, and it's because the comet gets close enough to the sun for the sun's radiation to knock the ice off the comet.
Here we go. Ready? Comets are icy bodies of frozen gases, rocks, and dust left over from the formation of the solar system about 4.6 billion years ago.
There we go.
They orbit the sun in highly elliptical orbits that can take hundreds of thousands of years to complete.
Interesting. Icy comets.
Can you believe that the tail spanned the whole length of the sky, though? Do you know how long the tail would have had to have been to do that?
Well, again, that all depends on your location on the Earth, because obviously, the angle of your view, and it depends on how close it is to the sun that year.
Mm-hmm.
That shit don't even seem plausible.
All right, then.
The closer it gets to the sun, the larger the tail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know.
So we're talking like millions of miles long. Millions.
For it to span the whole, I mean, you can see in the sky. Your field of view in the sky is fucking huge, though. So it would have had to have been crazy. Yeah, the tail would have had to have been ridiculous.
Exactly. And it's ice as well. I want to see the snow caps on a comet. Right. That might convince me.
Listen, don't worry about the snow caps. We need to get that comet that's or whatever that's worth $4 fucking quintillion or something. Just let me know when we figure out a way to get that bitch.
I told you. Well, a net.
Who worked out how much the comet was worth?
NASA.
You crunch the numbers,
Yeah.
So
we know how big it is. We know what it's made of. Right.
Spectroscopy.
That's right. We know all these things. So now we can work it out. And it's 700 quintillion. Right on the, give or take a couple of grams. Right. But I'm reckon they're pretty close to its actual size.
What's it got? What's the like if they mined it or something?
It's full of metal. Like it's made of gold and other metals like iron and nickel. Okay. It's a golden asteroid. Okay.
I suppose
NASA actually plans to visit it by 2026. Right. NASA's going to get first dibs on it. Right.
Yeah.
They're going to take a shovel, right, and a bucket, and they're going to dig some of that puppy up, and they're going to bring it back. And that should save us, I don't know, maybe $56 billion a day, a bucket load.
Well, I suppose the big question is how much would it cost to get the materials off of this asteroid?
The thing is, the moon's been getting hammered by all those comets and meteorites and meteors and shit for like zillions of years now. So the moon is probably worth like, I don't know, 1 million times what that asteroid's worth. And it's all in dust, so it's super easy to sift through. Like you should be able to sort through the materials easy.
I'll just take a vacuum. All right, suck
yeah,
it
the
up.
guy, if anyone's ever seen the gold shows on Discovery or whatever, the guy that did the best was the guy that used to sift through loose sand. He would just have this tumbler and he would just throw buckets and buckets full of sand, like construction buckets full of sand in the machine. And he was his office had like there was just buckets and bags of gold everywhere, and meanwhile the other guys are trying to like chisel in a rock and shit, and you know they're barely getting the few ounces they need. So I mean, the moon's like just this loose sand you can just shovel into the tumbler and fucking boom.
Easy as that. Yeah, the gold dust.
Then since the moon's always falling back to Earth, all you got to do is fucking shoot it off the moon a little bit. The shit'll fall back to Earth. It wouldn't cost you hardly nothing to get it back.
Well, you just have to put it in a bag and throw it towards Earth, don't you?
So hard.
Easy as that.
Yeah, there's so much money on the moon, dude. Between putting a camera on it, and the material, the gold, platinum, because all these comets and that meteors and shit, they're made of all these precious metals: platinum, gold, silver.
Yeah, that's what that the gypsy in Gems is Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
One of his arguments for the ball
gold
actually.
Guy. Oh. Dude, I argue with him on that all the time. He'll be like, "How's gold made?" I'd be like, "I don't know, but we definitely humans have made gold out of mercury in a lab." So I'm like, as far as you know, that's the only way gold's made. You've never seen it made any other way. He hates when I argue that shit with him.
Yeah, gold's from space, falling from the sky.
From asteroids. That's where it's coming from.
And diamonds up there too, right?
Yeah, I heard something weird, Merle, that there was some planet where it rains diamonds or something. Does that sound familiar? Yeah.
Yeah. That's Saturn.
Saturn. I thought it was Jupiter.
It rains diamonds.
Yes.
That checks out, man. So it checks out. What are you gonna do?
Hey, Jeremy, if you tell me it checks out, I'm all over it.
Checks out. It's raining fucking diamonds, man. I mean, that's a believable story.
Yeah.
Because the pressure is so high.
Like, how? Like, do you think there's a big group think tank where they just sit around a round table and think, what is the most outrageous story that we can tell? Put it out there. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It's raining diamonds. Bang, boom.
I reckon sometimes they get really high. Really high.
Yeah. Oh. What time you start tomorrow, Mel?
1.
Oh, nice late start.
Yeah.
Have you worked out? I haven't told you yet.
Nah. Like, I think I'm going to be near Fed Square. Somewhere around there.
Okay. What are you doing exactly?
I'm not even sure.
Okay. Well, as long as you get paid for it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's weird. I never know what I'm doing each shift. Like, I could be out in the country somewhere, or in Fitzroy on a building site, or making sure pedestrians don't get hit by a fucking dude on a scissor lift. Things. So it's always changing.
Yep.
Which is kind of good, but annoying at the same time.
Well, as long as you get some cashola in your pocket, that's all
Yeah.
that matters. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
US is
telling
going
you guys.
Go, Jeremy.
I was just gonna say, when you get your first paycheck, buy a cell phone.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Another one to add to the
Like
one you got.
Those cheap like Walmart phones or whatever. I don't know what you got down there, but they're like $50, $60.
Mm-hmm.
They could earn you a couple pennies a day. Nothing big.
It adds up though.
Do people still buy phones?
Oh hell yeah, bro! I got 13 cell phones going right now.
They're the ones you told your wife about. Don't tell her about the other ones you're hiding.
Oh, she doesn't even know at this point. I have so many wires and phones and shit all over the place. I could get 5 more phones right now. She'd never even know.
Yeah.
Can't remember the last time I actually bought a phone.
Well, what are they giving you when you sign up for your plan or something? Or
Yeah, I get a new one. I've just got the Z3 Fold last year. So they just phone me up every now and again and say, "Do you want a new phone?" And I'm like, "Yeah, give me this one, give me that one."
when you
That's
get
it.
a new phone, save your old one. Don't throw it out or sell it or anything, because they can get you some money. I got 2 phones right now watching videos nonstop. Another phone plays music nonstop. So
God. Must have about 4 or 5 sitting in a drawer in my kitchen.
are you serious?
Collecting
Oh, bro,
dust.
holler at me if you want to get I get you $1 a day off of that easy. That's an easy $1 a day, right? I don't know, what country are you in now?
The UK.
Yeah, you can still. There's stuff you could do over there.
Yeah, I mean, there's websites I can sell them to, but
No, don't sell them. You can get I get $1 a day. You get $1 a day passively off of those, semi-passively.
Hey, did my picture show up twice on the? Did I put 2 pictures in the live stream voice text or just one? Because I'm only seeing one, but I thought I put 2 in.
What up, perspective? Listen, we got to keep it simple for these guys.
What
The
up?
ball on the merry-go-round, right? SE was right. They can't even agree that the ball's actually going straight, and it only appears the curve. Like, if we can't get past that point, there ain't even no point in talking about planes, trains, and automobiles.
Well, that's the thing, because it's not about the merry-go-round. The merry-go-round could be explained by both sides if they know what they're talking about. These guys are being idiots about a merry-go-round. That doesn't represent their whole side.
I know, but we can't even get them to agree. If we can't get them to agree,
that's just the guys that are in here that are just, they're fucking around and they're talking about perspectives, which is true. Part of what they're saying is true. If you're looking at from a certain reference frame, it's going to look different depending on where you're looking from. That's true.
The thing is, if we can't even get them to agree that the ball's actually going straight and it's only an illusion and appears to curve and it's not actually curving, we ain't gonna get nowhere else.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Dawn reckons you can explain it in 3 minutes.
Explain what?
I don't know.
Go ahead, Dawn.
Straight
Grace
lines.
us with your intellect.
Wait, but let me finish real quick, just because unless Don really wants to. Let's give him a chance first. Okay, that's fine. Unless he doesn't want to. Because the best way to picture it is the paint on the ball, right? So if you on a merry-go-round, if you were across from me and I was rolling a ball straight to you, right? The ball would go straight. That's the actual path, because you're looking from above, looking at the ball actually going straight. But because the earth, well, not the earth, but the merry-go-round is spinning, it's going to make a curved path on the surface, because it moved underneath the ball as it was going straight. That's why there is a curved path drawn on the merry-go-round surface, even though the ball went straight. That's where the confusion comes in.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but hold up, where the confusion really comes in is the speed. Yeah, anytime I ever see anyone display this action, right, the speed of the roundabout is far quicker than what the Earth actually spins at. Yeah. So to make a proper representation, you would have to spin the roundabout at 15 degrees per hour and then throw the ball. Because
Well,
it's like
no.
when I've had this argument with Nathan Oakley, I always ask him, right, and he always ignores the question. I say to him, how much deviation do you expect to see? He's expecting to see this mad deviation where, because the Earth spins so slowly, the deviation is so small.
But see, that's the other trick of it. You're thinking of it as if the circumference of the Earth were the size of a merry-go-round. Then it would 15 degrees an hour would be slow. But because the circumference is 24,000 miles, you're going to still be going at the surface 1,000 miles per hour.
That's why we measure it in degrees rather than miles per hour.
That's why you do it, because it helps your argument. That's at the axial rotation.
No.
Like, picture it's an axial rotation, right? And we've got a rod that goes from the beam that goes down the center of the Earth, right? And there's a rod, a very thin rod, that represents how fast each circle would be going. At the core, the rotational speed, 15 degrees an hour, would be very slow because it would take forever for it to get around. But if you extend that rod all the way out to the surface, the actual surface has to go haul ass at 1,000 miles per hour to get around in 24 hours. That's the difference. You guys keep it to an axial rotation instead of a surface rotation to make it seem small, and they trick you that way. That's relativity trick.
It's an illusion. That's all it is. That's all it is. The ball, the plane.
But that's why you.
Straight.
But that's why you picked the equator, because you say it spins at 1,000 miles per hour, trying to make it sound like it's spinning extremely quickly.
No, that's the actual speed.
Right?
That's the actual speed.
Right. So how fast am I spinning? I live in the north of Scotland.
Yeah, you're different latitudes, so you'd be at 500 or whatever.
So I must be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour as well.
No, not at all. You're spinning at a different latitude. You're spinning slower, 500 or 400, whatever.
No. You can't spin something at 1,000 miles per hour and then turn around and say to me that this part is spinning at this speed, but the other part's spinning at a slower speed.
That's just the way the ball works, bro. That's just how it is.
No, that's why we do it in degrees, because then it doesn't matter where you are still spinning at that same speed. It doesn't matter how big you make the object, it still spins at 15 degrees per hour.
That's a way of just making it seem like the same rotation. But it is the same rotation, but you're making it seem like the same speed when it would be a different actual speed at those different latitudes.
That makes your argument worse.
Well, how does it make it worse?
Because you could tell the difference between 1,000 miles an hour and 400 miles an hour. That's why.
But they are both areas are spinning at the same speed.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but it's still 1,000 miles an hour and 400 miles an hour from point A to point B in 1 hour. Pick a distance that you know away from you. That's if you're spinning 400 miles an hour and you know that's 400 miles away and you're doing that every hour. Wow. And then if you travel towards the equator, that speed is more. And you telling me you can't tell the difference? They got you fooled, man.
They trick you with relativity. They say that it's only important to think about the 15 degrees, or it's only a percentage. They'll say, one revolution per day, which makes it minimalized, and it puts it in your head as, oh, if the circumference of the Earth were like my watch, then it would go twice as slow as the hour hand. And then you get that in your head, and you're like, okay, that explains it. I shouldn't feel it. Yeah, you would feel it.
And then they tell you would feel acceleration only. Well, guess what? If you're where you're at, traveling towards the equator, you're accelerating. Shouldn't you feel it?
Yeah, you would. If you were driving towards it, you'd actually be accelerating. So you should feel the difference when you travel from one latitude to another, just in the way your body feels, because you're literally moving faster. If you were on a ball, but you're not moving any faster because it's a stationary plane, and it's obvious to a lot of people now.
It's fastest at the equator and slowest at the poles.
Right. So supposedly 0 at the poles, right?
I don't know about that.
Ridiculous. No, that's what they say. It'd be 0 degrees.
With a 23-degree tilt.
That's where the axial rod would come through, and it wouldn't be rotating if you were on top of it.
Your body senses things that that's not even happening. Like if you put on what's that the video game where you put on the goggles and virtual reality?
Yeah.
People get sick with that, even though they're not moving. Their reality is that they are moving, so they get sick. They get motion sickness. And you're telling me your body can't feel all these different motions and can't feel the difference in the speed and traveling a couple of 1,000 miles away when you're accelerating, when you're traveling? No, that's you can't sell that. It's a tough sell. It's a fantasy model.
So you're telling me that when I look at my clock in the kitchen, right, and I'm looking at that hour hand, right, the end of the hour hand is moving faster than the middle.
No. If we're saying if the clock on your wall were as big as the surface, the circumference of the Earth, then that hour hand would be moving 1,000 miles per hour. If it were as big as the Earth,
the whole arm moves at the same speed.
Right. That's the trick they've got you with. See, they tricked you into thinking it doesn't matter because if you were just to go at 15 degrees rotation every hour, then it's just 15 degrees everywhere. But it matters because the surface is so big that to get around that circle in 1 hour or to get to 15 degrees an hour, it has to move at 1,000 miles per hour to get from one point A to point B.
So why is it on a car engine then that they say revolutions per minute rather than my engine is spinning at 10,000 miles per hour?
Because that's just the way gauges work. It's just a way of showing you something without giving you the extreme of something else.
You want to change the rotation into miles per hour. So
no, I'm not changing the rotation. I'm not changing 15 degrees an hour.
Earth, why can't we do it with an engine?
Why
can't we do that with an engine?
You're a little bit triggered.
We just change that. That's what science gives us. They give us the rim speed at the equator and at every latitude. What are you talking about? We're not doing this. These are the figures given to us on your fantasy model, and you're telling us it doesn't make sense. Yeah, we know. And you're equating it to a clock. So you're on a flat surface, spinning in going in a circuit. Congratulations. That's what the sky does above you. You're arguing against your own model. Welcome. It's not a spinning ball. That's only one of the movements, sir. You can't even figure this out. Well, is he? He's equating the Earth to a clock and telling us that we're making up
That's not a spinning ball.
We didn't make the mouse power up. Y'all gave us the miles per hour. That's where y'all screwed up. You give us all the information in your fantasy that doesn't make sense. And then come here and go, it doesn't make sense. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't.
I have never said the Earth spins in miles per hour.
Well, then you're going against science.
I'm going against science.
Yeah, do you think a flat earther came up with the miles per hour, sir? Or scientists did?
No, what I say is the Earth spins once every 24 hours. That's what I say.
It makes it easier. It makes it easier to believe. That's why. That's why they want you to think of it that way.
And that wasn't my question either. I'll repeat it. Do you, sir, think that flat earthers came up with miles per hour, or scientists gave us those numbers?
I don't know who came up with that
you
number.
don't know. Good.
Science.
Because
Mainstreamers.
it's not. Why would I want to look into that? We don't measure things in rotation in miles per hour. If we measured things that rotate in miles per hour, then my car engine wouldn't be RPM; it would be miles per hour.
You're not living in a car engine. You're living on a.
Why doesn't my engine turn over in miles per hour?
Only a flat earther.
That's a ridiculous argument.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous argument.
You're the one that wants to change.
Stuff.
We want to change the one rotation per day for the Earth into miles per hour, but
we're not changing anything. We're just going by the numbers they give us.
Like a mirror.
We're not changing anything. We're not changing anything.
Let your engine
we're talking about
run
the
over
literal
RPM, but you're not willing to change that into miles per hour.
Let him rant. Let him rant. Really now he's telling us how ridiculous his own model is. Just let him rant. Tell us again, sir, how ridiculous those speeds are. Please. And then let Dawn come in and say, it is a spinning ball. It sounds so great.
It is definitely a spinning ball, guys.
Yeah, it's
right on you.
But again, you didn't answer the question, and you're the one that wants to turn around and say, right, well, we don't want to measure the rotation of the Earth in rotation, we want to measure it in miles per hour. But everything else that rotates, we want to do that in rotation.
It's not what we want. We didn't make that up. We're not our request.
Coincides with my flat Earth fantasy theory.
We're talking about actuality, bro.
They gave us the miles per hour.
That's not flat Earth fantasy. That's ball Earth fantasy that you're agreeing with. That sounds so ridiculous. You don't even want to use it. Yeah, we agree. It's a fantasy.
I'm not the one saying that Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour. That's you guys, not me. Why are you putting that on? Why are you putting that on me?
I'm just kidding for a second.
Your model requires.
Get in there, Globus.
If I may, I just posted a reference there from Scientific American, and I just posted a direct quote as well from said article, which mentions an Earth spin of roughly 1,000 miles per hour. Oof. So it's not us guys, is it now?
Oh my goodness! Let's talk about how ridiculous those speeds are now. Maybe you don't live on a spinning ball, sir. Maybe you live on a flat plane, and what's moving is above you.
Definitely not.
Yeah, that could be right.
Hold on, wait. Scientific American is now a flat Earth publication?
Apparently. According to Highlander.
Is it?
Right, okay, so the first thing that pops up, right, when I click that link, the first thing it says, right, it's highlighted, the Earth rotates once every 23 hours and 56 minutes.
That's true. That's true as well. Right? Both are true.
That's
Both
what gives you your speed, sir.
Both are true.
No. Earth doesn't spin at 1,000 miles per hour. That's not a true thing to say.
Both aren't actually.
What is the true thing? What's the true thing?
The surface of Earth is traveling at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
Well, it would only be true if the Earth were spinning, like you say, but it's not true. The Earth doesn't spin. But if it were spinning, the surface speed would be 1,000 miles per hour, even though it's only one revolution.
Past space. And that isn't spinning, that's just the surface moving.
What are the RPMs?
They just told you that, I think.
No,
never got a number. One rotation per day, right? It's not hard to understand. One rotation per day.
We understand that. We get it.
Right,
we get that. One rotation per day.
Put that in RPM.
It doesn't make it slower.
No,
one rotation per day doesn't make it any slower, bro. It's still 1,000 miles per hour on the surface. And one rotation. It's both.
Highlander,
Look-
you've got a problem with 1,000
But
miles
I'm
an
not
hour.
moving at
What would
1,000 miles per hour. You
Yeah,
just
I know
said
you're
that
not.
the surface is moving at 1,000 miles per
No,
hour.
the surface
No,
at the
it's
what would
equator,
not.
the
only at the
RPM
equator,
be?
you'd be moving less. It depends on where you are.
You're
Just
not
your
moving at
model.
all.
It's all
sir.
your
Well,
model, dude. It's all your model.
sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Even sounds ridiculous that you would be
which
sending
is
at
why-
400 miles an hour.
Which is why rotational speed is not measured in miles per hour.
They just gave it to you in Scientific America, and you think it sounds ridiculous. It is ridiculous. You're not moving right now. What's above you is moving in degrees.
The same link just said it only spins once every 23 hours and 56
Yeah,
minutes.
which gives you your speed because of the radius. Why can't
Obviously,
you
what's
understand
above me
that?
doesn't move.
It's a
Obviously,
The
fantasy
sky's
model.
moving.
No, the sky
Listen to
isn't
all
moving.
these gentlemen trying to tell you,
It is.
you're living in a fantasy world that they've given you. They've taught you all your life. It's not true.
I mean, at
It's
the equator,
true.
it moves on a straight line, so it's not rotating above me. So the sky isn't moving; it's me. It's just simple logic.
Sometimes what you get told is true. It's shocking.
2 points of rotation and a straight line at the equator, so it's not rotating above me. It's just geometry.
So do you agree with this guy that that the speeds are ridiculous and that if it's acceleration, if you travel north and south, you would feel it?
I say it's ridiculous. Sort of. It's ridiculous to say that it's like sort of speed because it's in relation to nothing. So
Well, you're moving.
I would say, yeah, I'm moving. Yeah, sure, obviously.
In relation to nothing.
Yeah.
What about
How fast are you
action
moving?
point? Yeah.
How fast?
Yeah, I mean,
how fast are you
that's
moving?
the point. They're just talking about the speed of the rotation in
Right.
like
Yeah.
nowhere. So
Yeah.
it's
At the
kind of
surface.
pointless. So
With a radius of
it's like
25,000 miles.
if I'm in an airplane and I'm walking to the toilet.
Now we're in an airplane. We've been on a
If I'm-
clock in an engine, and now we're in an airplane.
Yeah,
How about
I'm-
Earth?
I'm just
How about
giving-
your fantasy Earth? I
giving
know
you
it
an
sounds
analogy.
ridiculous. You
Okay.
don't want to talk about it.
Okay,
if you
on
have-
Earth. So if I'm walking at the equator at 5 miles per hour,
Relativity
it would
trick
be
coming up.
stupid okay, yeah, almost like I was talking. So when I'm walking at the equator at 5 miles per hour, it would be stupid for me to say that I just walk to the store at over 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah,
I'm
it would
talking
be. I agree.
in
It would be.
relation.
You're right.
Yeah,
It would be.
yeah, and just
5
like
miles an hour.
when I'm inside an airplane and I walk to the toilet, I don't say that I skipped at 600 miles per hour into the toilet.
Because you're
That would be
not.
fucking stupid. Well, I
Because
am
you're
because
not.
I'm in an airplane that is moving
No.
over the Earth. So
But
I
if
am
you're on
actually.
Earth, but if you're on an Earth 25,000 miles in circumference, and you go around once a day, 24 hours, then you're going
Yeah.
a certain speed at the radius they
In
give you.
relation to what?
That's
In
1,000
relation to what?
miles an hour, sir. No matter how you
In relation to what?
obfuscate
Yeah, in
Let me
relation
ask
to
you
what?
this:
the
if
surface
you
that you're on.
No,
Again,
in
if you
relation
were
I'm not
driving,
moving
and
at
listen,
1,000
let me
miles
just
per
ask
hour.
you this. Let me just ask you this: if you were driving a car around the equator in a complete circle around the equator, how fast would your car have to go to get around in 24 hours?
in relation to the Earth.
Your
Then
car. How
over
fast would
1,000
your car have to go on the Earth when it's driving around the equator, if it could? How fast would it have to go?
Over 1,000 miles per hour. If
There
I'm
you
driving.
go.
There you go.
Now
So
you
in
stopped
relation
your
to the
car. How fast is your car moving when it goes around stopped while the Earth spins? One rotation.
In relation to the surface, it's 0.
No, how fast is your car going as it sits on
Yeah,
the
he
surface?
quickly had to go to
1,000
In
that.
miles per
relation
hour.
to the surface, it's 0. Yeah.
Professional.
No, 1,000 miles per hour at 1,000 miles per hour with the Earth.
Just like when I'm in an airplane, I don't have to move in order for me to
You hear
get from
you trying
Helsinki
to
to New York.
see, brother. It doesn't work anymore. Those airplane tricks don't work anymore.
But it's not
We
a trick.
got to. It's over with.
Well, okay. Can you answer me a question? If
No,
I'm
I
in
don't
an
want to
airplane,
answer anything about your
of
fantasy
course you
model.
don't. Of course, because
don't.
you can't answer because then
You're
it makes sense.
you're fighting against your
course.
fantasy model not rotating.
No, I'm not.
Is what
I'm
you're
not.
doing.
I'm not fighting with the model.
All he's doing, all he's doing is he's wanting to pick a certain point on the Earth, pick the angular momentum, and say that's the rotational speed, and that is stupidness.
Can we go
Absolute
to the?
stupidness.
Just like when I'm inside an airplane and I go from Helsinki to New York, I'm not moving in relation to the airplane, but I'm moving in relation to the surface of the Earth. Just Simple. I mean,
And the airplane's moving in relation to the Earth as well.
That's ground speed.
yeah, but
The airplane, when the airplane is on the ground, it's going 0.
Yeah, and when
What's your
it's moving
point?
above the ground,
What's your
it has
point?
speed. That I'm not moving inside the airplane, so I'm not moving when I go from Helsinki to New York.
It doesn't matter. It's all different.
It's all
When you're
relative. Yes, it's all relative.
It's all
Yes, thank
relative.
you.
It doesn't make
It is
Earth not
relative.
rotating
Yes, just
in
like
your
when I'm
model.
just when I'm standing on the surface of the Earth, I'm not moving in
Congratulations.
relation to the surface of the Earth, but the Earth is rotating. Yes, because
So
motion
tell
is
us
relative.
again how ridiculous the speeds sound then, because that's all you're saying.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
just the
it is
first
because
one.
if someone asks me how fast am I going from Helsinki to New York, if I say, well, I'm not moving, I'm sitting, then it would be stupid.
This argument is stupid. Because
Yeah,
any
that's
logical
because
person
that's
talking
because
about
again,
knows there
because
would be
again, you
how
want to
fast
take angular momentum and say that's rotational speed. It's not rotational speed. It's angular momentum. Yeah.
no matter how fast you're running up and down the aisles of the airplane is still moving.
And the Earth is still moving, yes.
No, you can't prove
Rotating.
that, and you're thinking it's ridiculous.
Oh, and I
if,
can measure that, so
yeah,
it's
if
okay.
the airplane speeds up and slows down from 400 miles an hour to 1,000 miles an hour, would you feel it?
Yes, of course.
Then why can't you feel the Earth's rotation difference?
Because that's a different thing. It's linear motion and
What?
angular moment.
It's not linear motion. It's circular. It's
The
constant.
airplane-
It's constantly
the
accelerating to
airplane
keep a
isn't-
circular motion, and it's an
the
ellipsoid.
airplane-
Ellipsoid. So circular motion
the
doesn't even
airplane
make sense
isn't-
anyway because it's an oblate spheroid. So you can't have your perfect
the
circle.
airplane isn't rotating, so it's
What
a
if
bit
the
different.
airplane is doing tumbles while spiraling, while slowing up and speeding up? Would you feel that there,
Sure, you
genius?
feel it. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
that's
you
what
can
you're
measure
doing
it.
on Earth. That's what
Yeah,
you're
that's
doing.
what you can. No, that's not what we're doing.
Yes, you are spiraling, you are rotating, and you are orbiting.
Yeah,
At
and
speeds, great,
just like
66,000
an
miles
airplane.
an hour.
Yeah, sure.
at speeds you
So
can't
what
imagine.
are the radii of those orbits and
What does it
rotation?
matter? You're still doing them.
Yeah, and I can feel it. I mean, it's 0.03% less for my weight at the equator than at the poles. Yeah.
You can feel that?
No, I
Or
can
you're
measure
just
it.
bullshitting us again with your deception.
No, we can
He
measure it.
never he never
can't
said he could feel it. He said
I
he could
thought-
measure it.
Where are the 66,000 mile an hour winds?
Wouldn't
They-
expect
What's
they don't-
66,000 mile an hour winds? What are you talking
Well,
about?
The Earth's traveling 66,000
Not
miles
in
an hour.
not in an atmosphere. No.
But it's next to an
Yeah.
atmosphere. Wouldn't it be wouldn't friction be moving the atmosphere
Friction,
away
what?
like
Friction from what?
driving a trail?
What
So
friction?
are you guys trying to say that the atmosphere is velcroed to the Earth and there's no difference between the atmosphere's movement and the
No, I'm
ground
asking.
movement?
No, I'm asking what causes
Oh,
friction
wait,
in
is there
space.
a difference? Is there a slight difference, at least, between the atmosphere's movement over the Earth and the Earth itself?
Sure,
Is there a
because we have
difference?
wind.
Right.
we have
No, I'm not
wind.
talking about the wind. No, the winds go in all directions. I'm talking about the
Yeah.
constant
So the
rotation that
atmosphere
the
is
atmosphere would
moving in
have
all
to be.
directions.
Right. So, but if the winds go in every direction, how can you call it wind?
What?
Winds move in every direction. So if the Earth's atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, right? Is it so velcroed that it's completely
No.
moving in lockstep? No, you have to say
No, because
it's
we
not.
have wind.
It's not in
Yeah.
lockstep. No, not
Yeah,
wind.
we have
Talking
wind.
about the atmosphere that it moves constantly
Yes.
with the
What
Earth,
is the
so that you
atmosphere made
don't
out
know.
of?
Professional deceiver,
Air.
right here.
Air, right? But the
So it's
winds
made out of air.
move in every direction.
Okay.
The winds move in every
Okay,
direction.
what is
So
wind? What is
by
wind?
that, so
Is
if
it-
the atmosphere is
Hold on,
not in
hold on, hold
complete
on.
lockstep, you would always feel at least a breeze in one direction, no matter what.
Breeze. I would feel
Yeah.
breeze. Is that wind?
Yeah, well, no, it would be only
That's wind.
feel
No,
like
breeze
wind.
isn't.
It would only feel like wind because we're moving through the air. Just like when you stick your hand, out a car window. It's not wind. It's what you're feeling with a pressure of air against your hand because the car's moving. So
Dude,
if the Earth rotation isn't in lockstep with that atmosphere, you would feel that constantly.
Yeah, you
Because
would
you'd be
feel it as
moving
wind.
through the atmosphere to some degree. To some degree,
You would
the
feel it
fluid
as wind.
dynamics of that atmosphere not being in lockstep with the Earth, you
It's
feel a breeze
inverted
constantly
viscously
in one direction.
Yeah, we have trade
But we
winds,
feel
we
wind
have
in every
trade
direction. So you have to separate.
Viscously coupled.
There's
Yeah,
changes.
viscous. Right. So we would feel a viscous airflow all the time because it's
Why?
viscally.
What's making the air? What's making the atmosphere move?
Because we're not in lockstep. Because the atmosphere is moving at a different pace.
What's making it move at a different pace?
That's what you have to answer. I don't think it's moving at all.
No.
If
You're
for
saying
some reason the ground, if the ground movement, we're able to move the atmosphere with the ground. I don't know how that happens.
No,
I'm saying for your model. For your model,
because if the
atmosphere would have to go completely with the Earth for us not to feel.
What would slow it down?
Well, Moyoc, if the
He's
Earth's
saying
moving
how
66
stupid it sounds, Moyoc, and you're going, please explain to me how stupid my model is because I believe in it.
Rakia, don't mention my name. I don't like you.
Moyoc the deceiver, the biased prick that.
Okay, Jeremy, I am going to leave
this is
because
against
this
rules.
toxic
Maybe you can
asshole
mute the
is
fuck.
in this room and he
No,
shouldn't be
don't
allowed
leave,
in this
Moyoc.
room because he's breaking the
guys,
rules.
hold
So I am
on,
going
hold on
to
a
leave.
second, guys. Yo, hold on
You
a
don't.
second.
You're on about the wind.
Right now, whoever's
and
mic's open is getting muted. You've been warned.
Too late. Muted.
Rock, you don't call names, please.
No, just Moyoc, I was asking, where are those 66,000 mile an hour winds? Because, the Earth is apparently traveling at that speed.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I can't think of any place where you would get a wind to speak of, because you have a planet that's moving 66,000 miles an hour with an atmosphere that's moving 66,000 miles an hour. Where are you getting the difference? You have to have a delta, a change in velocity. Where's the change in velocity?
I just don't know if the 66,000 mile an hour winds have been accounted for. And
What's
they got a wind sock or something?
Yeah, explain to me what's 6,000 mile an hour wind.
There would be changes of wind at the equator. The atmosphere would be moving 1,000 at the equator and 100 miles an hour near the North Pole.
Zero, actually, closer to zero.
And then as it gets from the ground level, as you rise up, the speeds would have to be different also, right?
They are.
They are vastly different. The jet streams above us travel much faster than the air down here at the land.
You think nature can't make a spinning ball without terrible wind?
The jet streams.
We've known about the jet streams for years.
Go through the stepping stone of it, though, guys. You've got the 1,000 mile an hour rotation. 66,000 mile an hour orbit.
We've gone over that. It's not.
The sun's
rotation isn't miles per hour.
The sun's traveling 500,000 miles an hour. The universe is traveling 1,000,000 miles an hour.
You know what the fastest winds are, actually? They're 900,000 miles per hour. They're called solar winds.
It's made up. Prove it.
Sounds like to measure the speed of something, you have to have it in relation to something else. Yeah?
Sounds like a calculation you made based on all the other made up numbers that you have in your fantasy model. Just like
the funny thing is,
I'm almost done. So it starts off with the radius, right? With your circumference. Everything else is based on that. That's where you got those solar. They have to be moving that fast, right?
This is the way to tell. All you have to do is take a measurement of when a solar flare happens and when we see the effects of the solar flare. You can now tell how fast it's going.
The thing is, you're on about the wind and the speed of wind and stuff, right? But you don't realize that the wind itself debunks the flat Earth, right? Because if the Earth was flat, right, and gravity wasn't real, then you would need some sort of dome or firmament or whatever it is to keep everything in. Yeah?
That makes no sense.
If that was the case, then we would be able to measure and see the change in wind when it hits that barrier. Because the wind would all of a sudden have to go a different direction.
It does go in different directions, even at different altitudes.
We have never seen or measured that.
Yes, you
have. We have never seen or measured that.
I measure it every time I fly. The thermal energy and the pressures, the barometric pressures, cause wind, not a spinning ball. You know that big thing in the sky, that thermal imagery thing? I don't know. I think it's called the sun.
right? See, when the wind hits your dome or firmament, whatever you want to call it, container, whatever, right? When the wind hits that, the wind would move in a different direction depending on the angle that the wind hit it. Right?
Wind moves
So
in all directions, buddy. Thanks for
don't need
proving
to
it. I don't
measure
think it's because of
pressure.
the
We
dome.
don't need to measure anything else. All we
you're
need to
making a
do
ridiculous
is
straw man.
measure the change in direction that the wind has when it hits that barrier. We have never done this. It
Who
has
says
never
it hit
been
the barrier?
observed, and it has never been measured.
No
It
one's ever said it's
debunks your
doing what
flat
you're
Earth
saying.
dome claim.
No one's
It
ever saying
debunks
it's a
it.
straw. I'm saying that it's caused by thermal energy. And you're making up some dome fantasy while the winds are going in different directions. You're straw man and everything.
Oh my God.
Build a straw man so you can fight against it. You're being
Forget
ridiculous.
about thermal. No, forget about thermal. So you're telling me the
Why
thermal
forget about
energy.
thermal? That's what we know causes these winds, along with pressure.
Hold on, let me get what you're saying correct, right? So you're telling me that the thermal energy from the sun is what stops the wind hitting the barrier. Is
If
that
that's
what you're
what
telling
you
me?
got from what I've said like 5 times, then you need to go take a break, maybe get a massage, a good meal, and take a nap.
Right? Well, show me evidence of the measurement of the change of direction of the wind when it hits your dome or your barrier or container, whatever you want to call it.
Why would I want to?
Wow, look at that. Ricky is talking over somebody again. What a surprise.
Yeah, Moyak.
Asshole.
Just look at the text on who Moyak is. Notice I don't respond to him in the DMs.
Look at the text and see that people post their private messages on public.
Don't care. This guy's building a straw man. Y'all know it. No one else is saying it. Why am I? I shouldn't have to be saying it. Y'all should be going, man, that's a straw man.
Oh
Don't
man,
do
if
that.
you can't talk about airplanes.
Who
You can't talk
brought
about
up the dome? You know how weather is created, right? If not, just go study it.
how weather is created.
Yeah, weather, winds.
I'm
Pressure
not talking about how it's created. How the wind is created.
Pressure, high and low pressure. Thermal energy create the winds
Oh
and
my
pressure.
God.
How trade winds are
Listen
created.
to me, right? How the wind is created is irrelevant. It is irrelevant.
Also, I don't think that trade winds aren't created by low pressure and high pressure.
How the winds are created is irrelevant. We know wind is real. We measure the direction. You can watch the TV and the weatherman will tell you which direction the wind is blowing. In your area, you can go outside and confirm this. Right? Yep. So we know, we can measure the direction that the wind is going. Right? Mm-hmm. We don't need speed. We don't
how do they measure the Coriolis winds?
We don't need barometric pressure, nothing, right? We know the direction that it's moving, right? If there was a dome and the earth was flat, the wind would hit that dome. If the wind hits that dome, depending on the angle that it hits the dome, it would change direction, and we would be able to measure that direction in which the wind is going to go.
Okay, well then good.
We have never done this. It's never been observed, and it's never been measured. Therefore, no dome, no flat Earth.
If the wind was going around a curve of the ball, we would also be able to measure that change in direction of the wind as well.
Is this the same guy that doesn't think he's going in miles per hour at the equator? Is that the same guy? Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
How could you measure the change of direction of the wind on a surface of a globe?
Well, it would have to curve, right?
Sure. How would you measure it?
Well, how would it be different than curving around the wall of the ball of a dome? How would that be
because on the
different?
dome, like he said, that if there was a dome, it would bounce back. The molecules would hit the dome, bounce back.
What if it just curves around with the dome, loops around? It just curves around just like it would curve around the ball. Same thing. Just flows around the surface of it.
Yeah, we've shown that on.
Measure it going round in circles. We don't measure the wind going round in circles. Wind goes in all directions. Even
absolutely, that's what we're trying to say. And if the plane was forced to move in one direction to keep up with all the different tangential speeds, then wind would have to move all in one direction if it's wind that's moving the plane. But because wind moves in all directions, you can't say it's wind that's causing it to move the plane to accelerate from the North Pole to the equator 1,000 miles per hour sideways. That's what it would have to do. And you can't say it's wind that does that.
You're deflecting from my point.
No, the point is you're making our point. You're saying the wind doesn't go in one direction, but it would have to. If the atmosphere was going in one direction, then the wind would go in one direction.
If the atmosphere was moving in all directions, right, which we all agree on it does, right, then it would hit the dome or the barrier in all directions, and it would change its direction, and we would be able to see this, and we would be able to measure it.
Yeah.
And we would be able to say, right, when the wind hits
find the dome first.
When the wind
hits
the
dome first and do that test.
See it where, measure it where. You're saying you would be able to measure it where you live if it's hitting the outer dome, however many miles you think this made-up story is? Where would you measure it, sir?
We would measure it at the dome.
Where are the ballers? Where are the ballers here going, okay, man, this is dumb, right? Let's move on. Y'all just don't care. Y'all just want the argument, the obfuscation, the deception to continue. And this guy is just great for y'all, right? Make up any crap he wants, and let's talk about it for 30 minutes, how he thinks there's a dome and when would hit it, and he would be able to measure it if there's a dome, if he could get out there to measure it.
Right.
What a dumb argument. Or
it's
actually
quite a brilliant argument.
I'm telling you that we know how weather is created. High and low pressure there, genius. Thermal energy being introduced into an area.
Again, see, you're deflecting from my point. How the weather is created is irrelevant. It doesn't matter how the weather is created.
Highlander, with all due respect, you're really obfuscating away from our point, and I know you have to, but by the same token, could you allow us some kind of courtesy and respect that we've heard heliocentrism, we know, what that narrative's about, and sometimes, we don't want to get caught in it's a fucking globe or it's flat just forever, Some people are past that.
But just real quick, he did make our point for us. He said the atmosphere moves in all directions, and we all know it, right? There's no one way that the wind travels, right? It goes in every direction. So when you're talking about the atmosphere moving with the earth, right, then that means the wind would all go in one direction. When a plane goes up in the air and is forced in one direction or another, that means that it moving with the atmosphere to match those tangential speeds, that there would have to be a force stronger than any wind that might be pushing in the opposite direction.
But it's not a dichotomy.
Thank you, perspective. I think you made our point for us, like in the flat Earth model. There would be an obstruction called the dome that is blocking the wind. In the globe model, though, no such obstruction exists. And no one says that the wind actually should go in one direction.
Okay, listen, I have a citation from the University of Oregon. The University of Oregon says the object does not actually deviate from its path, but it appears to do so because of the motion of the coordinate system. I'm saying throw a ball off a merry-go-round, it doesn't actually deviate. It keeps, if you throw it in a straight line, the ball actually does not deviate. It goes in a straight line. It only appears to do so because you're spinning underneath it of the coordinate system. I am saying the same exact thing the University of Oregon is saying. I don't know what agree with what I just said. Doesn't understand Coriolis effect. That's the bottom line. Sorry, guys.
They're professional.
Professional
debaters. They've been in these arguments for years against Christians, against. They're just professionals at it.
Haven't you been in these arguments for years?
Yes, he's a professional troll.
Yeah, I agree with what Jeremy said. I mean, obviously, it's the motion of the reference frame that causes.
Shit, you're the first one. You're the first one, Mole Man.
I bet everyone agrees with it.
It's a true statement, Jeremy, in that context.
Because the Earth is rotating, and you're standing on the Earth, that's why the path appears to curve.
You can't ever see that path appear in a curve on Earth there, genius. That's why they got to use
You
a
actually
mirror.
can. That's why ISS has,
Show
doesn't have
me anything you've seen on Earth that's appearing to deflect.
appearing to deflect.
In this way, yeah.
Right,
I see
Show
you.
me one curved. Show me one curved airplane path in the sky. Show me one curved airplane path.
Because the
They're always
Earth moves
straight.
so slowly, the deviation of that
so you
path
can't see it.
is so small. There's no way you're going to be able to eyeball it.
I like this guy. He makes our points for us, so you can't see it right.
10 things.
So perspective.
Over Earth.
You're just theorizing.
Why would I see an airplane?
You wouldn't. Earth isn't spinning. That's right. Thank you.
Yeah. They always go straight from one point to another.
Earth
That's why all the
actually
airplane
happens to
paths-
be spinning, but okay.
Even the maps that show us the airplane paths assume a stationary Earth. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to draw the paths of the airplane.
No, that's not true. So what would be different?
If you have a projectile going in a straight line and we are rotating underneath it, right, there's no way that that projectile is going to stay in the air long enough and travel far enough for us to see any sort of deviation with the eye,
So how do you
right?
know
That deviation, hold on, let me finish. That deviation is so small, right? That deviation is so small, there is no way you're ever going to be able to eyeball it, right? Because the Earth spins so slowly, the deviation is going to be so small,
slowly.
you can't
It
see
doesn't
it.
spin slowly.
Guys,
Not
we gotta
slowly.
let people finish.
So you can't
guys,
prove it.
Gotta let him finish, though. I know. Guys, come on.
Doesn't spin slowly. You need to get that out of your head.
When it comes to the deviation, it doesn't have to do with the fact that you're traveling at 1,000 miles per hour. It's the fact that you're going from, let's say we're shooting from the equator with a sniper rifle. You're going from an area of 1,000 miles per hour to an area of 950 miles per hour. Let's say, even though that's not a large distance. Even though so that's over a large distance. Now, what his point is, I believe what he's saying is, you're not while you're shooting that sniper rifle shot, you're not going to see the shot in midair deviating. But what you're going to see is that the target you're hitting is been deviated from a straight path. That's what you do see, the effect of it.
Right, just like a runway that you're trying to land on, you'd have to time it so that you land on the runway before it's in front of you, which never happens.
What? No, when you're flying an
because
airplane,
the Earth is rotating, and you'd be trying. If you went in a straight line and you didn't match the tangential speed, you'd have to accelerate sideways as you land.
Yeah, but what is the oh god. So you have to what do airplanes when they navigate? Are the navigation fixes on the Earth? Are they fixed to the Earth?
Yeah, that's the way that you can make it work, because the Earth doesn't move, and they can just say that they're going in a straight path from over the Earth. But when you talk about it moving, then you have to say that it's curved but not curved. That's where all that double talk comes in.
No,
I think
not.
I think we need to clarify if we're talking about flat Earth planes or globe Earth planes, because flat Earth planes apparently are comparable to bullets, and they don't have any kind of way to.
It can fly a straight path, just like it could fly a straight path, just like a bullet does.
So it's a bullet.
Oh, it could act like a bullet. It could go in a straight line. Yeah, if it wanted to.
If the Earth is rotating and I take off in an airplane from, let's say, Helsinki, and I fly to New York, if I use the ground and the fixed navigation aids that are fixed to the ground and I navigate it, what would be different if the Earth was rotating or not?
Hold on, wait, say that again. I was typing something. Go ahead.
If I fly, if I take a flight from point A to point B and I use the fixed navigational aids that we have, like beacons, radio beacons and shit, I use those to navigate, and I fly from point A to point B. Let's say Los Angeles to New York. What would be different if the Earth is rotating versus the Earth isn't rotating? What would be different?
If that ground beacon is moving east to west, then you would have to adjust your flight east to west to fly over that beacon. What's so hard about that? If you're flying from a pole, yeah, who knows? You come up with that. You're talking about it's just the wind. It's not. It's the ground moving underneath you. if you're going to debate, if you don't mind, if you're flying from the pole towards the equator and the point at the equator you're trying to reach is directly in front of you in a straight line, but you lift off the ground, right? And you're in the air flying for 10 hours, then it's 10 hours times whatever the speed would be, that collective speed that is on your model. And at the equator, that's 1,000 miles an hour. Your point of reference that you're flying to would be 10,000 to the east or west or whichever way your model goes. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
You would have to
so
adjust.
Are you done? No?
Well, I'll just conclude. You would have to adjust for that miles that it's moved out from your straight path. It's moving underneath you.
Yeah, okay, I agree. So how much would I need to be accelerating sideways in order for me to get to, let's say, Guito from North Pole?
You tell me, it's your screwed up model. You'd have to calculate all the different miles per hour that the ground underneath you is moving. As you travel above X, that X that's right there is going to be in a different spot an hour later.
Sure, let's say that the flight time is 15 hours. So I start from the North Pole where I have 0 tangential velocity, and then I end up at Guido, which has 1,036 miles per hour. So I have to accelerate sideways from 0 to 1,000 miles per hour in 15 hours of time. That's the acceleration that I have to have.
10-hour flight, if you're heading towards the equator, that's 10,000 miles difference that point that you're flying to would be.
Sure. So I have to accelerate sideways at the 2,000 miles per hour sideways speed, sort of, in for 15 hours or 20 hours.
Think about the direction you would have to fly in to meet your destination that's 10,000 miles away from its original starting point when you take off.
Sure, that's
you
why
can
we
do all
use
the
the
mental
ground.
gymnastics you want, but that, sir, is craziness.
Yeah, but we're flying on, we use navigational aids that are on the surface of the Earth. We don't just pick one location and then just fire a bullet towards it. That's not how airplanes work.
Yes, because the ground underneath the airplane, when it's flying in the air over a plane, that point isn't moving. You don't have to adjust. You can calculate it if it was moving if you want, but I don't want to because guess what? It's not moving. I don't have to adjust a 10-hour flight headed towards the equator 10,000 miles off in one direction. You know why? Because I can fly in a straight line, adjust for winds, follow the ground points on the ground because the ground isn't moving there. Thank you.
That's what we do. That's what we do on the globe. We follow the ground points, and those ground points are moving, but it doesn't matter because we're just following.
No,
those.
they're not. You can follow them because they're not moving.
No, but it's just like walking on an airplane.
Oh, here we go. We've already went through there.
No, but it's the same thing. I can follow.
Not really.
Bottom. Yeah, it is. I can follow the floor of an airplane and walk to the toilet. There's no problem, even though the airplane is moving. It's no problem.
It is actually impossible on the flat Earth to follow a moving object. A dog runs away from you, you cannot catch it because the dog is moving.
What?
Mockers and scoffers.
If you're doing science on a
I
drawing,
mock and
it runs
scoff
off.
because there's something to mock and scoff.
You haven't completed your science because you can't touch it any longer.
Stop making silly statements, and I won't mock and scoff.
This is like saying that if I take a boat from New York to UK and there's ocean currents like the Gulf Stream and others, that I can't pick a straight line because the water is moving. It's impossible for me to travel on a straight line. But I can, so it's a weird point.
Yeah, but you would have to adjust so much, like in a river, like when the current is flowing against you or to the side of you, you have to adjust. And you don't adjust like that. Yeah, you don't adjust that much. No. You try and reduce it down into fractions of millimeters per second, but it's not 10,000 miles. No.
No.
It is. It's a parlor trick.
No. It is the acceleration that you have to gain is roughly 1,000 miles per hour in, I don't know, 15 to 20 hours. I mean, no one's done the flight, obviously, but still, yeah, it's nothing.
Say it one more time, maybe it'll become true and people can not see that the ground would have to be moving underneath them. 10,000 miles in a 10-hour flight. Yeah,
Oh,
good luck with that.
that makes no sense.
Yeah, I know it
Because you're
doesn't make
following.
sense.
No,
because the
yeah,
Earth
because you're
isn't moving.
following the ground. Yeah, you're following the ground. You're not
You're still
flying
taking off
on
from
a
point
straight
A, going,
path.
trying to reach point B, and that point B would be 10,000 miles off in another direction if you're flying north to south
In
towards the
relation to
equator.
what? In relation to what? To
Whatever.
itself?
Point A to
Oh,
point
whatever.
B. Yeah, keep laughing because
Yeah.
you're making our point for us. You don't have to
No, I'm
adjust.
not.
Thank you. No plane. You never see it. You never
so
feel it. You
10,000
don't adjust for it. You just follow the ground path, which isn't moving. Yeah, thank you. You're
Yeah, you
exactly
follow the
right.
ground path that is moving. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's like an airplane flow.
No,
But
that
to
it
say that it's
isn't moving.
10,000.
Why did you twist my words?
No, it is the same, so it's no point. It's like I can, if there's a merry-go-round that is swinging 15 degrees per hour, I can just keep walking on the ground path on a straight line, and I get to where I'm pointing when I started. No problem. I just follow the ground path. And that's what you do with an airplane.
Man, do you think there's a fundamental misunderstanding in the flat Earth, sort of as even as an idea?
Yeah.
I think the flat earthers, they misunderstand the globe, yeah.
It's way past fundamental. It's like supernatural misunderstanding.
Could be intentional.
Supernatural, dishonest misunderstanding.
Well, if it could be intentional by us, it could be intentional by y'all, right? I mean,
It can be.
Yeah.
Or you could be just so brainwashed in all the years, just like I was, of being trained by this and not really
You're
thinking about it
brainwashed.
logically, that you would repeat it.
No, you're
But we can
brainwashed.
test things. That's the we can test these things. Like you measure the rotation of the Earth usually. I mean,
Oh yeah, by looking at the stars, right?
no, you can measure it with a gyro. It's 15 degrees per
Oh,
hour.
the gyro, yeah, the gyro, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Gyro weight
Yeah, I mean,
weight
That would be
station.
nice. It'd be nice if somebody besides Bob did that for you, right?
Well, yeah, they people do it. Use the if they have the IRS.
Yeah, there's something that's causing some kind of a reaction, but it's not the Earth rotating. It's not.
Well, it is
How
because
do
you
you
can manipulate. You can
It's
move
not
the
because-
gyro and see that it picks up the rotation.
Are you saying it's not because you don't want it to, or do you have an actual
No.
reason?
There's lots of reasons that the gyro doesn't work. Gyroscope doesn't work in general because it would hold its rigidity, and it would change if you went on an airplane and had a gyroscope that it shows that it's level the whole time. It doesn't work, you guys. It would change.
Is that a fiber object one?
So are you saying that airplanes don't use gyros because they don't work in airplanes?
No, because they're flying over a flat Earth is the only reason they do work.
But they use gyros in airplanes.
Yeah,
So
and it's a flat Earth, and it's a flat Earth. That's the only reason that it works.
But they use
If it
the
was
gyro.
curving, the gyro would act completely differently.
But they
it's not
use the
flat,
gyros.
it's definitely
They use the rotation of the Earth when they use the gyros to know the airplane's orientation and
Right.
the latitude.
Over a
and
level
location.
surface. Over a level
No,
surface.
over a rotating surface.
Oh, so the plane accelerates 15 degrees as well an hour
No, it
sideways?
picks up
Is that
the
what you're saying?
rotation. No,
How
it
does
picks up
how does the plane
rotation.
it picks it up. What do you mean by picks it up?
Yes, we're using
What do you mean
a fiber optic gyro.
What's the force? No, what's the force causing the plane to move sideways at 15 degrees an hour?
What? It doesn't matter. It's the Earth
It
rotating.
moves with
There's
the
no
Earth.
force.
It moves with the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would have to be going sideways at 15 degrees an hour. Have to be accelerating
Sure.
sideways 15 degrees an hour. What is the force
No,
that causes
it doesn't.
it to do
It's
that?
not accelerating at 15 degrees
What
per hour.
force causes it? What force causes it to? Well, if it was moving from one tangential speed to another, it would have to pick up that speed as it moves into a new
Sure.
tangential speed.
But
right?
I'm not
So
talking
what
about
is
a
it?
moving.
What is it
airplane. I'm
that's
talking about a
causing that?
stationary
What is
airplane.
it that's causing the airplane to move sideways with the Earth?
What?
What's the force?
The Earth. There is. What do you mean a force?
The atmosphere moves with the Earth, right? But not in lockstep.
Sure. Roughly.
Right?
Yeah. Roughly. Yeah.
Roughly, right? So automatically, if the plane's in the atmosphere and in the air and it's moving with the atmosphere, right? then it would automatically not be in sync with the Earth, and we would see Earth rotating a little bit differently underneath us to begin with. And then if it moves into a different tangential speed with a different conserved speed that it started at, it would have to accelerate sideways to match the new tangential speed, or slow down to match the tangential speed if it was going the opposite direction. What's the force that's causing the plane to accelerate sideways?
The wind, the air.
Oh, the wind. Okay, so the wind moves all in one direction to make the plane perfectly in tangential lock? Oh, so the wind's move in all directions. Well, what's the wind moving it to accelerate to match the tangential speed? You have to have one constant wind. You have to have one constant wind.
This is like having wind inside an airplane. I mean, you can have both. You can have the air moving with the airplane and still have wind inside an airplane. So it's like, I don't know.
Oh, so you're saying the wind inside the airplane? You're saying the wind inside the airplane is what's causing is the wind that moves in all directions, and not the wind outside the airplane?
No, I'm saying
the wind outside the airplane moves in all directions. No.
Sure. Yes.
Right. So what's causing it to accelerate to match the tangential speed?
It's also moving with the airplane, right?
Well, you're saying that it's constantly pushing the airplane sideways to match the new tangential speed, so it could see nothing but a stationary Earth as it travels north to south.
Sure. Just like if you have a globe with zero wind, let's say that there's a hypothetical globe for you, but there's a day that there's no wind, and the airplane flies from North Pole to the equator. The air would be stationary in relation to the surface of the Earth, right?
Well, that's the thing. If it flew in a straight line and didn't deviate from that straight line, would the Earth move underneath?
No, because it uses the atmosphere to move. So when the airplane moves south, the atmosphere pushes.
So it wouldn't be a straight line.
Pushing.
So it wouldn't be a straight line.
It would be a straight line in relation to the surface of the Earth. But if you're watching from the space and you see the Earth rotating, then the airplane would have a curved path.
Right, exactly. But if it had like say a pencil that we're able to extend down to the ground, and it made a mark on the ground, what would that mark look like?
Mark, if on the ground, it would be a straight line on the surface of the Earth.
Oh, but the thing is that if you were to move, okay, this is a better example. Now, if I roll the ball across a merry-go-round, right, and I'm on one side and you're on the other, right, and I roll that ball across to you, and the ball has paint on it, right? Now, on the surface of the rotating merry-go-round, it's going to be a curved path because the ball moved over a rotating surface. But the actuality is the ball went straight. That's the difference.
So the reason it won't move straight is because friction, and that's the same reason why the airplane doesn't do it, because air drag.
No, it's because
it's equivalent.
Friction is involved, but the reason that it has a curved path that we leave with the paint on the surface of the merry-go-round is because the ball went straight, but because the merry-go-round is moving, it made a curved path on the merry-go-round, even though the ball went straight.
As the ball is rolling, it'll get some extra angular momentum because it's rolling and there's friction.
Yeah, I know that.
So it'll end up with an angular velocity higher than it started with. And so even though I agree with you, the reason it's curved is because the thing is rotating underneath it, but it is also less curved than if there was no friction, and also not straight because there is strict friction. It's a bit of an in-between. It's not like yes or no or like a one or the other. It's a little bit in between both.
Right. Yeah. Regardless of that, the point is that if you're drawing a path that in the same way, if you drew a path on the ground that the plane would have to take, if it had a pencil that extended down, you're saying it's a straight line, but it doesn't work the same. It should work the same, because if it goes in a straight line and doesn't deviate from that straight line, then the Earth moves below it, just like a projectile. Just like if you shot a bullet, you could mimic that and just go straight with an airplane and show that the Earth moves west to east underneath it. That's all my point is.
Yeah, but for example, with the merry-go-round example with the ball, if we say that this instead of a ball, it's a wheel, So sideways, it has a lot of friction, but it's good at rolling forward. Because there's so much sideways friction, the merry-go-round would actually accelerate tangentially the wheel by a lot. And if it has enough friction, then you could actually get a straight on the merry-go-round path. So the paint it paints on the merry-go-round is straight, and that's
And how
only
does the
because
wheel
of
compare to
friction.
the airplane?
The
How does the
wheel
wheel
compares
compare to
to
the
the airplane because you're traveling in one direction with the wings and lift, and then from the side you'll have the wind accelerating you. But on top of that, you also sometimes
Wait, the wind?
angle your airplane.
How do you know which way the wind's going? The wind goes in all directions.
So local, I mean, you have to think, in my opinion, you have to think about the difference between a local wind and the wind pattern on a bigger scale, on a macro or a micro scale.
So that's
on
what
a
I'm saying. So there's
yeah,
a constant wind, and then there's wind that goes in all directions, right?
yeah. And so
Right. So then this constant wind must be stronger than the other winds that go in all directions, because otherwise, if the wind was it was pushing the plane in the opposite direction from the way it needed to go, then that constant wind that you're talking about would have to override it, and we would detect it. But we don't detect Coriolis winds. We don't use Coriolis when we fly airplanes. They don't train pilots how to account for Coriolis. They don't have detectors on the airplanes that know how to read what that Coriolis turn would require, and it would have to correct. It would have to correct due to a sensor that would tell it that it needs to correct for Coriolis. But there are no sensors that say that.
So when you're flying, and let's say all of a sudden you get a really strong, like 20 meters per second wind from the side. Now that's a local wind. When you have that, because you can see you're deviating from your path, you will direct your course. You will change course so that you are heading a bit into the wind in order to adjust for that fact. Now, when it comes to Coriolis, now that's a large on a larger scale, on the larger average time, then that will help you a bit. But anytime you correct for local winds, you are correcting for any wind, including Coriolis.
So see, that's the problem. You guys want to make it a larger scale wind that moves the plane, right? That has nothing to do with the local winds that it has to account for, but it's a larger wind that causes the plane to move sideways along with the rotation of the Earth. And at the same time, it's just, you don't have to worry about it because it just mixes in with the local winds.
Yeah, how would you know the difference? How would you differentiate between the two?
Yeah.
Or is it just a cool story, like a theory?
Exactly.
So the way you differentiate between the two is by noticing that on average, how much do you have to adjust? Because the thing is, because it's a small thing, you have to look about on averages. And if you look at the entire average of your adjustments, they're going to be higher than just the local winds.
That's a cool story, man. No one's ever done that.
Wait, so you're saying they can detect these winds that are higher than local winds?
No, I'm saying that if you look at the average flight corrections compared to the local wind speeds, the flight corrections are higher than what would be required for just the local wind.
Right. So that would require a larger force than the local winds are creating to make it follow that path.
That's not how you would differentiate anyway. How would they know they're just not correcting for a wind?
Right. That's how they mix it in. They say the winds are stronger.
Port side. Yeah.
So
the wind was out of my port side the whole time, so I had to adjust towards the starboard. Well, that's an
and then again, they minimalize the amount of wind it would be because they're still using that 15 degrees an hour, which makes it seem like it wouldn't be much of a thing. But it's actually still 1,000 mile per hour wind if you're no longer attached to the Earth.
You just take your references, your measurements from the Ataru and like the ADIRs and reference it against something that wasn't moving at those locations at the time. Then you can get what the winds were and you can do the difference.
Yeah, that would be nice if they actually did that and actually calculated it and actually used it to their advantage, because
any commercial pilot can do that.
No commercial pilot keeps up with the differential.
Because they're not interested.
Where they're adjusting for. They're not, so you're saying they could do it, but they haven't. because
Kurt's
they're
not
not
interested.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
haven't
okay.
met any
Cool story,
commercial
man. You still
pilot
have
who
it.
does this.
Yeah, you have a commercial pilot that does this. How would he
No, I said
differentiate?
I haven't met any commercial pilot who
Yeah,
cares about this.
they
Why
won't.
would they?
They don't
They
care
know
because they
what their
don't have to do
systems
it.
do,
They don't
man.
have because the Earth isn't rotating, man. They're flying over. They know in an airplane, they're flying in the air over a plane, and they don't have to adjust for anything but wind, right?
What do you
That's
mean?
all we.
They're in an airplane, man. They're
Okay,
steering across a ground path.
yeah, that's not moving underneath them.
That
Yes,
is
I
the
agree.
correction. That's the correction. If
That
they
is
were
not
just drifting and not steering the plane, it would deviate.
What are you
If they were
talking about?
steering,
We're on
if they steered the
autopilot.
plane in a straight line, you would see the
Let me tell you
movement
what I
of the
did
ground
Friday.
below.
Okay? When I got up to 6,000 feet Friday, or actually before then, as I was in my climb, I hit two buttons that's in the center of my dash at the top, right below a little tiger stuffed animal, and it's called autopilot. It never moved.
Yeah, the autopilot can steer the plane, and the pilots can
It
steer the
just
plane
keeps
if
you on
they
a
want.
heading, point A to point B. It doesn't adjust for anything else.
It's steering the plane, Rakia. It's keeping the
Keeping you
plane
on a
on
heading.
the path that
A
you
straight
chose.
line path. That's not the ground. If the ground was moving underneath,
But I don't know
flying
how.
north to south at 1,000 miles an hour,
Not
you would have to adjust drastically. If you were going over a ball, either way, in any direction, you would have to adjust. Just in my 200-mile flight, there's a lot of drop that takes place in that.
That doesn't make any sense, man.
I
You're
know
in
it
a
doesn't make any
plane.
sense. Your model is crap because
That's not
pilots
what the
don't
model
adjust.
says.
You
That's
can't
not what the
differentiate.
globe says.
Sure it
You're
is.
in a plane. You have an engine and you're steering the plane on a ground path. That is the correction. You're not a ballistic missile that can't steer and has no thrust.
I agree. We're
No,
adjusting
but you
for the
can
wind
steer
that's
the
pushing it.
plane in a straight line is the point.
If the wind is coming out of my nose, right? It's a headwind. I don't have to adjust left or right there, genius. There's no adjustment because the Earth isn't moving. It's only the wind that's pushing your plane. So if you have a tailwind, you go faster. If you have a headwind, you go slower. You don't arrive at your destination flying east or west faster or slower due to Earth rotation, only because of wind. You don't deviate north and south because of Coriolis. Only the wind pushes you. Same thing in a boat. The wind and the current is the two things that affect you, not Earth, the water moving underneath you because of Earth spin. I don't know how else to say it. Y'all need to wake up, man. It is over. You're right
over
that
based
pilots
on
don't
what?
do this. It's only in
He's just declaring victory, and like
no.
this
I'm
isn't
telling
that
you.
hard to understand.
You're
It
telling it's
shocks
not
me.
your story isn't hard to understand. We know your story. We get
You
that
clearly
would
don't.
right? It just doesn't. When you go, pilots would have to adjust, but I've never met a pilot that's ever adjusted.
I never
That's
said they have
moronic.
to adjust.
You just told me you're adjusting the whole time you're
Steering
flying.
the plane is the adjustment. There doesn't need
Right.
any conscious adjustment need to be
So
made.
what pilot have you ever met steering the plane adjust for Coriolis?
That is the adjustment, Rocky.
Which one adjusted for Coriolis?
It
The
doesn't work
ground
that way.
path is the adjustment.
The one that
That'd be
As a
nice to
the one
work that
that's
pilot,
way.
flying into a
How can you
headwind
not
that is not being
understand that?
moved left or right, but the Earth is spinning underneath them left or right, so they'd have to adjust. And they don't have to adjust at all. They never adjust because they're flying into a headwind. Is that Coriolis?
no. So Rakia,
Yeah,
when you
so
do an
no.
when you do an adjustment,
Due
you
to
look
wind.
at when you do an adjustment, you don't go, oh, how much am I off? And because you don't go, why am I going off course? Is it because of the wind? Is it because of Coriolis? Is it because of birds hitting my plane? Is it because of freaking I accidentally steered a bit? You don't care about that. All you see is I'm
You're
off
speaking as
course.
a pilot,
I'm
right?
off.
Because I care.
I'm off course, and so
That's
I need
wrong.
to correct.
That's wrong. I care about everything. I care about every tall building, every tall bridge, every tall radio tower, I care about what the ground is underneath me if I'm flying near mountains or if it's curving away from me. I care which way the wind is coming. I care about my fuel. I care about every little detail. And you're telling me pilots don't do this?
I'm not saying.
I don't think
I'm
you've
not
ever.
saying.
I think you just have a cool story, and
So,
you're fighting
Rakia,
for a model. You've never flown yourself. You've never talked to pilots. I can tell. You're just spouting off a story. Why? Why are you talking about something you've never done and that you don't fully understand?
I never said, or if I did say, I misspoke. I'm not saying that they don't care about any of these things. I'm saying they don't differentiate between the different effects that make their plane go off course. They simply correct their course.
No,
Whatever,
they correct their course due to wind because they know that's what's affecting their plane. They've never been taught Coriolis. No, you ask any pilot what Coriolis is. Go ahead. Let's phone 10 of them up right now. None of them will have ever heard of it.
Bacon, I think we need to go back to the question of what's the difference between these local winds and the greater wind that causes the plane to move sideways.
Yeah, he can't differentiate between the two. They're just winds. He knows it.
But he has to believe they're both there.
So the difference is that if there was no wind, then the only thing that would make you get your tangential velocity would be those greater winds. But because
wait, hold on. You just said no wind.
There was no wind.
But greater winds. So how do you have greater winds but no wind at the same time?
So the thing that we're saying greater winds,
yeah, we know you're equating that to the Earth's rotation, the atmosphere. Yeah, we get it. You just don't want to say it because you're embarrassed.
Yes, let's make sure that Kamiper doesn't get to speak.
He's speaking a lot. He's saying greater winds, and he doesn't.
I want to hear him try to. I want to hear him try to differentiate it. He doesn't have a good answer, so we might as well just let him talk.
So when I say greater winds, I mean the macro scale winds that you see in an airplane because of your tangential velocity. The ones that you can describe as Coriolis winds.
What do we see?
So they have a macro scale Coriolis wind detector on this plane?
No, you don't need to detect the exact cause of a wind to correct for the wind.
Well,
you gave now the wind.
See what you're doing? That's where you guys get stuck in the contradiction because you would know the difference.
I don't even think he knows he's contradicting himself.
Why would we know the difference?
It would have to be because the greater winds would have to be stronger than the local winds to override the local winds.
No, they go together. It's a combination.
You wish.
Right, you can't differentiate. It's just a story.
How do you know they would be greater?
How does it mix? Right, because you couldn't differentiate. Wind is wind, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So
You're
that's how you get away with it. No, I am making your point for you. If it was a globe, it would have to work that way. But when you put it in literal terms, it doesn't work that way.
Because if I ask you, this wind that's right here, is that happening because of a low pressure to a high pressure zone? Is it happening because someone put a big fan? Let me finish. A big fan over yonder? Is it happening because of Coriolis? Is it happening because someone moved a really big truck and it made a air draft? Now, if you just measure wind speeds, how the heck would you know the difference between these two?
Because you know what causes wind, high and low pressure. You answered it. I answered every question you said. No pilot adjusts for a truck moving underneath them and creating a draft. They only adjust for wind, high and low pressure. You're answering your own questions, and you don't even realize it. They don't adjust for trucks moving. Hang on. They don't adjust for trucks moving underneath them or Coriolis or the Earth moving underneath them because it doesn't happen. It doesn't affect their plane. If it did, you better be damn well sure those pilots would know about it. They would train for it.
So my point isn't that trucks affect airplanes. My point is that when you have wind coming towards you, whether it's caused by something as innocuous as a truck doesn't change anything about the fact that wind is coming towards you.
But we know what wind is caused by.
Yeah, but the cause of the wind. But now you're affirming the consequence. You just
No, I'm not. I'm telling you what we train on. The little training I've had and the little the little flying that I've done I've never flown solo, but I fly with pilots, my brother and other people. We don't adjust for anything but the wind caused by the high and low pressure. That's what we have to study is the weather. We look at the weather before we go flying. We look at the high and low pressure, which way they're coming from. So we'll know if we're going to have a tailwind or a headwind because we have to adjust our fuel for that. We want to. So that's what I'm telling you what pilots do. You're telling me a story about what they would have to do if we were on a rotating Earth and the air is moving that, what do you call it? The
greater winds. The
greater winds that are so minuscule that you don't really have to, you never experience them.
Yeah,
and you don't
here's another direct contradiction. Greater but unnoticeable.
So when I say the word greater, and this might be the misuse of the word, I mean that the scale is greater, not that the wind speeds are greater. So you need to look at it as a macro.
That's okay.
I can call it a macro wind if that.
Fair enough. It would have to be the scale, right? And the scale would have to be that if there was winds moving in the opposite direction of that correction that the plane automatically takes without thinking about it, then it would have to be stronger than those winds to make the plane move in that direction. And you'd have to be able to differentiate it, because if there was no winds, let's say, then you're saying that the plane would never have to worry about any corrections whatsoever. It would just move along because the greater wind would move it without it even noticing.
So the effect of how this actually would look like on an airplane would be, okay, you see, like Rakia is saying, you see, okay, we have a high pressure and a low pressure zone. Now you'll have air moving between these two at a certain speed, let's say 25 meters per second, measurable from a fixed position on the ground. But when you're flying through that, you might measure 24.9.
Dude, you just spouting off stuff now. Let me go through a scenario with you, if you don't mind.
Can I just finish my thought and then we will?
Numbers though.
No, I'm
none
not.
of it makes sense.
No, I'm not.
I'm going to give you a very good thought process, and you're smart enough to figure it out. If you take off with the air, you agree that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth? So the Earth is moving east to west, right? And the air is moving east to west with the Earth?
On a macro scale, yes.
But it's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, isn't it? That air?
On a macro scale, sure.
Okay, so if you're flying with that 1,000 mile an hour wind, right? You take off, you obtain that 1,000 miles an hour. I get it. So you're going 500 miles an hour faster than that. So your ground speed is 500 miles an hour, correct?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it take more energy to go 500 miles an hour against the 1,000 mile an hour wind of the Earth rotating?
You mean compared to 500 miles faster?
Yeah. Same.
No.
Why not? You're going against something, the current.
Yeah,
because
you'd have to have more jet power. You'd have to have more
fuel,
thrust,
more thrust.
More thrust. Yeah.
No, because you're not going against the 1,000 miles per hour.
Bullshit.
You were traveling westward, you would.
Bullshit. You'd most definitely be going against it.
If I get to finish my sentence, I could say in what manner you don't go against it. You don't go against or with the 1,000 miles an hour in that sense. What you do is you differentiate from the 1,000 miles per hour.
You're still going against the flow.
A differential in speed uses the same amount of energy, whether it's a plus or a minus sign in front.
No, that's not true. If you're going against a current or with a current, you have to use less energy or more energy. 100%.
If you start at the same speed as the current, it takes the same amount of energy to go 500 miles against it versus 500 miles faster than it.
But that's not how a current works, though. If you start with going against the current, you've already had to exert more energy just to stay still. So in the air, just to fight against that 1,000 mile an hour wind, you would have to be exerting more energy than you would have to go 500 miles an hour in the other direction. Not to mention your location would get to you quicker.
That's just not how this works. I don't know how we can get past this misconception.
Well, if it took off and flew at the equator 500 miles per hour in west, then from space, since it's moving 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, you're saying that the plane would still be in the atmosphere of the Earth, and so from space it would look like it's going 500 miles per hour backward.
Yes.
You could tell it. You could tell it with RPM too. If you fly at the equator against the whatever you call it, those winds that are created by the Earth's rotation, and then you went up towards the poles where it didn't spin as fast, and you wasn't fighting against that wind current, then your RPMs, your everything would be less. Everything. You would know it.
They're taking the concept of relativity and then trying to make it an actuality, and
it is so ridiculous. I mean, this is not even funny anymore. And to tell me that your location wouldn't get to you quicker if you're flying, if your location is moving towards you, and you go up in the air and fly towards it, to tell me it wouldn't get to me quicker is just a mind trick.
Because the reason it doesn't come to you quicker is because no matter which direction you go, your relative speed to the surface is 500 miles per hour. So it will reach you at 500 miles per hour.
Yeah, but still, you just said that the plane would look like it's going 500 miles per hour backward. But really, the Earth is moving. Right, relative, I know. But if the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles per hour in that direction, that's the reason it looks like it's going 500 miles per hour backward, right?
Yeah.
So you would have the Earth's atmosphere flying by it at 500 miles per hour.
Yeah.
It's wrong anyway.
It wouldn't take any more thrust to fly into that atmosphere.
Of course it would. He already agreed that they're winds, so of course it would take thrust to fly into it. And if you just lift off the ground and you conserve the momentum going east to west, I'm fine with that. Okay,
West
that makes a little sense. Anyway,
West to east.
whatever way. But to go the opposite way, you would have to exert more energy.
Yeah.
Just to stay in one spot.
If the atmosphere actually acted like a greater wind, like you're saying, then that would be true.
Yeah,
there's no way around that. No way around that.
I'm not so
Fluid
sure
dynamics tells you that, and the air is fluid, right?
Yeah, speaking of fluid dynamics, I'm not so sure that staying in one spot actually would require you to spend more energy. Let's say you're in a stream, and you have a boat, and then let's say you put a marker on the waves, and then you're like going with the current, you're going at the same speed as the current. Now you're saying essentially that in order to stay in that place with the current, you're going to expend, like in relation to the water, you're going to have to expend energy to stay in one place.
Yeah,
to the water.
You would have to row backwards. You would have to row backwards just to stay in that one spot. If you're being carried by the current to stop your momentum, you would have to exert a great amount, depending on the amount of current. You would have to exert a great amount of thrust or pressure.
Hold on. We're talking about in relation to the water.
No, that's
in relation to the water. Yes. So in relation to the water, let's say I'm on a boat and I throw a ball right next to me. The ball isn't apparently like it's obvious. The ball isn't using any energy to stay where it's at. Now, if I'm on a boat and both the boat and me are moving downstream, I don't need to spend any energy to stay where the ball
Never
is
said
at.
you did. It's easier that way, right?
Yes, that's comparable that's comparable to our case.
Now turn around and go the opposite direction and see how tired you get very quickly. More energy.
Is it comparable to our case?
Yes, the air is moving in one direction.
No, it's not.
If
No,
the
it's
air
not.
is moving, it would
No,
be
it's not. And
comparable
here's why.
There is comparison. The air, if
Here's
the
why-
air is stuck
here's
to your
why-
rotating Earth, it's
Hold
moving
on,
in a direction.
Hold on. Here's why it's not comparable. In this case, like we have to actually imagine a case where the stream is moving, the boat is moving, and then the ground is also moving, because in our case, the ground is moving and the air is moving. So we're talking about the hypothetical scenario where you're in the river, and then the river is moving at the same speed as the shoreline.
No,
So would you need to, in that case, in that hypothetical case, would you need to spend energy to stay in one place?
Dude, we're equating the river to the airflow up in the atmosphere. If you're gonna tell me, well, calm down. If you're gonna tell me
calm.
that, Jesus, man.
Calm
If you're
down,
gonna,
Rocky.
yeah, he's doing it on purpose now. So if you're gonna tell me that the fluid, the air, is moving above the Earth at the same speed as the Earth, once you get up into that air above the Earth, that's fine. You're going in that speed, in that direction. But if you turn around and go in the opposite direction against the flow that you were going in, it takes more energy.
But is the ground moving at the same speed as
You
the
say
air?
it is.
Thank you. So I rest my case. We need a hypothetical. Hold on. We need a hypothetical scenario then where the stream, the river is moving at the same. Hold on. I'm still talking. So we need a hypothetical scenario where the river is moving at the same speed as the ground. Yes.
You can do that. You would still
only then is it comparable.
If you're in the river, jackass, no matter what's moving,
yes.
You would have to
that was a name calling.
You would have to spend more energy to go in the opposite direction.
How
no
do you
matter
know
if everything's moving or not.
Okay,
whatever you're in that's moving, if you're going with the current, you would have to spend less energy than if you were going against the current.
So here's a question. What do we call a stream that is not moving? We would call that a lake, right? A lake,
static
right?
canal,
or a canal. Yeah. So you're saying in a static canal, to stay in one place, I need to expend energy.
Nope. You can just sit there.
There you go. You made my point for me.
No, that's not what we're talking about. You're saying that the air is moving. It's not static. It's flowing in a direction, west to east, or whatever the hell y'all say. So if you go in the opposite...
In comparison to the ground, the air is not moving. And in comparison to the...
Does anybody else want to talk?
Yes, in comparison, these cases are comparable because
no,
in comparison to the... Hold on, Rakia, you're interrupting. So in comparison to the air, the ground is not moving in one case, and then on the river case, or the canal case, in comparison to the shoreline, the water is not moving. So the cases are comparable. You want to make a comparison that is not actually comparable, Rakia, in order to make your point.
Okay, let me say it one more time. In your model, the ground and the air are moving in a certain direction. It doesn't matter which one you're on. If you go to move in the opposite direction of the energy that you're being conserved in, which is whatever way that is, if you turn around and go in the opposite direction, it doesn't matter if you're on the ground or in the air, you're going to have to exert more energy.
Okay, thank you. I now have a perfect scenario. So let's say you're in an airplane and the airplane is moving, but inside that airplane you have a canal of water that's completely still, and in that canal of water you have a boat. Now you're saying that because the airplane is moving in that canal of water, completely still water, you're going to have to expend more energy to go in one direction rather than the other.
The water is not still, it's moving.
You're telling me the air is moving.
With the
You're
airplane.
telling me the atmosphere is moving.
So you're saying that because the water is moving with the airplane, you are going to have to expend more energy in one direction, right?
I'm telling you, if the airplane is in that air that's moving, the airplane has to.
Down, Estrella.
The airplane has to. The airplane has to exert more energy to go one direction.
We're not talking about the airplane where...
Yeah, you cut me off again.
We're actually talking about the boat. So would the boat...
there, buddy? He cut me off again, right in the middle. I mean,
Hold on.
right in the middle. Again.
Hey,
you cut me off as well.
There's
someone here that doesn't talk all the time. She's down the bottom. She's trying to say something.
Well, let him just
Estrella?
finish his point. Let Rakio finish his point.
I'll be quick and then I'll go on mute because they're just here to argue. I mean, obviously, I think the audience can hear what we're saying. If you're in a fluid or on a surface that's moving, it takes more energy to go in the opposite direction of that flow. No matter what you say, no matter what you're in, it doesn't matter. It takes more energy. Thanks.
How about the airplane scenario?
Yes, the airplane that's flying in that atmosphere that's flowing in one direction would have to exert more energy going in the opposite direction. Yes, thank you. More thrust. It
How about the
doesn't.
boat? How about the boat inside that airplane in the canal where the water is not moving?
How about the mind trickery that you're trying to go to when it's so simple? If you put a boat in a current of fluid, such as a river that's flowing down, right, and you go with that river flow, it's easy. But when you turn around and try and go the opposite direction, it's harder. If you can't agree with that, and you don't agree that you agree that the air in our atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then I can't help you. I think other people hear it.
I actually do agree with that, but I already demonstrated why those cases are not comparable, and you have no counter argument to that.
Well, you didn't do it. That's why I didn't counter argue.
I actually did do it, and you didn't have any counter argument.
I don't think you did.
I think Estrella was trying to get in. Want to get into
Yep.
Hi. I typed it. It was just saying, like, it kind of reminds me when you would be in a swimming pool and then you're trying to make a whirlpool. You know, you're walking or swimming in one direction and then you go to turn around and go the other way. It's very difficult. So it kind of reminds me of.
Exactly. Well said.
It would be a tailwind and a headwind, depending if you were flying east or west. If the wind is flowing with the Earth, when you take off with that, it would be like a tailwind. It would be easy to fly. But once you turned around, it would be like a headwind. You would know it. 100% you would know it. They're even equating it to be a wind. So you can't tell me that wind coming into your head wouldn't slow you down and a wind behind your tail wouldn't speed you up. Plus the fact that if the land is moving underneath you, if you're going to say the air isn't moving at the same speed, then the land would get to you quicker or not as fast. You can't have it both ways.
Lordy.
Fluid dynamics, left lane. You can't get around it. Fluid dynamics, bro. That's it.
I think I got away from it and successfully so.
I posted a picture. It didn't come up as nice as I'd like, so I'd like to describe it to you. I've got a river moving 10 miles an hour, a beach ball, and two boats. You can see the one boat is just above the ball, and there's one boat just below the ball. How much more energy is the guy going to have to do to get to that ball going northbound?
That's a mind trick.
It's not a mind trick. It's a fluid dynamics question. You're moving with the ball. Everybody's moving together. One unit. Now I got to go paddle north and south. Which one is going to take more effort to get to that ball?
Well,
the one that's traveling upstream. Very simple.
Yeah.
Really?
The one that's traveling upstream.
Let me ask you this. If I was just not with both boats, I'll stay the same distance from that ball, right? Or will the north one suddenly race towards the ball?
It's because the ball is moving there. It's going to get to the one that's downstream quicker. Yeah, but that's a mind trick. That's not what we're talking about. It takes more energy to row upstream. Okay, let me prove you wrong right now. Hey, smart guy, does it take more energy to paddle downstream or upstream to get to the same distance? To go the same distance, does it take more energy to go downstream or upstream?
That's where the argument lies.
Yeah, nice try trying to trick us there. We know you're trying to trick us, so we're always looking for the trick.
There's no trick here. The basic premise is that Earth, like the stream, the Earth is and the atmosphere. Oh yeah, I know. Go ahead and fund the Isn't that cute?
I'm driving and demolish you real quick. Yeah, the ball is moving towards one of the boats. That's why that boat would get to it quicker, even though it's paddling upstream. He tried to trick you. Don't let him. He's a deceiver.
So here's a question: if the ball is moving towards one of the boats, if the boat is not moving anywhere, like it's not expending any energy, will the ball reach that boat in what time frame?
Yes, the lighter object would reach the heavier object. Thanks for making another further point.
You didn't even answer the question, so I'm not making your...
Hold on. The ball would reach the boat because the boat is heavier. And the ball is also affected by other factors because it's a different shape, more friction, less friction.
Yes.
What do y'all think we're stupid, right?
Hold on. Yes,
trying
yes,
to
you
come
are.
up with a
So
scenario to
hold on.
deceive people.
Hold on. You didn't clearly listen to my question. So my question was, if the boat isn't expending any energy and the ball is moving towards it, what time does it take for the ball to reach the boat? If the ball is actually moving towards the boat, then the boat wouldn't have to expend any energy to get to the ball because the ball is already moving towards the boat. So how much time does it take for the ball to reach the boat? See, you're not trapped because the boat actually does have to move towards the ball to reach it, but you already said that the ball is moving towards the boat, so it should reach the ball should reach the boat. But you cannot answer that question.
Which way is the water flowing? Let's do this scenario. There's no way out of this. There's nothing you can say that can change fluid dynamics. Go ahead. Recreate your scenario. Go ahead.
Yes.
Which way? Where's the ball? Where's the boat? And where's the water flow?
So this is quite a simple scenario. So we have a ball and we have a boat, and then the water is moving the ball to the direction of the boat, but the water is also moving the boat because the boat is in the water and the boat isn't expending energy. How much time does it take, SE Montreal, for the ball to reach the boat then, if the boat is not expending any energy?
Who cares? They're both moving downstream.
So
What's your point?
I'm asking a question, so can you answer it?
I can answer it. If I was in the water and I had if I had a stopwatch and I had the proper tools, I could answer that question. That has absolutely nothing to do with this.
Of course it does.
The question is, let me give you a scenario. Have you ever seen those pools where the rich people have in their houses, where it's a small pool but the water flows, so they're able to swim? It's like they don't go anywhere. They're like, you understand what I'm saying? You're able to swim in a small pool as if it was endless. You ever see those pools, Laurie?
No, but I can follow you.
You understand what I'm saying, right? There's a pool that's flowing water. A person could swim, and you don't go anywhere, so you don't have to turn around and stuff, right? You get that, right?
Like a lap pool. Yeah.
Yes. So now, Laurie, you're swimming towards the current, right? Now, does it take more energy to go towards that current?
Who cares?
If you turn around and swim the other way, what do you think would happen?
Who cares?
Who cares, huh?
Who cares? See,
you hear that, guys? That's where their argument dies, right there. End of story. There's nothing they can say to change that.
Hold on, Rakia. Can I ask a question about this? If my argument dies,
my name is not Rakia.
Sorry, Essie. So if my argument dies when I say who cares, why doesn't your argument die when you say who cares? Why is there a double standard?
Because my who cares followed with, I can answer that question if I go to the bank with a stopwatch. I can tell you exactly how long it will take that ball. I answered your question. It's not just a who cares.
No, you really didn't answer. You said that you could answer. So I can also answer in the same way. I can answer your question if I have a stopwatch, and if I go there, who cares?
So you can't figure out in your brain without a stopwatch.
I said,
let me finish, Laurie. Let me finish, please.
Yep.
You can't figure out in your brain, in that pool that has a current, which way you're going to expend energy more, going towards the current or going against the current. You can't answer that question without a stopwatch?
Well, I actually can answer that question without a stopwatch. Now, can you answer my question?
How am I going to tell you how long it takes without doing the thing, without seeing it? How am I going to answer that, Laurie?
Simple, use logic.
Gummy, I reposted the image, see if this helps. Or does this image help your explanation?
Do you want to answer the question, Moyak? Because...
I'm asking Gummy if this helps his explanation. I was letting him talk.
I can actually answer your question because it's sort of... The discussion doesn't move forwards if both of us refuse to answer any question.
I answered your question. You are refusing to answer my question.
No. I actually following what you define as answering. I already answered yours as well because I answered yours the same that you answered mine. So I have answered the question.
Incorrect. You said, who cares?
Okay, so then you have. That's what you said as well. So you didn't answer my
No.
question.
No, that's what I said initially, and then I followed it with a statement explaining why. Now you can do the same if you wish.
Yes, I did. I did already do that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I actually said that if I'm in the water, I have a stopwatch, then I can answer the question, and I can answer it anyway without the stopwatch as well. But who cares?
You see? You're afraid because you know
No, I'm not afraid. I'm just using your like. But I actually agreed to answering your question. It just seems that you're not ready and willing to listen to what I have to say.
No,
All right,
Lord, you're not ready for this conversation. Everybody hears what you're doing. You're
I'll field your question.
Please.
You basically the original question was why do we not expend more energy going one direction to the other? We gave the river as an example, and it was stated that we would need to spend more energy to go upstream than downstream. So now I put an image on. I posted an image a couple minutes ago. It's got a little blue river, 2 boats, and a ball. All those objects are moving 10 miles an hour. Yeah, when they're sitting still, they're all staying the same distance from each other, right?
I'll give you that. Go ahead. Yeah, they're traveling downstream, right?
Yeah, they're traveling downstream. So if with no energy input, those boats will remain the same distance from that ball. Now, if I introduce 1 foot per second of acceleration to the boat on the north side, it will take the same amount of energy as me going 1 foot per second for the other boat going the other direction.
Negative.
No change in that.
Are you saying? Hold on.
Proximity to
Clarity.
the ball will take the exact same amount of energy to get to that ball.
Hold on.
No
Clarity.
matter what.
Clarity. You got 2 boats traveling downstream, right? In your
2
scenario?
boats and a ball. 2 boats and a ball.
2 boats and a ball. And you said 1 boat will exert energy going upstream, and the other one will exert energy going downstream, and you're equating that as equal amount of energy?
Going to that ball, yes.
Impossible. No.
Okay,
There
so
is no way that
energy is in, so I don't have to add any energy into this equation, and the ball and the 2 boats will remain the same distance from that ball.
Look, there's nothing that you can say that will equate the same amount of energy of a boat traveling upstream and a boat traveling downstream. There is no scenario on Earth that you can recreate that can do that. So don't even try, bro.
What now explain to me with vectors or something, explain to me how I would be adding more energy to cover the 10 feet to that ball going north than to cover the 10 feet going to that ball going south. What would be the difference?
Never mind north-south, upstream and downstream. Well, I think a child could answer you that question.
Look at my
I think
image.
a child could answer you that question.
Okay, you can't answer it because you're coming up with.
I will. Listen up.
Absolutely wrong answer because
very simple.
Those boats stayed the same distance from the ball until they started paddling. So no energy equals stationary to the ball. Even though you're moving downstream 10 miles an hour, you're still the same distance from that fucking ball. Now,
there's no way. Tell me when you're done.
Okay. Boat A, the north boat, the upstream boat, is going to paddle gently towards that ball, and he's going to gently approach that ball. And the boat to the south is going to paddle gently towards that ball, and he's going to paddle up to the ball. Same exact amount of energy, then barring wind and stuff.
Absolutely not. If the ball is in the middle of both boats, the boat that's traveling upstream will have to exert more energy.
Why?
There's no way around that.
Why?
Absolutely no way. If you're traveling upstream, there's nothing that you can say or do that will not make that so. If you're traveling upstream, as opposed, don't interrupt me, dude.
That was me.
Don't interrupt me, dude. If you're traveling upstream and a boat is traveling downstream, there is no possible scenario where you will have to exert the same energy. Do you understand that? There's nothing that you can change that.
Now, and ask why.
See, he's using the ball moving as the gotcha, like as the
exactly. Yeah, he thinks he has something.
Well, yeah.
Because the ball will you won't have to exert any more energy to get to the ball or stay the same distance because the ball is moving downstream.
Maybe I can help you
But
guys.
take away all of that and just put one
hold on.
boat in the river there, Moyat. Do you have to exert more energy to go downstream the same distance or upstream the same distance?
Exactly. That's
You're
all there
changing
is to it.
reference frames. You're changing reference frames.
Yeah, good for you, though.
No, that's
Maybe I
the
can,
problem you're having is you're changing reference frames.
No, I don't have a problem. I'm still in the boat on the same river. And if I flow downstream, and everybody that's ever done this knows it. So they know you're deceiving.
Everybody knows this. Everybody knows you're lying right now. Everybody listening, and it's beautiful. Keep it up.
I actually happen to know that you're lying, Essie. So maybe I can help you guys. Where the ball actually is kind of matters in this case. If the ball is in the water, and we can relate this to your question as well, AC Montreal. Let's say you're in the swimming pool that the rich guys have that kind of has a stream on it. Well, if the ball is in the water, the guys at the same distance from the ball have to extend an equal amount of energy to get to the ball. However, if the ball is outside the stream in something that's a different reference frame, that's moving differently from the water, let's say the shoreline in this case, then one person would have to expend more energy. So it depends on whether the ball is in the same stream or in the same movement scenario than the water.
Put the ball on the bank.
Yes, thank you.
That's how he was trying to deceive people. Put the ball on the bank and the boats are equal distance away, one upstream and one downstream, and then tell me how much energy the more energy the one downstream is going to have to do to get to that ball at the same time. Moyak is a deceiver.
How is that deceiving? Like everyone can follow what this scenario is. I'm not sure whether
everybody is following this except you. You're trying to put balls.
No. I think that I'm following it more closely than you are.
Listen to me, Laurie. There is no way that you can change fluid mechanics, bro. Anybody that's ever been in a river, anybody that's ever been in a canoe or swam against the current knows you are wrong, bro. It's as simple as that.
Exactly, but I'm not saying what you think I'm saying, so you're just being stupid here. I'm not saying that in order... Hold on, SE Montreal. So I'm not saying that when you're in a boat and you have, let's say, let's have this exact same scenario, but we move the ball to the shoreline. I am not saying that in order that you actually have to expend the same amount of energy when you move upstream as when moving downstream. I'm not saying that. And you just said that I'm wrong because I'm saying that. So you clearly are not able. Hold on, Essie. So you're not able to follow this conversation.
Go ahead. Maybe I'm slow. Go ahead.
Yes, maybe
you're
you
not
are
saying that we don't have to exert more energy when we're traveling upstream. So you agree with me that in every single scenario, no matter what, you always have to exert more energy when going against the current. Correct, Laurie?
Not exactly correct.
You see, so you are lying, and you are trying to deceive.
How am I lying? How am I lying? Because I can always scenario, and I've given you the scenario. So let's have a canal where the water is not moving. What's your answer then?
If the water's not moving, then both boats have to exert the same amount of force.
Thank you. But you say it's your case and it's your argument that one boat has to spend more energy than the other every single time.
I didn't say that. I said when there's a current.
You quite clearly said that.
Do you hear what he's trying to do now?
It's always that the other boat has to spend more energy. Always. There is no single case. You clearly said... Hold on, Essie. You just said,
I can hear it in your voice,
hold on. I'm still talking. So you said quite clearly just a moment ago that there is not one single scenario that I can make that will change this. Well, I made a scenario and I changed it. So are you lying or are you incorrect? Which one are you? Lying or incorrect?
Laurie, nice try. I meant, and everybody knows that I meant.
So which one? Which one is he? Lying or incorrect?
Why are you Are you triggered, Laurie? You
No,
noticed,
maybe you are.
you feel the taste of defeat, and now you're trying to do this, right? It's not going to work, bro.
No,
Everybody
just
knows,
made.
and you're going to interrupt me
Hold
while
on.
I say this sentence, and everyone's going to hear you try to do that. What I said, Laurie, was in every scenario on a flowing river. We were talking about a flowing river.
You didn't actually say. You didn't actually say
Everybody
flowing
knows that,
river.
Laurie. Is this where you
You
want to hang
didn't.
your hat
You
on?
didn't use the word flowing river. So
Well,
you're
I'm
now
using
lying.
it now.
You're now lying
Well, I'm
about your
using-
case.
Is that where your argument's going to go?
Yes, you're
Is
now lying.
that where
It's-
your point is?
In
Okay,
order to
Laurie.
make your hold on.
On a
You're now
flowing
tasting
river,
the bitter.
Laurie. I'm saying
You're
it
not,
now.
you're not
Don't
tasting
interrupt
the
me,
bitter.
Laurie.
Hold
It's
on,
not
I
going to
was.
work. Don't get triggered. Calm down. Have a tea. Let's do
Have
this
a tea,
again.
Essie. Have a tea.
You're triggered, right? You're triggered,
Yes.
right? Now,
I know that you're
let
triggered.
me finish my sentence, please, Laurie, so everybody
I
could
was-
hear
I was
how
actually
clear
talking,
this
but okay, go
question is
ahead.
going to be. Stop talking. Now,
yes,
we're talking about a flowing river, Laurie. Is that
Where
clear?
Where we?
Is that clear?
Were
Yes,
we
and
talking
we were,
about-
and everybody. How
Yes.
many people here? We have a full amount
Essie,
of people
Essie,
here.
are
How
you
many
aware
people
of
here?
Are you?
Why
Hold
are you
on, I'm
interrupting me?
talking.
You're getting triggered
Hold
again,
on.
right? Is this your trigger mechanism, Laurie? Let's do a vote. How many people here did not think I was talking about a flowing river? Please pipe up.
Did you say flowing river?
You're done, Laurie. You're done.
You're done, Essie.
It's
Did you
over
say
for you,
flowing
Laurie.
river?
Everybody knows what you're doing.
Essie,
Everybody
Montreal.
can hear
Did
it.
you say
You are
flowing
a liar,
river?
Laurie. You
Did
are
you
a
say
liar.
flowing river?
You are a deceiver, and now you're trying to
Hold on,
find
hold on,
something
Essie.
that has no relation to anything.
Hold on,
Keep
Essie.
it up, bro.
Hold on,
Keep it up.
Essie. So you're now saying that I'm a liar and I'm a deceiver. Based on what?
Yes, a liar and
Laurie,
a
you
deceiver, and
finished.
everybody could hear it. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm a
That's
liar
what
and
I'm
finished,
saying.
deceiver.
Laurie.
Essie, I'm a liar and
You
deceiver. Essie,
are
based on what?
done.
I'm a
You
liar
are
and deceiver.
finished, Laurie.
Based on
You are
what?
finished. You are finished, Laurie.
Yes, I'm a liar and deceiver. Essie, based on what?
Listen to the people, Laurie. You're making a fool out of yourself, bro.
Essie,
Don't do
Montreal.
it. Don't
So
do
it's
it, bro.
now it's now
you're
apparently okay to call me a stupid person, lying,
No,
deceiving,
I called
and
you a
yet you
liar,
don't have.
a
Hold on,
liar, and a
Essie. I'm
deceiver.
talking and
That's what
you're
I called you.
That's
interrupting me.
very toxic, and it's name calling.
I'm talking and you're interrupting me, Essie. So apparently it's okay to call someone a deceiver and a liar, but then when you get called out for it and the person is asking, can you actually say where I lied?
Yes,
You don't have
yes.
anything, Essie. You cannot show me. You
I
didn't
will.
show me
Once
where
you
I
calm down,
lied.
you triggered
You
little
didn't
girl.
show me. Hold on. You're trying to overtalk me. You're getting triggered. Calm down, Essie Montreal. You weren't able.
I love it, man.
You
This
weren't
is
able to show
beautiful.
me, Essie, you're overtalking me. You're getting triggered. So you weren't able to show me where I lied. So can you do that, Essie? Can you show exactly?
Yes, stop
Hold
talking.
on,
Stop
I'm
talking.
talking. You're getting triggered. You're overtalking me. So can you actually show where I lied?
I love it.
And can you show where I was being
Tell me when
dishonest?
you're done. Tell me
Can
when
you
you're done.
show me? Hold on, you're overtalking me. You're getting triggered. So can you show me where actually I lied? Can you do that, AC Montreal? Because we know
Yes,
that you
stop
cannot
talking
do.
now.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold on. You're
yes.
overtalking me. You're being triggered. So can you show me where you lied?
Is everybody here?
Hold on,
Do you
AC.
see how do you take the
You're
devil
being
out of the
rude. You're
closet, ladies
overtalking.
and
This is
gentlemen?
gold. This is
how you
Why are
take
you
the
fucking
devil
keep
out of the
interrupting?
closet.
So, AC, I'm actually going to give you the floor. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to show me where I lied.
30
Go ahead.
seconds. Like he's
Are you
running the
done?
server.
Are you
Yes,
done?
I'm done.
Okay. What you just witnessed now here, ladies and gentlemen,
You're
is a
not answering
liar,
my question. Where
a
did I lie?
deceiver. This is how you
That is
trigger them.
name
All you
calling,
gotta
and I don't
do,
know why the mods aren't calling it out. But this name calling,
all you gotta do is just let them talk, right?
So you cannot show
Everybody
where I
knows I
lied.
was talking about a flowing
You're going to
river.
call me.
You hear that? And he's not gonna let me finish as he promised.
I'm letting you finish.
This is how you flush them out, right? You ask them a simple question. You hear them lie about it. You hear them
Go ahead.
double speak
Go ahead,
about
Essie.
it.
You were saying
right?
something about you were
Now-
talking about a flowing river.
Now he
Go with
knows he
that.
lost the argument. He knows he lost the argument. Now he's
I
trying
don't
to
actually
find a
know that I lost the
semantical
argument
thing.
because I didn't. I
See, and
didn't
he's still
say
not
that.
letting me finish.
Hold on, Essie.
I'm done with you, Laurie. Thank you
Yeah,
very
but-
much
yes,
for showing
yes, you're done.
that
You're
you are
done
a
because you
liar
couldn't show where
and
I
you are a
lied.
deceiver.
So I'm done with you because you couldn't show me where. Now I didn't actually lie. and I'm going to defend myself. I didn't actually lie because I never.
man.
Hold
It's
on, Essie. I'm
beautiful.
defending myself, and if you cannot let me do that, we both know that you were lying when you said that I was lying. So I didn't anywhere say that you were not talking about a flowing river. I said quite specifically, hold on, Essie, I'm defending myself, and if you cannot listen, then you know that you're wrong. What I said quite specifically was that you didn't define, you never said that you were talking about a flowing river, and you said that there is no change that I can do to the scenario that will change
That's
the
a lie.
situation. Now, in
That's
order
a lie.
That's a
hold
lie.
on, Essie,
That's
hold
what
on,
we were
Essie.
talking about was a flowing river.
Hold on,
You're just a
Rakia,
liar.
Essie, you
I
are
don't know why
getting
you take
triggered.
time to speak here if
Hold
you're
on,
gonna lie
Rakia.
like that.
Hold on, Rakia. There is
The
no
whole
reason why you
scenario
get to
was a flowing
interrupt
river.
me.
Fluid
I'm
dynamics.
not
None
gonna
of the
let you
air
interrupt
and the
me
river
because I
are
was
flowing.
talking, Rakia.
Yeah, you're lying.
So I now have you on mute, Rakia. So
Seems like this guy controls
go
the
ahead,
flow.
Rakia.
I'm going to mute Rakia as well because he's over talking.
I'm
He's
over
not over
talking.
talking. This
Yeah,
guy's been talking for an hour. What? It's only Lori. It's only the Lori show
So-
now. The triggered Lori. Go ahead, Lori. Take the floor.
So, Essie, the simple case is this. It was your statement that there is no change whatsoever that I can do to that scenario to change the answer. I made a
Exactly,
change
and that
and
scenario.
hold on, I'm talking. So I changed the scenario and the answer changed. Is that correct?
Okay, are you done? Can I say a sentence without you getting triggered
Yes.
and over talking me? You think you can do that?
Yes. Can you answer the question that I asked?
Yes. Yes. The scenario was, and you brought it up. We'll play it back in a pool. Remember that pool that the rich people have?
Yes.
Now, it was very clearly stated, Lori, that that pool was flowing. Very clearly. You are a
Yes.
deceiver and you are a liar, sir.
That's not deceiving. That's not lying. I know that that's the scenario that you set up. And I
So
also
you know that was the scenario.
Hold
You
on,
just
Essie.
admitted it. You see,
Hold on.
you are
Hold
a
on, Essie.
liar.
Hold on, Essie. I never lied about that. I said quite clearly that that's the scenario that you set up. Now, it was your claim that there is no change that I can do to that scenario to change that answer. Now, I can actually do that because I can change the water to not flowing, and that changes the answer. And you lied that I cannot do that. Now, I
No,
did that.
you're a
The
liar.
answer
No, you're
changed,
trying
so
to
you're a
squirm.
liar.
Incorrect. You're trying to squirm. Everybody knew clearly
Hold on.
we were talking about a flowing river.
Yes,
And
yes,
hold on.
absolutely.
Why are you interrupting? Are you scared? Are you scared, Lori?
I know that you are.
Are you going to let me finish? The scenario was
Why
not
would I?
changing the water flow. The scenario was changing the boats, how the boats would have to exert energy in flowing water, Lori. Don't
You
try to
said
deceive
you never said
Lori.
any of
It's
you
not going to
never
work
said
with
any
this
of that.
audience. The
Hold on.
people are too
Are
smart
you
for you.
triggered? Are you afraid? Because you
No,
never
not
said
at all.
any
You're not
of
letting me
that.
finish my
You
sentence,
said
bro.
hold on. You said quite clearly that there is nothing. You didn't say you didn't specify that I cannot stop the river from flowing.
Then
You just said that there is
point
nothing
of
that I
the
can
thing
do.
then? Then what's the point of the thing if the river is not flowing? It's obvious what's going to happen, right? What's the point?
It's obvious. The point is, if you let me answer, the point is to make it equivalent to the case that we actually have with the globe, because otherwise it's a strawman argument fallacy. It's a false comparison. So I'm just trying to make it comparable to what we're actually talking about. If you think
So
that's
you're
lying
saying
and
it's
being
equivalent?
dishonest, then go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying it's equivalent of a water flowing, and what you did, you're saying now because the earth is spinning, that's the equivalent of the river not flowing? That's what you just said, Lori.
I didn't say that, and you didn't listen, because
Oh
if you
my
think that that's
God.
what I said, then you didn't listen. I said quite
Tell
clearly.
us what you said, Lori. Go
Hold on.
ahead.
Yes, I will if you give me the room. So what I said was, by stopping the flow of the water, I'm making the case comparable to the globe and
You see,
the
you said it
atmosphere and the
again.
plane.
You just said it again. So by spinning the earth, the water stops flowing. You fucking said it again, Lori.
Yeah, so Can you argue against that?
Oh my god!
Oh my god, you cannot argue against that.
Laurie.
You cannot argue
You are a
against that. I
fucking
have
joke,
you on the
Laurie.
ropes.
You are
The
a
case is
fucking
not
joke.
comparable.
You're a liar, man.
If the stream and
You are
the
a
shoreline
liar.
are not moving
You're a
at the
fucking
same speed,
All right,
liar,
is there any way
Laurie.
that
Earth,
this asshole can stop talking so much?
You
You're
are
over talking
a
and you're just repeating
fucking
yourself.
liar, man.
Okay, you are an asshole because you keep on repeating yourself.
You're a fucking liar. You're a bunch of joke, bunch of lies, mate.
I can agree to that.
Fucking hell, man. Obvious lie. Lie to us, man.
It is
You're a
remarkable.
fucking deceiver.
But the case still remains. This case is only comparable if the water and the shoreline are actually moving at the same speed.
Obvious
Because in the
liars.
case of the globe,
Obvious
the atmosphere and the globe are moving at the same speed. This case is only comparable if the stream is moving at the same speed. So we need the shoreline to move, or we need the stream to stop.
Oh my god.
Otherwise, why are we wasting time talking about
Unbelievable.
this?
Yeah.
All right, are there any
Unbelievable.
moderators here, or is this ridiculous?
This is fucking unbelievable. A bunch of liars. Fucking hell, man. You lying to fucking.
Do you have a
to my
counter argument to
face.
that, SC?
To my face.
No, I'm gonna let the audience decide this one, man. You. All I gotta do is let you guys talk. That's it. Just let you guys talk, man. It says it all.
I like Laurie. I'd own this moment if I was you. Reflect on it, because I haven't lost respect for you. You've been in this community a long time, but I think just on this one occasion, just take it on the chin and hold your head up. You know. Just do that.
I posted an image, or actually, I'm just posting an image. What do you disagree with in this image?
There's nothing else I can say more to you guys, man.
Okay, SC, what do you
I think my
disagree
point
with
was
in this
made.
image?
Let somebody else talk.
Okay, Rakia, what do you see that's in this image that's incorrect?
Is that part of the modus operandi? Like never concede. Like,
yes.
Did you guys ever get that memo?
Well, actually,
Yes.
I'm trying to find out where you're coming from because I diametrically oppose what you're saying, and I'm trying to figure out where the difference is in our opinion. So I'm trying to pictorially represent this in a way that we can more evenly speak about a subject.
Sure. No, I hear you, Mike, because I think I can only speak for me on this side of the community if there has to be that, right? The line. But I think sometimes if your side could concede, I think you'd see more respect from us.
Well, okay, Rick, you're a smart man. With the image that I posted, what do
You're
you see that's
stupid,
incorrect
man.
about it? A to ball one, and B to ball one, I contend, are the same energy. A to 2 and B to 2 will require less energy for B to 2. I'm sorry, more energy for B to 2. Did I write that backwards? Shit. A to 2 requires less energy than B to 2. Yes, that's correct. And then B to 1 is less energy than B to 2. Correct? So do you have any disagreement with any of those scenarios? Anything from the cricket gallery?
To me, that's quite valid. I know that I'm not the person that's being asked, but since no one else is talking.
Well, that's good because I did have the verification because I didn't like how many less than signs I had. And I was in the process of doing the Earth and showing it with an airplane and showing how that's the same scenario.
If this is for some reason something that people will not go with, because SE Montreal seem to be arguing against this. We can replace the water with, let's say you're on a conveyor belt. That's even easier because there's no argument there. Then if there is a ball on a conveyor belt or whatever, it can be a box. Doesn't need to be a ball. And you have two people that are equally distant from that object. Of course, they are gonna spend the same energy to get to that object. It doesn't matter where the conveyor belt is going.
I mean, other than obvious things like wind and stuff like that. If we...
Oh yeah, sure.
I repeat once more. You will never, ever convince any sane person that a boat traveling upstream does not have to exert more energy than a boat traveling downstream.
Then
Nothing
you
can say or do that's going to change that ever. And I'm going to keep listening to hear you guys dance and make stupidity up.
That's cool. But can you tell me where my drawing is wrong so I can be as smart as you?
Could give two damns about your drawing, dude. You can draw a pink elephant there. You're never, ever going to change the fact that you need to exert more energy traveling upstream. Never.
Does anybody else, other than him repeating himself, does anybody else have see any flaw with my diagram?
I'll check it out, Moyle.
Yeah, I see a flaw with it. You did it. You don't even have to exert
Ricky is
any.
talking. I have him turned down.
No energy has to be exerted to go downstream. You have to exert energy to go upstream. That proves that
Hang on,
point.
I can't hear you
I'm
yet.
not sure what you're fighting against. You're fighting against a flow of truth that you are having to exert so much energy against that truth to sound so stupid.
Okay, then you seem Mr. Smart Guy.
That you can't even. You don't have to be smart to know you can just sit there in a canoe and flow downstream, but to get to the same spot, back to the starting point, you would have to exert so much energy that you would be wore out.
Okay, I understand that, but there's two different scenarios. I'm trying to isolate.
There's no but.
Oh, I see. Just keep on.
You know, fucking go with fucking reality.
Well,
I'm not sure that we need
to be. Sorry, Laurie. But just to be fair to Moyle,
I've been already talking, so go ahead, Merle.
Well, just to be fair to Moyle, this is one area that he is experienced in, which is boats on the water. So, I mean, I don't know why you'd have an issue with SE's point, Moyle, to be honest. Or Rakia's. I don't see what the beef is here.
Well, could you address the image?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There is nothing wrong with that image.
Is there any flaw in the description of the greater than means effort? Equal to effort.
That image is correct.
There's nothing wrong with the image.
Okay, so essentially you can paddle downstream or upstream to an object that's moving in the stream with no more energy.
Okay, so that's what you're saying.
Yes, A1 will take the same effort to get to that ball as B1 will take to get to that ball. A B to 1. And
with no current though, right?
Well, that's with current. That's 10 mile an hour is going downstream. Everything's moving at 10 miles an hour that's in that blue.
I think that's.
Yeah,
I think SE's point's pretty strong. Like the fluid dynamics part of it.
I think what the problem is that when you say B is moving towards 1,
yeah,
right, you're thinking that he has to exert enough energy that he actually has to move that direction. But if B exerts the same energy as A, then B would, in a sense, stay stationary. Yeah, and 1 would move towards B. So
yes.
A and B exert the same energy, and both arrive at 1.
Right.
But B in itself, in relation to the land round about it, B won't actually move anywhere because the energy that he's exerting will keep him in the same place.
Right. But now that's the scenario we're describing is it doesn't take any more energy to close that distance on that ball. Now, if you're on Earth and Earth is the stream and the atmosphere is the stream, because they're both moving at about the same speed, give or take a couple miles an hour. So now I've got both things moving on Earth, 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. And I go one direction at 500 miles an hour, and I go the other direction 500 miles an hour. It's the same energy, other than relativistic effects.
Well, you still haven't defeated fluid mechanics.
Well, I'm not trying to. They're representing
kind of
at
the
least
premise you
they're
laid out,
either
though.
talking past each
They
other.
never
or
will,
what?
Merle.
The
They
fluid
never
dynamic,
will.
that they're describing is, in my estimation, incorrect. That they're assuming that it would take more effort for A to go to 1 than for B to go to 1 than A to go to 1.
If fluid in motion, like you say the atmosphere is in one direction, then it would take more energy to go in one with it or against it. The energy level would have to change.
Now describe that.
No matter what you do.
So you think that in my stream example, A to 1 would take less energy than B to 1?
No, I know that if fluid is in motion in a constant direction, to go with that flow takes less energy than to go against that flow of fluid. I don't need your drawing.
That fluid is the same. That fluid is stationary in reference to your boat.
I think there's a wording issue.
Argument, though.
I think
It's not.
there's a wording issue.
Not gonna.
Saying
No, there's not a
going-
wording issue. There's
can
a
I
brain
finish?
power
Can you let
issue.
me finish? Can you let me
sir.
finish what I'm saying before you criticize it? So when you say go with the water versus go against the water, I think the proper way of saying this is going faster than the water or slower than the water.
No, you're
That's
going
the
with the
correct
flow and
way.
against
No.
the flow.
Negative.
No.
Going with the flow of the atmosphere and against the flow of the atmosphere. If
That
you're
is the
saying
correct.
if you're saying the atmosphere is flowing with the rotation of the earth, it would be moving. And if it's moving in a certain direction, which you say it is, then to go against that direction would take more energy.
Right.
No way around that. No way.
And you could use it to your advantage, like Bansaw's been saying. You could go with the spin or against this fucking spin.
Of course you
No
would.
way around it.
Yep.
Yep. Well said, Merle.
Yeah.
All they can
We're
do
not
is double
lying.
speak. Water,
Right.
fluid mechanics kills their fantasy. It's that simple.
In a river, I'll equate it to this. In a flowing river, just like the atmosphere would be, that river, to go 10 miles an hour in a boat, you need 1,000 RPM, let's say. Well, to go 10 miles an hour upriver against the current, you would need more RPM, more energy to go the same speed.
You're referencing ground again, though, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're referencing land again.
I'm referencing the flow of the medium that you're in. So if you're in
Right.
that flowing atmosphere, that's moving at a constant speed in a certain direction, to go against that flow, you would need more energy. Period.
Okay, I think I got it. Okay, let me ask this: when they're not adding any energy, what is the speed of the water reference to the boat?
In your model, if you lift off the ground, you're saying you're not having to exert any energy to go with the flow of the air. In your model,
you stay with the air. You stay with the water.
Conserved. But if that's true, then you're conserving that momentum going in that direction. But once you go in the opposite direction and you're fighting that energy, you're fighting that flow. You're having to exert more energy to go in that direction.
Exactly.
You can't fight that.
Floating on a tube in the lazy river, this 10-mile-an-hour river, how fast is the water moving reference to me?
It doesn't matter.
No, it does. You answer
the
that?
point. That's not my point.
I mean, this is like time number 20. I'm asking this. You're not answering.
We don't know how fast the lazy river is going, for one. But
we do. It's 10 miles per hour. That's a given. I told you that. It's 10 mile an hour lazy river. The water's going 10 miles per hour. 10 miles per hour is the speed. 10 miles per hour is the speed that we're going.
You can just lay there and go down the river. Because
so
the
what's
energy
the difference in speed between the lazy river and me?
Up the river to your starting point, you would have to exert a huge amount of energy.
Yes.
And if it takes you this long to figure this out,
it doesn't matter what you're saying. If I have 3 people in the lazy river, all floating down, they're all moving 10 miles per hour, right?
It's your story, man. They're not having to flap.
No, it's not my story. We have to. We have to come to an agreement on something before we can say it's my story. So we got to have some premises set.
Right? They're just sitting there, right?
They're all 3 of them are floating on the lazy river at 10 miles with the lazy river moving 10 miles per hour.
Not exerting any energy, just sitting there.
Right, 10 miles per hour.
How fast would they have? How much energy would they have to expand to go 10 miles an hour up the river?
Depends on what I'm trying to get to. Am I trying to get to the other guy moving 10 miles per hour, or am I trying to get to the land?
To go up in the opposite direction. I mean, if you can't get this, bro.
If I decrease my speed by 1 mile per hour, I'll be going upriver. Reference to other reference to other tubers.
This is the fantasy world that their minds live in.
All right,
you're sitting there
you avoid the questions because you know you're wrong. I think
you're a piece of shit example of a guy sitting in a tube not doing anything and going in one direction and saying how much energy, how much kicking and flapping of his arms in the water would he have to do to go upriver the same speed? And you're going.
We're not talking about upriver. We're talking about going to another thing that's moving at the same speed
against the flow.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
The lazy river example is you are going the exact same speed as the water.
Okay.
So I either have to decrease my speed to go upriver or increase my speed to go downriver.
You don't have
by
to do
1 mile per hour, 1 mile per hour will add 1 mile per hour north and 1 mile per hour south.
No, you don't have to do anything to go downriver. That's the whole point. But to go,
then how do I get closer to the other tube? How do I get closer to the other tube?
My God. To go upriver, you have to exert a lot of energy. 0 energy to a lot of energy. Hello?
Moyok, you should just give up. He's never getting this.
Yeah, no, he's just too
I'm not getting it.
Actually get it.
Tell me I don't understand how when you're in a moving fluid that it takes less energy to go with the fluid than it does against it. Tell me
if you were constantly changing reference frames, you wouldn't have a problem.
I'm constantly changing reference frame, you idiot.
Then answer my question directly. The A to 1 equals B to 1 unless you disagree with that statement.
No, I don't need your drawings. I don't need your examples. I'm telling the audience.
No, well, that's your problem. You can't come to an agreement on the language we're using.
I'm away from that point.
Yeah. You keep on dropping between land and water.
No, I'm not.
So you're going, essentially what you're doing is you're measuring from space.
You're lying again.
You're measuring from space.
You're lying again.
Yes, you're lying, Moyak. It's in reference to the water.
I'm going to leave the room.
To the water.
Tolerable, and you are not
Two in a row.
I'm using your
You are just
reference of a
yelling and
lazy
screaming, and you are rude, and you are just
It
not
doesn't matter what I'm doing.
Have a wonderful day. Come back.
Doesn't change the fact of
You're
what
still
you're
wrong,
doing.
Moyak. Doesn't matter who's yelling. You're still wrong. That's not going to change.
You won't address the question, so you're apparently afraid.
No,
Lazy
you're lying
river.
and you're changing the subject. The thing is, when we travel upflow, we exert more energy than when we're going downflow. There's no way around it. There's nothing you can do. Put beach balls inside, put basketballs. There's nothing that you can do to change that, bro, on a flowing
You're a coward.
river.
You are a coward. Answer the question.
Nothing.
I can't believe you're arguing this point. It shows your mind is warped.
Yep, you're Stockholmed. You're Stockholmed.
I don't think we actually need to disagree with any of that. Obviously,
I don't
everyone
either.
agrees. What we disagree with on is whether that makes any kind of argument against the globe, because it doesn't.
Well, it does if you say your air is moving in one direction at a
It
constant
actually
speed.
doesn't, but okay.
The problem is they misunderstand this scenario so much that they think it
You
applies
don't
to the air.
understand.
And so you concede the point? You concede the
It's
point
not
about
my
the flowing river?
problem. You don't want to learn. You
You
just
don't
don't want to learn.
understand. Shout out Buster.
Maybe I
You
can
don't
get in.
understand, yeah.
Maybe I can get in. I
Go ahead.
feel like
So Laurie, you admit that you concede the point.
No, hold on.
Love
Crypto
that.
is trying to get
Fucking
in.
love it.
Go ahead.
Go on.
So Laurie, just for clarity,
You can't
please,
tell a
let's
lot
move
of
on.
Let Crypto talk.
I'm trying to see if I can actually get in. I've been listening for about 20 minutes. I think you guys are talking past each other, to be honest. I actually don't think you're addressing the same point. So I think if everyone was to say there was a river moving 1 mile an hour, yeah, to travel 3 miles an hour in any direction, you'd have to travel 2 miles an hour with the river and 4 miles an hour against the river.
Which
Does
would take
everyone
more
agree?
energy, right?
I'm not saying talking about that. I'm just saying, does everyone agree with that? If the river is
Yes.
moving 1 mile an hour,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
order to travel 3 miles an hour, you have to travel 2 miles
Yes.
with or against. Okay.
And it
No one
takes more
disagrees.
energy to go 4 miles an hour. Thank you.
Yep,
I
nobody
agree.
disagrees with that.
That's
I
our
think
whole point there, smart guy.
I know, but can I finish? Right, this is why I think you guys are talking past each other, because I find myself agreeing with both sides, because I think that what they're saying isn't what you're saying. I think what they're saying is that, relatively speaking, 500 miles an hour from whatever frame you're talking about is still 500 miles an hour, right?
Okay.
So if for instance, and I'm not even saying, because I don't believe in a spinning ball, right? I don't believe in that shit. But I think from their perspective, if the ball's moving 1,000 miles an hour, right? Sure, if your plane was moving 500 miles an hour on top of the 1,000 miles an hour, so 1,500 miles an hour, that would require more energy, right? Whereas if you were moving 500 miles an hour in the other direction, in fact, with the 1,000 mile an hour spin, you'd actually need to be going backwards 500 miles an hour, right? So of course, going backwards is going to burn less energy than going forwards 1,500 miles an hour.
Going backwards, you can envision a scenario where a plane is going backwards, really?
Well, no,
Oh yeah, because it has
hold
to
on,
be
hold on.
on their model.
Well, do I get to
You
actually
came
answer?
in to bring clarity? Seriously?
No, you
Well, no,
can't.
let him go.
Yes, a quadcopter on a train.
So do I get to finish, or am I just going to get ridiculed from both
Yeah,
sides?
Snowflake, go ahead.
Most likely you don't.
So yeah, I don't believe in a spinning ball. I think it's retarded. But I think in their model, right, they would envision a plane moving backwards less quickly than the ground is moving backwards underneath.
But
That's all
your
I'm saying.
example was perfect. So let me use your example in the real reality scenario of their model, right? How they perceive, or how I perceive it. If you're at the equator and your river of air is flowing at your example 1 mile an hour in a certain direction, and you wanted to go 3 miles an hour in that direction, you would have to add 2 miles an hour. But to go in the opposite direction in the air on their model, you would have to go 4 miles an hour, right? So you would have to exert more energy. That was the whole conversation. They don't agree with that.
Nope, that's wrong. That's not what we don't agree with. You keep on misrepresenting.
So you
We
do
are
it-
talking
so you
about
do
two
agree
different
with it.
reference frames. And
So
in
you
those
do
two
agree
different
with it.
reference frames,
You brought in
it
reference
had
frames,
two
not
different
me.
answers.
So
Yeah,
you do
so
agree with
let's-
my example.
So what
Hang
I think
on,
is
hang on. This is the whole morning. So I
I
want to
know.
get clarity from him. So you do agree that it would take more energy to go west than it would east if the air was moving in that direction?
No.
You just said you agree.
Unbelievable,
Because
unbelievable.
the air is moving 1,000 miles an hour. All I have to do is it's moving 1,000 miles an hour for plane A and for plane B.
Yeah, I'm done.
So all I am doing is changing speed reference to
He just double
the
speak.
You are
ground,
a
not
liar and a
reference
double
to anything
speaker.
else.
He
Period.
didn't
Not,
double speak.
you keep
Period.
on jumping to the reference frame of outer space for some reason, or off the model for some reason.
You just agreed that it
What
takes
are you
more
talking
energy for a boat to go upstream than downstream. Did you just
No.
not agree for that?
No.
Yes,
I
you
did not
did.
agree with that.
You just did.
Well, actually, let me rephrase that.
Yeah,
I
let me
agree
double
and
speak some more.
disagree depending on what you're trying to travel to.
Why are you in this conversation, man? The other guy just explained it. We all agree with him, including you. And when I equated it to the Earth's atmosphere moving at the same exact speed of his example, you disagreed and said I was going into outer space or some lie. You're a
There's
liar.
no lie there. You
You're
keep
a liar.
changing reference frames. You
I'm
don't
not
understand
changing any
reference frames.
reference frame.
You don't have the
I've
intellect
always been
to
in
try and
the air.
understand this conversation.
I've
You're
always
too
been in the
childlike
atmosphere.
and belligerent to actually
No, that's a
stop
lie
and
again.
speak for a second on the subject. You won't address my point,
Another
which would help
lie.
clarify my position, but you won't
How
address
many
those
lies are we
points
up to
because
now?
you're a cunt.
Yeah, there you go. I went to your lazy river and demolished you. I can go in the air and reference the same thing and demolish your point. You agreed that it would take more energy to go up the river, and now you're not agreeing that it would take more energy to go against the flow of our atmosphere river. It's incredible, actually. Good job, man.
You
It
just
takes a lot of skill to do what you do.
you absolutely refuse to address the point that everything in that river is moving at the same speed.
Yeah, and if you put, I mean, it's incredible. Go ahead. Make some more.
Yeah.
Listen to this guy. Are you okay, man?
But you're the one who were cackling a second ago.
I was?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Are you sure you're okay?
Sure.
I'm definitely laughing. I'll be honest with you, but I didn't sound
So
like
am
that.
I. Moyak, if you were a lawyer, I would put you on retainer, bro.
Me too.
You would be the best freaking lawyer in the world, bro.
The best bullshitter, obfuscator, deceiver I've ever heard. Ever.
Oh, yeah.
You call me a deceiver, I'm going to call you a cunt.
Do whatever you want, man. Whatever makes your day better. It's fine with me. Everyone hears you, man.
You sound a bit bitter, Truck. Yeah.
The only person who agrees with you here is Lori.
Well, that's because nobody has addressed the table I made up there. Because they're gutless and cowardly.
Because they know you're full of shit.
Well, then you could address that table and show me where I'm wrong, but you can't because you agree with the table.
I've already made my point. You agreed
You made
with
your
it.
point, but your point is pointless.
Over.
You're crossing reference frames. I don't know why you're crossing reference frames, but you are.
Okay, let me play this. Let me tell you what's going on here. I'm gonna be fair with you. We are toying
that'd be
with
novel.
you, trolling you, making fun of you, mocking you, all the things that we shouldn't be doing. That's what we're doing, and you're still making drawings and fighting against it and double speaking it.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe
Everybody
what you're
is.
saying. You're just lying.
No, I'm not lying. I told you. I made my point. All this other BS.
I don't know what your point is then, because I mean, you say you were trolling.
Let me clarify. My point, very exactly, is it takes more energy to go against the flow than with the flow.
So you're talking about ball 2.
I'm talking about more energy for the 100th time, which was my original point, which was my point why you obfuscated, which was my point why you talked through me,
I agree with
which
that.
was my point why you called me a cunt, which was my point why you made drawings, which is my point right now as you talk through me. My point has been the same. Takes more energy to go against the flow than with the flow.
And I agree with the fact if you're talking about ball 2. If you're talking about ball 1, I disagree.
We're not talking about balls.
I didn't talk about any ball. I talked about.
I know you're not. You're cowardly. You won't do it.
The flow of liquid energy. That's what I talked about. Did you hear my point? Maybe let me repeat it again. No balls involved.
No, please
not
don't.
One ball. I know you like to play with balls a lot.
You're talking about a different scenario.
I know you like to play with balls a lot, but I'll make my point as you talk through me.
About balls.
No balls. Take the balls out of your mind and hands. The flow of liquid takes more energy to go against that flow than with the flow. I repeat, no balls are in that example.
Why are we talking about the flow of liquid instead? Like we were talking about boats, we were talking about boats, but now everyone is afraid. Hold on, everyone is now afraid.
The original point was my point. The flow
yes,
of the air.
Rakia, everyone is now afraid of talking about that.
What are you trying to say? I'm missing what you're saying there.
Gentlemen, anything you say or do is not going to change the fact that from the beginning, Rakia and I have been telling you it takes more energy to go up river against the flow than with the flow. Nothing you say or
Absolutely,
do
and I
will ever
agree with
change
that
that.
as long as your reference is ground.
No, it's the water. You're fighting the current. There's nothing you can say or do that will change the fact that you need to exert more energy to swim upriver than to flow down like a kayak. You know, whitewater rafting? Nothing you say or do will change that, gentlemen. I suggest you give it up because you're looking like fools. We're playing with you like little children.
Yeah, so I mean, I understand what you're saying. So if I have two kayaks going down river in a really fast river, like 20-mile-an-hour rapids and shit, I can't paddle back to my buddy who's going down that same river because the water's going 20 miles an hour. I can never paddle 20 miles an hour, so therefore I could never reach my buddy because the river's moving so fast. I mean,
what if it's going
clearly
1,000
that's
miles an hour?
evident.
What if it's going 1,000 miles an hour?
I think I've got a better analogy for the river. Maybe I can, because I know SE wanted to. I don't know why SE attacked me because I'm on your side, bro. But I think
sorry, bro. I didn't mean it to come out that way.
That's all good, man. Because I have to say again, I think a spinning ball in a vacuum is fucking retarded. But I genuinely think that this isn't being argued well by either side. So let me give you an example. A river is flowing 3 miles an hour. What would take more energy for me to swim 1 mile an hour against the current or 1 mile an hour with the current to leave my final speed as 2 miles an hour or 4 miles an hour? Which would take
my God.
That's where I keep on having the problem with you is we're all in the river and it would take no more energy for me to swim to my buddy.
Someone answer the question then. I would like to. So okay. So the river, to make it even simpler, the river is flowing at 2 miles an hour. What would take more energy to flow to travel 1 mile an hour against the flow or 1 mile an hour with the flow? What would take more energy?
Depends on what you're trying to swim to. Are you trying to swim to a fixed point on land? Or are you trying to swim stop. Or are you trying to swim to a beach ball to get there before your friend?
Against the flow, man. You're hard of hearing.
Very simple. I'm trying to swim at 1 mile an hour. That's all I'm trying to do.
What?
Listen to this guy.
Come on, man. This is simple.
I got it. I got a perfect example. Hold on. Okay, so I'm trying to. We're having a race. Me and my buddy.
I'm just going to restate the question, Moyok, because I don't know why you're not answering. Because it's actually the point you made about 10 minutes ago, right? So don't know why you're talking over me.
I'll answer
because your mile per hour have reference to something.
Why are you talking?
Now you're starting to get it, bro.
2 miles an hour, right?
Okay.
Why are you talking? The river is flowing 2 miles an hour.
Okay.
Would it take more energy to swim 1 mile an hour with the flow, i.e. total speed 3 miles an hour, or 1 mile an hour against the flow, i.e. still 1 mile an hour in the direction of the river? What would take more energy?
That would be zero difference.
That's what I think as well. Does anyone else disagree with that?
Say that scenario again.
Okay, the river is flowing 2 miles an hour. Doesn't matter what direction. If you were to swim at 1 mile an hour against the flow, so therefore total speed 1 mile an hour in the direction of the river, or if you were to swim 1 mile an hour with the flow, total speed 3 miles an hour, which would take more energy?
It'd be like a stationary bike or something like that.
Wouldn't be like a stationary bike. You're moving either way, but which would take more energy?
Will it change the fact that you have to travel, that you have to expend more energy to travel up river than down river? Is your scenario in any way trying to change that fact?
It's
I don't know why.
question.
Nobody's answering this. Why is nobody answering this question?
I am.
You got to wrap your brain around it. I got to think about this. I don't know what kind of, I don't know what scenario you're throwing out. But my question to you as well, we think about this. is in any way, shape, or form in your mind going to change the fact that we have to exert more energy going against the flow than with the flow?
This is the point. How fast?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Here, it's like they call it an endless swimming pool.
Yeah. If you're in one of those pools, like I told you before, I don't know if you heard that, right?
Yeah.
Will it take you more energy to go against the flow of the water if you turn around and go the other way? Aren't you going to hit the end of the pool?
I think how fast you're swimming is far more important than the direction.
No, it's not the fast. It's not how fast. It's the relationship. It's the relationship between energy exertion and direction of the water flow. There's no way around that. You have to exert more force to go up against the flow than down if you're swimming. Anybody can understand that. There's no way against that. There's no scenario against that.
Then why aren't you answering the question then? Because this is addressing that directly.
I don't know what the number is. I'll think I can get back to you if you want to. I don't know. I'm not going to answer you on the fly question. Write it down somewhere and then I'll think about it and I'll give you an answer. It's not hard.
Okay.
It's just fluid mechanics. You just work it out.
Write it down. It's really simple stuff. That's why I made the math so simple. You got 2 mile an hour river and you're swimming 1 mile an hour. This is not hard to remember.
Maybe I can answer that based on what SE Montreal has just said. Since we know that it's always harder to go up the stream than going down the stream. Going 1 mile an hour up the stream, therefore making your total speed 1 mile an hour downstream, because the beginning speed is 2 miles. That's harder than going 1 mile an hour downstream, therefore making the total speed 3 miles an hour.
It doesn't matter. You can play with the numbers, adjust RPMs. It doesn't matter. You're never, I repeat again, ever, in case I'm not clear enough, you're never, ever going to change the fact that you have to exert more energy traveling against the stream.
Sure, but yes, that's what I was building on.
There's no buts.
Hold on, there is a but. I'm not sure why you keep repeating that. Because it's not like anyone. Hold on, Essie.
That's the whole point of the whole morning.
Yes, that's the whole point. You keep repeating the same thing, pretending that anyone disagrees with that. No one in their sane fucking minds disagrees with that.
Okay, so the conversation could end right there, and then say you're talking about something else now.
With what people disagree with,
you can see that fact, correct?
Hold on, you're over talking. So what people disagree with you on is if it's comparable to what happens on the globe.
Yes, and I can explain to you fluid mechanics.
Yes, but however,
I will. Do you want an explanation?
There is nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do to change the fact that going upstream the river always takes more energy.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I make my point, Essie? There is nothing you can do to go upstream. There is nothing you can do to change the fact that going upstream the river takes more energy.
Thank you, Laurie. Yes.
Again, going upstream the river takes more energy. Let me repeat myself.
Did I break
going upstream takes more energy. Shall I continue with this for the next 5 hours like you've been doing? You've been repeating the same bloody goddamn point, but you don't understand the fact that you're not getting where you want to get. You want to debunk the globe model, but this doesn't get you there. So repeating the same point for bloody 3 hours isn't going to get you where you want to get, you moron.
Whoa.
Sorry for insulting.
You hear that, guys? That's a triggered baller. Broken. Go back to the factory. You need repairs, Laurie. Sorry, bro. It was me that did it.
It is understandable, though, isn't it, that when you repeat the same shit for 3 hours, people are getting pissed. Because you don't understand where the question is, and you keep repeating the same bloody point.
That's
you
how
don't
it's done,
even understand the question, and yet you keep repeating the same answer. You don't understand what we're talking about.
Show the vampire the cross, and he will always behave like this. Always.
Exactly.
Who was speaking before? Was it Globus or New Perspective? Or was it somebody else? The other guy
It
other
was
than Arcia
somebody
and...
else. It was I think he left.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, I modified my drawing to be in keeping with what he was saying so that we could...
That's crypto. It was crypto.
Yeah, it was crypto, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, crypto gets it, although I'm not sure he completely gets it, but he's generally understanding the problem.
Oh, I think crypto now sees how delusional you guys are. Crypto was right here.
Yes, but he was disagreeing with you. Why is that?
No, we had a little, I think, misunderstanding, but
Yes, you misunderstood him.
Let crypto speak for himself, Lori. How about that?
He's not here, so he can't.
Oh, well, then we shall drop the subject.
Yeah, well, I took I put numbers to it. Like I got the 10-mile-an-hour river. I stuck with the 10 miles an hour because I'd already written that. And then I had the guy swimming upriver at 10 miles per hour and downriver at 10 miles per hour. 1 mile an hour different than the river speed. So for a grand total of going upriver, he's going 9 miles per hour. And for going downriver, he's going 11 miles an hour. 2 mile an hour
Who
delta.
exerted more power?
Swimming at each other.
Who exerted more power in this scenario?
To go 9 miles per hour and to go 11 miles per hour, they exerted the same.
So somehow you fiddled with the mathematics to get the energy. Seemingly, this is a deceit. This is why I call you a liar and a deceiver, because you can't admit reality. You go into a mathematical formulation to try to deceive.
I'm being genuine here, so you got to show me where I'm wrong and how I'm deceiving.
I will repeat, no matter what you say and do, you're not going to change the premise of this conversation. It always takes more energy to go against stream than with the stream. There's nothing ever that you're going to say or do while I'm in this room that's ever going to change that. You're never going to be able to change physics, Moyak. Not while I'm around. I will always ridicule you. I will always ridicule you in front of everybody.
Well, that's good because that's only a retard ridiculing me. It doesn't bother me that much.
And I will laugh and I will enjoy while I'm doing it.
So
I thought we sorted this out. I thought this was all done.
No,
I thought so too, bro. But
this will never be done. This will never be done.
Because
so hold on, let's see. Go ahead, Infidel.
Because I explained earlier that when the guy at point B exerts the same energy as the guy at point A, the guy at point B doesn't actually move in relation to his surroundings. He just stays still.
Right.
Yeah. And A and 1 move towards him. So yeah, you can have A and B exert the same energy and meet at the same point.
Yeah.
But that's because the same point is moving towards B.
Yep.
No,
that's roughly speaking correct, yeah.
You're fiddling round with minutiae. You're talking about forces of nature. See, tonight you guys backed yourselves into a corner, but you kept going.
Yes,
you couldn't see that you were, you couldn't see that you were backed into a corner, and you're so deep in the corner now. We're kind of watching you guys scramble.
No, Merle, if the guy at point B, in relation to his surroundings, is going to move upstream, then he does need to exert more energy than the guy at point A, right? But if the guy at point A and the guy at point B are exerting the same energy, the guy at point B will stay still. He won't move. But he has to exert that energy, otherwise he will move downstream as well.
So if you're in a whirlpool, right, caught in a whirlpool in the water, right, going round and around, how do you get out of the whirlpool?
That's
That's
completely different to the river scenario.
It isn't.
Yes,
We're
it
talking
is.
about
Yes,
a current and a flow of energy going in a very particular direction.
and you're caught in it.
No, because that current is
Force of
constantly
nature.
changing direction. Whereas
We're
the
talking
current
about
in the
water
river
and
is
fluid
going in the same
dynamics, which
direction
is
always.
we're talking
The
about
current,
fluid dynamics and flow
Yes.
and current and the forces of
yeah,
nature, and you guys aren't addressing that. And that's why it's embarrassing for you guys.
Merle, the flow in the river is going in the same direction always. A whirlpool is constantly changing direction. Yeah.
Constantly changing direction.
Yes.
So like water, like when it's going down a plug hole.
No,
I find it.
You think it's constantly changing direction?
Yes, so it's not compatible with the river analogy.
Well, but it is. This is the whole point
it's
of
not.
tonight's conversation.
It's
Yeah,
not.
it is. Because
It's
we've been
not,
talking
Merle.
about Coriolis all week, and we've been going out of reference frames, leaving the Earth, going up, going down. Like tonight, we've arrived at fluid dynamics, and Essie and Rakia kind of laid it out. New perspective.
Right, the
You guys
reference
haven't
frame
like
thing.
shifted us like a millimeter.
Right. The reference frame thing is easy, right? The only way you can leave a rotating reference frame is to actually leave the galaxy, right? Because the whole galaxy is rotating. Yeah. So unless you leave the galaxy, you're constantly in a rotating reference frame.
Sure. But can you just at least hear that whilst this is all in our direct experience, right? We're on Earth, all of us. So we need to be able to agree about certain things, how water behaves, what it does, right? And it just seems tonight like there's been really like difficulty over fundamentals of, it's not about science, this is reality, right? We're talking about reality.
What's your problem with the water then, Merle?
I don't know, it just got really triggered, and I don't think it was even necessarily flat Earth or globe Earth. We were just talking about how things work, and it just turned into a big trigger session. But I still think that SE, although you might not always like their approach, they're making fucking solid points, guys.
No, because SE was claiming that the other gentleman was lying. Yeah. And that's not what he wasn't lying, right?
Yeah.
He was, SE just didn't get the scenario that was being laid out.
Well, just don't take that away from this, though.
What do you mean?
We could all work on our communication skills, right?
Some more than others.
Well, let's put it this way. SC was right for what he was saying. The problem is that he was not saying the same thing we were saying.
Exactly.
There were two different scenarios.
Yep.
That's good.
See, SE was thinking about guy at point B moving upstream, when that's not the scenario we were talking about.
Exactly, because I'm right, and you're trying to change the scenario. Whilst the whole conversation was about exerting more energy while going upstream. That's all you had to say was, yeah, you guys are right, and we would have dropped it. No, you brought balls into this. You brought all kinds of things into it.
That was to tell you what my scenario was.
But it doesn't matter what your scenario is, because we're in reality.
In other words,
that was reality. That was a real scenario that could be achieved. There's nothing that couldn't have been done in a lazy river.
No, nobody is saying that to move upstream, you have to exert more energy than what you would do moving downstream, right? Nobody's saying that that's not true. But what we are saying is there is a scenario where someone moving downstream and someone exerting the same energy upstream, right, can actually meet at the same point.
Okay, so what does that have to do with what my scenario? Does it in any way, shape, or form change the initial statement? Why did you have to say, yeah, you're right, but... Why was that necessary in your mind?
Yes,
I'm curious.
It changes the scenario because when we're talking about Earth, we're in the same reference frame. We're in the river.
Exactly.
So speeds, the amount of effort taken to get from point A to point B and from point B to point A are the same because we're in the river.
But they're not. Not if you're traveling against the flow. This is what you got
You're
to
not traveling
understand.
against the flow because that's outside the reference frame.
Sorry?
The 1,021 miles an hour is uniform between both parties.
Yeah, but you equated it to the flow of the river, correct?
Yes, because both people are floating up, and we're going to go through the same thing. It's pointless unless you can address the image.
I'm like, I don't know what else to say, man. I mean, there's
I
nothing. I
just
don't think there's anything I can tell you guys that will see reality. I think you're putting everything through the globe filter, and you have dialetheism, like you're accepting two truths at the same time. So there's no way I can get through to you. You're just too far out, too far gone.
Hold on.
But
Nobody's saying wrong, right? But where I think you're going wrong is that you're not understanding what's being said.
We've
I
arrived
give up,
at
guys.
so many
I
points.
can't do this anymore.
That's also true. They don't understand very well.
I've explained it a couple of times
come
now,
on, guys. We got to
right?
be honest. There's a point
And
where we got to stop trolling each other and just say, "Listen, you're right. Like you got me on that one. It's not. You don't die.
Coriolis is
You don't
real.
lose an arm.
Coriolis is real, and it might happen on Earth with planes. You ready to agree on that?
Yeah, I think SC needs to concede on this one.
You ready to agree on Mel? Coriolis is real, and it might happen with Earth and planes.
Are we still talking about Coriolis? Day fucking 3 now?
So anyone disputing Coriolis is stupid because we've agreed it's real.
What's the issue with this Coriolis? Whose issue is it?
It's definitely a
I'm
flat
not
Earth
sure
issue.
Don is bringing it up.
Flat Earthers are obsessed with things spinning beneath things, even though they don't believe in it.
What issue is Flat Earther having with Coriolis effect right now?
Every issue they can think of. They just come up with issues. They say, what if a plane was hypothetically flying around a hypothetical ball that I don't believe in? What would it do? They ask. And we tell them what it would do, and then the next day they ask again and again and again.
Projection. My
they're
brain is
addicted.
hurting. Guys, thanks for the combo. I'm heading off to next level for some sanity for a while. Maybe I'll catch you guys later.
Going to next level for sanity. God damn it.
The reason they ask the same question, the reason they ask the same question every single day is because the first time you gave them the answer, they put their fingers in their ears and went la 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 while you told them.
Yeah, but
they don't listen.
Over time, they do understand, and they still keep asking. So it's like an extra issue.
Well, that's just dishonesty, then, isn't it?
Yep. Blatant, obvious dishonesty. Sorry.
I actually love the fact, jumping to a slightly different topic than that, both Rakia and SC Montreal in the previous conversation, kind of between the lines, admitted that they are trolling. Rakia said quite clearly that I'm troll. Moyak, you're kind of walking into this trap. We're just playing with you. And SC used those exact words. He said that he's playing with us. Now, where that's interesting is Rakia has before timed me out and muted me because I at some point in some conversation admitted to trolling. So following Rakia's own rule, because in this conversation he admitted to he is now under the threat of being randomly muted for admitting at some point for being a troll.
I thought Rakia was a Glober.
Oh God, no.
That's funny. He's like, oh shit, I've been agreeing with the wrong person. Fuck, now what do I do?
No, I know he's a
Who am
flat
I even
earther. And
arguing with? Who's on my side?
The flat
But I
earthers
thought-
probably agree with you,
Oh.
Mo, that the Coriolis doesn't happen on Earth.
Verkia made a lot of sense, though, don't you think? That's the reason
Yeah.
he was agreeing with him.
No.
Yeah.
He never
Yeah.
does.
I think they both did. It's
No,
just
they
their
never do.
approach sometimes. They almost double team. they just, I think, they've got certain things covered, you know?
No, they're
They're very toxic.
Playing-
They're very
playing with
toxic and
relativity.
dishonest.
And the thing is, if what I jumped in because I heard what Moyak just said about Moyak, I think somebody was just saying that if you're in the reference frame of the Earth and all the flow is going in one direction, right, and you're in that atmosphere, that it doesn't matter if you go against the spin, but it would matter if you go against the spin because there's different tangential speeds that you're going at. If you fly against those tangential speeds, the Earth and the atmosphere are still flowing in that same direction. If you fly against that flow, it's going to take more energy.
Tangential. Let's see what you're talking about there. Okay, you're saying different tangential speed.
Yep.
So you're talking about the tiny increase in radius of the Earth?
Yeah, of course, the latitudes.
Okay, no, then I agree. I'm talking like on a macro scale. It's inconsequential the amount that you've increased the radius of the Earth by. So yes, you will see a slight increase. In fact, the Etbus effect makes your plane heavier or lighter, as is evidenced of that. So yeah, no, I
so
agree
you
that it would be
exert more
slightly
energy going
more
against the
like
spin. That's all he's
0.0.
been saying the whole night. You exert
But
more
the
energy going
macro-
against the spin than with the spin.
Right, but the macro scale of this argument is where we're kind of talking, and they're saying that you can't go a plane can't go 1,500 miles an hour, and one's going only 500 miles an hour. That it would take more energy. They're talking on the macro scale where they would expect you to be putting out twice as much effort, not the micro scale of I've increased the radius of my tangential speed slightly.
Yeah, so if it was like a 200 mile per hour difference from where you started and where you ended up, then the plane would have to fight a fluid motion of the atmosphere from its side. It's going north to south, right?
Well, we're going east to west in this scenario, but yeah.
Oh, well, east to west. Either way, it's going to go against the spin, and it would have to exert more energy because that flow is coming at the plane.
In fact, I came up with I think a cool test for that. I have a prediction to make on the globe side. Of course, I don't know. Some people would say this is not a prediction, but it is. Using the model, if you fly north, you will have to decrease your speed. So you'll actually see a force coming from the west on your accelerometer if you fly due north.
Yeah, you see that macro.
0.015 G. And I predict that it'd be about 2.1 miles per hour per minute of acceleration or deceleration you'd have to do going north. And it'd be acceleration going south.
I guess you're saying that happens without the plane even trying to do that.
Right. If they follow a straight line, between two cities, north and south, you'll see an average of 2 miles per hour per minute of acceleration.
But that has to be then recognized as a force and actually detected as a force.
Right. And that's
separate from the winds. Separate from the winds.
Yeah, the winds really wouldn't matter because generally, if I go between the two cities and they're generally north of each other, I think the numbers, the average of it will work out pretty solidly, and it will work.
Well, no, because you could have winds
when you go south.
You could have winds you could have winds blowing the plane in the opposite direction that it needs to correct for.
Right. But unless you actually go with the wind, if you fight the wind, you're going to stay in a straight line. So the accelerometer won't care that a wind is there. If let's just say it's an even wind, all I would have to do is turn my rudder, a half a degree, and now I'm picking up that tangential speed, even though I'm following a straight line along the ground.
But then that's to say that like the pilot is aware of the Earth turning and trying to guide the plane to make sure that it stays within that tangential speed.
Right. Well, he does that inevitably by trying to stay on track. You know, if I pick the two cities, north and south, if my
Right, I
average
understand that.
is, if
Right,
I average
get it.
2 mile an hour of acceleration to the left, that's
Right.
going to be a little bit of a problem because I'll miss the city. So if I
Right,
make
but
the
that would be
city and I
something
fly
you would
generally
know.
straight, the sum of all those averages, or the average of all those, should result in a net 2.1 mile per hour crosswind that I fought the whole way, or force, or whatever you want to
Well,
call
it
it.
wouldn't be a cross. You can't call it a crosswind.
It would
because
appear
the
as
wind could be
to
going.
the pilot, it would appear as a crosswind.
That's what I'm getting at. You have to call it an apparent wind,
Right.
which isn't a
Yeah,
real
and
wind.
I tried that the other day, but I got laughed at.
Hey, Maya,
But see,
can I
that's the
step in for
problem.
just a second? Maybe try and explain this in a way he'll understand.
Sure, go.
All right. If you look at the course of an aircraft flying from south to north,
Oh my God.
if you look at the ground under the course of that aircraft and you park the airplane on that spot, so there are hundreds of parking spots between your originating airport and your destination airport. Would you agree that if that airplane is parked on the ground, it's rotating at the same speed the Earth is rotating at that point?
If the Earth were rotating, it would be on the ground, rotating with the Earth. Yeah.
Okay, great. So if I raise that airplane 1 foot above that spot on the ground, is it still rotating with the ground?
Well, if it goes up higher, it's going to be even that high. Would be a slight difference between the atmosphere
If I'm
speed and
maintaining
the ground speed.
if I'm maintaining my position directly over that spot on the ground, would you agree that it's not moving relative to the ground?
Yeah, and to maintain that spot, it would have to have the ability to accelerate sideways.
Okay, so, but
Okay,
you
yeah, so
understand
then
that
you
if
can do
I'm
it.
directly over that spot at
I
a foot,
agree.
it's going at the same rotational speed as the Earth.
Yeah,
Now, if
and
I'm
it
at
would have to have that
35,000
ability.
feet over that spot, I'm also keeping pace with the rotational speed of the Earth, correct?
Well, the planes aren't made to do that, but it could if it had the ability.
Okay, so good. You agree that it can. You agree that it
Well,
can.
no, I'm
So
saying
as
it
long
could.
as it's over that
If
spot,
it had that ability.
as long as it's over that spot, it's keeping pace with the rotation of the Earth at that spot. So as the plane flies along
the
its
atmosphere,
flight path,
it's a greater
as
circle,
the
so it's
plane
not a
flies
spin.
along its flight path, it is directly over a spot on that flight path the entire time. And as a result, it is matching the rotation of the Earth instantaneously at every spot over that flight path.
Well,
that
you could
helps a
say
little bit.
instantaneously as if it didn't
That makes
have to
sense,
think.
Moyak?
Once
You
you've
could
got
say
momentum.
instantaneously,
It sounds good.
like
Yeah, you
like
can't just
presto,
instantly go to that
instantaneously it did
speed
it.
from
But the
stationary.
problem is that it would be able to know exactly the heading and the corrections it's making for that rotation, and it wouldn't be a mystery. It wouldn't just be it's mixed in with the
whatever
winds.
heading and whatever you want to talk about, whatever heading it would be required to maintain the aircraft over a spot on the Earth, which is the flight path.
Yeah, like if you had
you could use a north.
You had the
south
flight
highway
path
there.
with little spots. If you had the flight path from one city to the next, marked out with spots that it's going to hit along the way.
A highway.
Then, right, like say it was going to hit those spots, and it would have to correct for the rotation to make sure it's still on path. But
Correct.
it would know
Now
it's
you
correcting
understand.
for Earth
Glad to help.
rotation. I understand. I totally understand this. I'm not confused at all by it.
And that's how.
I'm saying
And
that
that's
it
how
would know. It
aircraft
would know the
correct the
difference.
Coriolis.
And that's the problem, that the Coriolis is not included in flight training manuals or in flight
Sure it
simulators.
is.
And
Sure it
no,
is.
it's not. And
Yes.
well, you can make
You
that
ever
claim.
you ever
but
taken flight
that's a whole
training?
other argument.
Have you ever
know
taken
that
flight training?
simulators do flight simulators use Coriolis?
Have you ever taken flight
No.
training?
Can you answer that question? Do flight simulators ever use Coriolis?
It depends.
No, they use a stationary plane. They always
Do they?
They all do.
How do you know that?
Yes.
How do you know
Because
that?
all the Glovers are trying to make excuses why they wouldn't need to.
Well, they don't need to, but why would they? Why? How do you
Why
know that
wouldn't
they
they
do
need
that?
to? Why wouldn't they need to?
Because it makes no difference. All you're doing is following.
There you
the flight
go.
path.
That's the problem. You're saying it
All
makes
you
no
have to do
difference,
is
yet it
follow
would
the
have to
flight path,
correct.
and you correct
Yet it would
for it.
have to correct for something. So it
Correct.
does make a difference. If it has to correct for
Absolutely.
something, it makes a difference. So the fact that flight simulators
Absolutely. All you have
don't
to do
use
is follow the
Coriolis
flight
means
path.
that it's not moving.
Look, you can talk over and not listen to the answer all you want, but the answer is as long as you follow the flight
You just
path,
pinned yourself, buddy.
as long as you follow the flight path, you correct for Coriolis. It's as simple as
Yeah.
that.
So, but it makes no difference, but you have to correct for it. That's the contradiction.
All you have to do is maintain your flight path.
I can go from landmark
Makes
to
no
landmark.
difference, but you have to do something.
All I have to
you
do is make
correct
sure
for
that
something. Yeah, the
Does it
something that
change
you're,
the way
you're
you fly
correcting
the
for,
airplane?
it makes
Excuse
it's
me.
totally you don't have to
Does
even
it
be trained.
change the way you fly the airplane?
Going landmark
Yeah, it
to
does.
landmark doesn't prove a Earth spinning underneath you. That's
Does
idiotic.
it change the way you fly the airplane?
No,
Not follow
it
the
doesn't
flight
prove
path.
anything. No, it doesn't.
Rakia, he's losing this argument. He doesn't even realize.
Wow, this is amazing.
Does it matter that you're following the flight path? No,
Yeah,
it
it
doesn't.
makes a difference.
You're flying over the ground and you're following ground doesn't mean that the ground is moving or not
Good thing
moving.
Rakia is coming in to
You're a
save you, new
deceiver.
perspective, because
No,
obviously
not at
you
all.
don't know how airplanes fly.
He knows you're losing already because you contradicted yourself. You said it made no difference. That's the reason
None.
that flight simulators don't need to worry about including
None.
it in their program. Yet
So
it
how
makes
do
a
you know
difference
the
when
ground
you're
is
in the
moving?
air and you have to correct for it. So
All
you
you have to do
contradicted
is follow
yourself.
the flight path. That's all you need.
Why are you using flight path?
You're
as the
repeating
ground
that.
is moving,
You're repeating
Devin?
that as if it makes a difference in your contradiction.
Yeah,
and
it
doesn't.
absolutely does. It conclusively demonstrates my point.
How would it
No,
be different on
you're
a
so
flat
delusional,
plane,
bro.
flat stationary plane?
Okay,
Well,
Rakia, you're just interrupting, so you're going on mute for right now.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
When I'm done
just
with
part of the
new
conversation.
perspective, you
interrupted
can
more
talk
than
again.
anybody.
Now, new
I'm asking a
perspective.
simple
The
question.
bottom line is, as long as you follow the flight path, you correct for Coriolis.
We've heard you
Yeah,
say that.
so it
but
should make a
that
difference.
doesn't
If
prove
you have
You guys are
listen,
handling yourselves.
Rakia, you don't need to yell at him. I'm handling this fine. I'm telling him already.
Well,
if you're
Rakia's on mute right
correcting-
now because he's
if
just
you're
interrupting.
correcting,
I'm not on mute.
for
Bob, you're
Coriolis,
trolling
it makes a
yourself,
difference.
Bob.
Period.
You shouldn't
Bob,
mute
you're
anyone.
trolling yourself.
Listen, let me just say something, Rakia. If you're correcting for Coriolis, it makes a difference because you have to correct for it. That's why.
All
it
you
makes
have to
a
do is
difference
follow
if
the
it's
flight path to
included in
correct
the
for
flight
Coriolis.
simulator.
That's
Which
it.
You
doesn't
can't
prove
get out of that
Coriolis.
contradiction.
All you have to do is follow the flight path, and that
doesn't
corrects for
prove
Coriolis.
And you keep saying that because you lost, because you know it makes a difference. You have to correct for it. That's why it makes a difference.
You
And you're
have to
saying that it
correct for
doesn't make
all
a difference
forces
in flight
acting on the
simulators,
aircraft to
but it
follow the
would
flight
because
path.
it's something you would have to correct for. That's
All
the
right. Well, you're
contradiction
just
you can't get away
going
from.
on and on and on. You're not listening.
Yeah,
so.
I'm making
You're
points and you're
saying the
not. You
same
just keep
thing,
saying
No.
the same thing over and over again.
I think
No,
you lost
you
a
have
little
to
too much
correct for
blood
all
in your
forces
cutting.
acting on the aircraft to keep it on the flight path, and
Right,
that
and
includes
Yeah,
nobody
one,
that's why it makes a
Coriolis,
difference. It
that
has to
includes
correct
everything.
for it. Because it has to correct for it, that's the difference. Flight simulators would include it if it was
No,
actually
all you
something
have to
that
do
was
is
happening.
all you have to do is maintain the flight
I know
path.
that all
Which
you have to
doesn't
do is
prove
maintain your
Coriolis.
flight path. Like it doesn't make a difference, but
Nope.
it does make a difference if you have to correct. If you
Nope.
correct for it, that's the difference.
You
That's
correct
why it
for all
would be
forces
included in
acting
flight
on the
simulators,
aircraft.
period.
And Coriolis
Just
isn't one
can't
of them.
think properly.
That's why you don't
Oh
correct for
man,
it.
No, they can't think. They can't think properly. You're
No,
correct.
you're
he's
stuck on
saying
one
the truth.
thing because you know you
Guys are
lost.
fucking.
He's saying the truth. You have to correct for every
Yep,
force
declare
that's on that
victory without
airplane.
knowing what
You
you're
don't
talking about. I
correct for
got you. You
Coriolis
ever
because
taken
it's not
flight
an
training
effect on
there,
the
new
plane.
perspective?
And he has me muted. That's why he's talking over
Do you know how to
me.
fly an aircraft?
He should be muted. Yes, I do.
I didn't think so.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, the next
Yeah.
tactic
Yet you're
they do is
arguing with somebody who
start
does.
they
So
start
who's
yeah,
right
they
here?
start
Me.
You're
yeah,
wrong.
that's what's amazing and hilarious about this whole thing.
I've explained it to you. You just don't grasp it.
No,
That's
you
okay.
just said
No,
because of
you
the
did.
plane is
You explained it to me. They have to correct for Coriolis.
Yeah, all you have to
correct
do is
for
maintain your
Coriolis.
flight path.
Yep, and so it should be something you should be trained to do. If you're having to
We
correct
are.
for it,
No,
We are
no.
trained to
It just
maintain our flight
appears as
path.
a win, dude.
We
Yeah,
are
that's
trained
what
to
That's just
maintain our
win.
flight path.
Wind
I
could be
explained
moving in
it
the
to you
opposite
very
direction. motion. It's totally different than the Earth rotating.
It's a minor thing compared to the other forces that are acting.
Absolutely minor.
Regardless, if you have to correct for it, it would be part of your training.
No, it wouldn't.
It is.
Well,
Yeah,
it doesn't necessarily. It's not barely necessary.
Flight simulators don't use it. That's your training.
Sure they do.
It should be included.
You have to
Now
maintain
you're
a
going back on
spacecraft
that.
on a flight
Now
simulator.
you're going back. I thought you said they didn't need to.
I'm not going
All
to
you have
stop
to do is maintain a flight path. That's it.
This is ridiculous that I come into this
Period.
conversation. I have input because
Yeah,
I
I think
do
that,
fly.
I'll let
and
Rickia
Bob
yell
has
at
to
you,
mute
'cause
me
I
and
already
he
made
gets
my
away
point.
with it.
Yeah,
I'm not
he
going to
just
stop
he
talking
just
to me. Let
lost,
me
so
know
that's
when
okay.
Bob has unmuted me. Is Bob left?
He deafened
Now he
himself.
ran.
Okay, good for him. What
Let's
he's
see.
telling
Let's
you
see
the
if
truth.
Rakia wants to play.
He's telling you the truth. All right.
Okay, Rakia, you can talk now.
Yeah, I don't need your permission, asshole. I was talking the whole time. So he's telling you the truth. He's actually being honest. All planes would have to adjust for every effect that's affecting the plane.
They
The
do.
reason no pilot or plane adjusts for Coriolis or is trained on it, because it doesn't exist. It doesn't affect the plane. And
That's
flying
a
over a ground
tremendous
path,
leap of
hang on,
logic, Rakia.
I'm still talking. And flying over a flight plan that's flying over the ground and using ground marks doesn't prove that the ground is moving. He is telling you the truth. It's not proof of Coriolis. They just insert it as a theory. And if it exists, the plane would be doing this. And it's so insignificant, no pilot adjusts for it. It's just like a little bitty wind.
All
And
you have
both
to do is
y'all here, I'm
maintain your
telling you
flight
the
path,
truth.
and that does it.
That doesn't prove Coriolis does it, Bob.
Doesn't have to.
Hey,
But
Bob,
it doesn't,
did you
does
hear
it?
my description of
We don't listen to you very much
a
on
men's
Here,
accelerometer
go
on
ahead.
an
Let me
aircraft?
put Rakia back on mute because he's
No, if
interrupting
he's
you.
going to put me
Go
back
ahead,
on mute
Moyak.
for that, then I'm going to talk.
Okay.
I hear
Go
you.
Do you
ahead,
think that
Moyak.
my
Go ahead,
idea of
talk
putting
all
a
you want,
high
Moyak,
precision
but
men's
no one's going to
accelerometer on
hear
an
that
aircraft
because
would
Bob
show
shouldn't be
a
able to mute.
0.15 G lateral force?
How
very
is
well
Bob
may.
the moderator in here and being able to do that?
It's a question of whether or not the accelerometer is too sensitive to be used on the aircraft with test vibrations.
No mods.
Right. And too sensitive to use on it. And like, what forces would make it too sensitive? Because I mean, I would only use the lateral accelerometer.
Well, it's
I
such a
wouldn't care about
tiny
the vertical.
amount. You're going to be getting
Vibration?
just vibrations from the aircraft.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel you're bullying flat earthers, Bob.
No
Yeah,
mods
Bob
on.
mute me every time I try and talk.
He's not muting you. He's deafening himself for you. So it's like.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be
it's
allowed
real.
here. That should not be allowed here. That ruins the conversation.
Yeah, I'm just I
Yeah,
have to
normally it
get
doesn't.
rid of the noise in order to
No, you can
have the
leave. You have a
conversation.
choice to be here,
I'm
Bob.
feeling bullied.
Well, Rakia, you don't play nice, so people are muting you so
There's
they can have a
mods to take
conversation.
care of that. There's mods to take care of that. Bob
Yes,
doesn't
but
need
they're
to
not.
Yeah, Bob doesn't need to definitely. That ruins the conversation, ruins this channel. Is he
You're
against
not
this?
having a conversation,
The
Rakia.
whole-
I
You're
am
just
having a
screaming.
conversation. I'm talking about the topic.
The whole
Coriolis. I asked
All
you
you're
a
doing
question.
is screaming over people, Rakia.
I'm not screaming. If you
Tell
wouldn't
me
talk
about
through
your
me, I
ball
wouldn't have to
religion.
scream. I asked you a very simple question, and you answered it truthfully. I just want the audience to know. You flying over a ground path doesn't prove Coriolis. They
No, it
don't have
doesn't.
a proof of Coriolis. Yeah, he's agreeing.
No, that's not how you prove Coriolis.
You can't prove Coriolis. You can't
Sure you can.
differentiate between any little wind that's pushing your airplane in any direction.
can.
No, you can't. How?
You pretty much said it was
Well, let's see.
insignificant.
What
Bob.
happens with ballistic objects?
We're talking about an airplane, Bob.
An airplane's under control. What about a
Why are you
ballistic
trying to
object like an
change it?
artillery? Okay, again, you're yelling over, so you got to go back on mute for a while.
No, you can't mute
You're
me for that. That's
contradicting yourself,
ridiculous. I
Bob.
asked
So,
you, why
a
are you
ballistic
changing the
object which
subject,
is
Bob?
not under control does have
I'm
to account
talking
for
about the topic
Coriolis,
that
especially over distance. And that's
Mhm.
right in the manuals for
hand,
like a
which is flying
16-inch
through the
naval
air
rifle
and
on
being
an
able to
Iowa
tell
class
if
battleship.
Coriolis is affecting the airplane or not.
You have to
Why is he
take
talking
into
right now
account
over me?
the
He
rotation
should be
and the
muted
curvature
for
of the
talking
Earth
over
with
me. I'm
artillery.
making a point on subject. He wanted to take it to ballistics,
Yeah, as far
which
as like
was
the
not.
vibrations go, I think that those would be.
Now two people are doing it and Xing me out of the. I'm definitely being bullied. This is
Yeah,
what.
just mute them so that you can talk.
Yeah,
This is the
now he's
best
telling
part.
other people to mute me.
The
This
best
is
part.
bullying.
Hey, the best
Actually,
part
do you
is
want to
you're-
go to live stream too, Bob?
Yeah,
Anybody
go
follow us but
close
Rakia?
tomorrow. That would be good. See you
Yeah,
later.
that's what you should do. The whole morning there's been no mods on, and it's been just a real fun conversation. This idea where they can just deafen themselves when they can go to another live stream. They're supposed to do that.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. To deafen someone, that is crazy. That should not be allowed.
Well,
100%.
I don't listen to noise. That's
We don't
the
care
problem.
what you
You're
do,
supposed to
Bob.
go to
You're
the
here
live
as a
stream.
guest.
Yeah,
You're
but then
here
I'm
as
in
a
a live
guest.
stream right
Bob,
now.
you
You act
wouldn't listen to
accordingly.
flat earthers preach to you, would you? Like tell you about the dome for half an hour? What would you do?
I've listened to people talk to me about the dome. I ask them little questions that kind of destroy their entire concept, and watch with amusement as they continue to go on without having taken note of the fact I destroyed them.
Kind of like what
Do you
you
know?
did when you
Well,
told
What
everyone
about the
that the
dome? Tell
ground
us.
track was proving
Rack,
Tell us
Coriolis.
about the
And when I asked
dome,
you
man.
if it does,
can
you
I
said
ask?
no.
Because like he reckons he knows what the Earth is, and he's a scientist and a pilot. Like maybe he could tell us.
He
What do you want
debunked
to know,
himself.
Merle?
He said that he could explain the concept in new perspectives, and he didn't. So he just debunked himself right there. His whole epistemology came crashing down like a giant house of cards.
But you want to know what the Earth is, Bob?
Go ahead and tell me, Merle.
I don't know. We're trying to find out.
Okay, well,
Do you know about
I'm
the dome?
comfortable with my understanding of it. Thanks.
This Coriolis effect, it's like if the Earth ain't spinning at the equator, but it's spinning at 23.5 degrees, and surely our Coriolis measurements are going to be all over the place. No?
Nope.
It's only spinning in one direction. But if you're going north, well, not north, but 23 degrees off north, you're going to feel the sharpest effects. But when you head west, you're not going to feel as much, are you?
Sure, you actually are, but for a different reason. There's two things you have to take into account with Coriolis. Do you know what they are? Why does Coriolis affect objects that are going east and west?
It doesn't.
Yeah, actually it does.
Does it affect everything going north to south?
Nope. That's a pretty superficial understanding of what Coriolis is. It also affects objects going east and west.
Yes, but if you think about it,
I have.
We're not spinning at the equator, are we? We're spinning at 23.
Of course we're spinning at the equator.
But think about it. Think about our angle, and we're spinning at the equator, and we're doing this and we're doing that. Yeah, all right.
Okay, yeah, we're spinning at the equator, so what?
Yeah, I guess I didn't put so much thought into that, to be honest with you.
Are you saying that parts of the Earth spin and parts of the Earth don't?
No, the problem is, Bob, is we think the Earth spins really fast. That's
yeah,
their
they don't
problem.
really have much concept of
On
scale,
a
do they?
sphere rotating, Coriolis differs all the way around, meaning the amount of drift and what you'd measure,
of
and
course,
how straight you have to stay, would change all around the globe depending on which direction and where you're going.
Yep. Yep.
So this effect that we get seems to be just in one direction, a bit like a Faraday rotation.
Yeah, it's
sort
one
of,
direction, but it's based on the one
What
direction.
makes you think it's one direction?
Going.
What makes you think it's only in one direction?
No, I'm saying that we spin in one direction, right?
Yes, that's true.
And
But
so
you understand Coriolis affects objects going east and west as well, right?
Yeah. I get it.
Okay.
And
Do you know
there's
why?
also, I get it.
Do you know why?
Do you know what? Like when people start talking and talking in this type of tone, it really irates people because there's no reason why you can't just have a civil conversation without trying to interrogate somebody.
I am having a civil conversation. Do you know why Coriolis affects objects going east and west?
But we've established that already.
They don't.
Okay, so you agree
It
that
doesn't. You
Coriolis
have no proof
exists
that
and
it
it
actually
affects
does.
objects. Okay.
It doesn't affect objects going east and
No
west.
matter
You
what
have no
direction
proof.
they're traveling.
You have no proof that it does. You just only have a theory of what it would do
I'm
if
fine
it
with
was. Yeah, he needs to take me off of mute again. I'm trying to be a part of the
Let's see if
conversation.
Rakia is still going off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he knows
take
I'm going off because he
maybe-
sees my light. He's such a dick.
See, I give him
You know
every
I'm going off.
opportunity.
No, you're just a dick. So it
Apparently
will
he
affect.
is.
Still going
It's
off. He's
not-
still triggered.
Yeah, he's screaming and shouting through everyone.
That's
no,
fine.
I'm telling people the truth, and Bob doesn't want people to hear it, so he's deafening himself. So I can't get into the conversation, but I'm going to say it anyway. These effects are not recorded. They're not shown. It's just in theory only. These people come here daily to deceive you. Don't be deceived. This effect called
fucking dare
Coriolis
you.
East and West doesn't affect objects. They have never proven it. They only tell you how it would affect something if
I
Coriolis
consider
was the
this
truth.
bullying. I'm being bullied, but
Yeah, you're being
denying
bullied, all right.
part of
You're
my
being
natural
bullied into
belief
the truth.
system. You're
Yeah, into
denying
the
what
truth.
pilots have to cope with on a daily basis.
So
It's bullying.
so what you're telling me is that Coriolis isn't real and it's all lies and being made up.
Bob is telling you that. He's telling you that although it's a theory that it would affect the
Quite
plane,
a bit
it
of
actually
meteorology
doesn't,
is based
and
on
pilots don't
Coriolis, and
adjust for it.
meteorology is pretty accurate.
No, Rakir, you just said that it's not real and it's all made up. That's not what Bob said.
It's a real effect if you're on something that's moving. The problem is you're not on something that's moving when you're flying through the air like Earth. Earth is not moving underneath you. So these effects are not recorded. It's just theory only. If the Earth was moving, it would affect a plane this way. But that's why he's got to say it can't be shown on an instrument and pilots aren't trained for it or adjust for it because it doesn't happen.
What does choreo mean? You know, like they name something. For me, I'm a lot about words. To name something choreo, does the word choreo have anything to do with this effect, the word choreo or choreograph? Sometimes they name words as clues to help us understand what exactly they were talking about back in their day. I know it sounds a bit off topic. It's just sort of, I always like to think about what the words are telling us. And maybe there's some helpful insight into the word they've given us, and we're just arguing over what we think the definition is, or etc. etc.
Is this you trying to pinpoint words down to one definition, and that's the only definition, and that's the only use of that word that we can use?
No. I'm more about, are there definitions that we aren't considering? Because the word itself is telling us something. Is there a word called choreo? Like we have.
Yes, actually there is. I just checked it.
Cool, man. Thank you. I'm just.
It's actually named after the scientist that originally described it.
Now the word cardio. What does cardio relate to?
It's related to the scientist that named it.
No, cardiovascular. That's what that word there.
Yeah, he's.
Right, now you're going off on a completely different word. Cardiovascular has nothing to do with Coriolis. It doesn't even sound the same.
No, I said choreo and cardio. That's my comparison.
Why are you making that comparison?
They don't even sound the same.
Okay, did you listen to what I said?
Yeah.
You're funny muting him.
You guys are just
All right.
sort of
Well, inform him of the post that I just put into the chat, which gives him the origin of the term Coriolis.
Yes, but I was talking about the word choreo. Yeah.
Yes.
The word choreo,
which has nothing to do with the term Coriolis.
But it does.
Just hear him out.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Look at what's in the chat right now.
Hear him out. Then you'll know what he's saying.
I already know what he's saying. Look in the chat.
What's the difference between choreo and choreo, as in choreograph? Because choreograph is to set up, yeah? And then what is happening with the Coriolis?
Yeah, but see, what you're trying to do is break the word Coriolis down into separate words and find different meanings for that, when Bob just told you the exact meaning of the word Coriolis and where it comes from. Yeah, stop trying to break it down. Stop trying to break it down and give it different meanings, right? This is a Nathan Oakley trick. Stop it.
Realm, why are you going down this road when I've already put the answer in the chat?
Because it's called redefining words. Yeah,
You're
The
not
difference-
redefining words. Look at the definition
You get a word
that I
like
put in chat. What did I put in chat?
Listen, let me talk. It's my
Realm,
turn.
what did I put in chat?
I'm driving. I wouldn't know, bruv. I told you.
All right. Well, why don't one of your buddies tell you what I put in chat?
So as I was saying, you get a word like lunatic, and you get a word like with a tick on the end as well. The tick on the end is just an extension of the word. The origin of the word is not the ending, right? So Coriolis, you're actually based on choreo, yeah, and choreograph. There is a connection there. Now we do a free.
No, there's not.
But because you
Realm, let me get you. It's named after the guy Coriolis. That's his surname. But
Yes,
the
if this
word
guy
Cori
never-
means heart.
What are
originally.
y'all scared of? Why is Bob able to control this conversation and cut people off trying to make their own opinion?
It's named after the guy that described
Yeah,
it.
we understand that's your
Rakia, I
point.
think you
We're
might have
trying to
just
hear the
shouted
other
and cut me
person's
off.
point. Can we hear the other person's point,
Hold on,
please,
Rakia.
Bob?
Hold on.
I think you might have cut me off by shouting, Rakia.
Yeah. How
Realm.
rude.
It's
he
named
came
after
out with the
guy
word.
Coriolis, but Cori means heart originally.
He came out with the word lunatic, right? And then started on about the word tick at the end of lunatic. But we all know what lunatic means. But the word luna, what does luna mean?
No, but you're missing the point.
Yeah,
You're
no,
missing
you
the
see,
point.
no, my point is that you're taking one word which means something, right? Trying to break it down into separate
Luna means
words.
moon,
Trying,
and lunatic means crazy because of the moon. So
No,
that wouldn't be a good analogy for you.
But listen, but Luna and tick are two separate words. When you put them together, they come out with something. Now, choreo, did you say cardio means heart or choreo means heart?
but you're trying to break down words into
Corey
separate
is heart
words, find
originally.
different meanings
That's just
for
the
them,
guy's name.
and then say that the original word now has a different meaning, because if you break it down into separate words, that separate word has different meaning. Therefore, the original word must mean something different, because the separate words mean fucking something different.
Infidel, we're allowed to ask about
Classic
words, and it's
characteristic
sometimes
number
helpful.
4
As
of
he said,
science
it's sometimes
denial.
helpful to understand what things mean by looking at the word.
Classic characteristic number 4 of science denial. Poor scientific reasoning.
Doesn't the Coriolis apply to a flat plane?
No.
Anything spinning with something moving above it.
But I went through this the other day with some people, right? The meaning of a word depends on the words that come before and after, right? If I give you these letters, L-I-V-E, tell me what word am I saying? You can't, right? Because it has two different meanings, right? It has two different uses, yeah? Therefore, you don't know which word I am saying until I give you more information either side of the word that lets you know which word I am using.
Say the word. Say the word. Say that word you just spelled.
The word.
Say the word.
L-I-V-E.
No, say the word. Don't spell it out.
L-I-V-E.
But this is what I'm saying to you.
Question.
If you just see the word, right? Unless you see the information before and after the word, you don't know what the meaning of that word is or the term that is being used. Yeah.
I asked you to say that word, and you couldn't because you knew I was going to fucking do you.
Yeah, but you're making his point for him because he's literally saying, hold on, you're interrupting me, you're being rude. He's literally saying that the context before the word and after the word matters. And now you're saying, I need you to say the word in order for me to, yes, you're making his point. The context matters, the way you say the word matters, the etymology matters.
Listen,
and don't even get me started on the etymology and the false etymologies that you do.
Right, whatever. You guys are going off fucking track, right? He said to me,
Yes,
what does the word L-I-V-E mean? And I said, say that word. And neither of you could say the word because you knew that saying the word alone in that situation would tell me exactly which one you were talking about. So it's the way that you say it, and it doesn't always have to be the context, my friend.
Not necessarily. Like even if I say, hold on, even if I say the word, let's say live, do you know apart from the context what exactly I mean?
There's only one context, bruv.
No, there can be. Are you saying that there is only one context that the word live has ever been said?
Okay, so give me a sentence.
If that's not what you're saying, then you need to clarify yourself.
No. Give me a sentence, right, where the word live has nothing to do with a performance or that type of thing. When you're playing something live, give me an example of a sentence where you can change that and say it the same way.
Right, you just proved my point there. You said, give me a... Hold on, let me finish. You just said, give me a sentence, right? See, if you write down the word L-I-V-E on a bit of paper and ask different people what does that say, and one person says live and one person says live, you won't know who's correct, do you? Because it's just one word written down on a bit of paper, right? You need words either side of it, that sentence, to tell you what that word is, to tell you what that word means, and to tell you what context it's being used.
For a second version of the word live, okay? You can't give one because there's only one example of the word live, right? So when you're reading a word, you don't know whether it says live or live, okay? So that is the problem when you come to describing words and you think you know the definitions of them. It's how you say them, because that's how they did it, okay? And that's how we move on. So when we're arguing about this thing like Coriolis, we have to think about what is the word telling us that they're trying to describe, and not the definition.
Worth looking at. We looked at it. Google is saying it's named after the guy. Something Coriolis. It's some old guy who invented the idea of something spinning away from something spinning, depending on the reference frame.
The word choreo, just the word choreo, nothing to do with Coriolis.
No. Again, you're breaking that word down into different words. Stop it.
What is Coriolis in relation to? Like lunatic is in relation to Luna. What is Coriolis?
Cori means heart. Olis is how you turn it into a name, an olden day name.
Let me get you on that. So the case with lunatic is, yes, there are some English words like lunatic that can be broken apart and that come from different parts. Now, not all words actually follow that pattern. So, for example, if I try to break the word live down to what's L-I and then what's V-E, it doesn't, the word live doesn't actually come from the word L-I and then V-E. That's not how you come up with the word. So the fact that, yes, lunatic, yes, you can break lunatic apart like that, that doesn't mean that you can break Coriolis apart like that. And we know this, that you cannot, words do not work that way.
Hold on.
He was just asking, and you all shot him down. That's the only reason we've gone on about it for so long.
Now, see when you break down because Luna doesn't just mean the moon; it can also refer to contents. Yeah, right. So again, unless you have words either side of that word, you don't know which term is being used.
Yeah, but you can ask about it, can't you? To see.
Yeah, you can.
The history of words is fascinating. How they change the meanings from ancient language to Latin to English.
Yeah, but the thing is,
sometimes you get clues about the meaning. Sometimes.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it's not interesting. But what I'm saying is, you can't just go and take a word like Coriolis, right? Then start breaking it down into different words and saying, right, these different words have these different meanings. Therefore, Coriolis doesn't mean what you're actually using it for, right? That's just fucking dishonest.
Why can't he do that? Why are you shutting him
That's
down?
honest.
No, he just wants to know. Why can't he? What if it means Earth movement?
Well, we can actually look that up.
Yeah,
by
well,
using it.
that's what we're saying. Why can't we? He's saying he
Yes,
can't.
and we did.
We did. Bob looked
we
it
did.
up and confirmed it's named after the scientist.
No,
I
he didn't look up
confirmed
the
Bob.
different parts of the word. He looked up why it was named Coriolis. This guy is asking you to look up or to figure out why. Yeah, y'all go
I
ahead,
did.
man.
Yeah, I did. I already told him.
Right. Well, this guy's saying, why can't you?
You don't need to break the word Coriolis down into different words. The reason you're doing that is so that you can say these different words have these different meanings, therefore Coriolis doesn't mean what you want it to mean.
Or you think that's why he's doing that?
So
Yes.
what about the word loon? Sorry if I sound like I'm shouting. With the word loon, in what context can you use the word loon where it has nothing to do with loon? You've got balloon, you've got a loon, you've got indeed you could double the N and make it an M and you could have the word loon. So a lunatic, right? But back in the day we didn't have M and N, we just had one. We would likely have been an N. And then we've extended on that. And our letters have extended on, when you add the same letters together, like M, and put two M's together, you'll get something like an apple shape, right? That's, some people thought the world was up, some people thought the world was down. Some people thought the world was convex, some people thought the world was flat and stuff. And that's how our formation of our letters has come about. And I think our English is the result of this, and it's got all the clues in front of us, but we're all arguing because our etymology methods are wrong.
That's where you would actually need to support your statements. Like, I actually study currently translation, so I know quite a lot about how etymology works, how words work. And the way you do etymological study is you compare different languages and how words actually work. Now, what you're actually doing is quite different. So, for example, the argument here is we should break down the word Coriolis and look at the parts Corio and lis. Well, I actually did that. Corio doesn't give too many results, and lis, well, it's used in for example, in phrases like fleur de lis, which is like a crest or something like that. However, here's the critical part, and I know that I'm going on. You didn't only suggest that we look at the word choreo plus list, you also said that we should look cardio, which is a separate, different word. And then we could, while we're at it, we could do card and, playing cards, birthday cards, Christmas cards, because card, it's close to choreo. So you're not exactly saying that we should break the word apart etymologically. You're saying that we should look into some hidden clues in the letters and which words they are close by. You're not actually saying that we should be doing any sort of valid etymology here.
So if you take the word car and you take the word core, what is the difference on those three letters? The reason you've changed the vowel, and that's the only difference. Now, what other rules are being changed? Because if you think about all the Latin that's come into our language, a lot of it is very, very similar. You could look up the word COR in a dictionary, and you're going to come up with so many words. But you might find that there's a common link between all those words, one being that they all start with COR, and you got core, and you got car. So changing the vowels also help in the definitions, but they all would stem from one original word. In Africa, there's 50 languages that all stem from the same original language. What they've done is they've done their own little thing on it, yeah? So when we realise what the origin of the word really means, then we might look at this in a different way.
So what would you say? What would you say that, for example, let's take the word car. What would you say that word means?
An enclosed thing that transports or moves, possibly.
Okay. Now, following your logic, it's fine to change the vowel at least, So you would have core, maybe CIR, CUR, cur. That's at least a word, cur.
Just O. We're talking about A and O. I don't want to move on.
Why are we talking about A and O? You said that changing the vowel is okay, but okay. Why is changing A into...
You have core correction, you have core, you have Coriolis, you have corner.
Sure.
You have many words, and you have to think, well, where's the link? Why is the core, the COR at the beginning of the word? And
yes,
to
but
most people, they'll be like, I really appreciate you letting me speak. I do appreciate that.
I'm letting you speak. I made a frustrated noise, and then I held myself back. So there's a difference between interrupting and then starting to speak and stopping yourself. So I think even in a good conversation, you should let the other person, give them room for starting to speak, but then stopping them. So you should like kind of congratulate them that okay, you tried to interrupt me, but then you stopped yourself. Go ahead.
That's what I was doing, congratulating you. I was giving you praise.
Right. I think I've got the answer to, like, when you just said, oh, why is the word or the letters core in so many words? That's because words have versatility. Yeah, we can use them in many ways. One of the most versatile words in the English language is the word fuck. Yeah, it has so many different meanings, so many different uses, right? But yet nothing that we ever use it for is actually related to the word that it stems from. It stems from the word flicken, which is German, which means to strike. Yeah, we never use the word fuck as in, oh, he just fucked him in the face. No, you would say he just punched him in the face. Yeah, but yet we don't use the word like that. But yet the word fuck has so many different meanings and so many different uses. But what you're trying to do is pinpoint words down to one specific meaning and one specific use and say, this is what we must use it for. This is what we must say it means.
Yes, but that's the argument, is that most people, not, just like you were saying, is that this is what it means, this is what it means, this is what it means. But are we talking? It depends on how they. But no, I'm not trying to pinpoint it to what I say it is. I'm trying to look at a bigger perspective than everyone coming here and saying, this is what it means, this is what it means. But it's like when we look at the words and we think about like what the word is actually telling us, even coming up with a word like choreo meaning heart, but so does cardio mean heart. Do you see the correlation there, right? So I'm not trying to say this is how it is. It's more the case of, if they're talking about the heart, then the heart is the hearth, and the hearth is the earth. So words that are relating to something, and then that helps you describe the context. And also, I think most people, like before the 1800s, they had to publish this stuff in Latin. So that if you were German, would you German, Finnish, Australian, or fucking Chinese, you had to publish your stuff in Latin because that was the acceptable language of science. So fuck, didn't come into that.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, when we're talking about the Coriolis and the Coriolis effect, and and that, we know the context, we know the meaning in which these people are using this word. So there's no need to break it down and look for different meanings. Yeah. When I say Bob fucked Shirley, right? You know the meaning that I'm using that word in, right? So you don't need to go looking up what the word fuck means and its origins and all the rest of it. You know that when I said Bob fuck Shirley, then you know what I'm saying. There's no need to go and do any research and break shit down.
There is. We do have to break stuff down.
It's just
We're not ignorant. We can figure it out. That's how we learn language in the first place. We learned what words meant by their context and the way that they were used and the situations in which they're used. We can figure this stuff out without having to break it down all the time.
It's just the guy's last name. That's all it is. He invented something. He came up with an idea, and then they put his name to it.
Holy shit! I agree with Grit for once.
So there's a word called choreo, and that's you COREO, and you might say, oh, it's spelled differently. No, you can still say it the same way. Choro or choreo, combining forms denoting the pupil, for example, of the eye, right?
Yes, well,
So
what I want to
Again,
say is you don't want to go too far with this, because if you go too far with this, concave becomes con, which is lie, and then you're fucked.
Yeah, I
yeah,
know.
but again, you're trying to break things down and research. The Coriolis effect was named that because of the scientist's last name. There is no need to research the guy's name and break the guy's name down.
Yeah, but you don't know that guy. But people also got code names, right? They didn't necessarily use their actual names in a lot of things, right? So I don't know when this guy existed. I will look it up. I'm sure in the 19th century. But so long ago in a time that we would know. But even the word, I'll stop now. But a choreo is a leather worker. It means skin, hide, leather belt, whip, crust, coat, peel, shell, upper layer. So when you put that Latin meaning there with this, you can have fuck all to do with what we're trying to argue about here.
Well, we're trying to make sure that the meaning of these words is attributed properly to the name, the last name, Coriolis, or to the actual actions and thought process that was used to name this stuff. If it's named after a person's name, then those associations go out the door, unless you're saying that it's some sort of fake code name or some sort of fake event in history that was just, encoded or something with Corio leather or Corio whatever, or the eye.
Yeah. Also, if we're actually going to go down the rabbit hole of choreo might be from cornea or choreo or correlation or corruption or crap fucking I don't know what, can we actually pin down the fucking rules?
Yeah.
Because we need to be very specific what kind of links are allowed, what kind of links aren't allowed. For example, it seems earlier with the car example, going from car to core is fine, but from car to cur isn't. Why is it exactly? Which kind of links are allowed? Which kind of connections should we follow and which shouldn't we follow? Because just based on similarity, we can make all sorts of connections, which are allowed, which aren't.
Yeah, and sometimes the connections aren't seen until, later. Sometimes people just go ahead and name something. They're not looking for this connection or that connection necessarily. But
connections like in languages have a limited amount of letters. Random connections would arise, and most of the connections that would arise would be random.
What makes you think that?
Because that's how a limited symbolic system would work. Let's make it easy. You have 3 letters. You have C, R, C, A, and R. And let's say you have the thing that you drive with, you have a car, and then you have a cup, but you don't have all the letters available. So you will name the cup, let's say it's RAC. Now, given that it uses the same letters, can I drive the cup because it has the same letters? Of course, it's just a random connection arising from I'm using the same letters, like I'm using a limited symbol set. Car is connected like there are 2 common letters, for example, that car shares with cur, which means a dog.
Dog and God, that can't be a coincidence. That's got to be a trick.
I actually think that there is a strong connection there, because how many wheels does a car have? 4. How many legs does a cur have? 4. Oh yeah, there must be a deep connection. Someone planted a hint. And earlier, it was suggested that link isn't allowed. Why isn't it allowed? What exactly is the rule here?
Yeah, it makes you rethink everything, because I don't know, even something like your ear, right? Could you imagine another word or another? It's
it's all rose by a
who came up
different
with
name.
Who came up with that though? Like, there would have been a time where we didn't have language, so you're looking at that part of someone's head, right? And someone's ear. I mean, does it work like that? Is that how language developed, or did we just make noises?
Well, going back, I mean,
that's actually go ahead, Lemon.
Well, it's inimical to meaning to say that any meaning can be drawn from any connection. You know, when you're communicating with somebody, you mean something very specific, and we try to basically infer only the meaning that you're trying to communicate. You know, when you're trying to say, "Hey, there's a fire over here," you're not allowed to just interpret, you know, some sort of wild interpretation like, "Oh, you mean that there's, you know, passion and a joy for life over here." You're like, "No, there's a fire over here. Call the firemen," you know, and stuff like that. You're trying to communicate a very specific meaning. And so getting to the place where we just infer any sort of meaning and any sort of connection wildly is inimical to communication.
I wanted to touch back on what you said, asked Merle, because I think it was a brilliantly good question. The answer is no one bloody knows. Sometimes you just come across a question that really doesn't have an answer. One theory is that speech arose like we learned to vocalize when we were like singing songs and making music. That's called the heave-ho theory of language. That, for example, people were pulling like large loads and they were like grunting together, and that gave them rise to speech. But you know,
Wow.
really the answer is we cannot tell because it's so long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
What we can tell about is how language develops now, because new words arise. For example, internet, we didn't used to have that word, but we cannot, for old words, much of that we cannot tell how they were formed exactly. Like they get derived from other languages often, but when was the first time that thing got named? For example, ear, who the hell knows, man?
Interesting. And mainly because there's so many different languages.
Yeah.
It wasn't like
Yeah.
it was just a universal thing, you know, like we all just spoke the same language.
Many of the languages that we currently speak are derived from a universal base. It's called Proto-Indo-European. That's hypothesized, but there are good reasons as to why people think that language actually existed. But yeah, I'm an absolute geek for this stuff. I just some time ago I did a small essay or a blog post about the Proto-Germanic loans in the Finnish language. So Proto-Germanic would be a language that Germanic languages come from. So that would be English, Danish, Swedish, stuff like that. And there are some words in Finnish that actually come from that Proto-Germanic root. For example, the word for king is kuningas in Finnish, and in the original Proto-Germanic that was kuningas with a Z at the end. And in Finnish that word has remained almost the same, whereas in English it has changed drastically.
Yeah, I think Twitter and all the hashtag sort of stuff. Yeah, when you read language from, you know, different times, you can see it's not word salad. It's almost like words did have meaning, and they could even you could read them and get an emotion as well, because it's like a beautiful sentence or something. They took it seriously. Some, the authors, the writers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, if we're talking about how language originates, it kind of seems like a chicken or the egg problem. You can't have language unless, you have meaning, symbols that mean something very specific, but how are you going to communicate what those symbols mean without language being there in the first place? And so the only way to solve a chicken or the egg problem like that is if we're given language, by a creator. The only way to solve a chicken or the egg problem like that normally is a creator that makes the chicken and the egg kind of built together. So it looks like we're given language and given these symbols and what their meaning is by some sort of vocal, verbal creator with language already built in, basically.
I saw a lot of the symbols that are there, like esoterically and even in the zodiac, things like that. I saw a lot of that stuff in the DMT experience, and my theory on that is a way for the mind to communicate with us is through symbols, not just sounds or English. It's like a language in itself. Some of those symbols, they're deeper. There's a lot more to them, I think, now. It is something to do with sacred geometry.
Yeah.
And mathematics.
I agree,
I
Mel.
don't know how all that stuff works. But
Am I coming through? I don't know.
yeah, mate.
Maybe I'm just being quiet. Symbols are higher than language, but I also agree with Lemon that language had to be given to us. But symbols are an unspoken, condensed form of language. A whole ideology or gang in one thing you can look at.
Like, they say a picture can say 1,000 words or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, how much meaning do you pack into the symbol? It gets back to a sort of chicken or the egg problem, because you're going to need a language to say what this symbol means and what it doesn't mean. Otherwise,
Right.
if you potentially pack the symbol with any amount of meaning in it would become meaningless.
Yeah, we must have had some language to make mystical symbols. Yeah, that makes sense, Lemon. I've thought it through now.
Yeah, it's one thing that's quite definite, even though I said that we don't know a lot. We used to have verbal language before written, obviously.
And so normally when you have a symbol, you have some sort of experience with the symbol that gives it a meaning. When you look at fire, it now, takes on the symbol of harm or, extreme, heat, because you've been burned by fire. That's what gives the fire some of the symbology, the experience with the fire. So, ideally you would have had an experience with the symbol and a language to communicate what the symbol means.
Let's say the equal arm Celtic cross. Let's say, just for the argument's sake, it means the 4 seasons and the sun. You can't just naturally feel all the 4 seasons and the sun and then decide to design a symbol without having any labels for the sun for 4 different types of weather, right? And for a symbol in general. You have to know what these things are before you could do that.
It's a chicken or the egg problem. The symbols are there, yes, but how do you communicate what meaning will be packed into the symbol without a language? Otherwise, you could just make a fire mean, cold, hot, anything. It would become.
It's mostly a chicken, so mostly language came first, but this also requires a god that puts a few symbols in and some language in.
It's a chicken or the egg problem, and the only way I know of to solve a chicken or the egg problem is a creator. that makes the chicken inbuilt with the ability to make eggs, basically.
And what good is a language if we can't communicate with it?
Yeah, if we have nobody to communicate to, or if you're trying to communicate the symbol to somebody, but they're like, I, touch fire and it, cooks. So, you're trying to say for you, the symbol of fire is something that harms. I'm saying it's something good since it cooks my food and makes it taste delicious or something.
Yeah, it's good and bad then.
Yeah, that's actually, that touches on an important point. Like, language is almost by definition, like all the symbols that we use, it's almost hard to define, hard to pin down, and sometimes even self-contradictory. For example, fire. It can be a good thing. It can symbolize good things because, you can cook with it. It gives you warmth, protects you against winter. But then you can burn your house down. You can die in a fire. That doesn't feel nice. So, yeah. That's why we can't. That's why language is. You can look up definitions in a dictionary, but they are never 100%, and you need to look at the word in a context to be actually sure what it means, or how you would, for example, translate it.
You know, it is
The
100%.
same with a symbol.
Are you guys in the middle of something? Go ahead.
I just wanted
No,
to
we
add
were just
how much
talking
that
about
was symbols.
language, Jeremy. Come on in. We were trying to talk about, what came first, the language, the symbols, language in general. You were saying?
I was going to say, you know what is 100%? Is geometry.
Geometry is part of it.
Yeah, it's 100%. Like you wouldn't be able to go shorter distance to something and take a curved path. That's 100%. It is not even, unless you can warp space and time or something.
I agree. I think people try to communicate different things with geometry now to say basically we're going along a ball with this curved geometry. I think people are taking these numbers and geometry and trying to communicate a ball, basically.
Right? All you Globers agree to that? You wouldn't be able to take a shorter path. If you go a straight line to something, a curved path is definitely going to be a longer path, right? As far as distance is
I'm
concerned.
sure I could think up some way where you're wrong.
Sure, let's hear it. We're talking just distance.
Above a globe or above a merry-go-round?
Above a globe in this case.
Well, no, nothing's moving. Nothing's moving, dude. We're just talking about geometry.
What about a racing track?
Anything
About it.
above something spinning, basically. That's when you're wrong.
Yeah, nothing's
Well, if you
spinning.
had
We're talking
like
geometrically.
if you had like a racing track and like lanes up the middle as well, and someone starts at one end and you take the curved route or you take the straight path to the halfway point, who'd get there quicker?
The straight line.
If you went the same
That's
same
definitely
speed.
the straight line, unless you factor in like friction and racing lines and wind and all the other shit.
We're talking about distance, feet, inches, miles, not time.
But a racetrack isn't spinning like Earth, is it?
Nothing's
Not
moving,
in the context of
dude.
being just above
Can you
it is.
follow a conversation?
Yeah.
Nothing's moving.
If you take the time equation out of it, just the distance, the straight path would be a shorter distance than the curved path.
Yeah.
What if there's an obstacle?
You'd have to go straight through the obstacle like a bullet to get the straight line path that's the most direct to the object, but that path would still be available if you could shoot through it like a bullet. Even through the earth, the straight line through the earth, the core through the earth would be the shortest distance if you could tunnel through the earth.
What if you can't go through it like a bullet? Would a curved path be faster?
Practically, yes. But that straight path would be available if you could pass through it like a bullet or like a ghost.
In my scenario, the straight path is available.
Yeah.
Always the straight path is going to be the shortest distance, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Not always. No, not if
The
you're above a
Globers are a
spinning
little.
object.
That's how you
Nothing's
triangulate
spinning,
too.
dude. Can you follow the conversation? Nothing's spinning in this.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. In your example of something not
follow it
spinning,
like-
yeah, of course, short distance
Follow
is
along the
faster.
conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like a straight line
cut
to
you
one
off.
point. That's how you triangulate too.
We usually use straight line triangles, basically, not curved line triangles.
Right.
From the
datum.
You can't follow conversations. Don't even engage me. Follow earlier. You can't follow. Like you have trouble, and it gives me a headache.
You're not
Well-
specific, and then you sneak in the word always. Don't talk to me.
Well, let's think
Five
about
times it's not spinning. We're not spinning. We're not spinning. Nothing's moving.
In your
It's not
mind, we're
rotating. It's
spinning,
geometry.
We're not spinning, but in reality, Earth is spinning.
But the thing I was talking about just now, the shit's not spinning.
Yeah. So why did you sneak in the
Geometrical.
word always?
Clear, nothing's spinning.
Well, when we work out these hypotheticals, we try to take the stuff that's baked into our biases, like, toward a globe, so that we can think about it in another way, just in case we're missing something with our bias, globe, or flat. So in this hypothetical, the way that we're working it, we're trying to take away that bias and just talk about distance, geometry, no movement, just a shape. A line drawn between a shape. Practical considerations are different, but that's the way we're kind of working it in the hypothetical for.
If you deny spinning of Earth, of course, non-curved straight line is shorter. Of course, faster.
There you go. There you go.
God, we weren't talking about anything spinning or nothing's rotating. It was a straight geometry question.
So hold on, was something spinning? I'm just being an ass.
It's fine. We do talk about the shape of the Earth a lot, and that is the context of where a lot of these discussions go. But in this case, it was just a geometry question, just a shape,
Yeah,
like
when
people
someone-
like this be like bogging shit down in nonsense. Like I can't. It's ridiculous. We waste so much time on bullshit like that.
I guess we're trying to communicate whether it's a ball or a flat globe. What were you saying, Don?
I'm just annoyed with Jeremy.
Well, I'm annoyed too because it's annoying when we got to waste time on bullshit.
Not bullshit. It's actual spinning things and actual things above spinning things. Bullshit, is it? That's what you've been talking about for days, trying to argue against.
Well,
and just now I made it clear like 5 times nothing was spinning and you won't give it up. Like I don't understand.
Bullshit,
We're
why
still
did you
talking
talk about it
something
for 3
spinning,
days?
even though I told you nothing's spinning.
Well, Don, let's think about this together. Let's reason together. We have 2 points that are separated. I'm trying to go from point A to point B. I need power to go there like a bullet. The most powerful form of power I can get is something that shoots me straight from point A to point B in a straight line. No obstruction, no slowdown, nothing like that. Now, if we're going on a curved path, most people think that that's not a powerful way to travel like a bullet. Something has to push me, pull me in a curve. Most people think of a curve as a less powerful way to travel and less direct and less of a straight line. So if there is a curved path, Don, okay, that's a possibility. But I'd still be looking for the most powerful direct method there that could shoot me through obstacles, that could shoot me through space like a bullet, straight to get from point A to point B. And I'm going to look for that, whatever it is, to put me on a straight path. So if you're saying that it's a curved path, that's fine. But where is the powerful mode of travel that shoots me through the earth, through the curve, whatever, in a straight line? Where is it?
If you had to fire a sniper rifle one day in the apocalypse, to save your family or your friends, you had to kill the enemy really, really far away. It was north to south or south to north, or even just east, but a little bit north to south or south to north. you'd have to account for, or else you'd miss.
Well, we'd have to account for the wind, but not the movement of the Earth. We'd have to account for the movement
If you
of the wind.
didn't, maybe you'd miss, and then the enemy would creep up in the night and kill you.
But the person in the video that I saw from the military said that Earth curvature is negligible. They don't factor for it. They factor for wind.
Earth curve is a different thing. Coriolis, I thought we were talking about.
They don't even factor for that. They factor for
I've
wind.
heard they do. I've heard anything above the Earth has to account for it if it has to.
It looks like lip service, Don, but practically,
if there's a real phenomenon happening, and your thing that you're doing happens to need to account for this phenomenon, you will design in a way to account for it, or you'll get blown off course, won't you?
well, people factor in the wind, but as far as I can tell, it's not a Coriolis. Coriolis would be southwesterly, and so you shouldn't have anything blowing anywhere other than
You're allowed
southwest.
to deny it, but I will never agree to your denial. I'll just tell you, no, it happens.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even bother. There's a people out there that think when you throw the ball that it's curving, even though it's just an apparent curve and doesn't actually deviate. Even though we have citations from universities and stuff, for some reason people just don't understand how Coriolis effect works. I don't know why, even after being shown and told. What, Don?
When you throw a ball off a merry-go-round, does it curve down, deviate from its straight path down?
It's more. Yeah, that's more bullshit. We're not talking about. We're not talking about up or down.
Simple question.
My bad. I thought you were done. My bad.
If you can't answer, that's telling.
Respond or can I respond?
That you're in denial of deviation again.
Can I respond, or are you gonna interrupt me? So
I need you to say yes, Dawn. It deviates down for some reason.
Yeah, we're not talking about.
That's what I need you to say.
Talking about the curve up or down. We're talking about the deviation due to Coriolis is left to right. We're not talking about the parabolic arc it follows.
Before we talk about that, will you agree that it deviates down?
Hold on a second. Let me get the list of people in the room up.
Before we talk about left to right deviation.
All right, there we go. So it's a non sequitur to mention the parabolic arc in Coriolis because we're talking about the left to right deviation. Obviously, when you throw a ball straight off the merry-go-round. I mean, I can't talk to people that don't even understand the basics about how it's actually going straight and not curving.
If you're claiming that it's going straight, but secretly you know it's deviating down, are you lying?
No, because it's a non sequitur if it's going up or down. The deviation is okay, let me bring my list of people up again. Hold on a second.
Deviation of balls.
I got you. Hold on, Don. I got you. It's okay. So it's a non sequitur to mention the up or down aspect of it because we're not talking about if it's going straight up or down. We're talking about if it's going straight left to right. Obviously, things fly in a parabolic arc and want to go down usually. However, in this instance, because it's not even relevant to mention that because we're only worried about the left to right curve due to Coriolis effect when it comes to the baseball on the merry-go-round. It is a fucking hassle to have to mute and unmute. I'm just going to be done. I'm not going to respond to you because I'm trying to get stuff done and I can't keep muting and unmuting you. So go ahead.
Mute yourself. It deviates down. You've just admitted it. So it's only going straight in one axis, which is very telling on all your other arguments for flat Earth. But
just so you know, I'm not responding.
Wait, just mute yourself.
I know. I'm just letting you know.
I'll carry on responding. But left to right, you're going to have to tell me whether you mean left to right, someone observing off the merry-go-round, or left to right in context of the merry-go-round. That's what you'll have to explain next in your hypothetical deviating ball thought experiment.
Okay, last time. I don't have to explain it because people that know the Coriolis know we're not talking about up and down curvature deviation. We're only talking about
ask you to explain the
right.
left and
We're only
right.
talking about the left. Shut the fuck. I'm done. I can't respond. I'm just gonna sit back and mod.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not dealing with this. Is fucking nonsense. Anyways, it keeps interrupting. Go ahead.
Does Jeremy mean left and right deviation from someone looking from outside the merry-go-round, or from someone on the merry-go-round, or the merry-go-round itself.
What if someone was on the merry-go-round but they were like lying on their side? Then deviation up and down would be actually left to right for them. Mm.
And if you admit that something is left to right in one conversation, but also curves differently on a third dimension, out of context, you can't have any arguments about spherical geometry ever again.
Just so you guys know, the repeat offenders for over talking, I'm gonna just start breaking you off with like the 5-minute thing, and then it doubles or something. Geo's got like some kind of modding system where every time you do it, the time doubles. So just be careful, guys. Don't try not to interrupt, please.
I'll ask you it again, Jeremy, and we could do it. You mean left to right for someone outside the merry-go-round or inside the merry-go-round?
Dude, I'm not engaging you, bro. I'm not engaging you. A, it's nonsense.
Key question.
Even just like right now, you can't let me get a whole sentence out ever. So
he's already married, so he won't get engaged to you.
Well, the thing is, we can't decide whether Coriolis is simply visual and or physical. You're acting as if it's causing some sort of physical effect, which is fine. But we see physical effects that don't go with Coriolis.
I'm not exactly sure what the point about the earlier question was relating to what's the straight path. Like, yeah, obviously the non-curved path is the straightest in any kind of absolute meaning. However, we do happen to live on an earth, and for example, when a king wants to, in the 1500s, find the straightest path to the next town, that's a weird question, but anyway, he isn't going to, let's ignore the fact that there are physical objects that I cannot pass through. Let's just pretend that this mountain, I can just go through it. Straight in that context means
it's totally
let's take into account the shape of the earth, the shape of the terrain, stuff like that.
Yeah, Bob, the science guy, he's running around telling people that a arc length shorter than a chord, and he did it. He traveled in a curved line and went a shorter distance than a straight line. Bob's claiming to have done this.
Well, I will have to ask Bob about that.
I think it was on Bev's show from Monday. You can go check it out right there.
I don't watch Bev's.
He'll be trolling you, Jeremy. He'll be talking about some other space distance, like something in the air high up, and he's measured it some different way, and somehow he's managed to come up with curved is bigger than straight, just to troll you.
No, Bob said he did it on the ground, driving.
What? Well, I'm sure he's still made up some semantical thing that he thinks is right just to troll you.
I heard Bob say it himself, so we have the audio clip.
Yeah, can you show the audio clip?
Yeah, it's in Bev's for Monday. I can get you a timestamp for it.
I don't watch Bev's, like I said.
What he actually did, he took the distance from the North Pole to 2 points in Australia, and then he used trigonometry to calculate the distance between those 2 points, and using like Euclidean geometry, trigonometry comes out to like 4,400 miles between those 2 points. But to use spherical geometry on it, it comes out to like more close to the actual distance between the two cities, and that's what he.
Yeah, this is something else. No, we're talking when he drove in his car. It had nothing to do with the North Pole. He said he drove in his car, and drove 900. He clearly said that he traveled a curved line, and it was a shorter distance than a straight line driving.
That's actually plausible. I don't know the context, but let's say you have a bloody mountain. The curved path could be shorter because the bloody mountain in the way actually would make the shorter path longer.
In a straight line path, there's no mountain in the way, dude.
Yes, but we were talking about he was driving on a car. Are you saying that the options were either to go around or drive straight through the mountain or something?
No. He did it by 100 miles.
You got 2D mixed up with 3D again, Jeremy. I think that's what
He
happened.
got by 100. Nah, I ain't confused. He did it by 100 miles. He shaved 100 miles off a straight line trip by taking a curved path. These are as the crow fly distances, I guess. I don't know where he got his distances from, but yeah, he shaved 100 miles off it by taking a curved path.
That's actually quite cool. I could utilize that.
So you guys think we're on a merry-go-round in space?
No, that's flat Earth's idea.
Yeah, we're actually merry, so
Flat
that's
Earth
true.
brought that up.
We're merry and happy.
Because
Well,
they
the
can't
merry-go-round
bear
is
to
a
imagine
symbol
a
of
phenomenon
that
is spinning in
something is
reality.
spinning.
You have to
So
compare it
you
to a
guys think
child's
that we're
toy.
spinning. You guys think that we're spinning. We don't think that we're spinning.
Yeah,
We're
and then
merry
you
and
decided
happy,
to
and we
compare
do
our
go
spinning
around.
to a kid's playground toy. It's your fault for doing that.
So you guys
It is a
effectively
kid's
would believe that
playground
we're
toy.
merry-go-round in space.
No, it's not, dude. It's a natural planet.
It is.
It's
Have
a
you
Mother
seen the?
Mother Earth. It's a goddess spinning around with atmosphere. It's fucking
I
brilliant.
know, but it's been reduced to a plastic toy.
By flat Earth. We've lied
No.
about our
But
belief
Earth isn't
system.
moving.
No,
So
we
why are
didn't
you
do that.
using
We
a
lied about
symbol
our
of a
belief system.
merry-go-round for
They
the
give
flat
it to
Earth?
kids.
We say that we're not moving, though, so using a moving symbol is inadequate. That makes the symbol, the merry-go-round, meaningless. A merry-go-round moves. The flat Earth, in most of the conceptions I've heard of, does not.
How would
So
you
that
show
makes
that
it
the flat Earth
inadequate.
doesn't move, Lemon? I asked Mel this earlier.
We have the Michelson-Morley experiment and Airy's failure, which are pointing toward geocentrism. With us
Do you reckon
being,
that shows the Earth is fully stationary compared to everything else ever?
it appears to be yes.
Okay.
Airy's failure, they didn't have to move the water-filled telescope anymore. They'd have to move the water-filled telescope if we were on a moving ball. We're not moving.
Well, that was just trying to sense the ether moving.
Yeah, so the ether can move over the flat, motionless Earth.
And they didn't detect it moving. Earth could still be moving. That's what I thought.
Something is moving because they had to tip the telescope. It's a known fact in astronomy that you have to tip the telescope because something is moving. It's like moving through the rain with an umbrella. The rain is coming straight down, sure, but the moment you move through the rain, you have to tip the umbrella. It's the same thing with the telescope looking at the moving stars. The question is whether we're moving and or are the stars moving. If we're moving, we can fill a telescope with water and we'd have to tip it more. That would be like going through the rain with the umbrella and weighing down the umbrella with weights. You're going to have to tip it more to keep the umbrella in the same orientation or whatever. It's the same thing with tipping the telescope that's filled with water. If we're on a moving object, we fill it the telescope with water, we'd have to tip it more, and we can calculate that amount based off of the amount that water refracts light. We didn't have to tip the telescope anymore because it was already coming in at the right angle because the Earth isn't moving.
Do you think that that's been answered now? Earth's definitely not moving because of Airy's failure.
I don't really hear an answer. So as far as I can tell, the Earth isn't moving based off of Airy's failure and some more.
Am I not going through anymore?
Yeah.
If you read the conclusion to Airy's failure, it
That
doesn't
was
say
rude.
Go ahead.
So the evidence appears to point toward geocentrism and away from any sort of moving heliocentric conception. So you're going to need to find another way to figure out whether we're moving because the evidence appears to be pointing against it.
One old experiment that couldn't sense movement, and you've decided Earth's definitely not moving. compared to everything else.
Well, since I'm the only one with a framework to prove movement, I'm going to go with my framework, and yeah,
That's
you don't
fine.
believe
Lemon,
movement or not.
I just think it's a leap.
Well, would you agree you're not in the sky?
Well, in two contexts, Mo. In one context, I'm not in the sky; I'm on the ground. But in another context,
Right.
my whole reality, the Earth, is in the sky.
Right.
So both, but the answer is no. I'm on the ground. The Earth's in the sky.
Right. That's fixed.
Earth is in the sky, and I'm on Earth.
But what if what if it's just the ground, like of the universe, like we're
I
in a
thought
base?
about that 4 years ago. I thought about that 4 years ago, and I decided, no way, that can't be true.
Okay.
I was actually wondering
Ground
if I might ask Lemon a question. Lemon Bird, do you believe in light that doesn't like instantly arrive, but actually takes a time to arrive? Like, to me, it would make more intuitive sense to say that no, light doesn't have a finite speed, but it just instantly arrives. Which way do you go, Lemon? Because if one doesn't go with the slow light, but if one goes with the instantly arriving light, that makes some sort of intuitive sense, then Aries failure, it doesn't work. Like you have to assume that light takes time to travel in order for Aries failure to make any sense. I would love to hear what Lemon has to say.
Yeah, light could slow or speed up. It could go either way. Light could slow or speed up, but light isn't this finite, unchanging thing. It can speed up, it can slow down.
So you actually believe that light has a finite speed then? Like it isn't instant?
If I said that it speeds up or slows down, that's a variable speed, not a finite one.
Is there a max speed to it though? Speeding up, is there a maximum speed?
It depends on the hysteresis of the thick, trickly fudginess of the substance of space that light is traveling through, the ether. Depending on how
I understand that you say
it'll
that.
speed up. Depending on how loosely packed it is, it'll slow down, or vice versa.
Lemon, I understand you say that, but say how thin it is at the maximum thinness. Would it have a maximum speed?
No.
So if everything is super thin and it has no kind of medium to go through that would slow it down, it could be infinitely fast. It could be instantaneously
Potentially.
fast.
Because light can be pulled in. Like
there's your answer.
Space can take on a structure where it effectively pulls in the light and pulls in the wave. That would allow it to go faster than light, slower than light, depending on the structure of space itself pulling in the light. So light can be pushed to a location or pulled into a location. That makes its speed go up or down. So at that point, we'd have to talk about maximum hysteresis of the ether, maximum ability of space.
We were just trying to get to whether or not
Lemon.
We were just trying to get to whether or not you believe that light could be instantaneous, and you do.
Yeah, because the ether is everywhere. The waves and ripple patterns of the ether that make a certain light pattern are potentially available anywhere.
You answered the question. I just had to coax it out of you.
The information that's available in light is available anywhere. Quite literally, with this sort of framework in place, you could, open a portal to a place and see what's going on through time and space and distance, far removed from the actual scene. You just have to bring the light pattern or the light information to you, wave and ripple the ether in a certain conformation that matches that other location, and all of a sudden, voila, you're seeing through time and space. Since the ether is everywhere, you just need to put it in a certain conformation, in a certain structure, and it will glow and give you a certain light pattern.
So how could I coax, let's say, light from a galaxy 255 million miles away right to here in my living room?
You'd need to see the wave pattern, how fast back and forth the light is, dancing. Once you get that frequency, that wave pattern, you mimic the wave pattern, just like speaking through a phone with a certain wave pattern of electricity that's put into the phone to mimic the sound of your voice, like right now. And you can mimic the glow of the light over there. Potentially, you'd be able to open a portal visually at the very least and see what's going on over there. Sound and
but
vibration.
that's sort of simulating, like, that's not really the light itself, like.
It's the pattern, like you say. It's the simulated pattern of the light.
Well, yeah, but I would. What's actually then visible to me is the light from the thing that I'm using to simulate the thing. So, for example, if I have a friend in Australia and they have a video camera, and they have a light bulb. Yes, I can see the light from his light bulb through my video camera, but the light that I'm actually seeing in my room is the light from my computer. It's not the light from his. Like, technically speaking, what's giving the light to my eye, it's my computer. It's not his light bulb.
You would be simulating it in that there's more actual light that's closer to the actual thing over there versus the thing that you're simulating where you are from the computer or something. But your voice is being simulated by my phone right now. The information, the wave pattern, the voice pattern or whatever is being turned into electrical signals and being decoded and coded into something that sounds a lot like your voice through the phone. So we could probably do something like that with light too, with a simulated view of what's going on somewhere else, making light potentially instantaneous as a packet of information, as opposed to light coming from the thing proper that's over here or whatever.
Yes. Now, using that, we can make an argument that there is supposedly a speed of sound that's fixed. Now, that's actually not the speed of sound, because we know that my voice from here in Finland to your computer travels faster than that through the internet. So the speed of sound is the typical speed of sound, isn't the actual speed of sound. The speed of sound is actually infinitely fast, like it's instantaneous.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Of course it is. Like my voice.
Let's let him explain.
Go ahead.
Does my voice, like if you look up the speed of sound, is my voice from here from Finland arriving faster than that to you?
But your voice
is
arriving. You're not screaming. I'm not hearing you scream from Finland. I'm hearing it through the. Okay. So you're not. I'm not hearing your voice. Your voice didn't come to me through sound, which you projected over there. Your sound was projected 2 inches to your microphone or however far it is from you, translated to a digital medium, sent over via light, and then translated back to via my headphones back into sound. So the sound isn't traveling from you to me. Your sound got converted 2 inches to your microphone, and that doesn't work. What you just said.
It's more like information is being conveyed.
Yeah.
Decoded,
yes, but
and transformed and translated. Basically.
If sound isn't traveling from me to you, how are you hearing me?
I'm hearing
it by the phone.
Your sound waves aren't traveling from you to me. Your sound waves are being converted digitally and sent to me via light.
And then they travel to you.
Yeah. 5 inches or 2 feet where my phone is from me to that. That doesn't prove anything with sound.
Basically, the sound from your voice proper would travel, I guess, at a certain speed, but since it's too slow, it needs to be transformed into a much faster packet of information digitally that can go to the tower, ping off the tower, ping to this phone, and be decoded as information and mimicked as a simulated sound.
Sure.
Sound? Go ahead. You could
I actually agree with all of that. However, following to Lemmenberg's earlier sort of line, the simulated equals the actual. So when I see a light,
wave
outside.
When you speak, when you yell, and when you're yelling, you're creating. I forgot what the actual scientific terms for it is, but you're creating like vibrations in the air, which goes and boom, 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 boom. That sound has a specific a speed that it goes up to, and then when you go beyond it, that's when you have things like sonic booms and things like that.
Yes, I'm going to ignore all of that because you actually overtalked me to get there. Plus, it had nothing to do with what I was saying.
Bro, your initial posturing is sound is the speed is you're saying the speed of sound isn't what it is because when you speak it comes to me in 1 second. It's what are you talking about, dude?
Yes, I'm still trying to finish because you keep interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead.
So, what I was saying before you interrupted me, Lemmenberg was saying earlier that the simulated is the actual. So when I see the light coming from my friend's house in Australia and it's simulated on my computer screen, that's the actual light that I'm like, it's not my computer screen. It's not simulated light, but it's his actual, like it's the same thing.
The light that you're seeing on your computer screen is not that actual light. It's got recorded, and you're seeing light coming from a liquid crystal display. What are you talking about, dude?
Yes, I agree. That was Lemmenberg's argument that that's the same thing.
I don't know.
Professor, we got to whether or not light travels. I guess the question at this point in the conversation, based off of how the conversation is kind of morphed, is whether we're seeing the light from the thing proper and or are we getting some level of decoding, encoding of the signal that can travel faster than the thing proper and be available anywhere. As far as I can tell, what we think of as light can be encoded, decoded, travel faster than light, be pulled in by the structure of space. There's a bit of flexibility here as to what, if anything, is traveling with this light. That's all that I'm saying. The signal can be encoded, decoded. It can be pulled in by the structure of space. It can be pushed out. There's a bit of flexibility with this stuff as to how, if any way, light is traveling. That's all I'm saying. Is there some sort of other point you'd like to work out, Sheep Professor?
No, as far as I'm concerned, that kind of concludes that discussion. God damn it, I just realized that because for some reason, people have been calling me out for weird transsexual stuff, like they've been pretending that I pretend to be a female and stuff like that. I just realized that my nick Sheep Professor could be taken as She Professor.
Oh no.
Horrible.
Terrible. Well, you seem like you're all man to me as far as I can tell. Very Chad. I'm sure that you kill 2 or 3 lions a day and eat nothing but raw red meat and stuff.
Yeah, my voice is also very manly like.
I can hear the chest hair through the
Deep
mic.
bass.
Based.
I don't actually mind that stuff. Like that's to me oftentimes silly because it hails from the fact that my name is Lori and it's a girl's name in America. But that's like if you need to go there in order to kind of take a dig at me, then I think you lose more than I do.
So with the ether, what the idea with the ether they originally had was, so they took hydrogen and they took different harmonics of hydrogen, and they were able to predict the elements that go past from hydrogen downwards, right? So from hydrogen down. So they did that same idea and did it upwards from hydrogen, and they found out that there could be postulated a primal gas, in a sense, of our universe, more pure than even like hydrogen in a sense. So what they postulated, they postulated was this idea of the ether, where it was, imagine it was this all pervading like primal gas in a sense, filling gas almost. And what happens with this ether is when you induce a field on it, or when it does something. For example, when you induce a fucking like a, if you like a whirlwind, like a whirlwind. If you create like a whirlwind, what it happens is it'll display these lines of force within the ether of the ether bending and manipulating this primal gas via certain spins and vortexes and all these kind of crazy things. Everything else comes out of this ether.
Well, it
And
looks like
this idea has been around in humanity for thousands of years, but it gained and especially like in the Hindu and in the Vedas and their religion and stuff, but it gained scientific traction starting with Michael Faraday. And Michael Faraday is one of the gods of modern day electricity or electrical science or electrical engineering. Michael Faraday was the one. He was the first man to realize the magnetic component of electricity. And what I described right now with the ether and this primal gas and you manipulate it and it displays lines of force and it does things and stuff like that. This is basically what Michael Faraday was saying and studying during his work. And I'm not appealing to authority or anything, but I just wanted to empower you guys and let you guys know that information. Thank you.
Well, space does appear to be able to take on a structure through sound and vibration. So this ether would take on some sort of structure by sound and vibration, seemingly allowing things to flow in and to take shape or manifest. When things are in the proper shape and structure and conformation, things tend to flow more smoothly. The closest analogy I can think of to try to work out this point would be like a hula hoop between being jumped between two people. You send a wave toward the other person, they try to send a wave to you. Basically, the thing in the middle between them is, like the ether taking on a certain conformation. If you're shaking the the hula hoop wildly, and the other person is shaking the hula hoop wildly, nothing's being communicated. There's no wave. There's no real power being generated. There's no order. There's nothing flowing, really. It's just a mess. It's just a band waving around wildly, but nothing's happening. Now, if you guys get in sync and the structure of space is nice and synchronized, then stuff can flow between you two with that jump rope. You send a wave, they respond back in time and send a wave back, and now you have a nice smooth wave and power that is finally being communicated properly between the 2 points. So when the ether is in the proper conformation and everything's in sync, power flows very smoothly and very efficiently. These waves, this power, this electricity, it can finally flow. but the field must be in proper alignment. Otherwise, it's like nothing is happening. It's just a mess.
And with the ether, you guys have to keep in mind, a field isn't a thing. A wave isn't a thing. A wave is what something does. A wave, you don't say that's a wave. It's something that's waving. When you're in the water and you flap your arms, you don't say that's a wave. The wave itself has no existence. It's the water that's waving. So when we say electromagnetic wave and field this and that wave and a scalar wave, a wave isn't a thing. It's a name we're giving, like it is a thing, to an explanation of what something is doing, and we need to figure out what is waving, and the ether helps explain this. It's a field within the ether. It's a wave within the ether. And in our world, ancient one big branch of, if anyone wants to talk, because I've gone on so long. So if anyone wants to say anything, go ahead. All right. Ancient metaphysics, they had this big concept of everything is one, or all comes from one, or all is one is all, whatever. And the idea of that, it could be, if we were just looking at it from a modern day atheist, just a materialist scientist sense, it'll just be like, oh, they think just, God created everything. So everything, it's simple. But there's also a metaphysical or perhaps a real understanding or explanation of what that means. There is a source in which our reality either came from or is emanating from. And for example, that could be the ether, and everything we are experiencing in our reality, everything, all phenomena, all science, everything. This isn't even about flat Earth or this Earth or that Earth. This is just pure physics and what we can see and observe. Everything is a modality of that one thing. Everything we're seeing, what we're calling electricity, what we're calling magnetism, what we're calling dielectricity, those are all that same ether doing different things. Dielectricity is the ether under tension or torsion or strain. Magnetism is, so I'm still kind of learning this. But magnetism is a modality of that ether which is under tension or strain, which is now the dielectricity, and that magnetism is an effect of those two. So nothing is independent from it. And electricity is a hybrid of magnetism and dielectricity. So in this idea, I'm not forcing people to believe this. This requires pondering and proving and sleeping over for a long time. And what this idea is, everything that we're observing, there's me, there's you, there's this, there's hot, there's cold, there's up, there's down, there's hard, there's soft. But everything ultimately is that one thing doing different things in a lot of different ways. But ultimately, it's the word for it is called simplex. Simplex. It's complex, but it's truly it's simple when you look at it. Kind of like a tree. You can get lost in the fucking thousands of little twigs and going this way and that way, but once you look at it as a bigger picture, you can develop a mathematical pattern of the growth of leaves and trees and branches, because that's all it is. And it all ultimately comes down to the fucking stump, and it's beautiful mathematically that way too. Your reality works that way as well, guys. And you don't have to invoke a god, or you don't have to believe it or not believe in it. It could just be that way.
Well, this is part of the reason why stuff like the flat earth is brutally suppressed. Because once we get these frequencies, these sounds, these ways of structuring the ether and letting power flow in across, time and space, things change. The energy grid changes, society changes. You don't have to pay for metered electricity. You can just get a couple, machines that put out the right sound and vibrational frequency to let, fairly abundant levels of power flow in from the earth, from the air. But this is the reason why the ether has to be suppressed, because if we have the right frequency, we can make power flow in across time and space in very abundant form.
Has anyone ever done that? Tried?
The closest, Tesla. There was another researcher, something Stubblefield. He was getting energy from the earth with his geo batteries. You had to go to the right place where the energy would surge out of the earth in more abundant form than in other places. But he knew how to find it and to make these earth batteries that would take energy from the earth. Tesla, him, I think even Schoberger was talking about vortex technologies with water, but
Correct.
eventually he went on to the ether and basically treated the ether like a flowing water that could vortex and make energy or whatever flow in also.
They basically all did. All of our gods of electricity, which they're not that old, they're less than 200 years. Majority of them are 200 years. It's kind of startling. Like when you go and look at it, they all not only considered it was part of their work, and this shit just got cut out recently, man. It's just startling, dude. Like action at a distance. We know with our we have today action at a distance. Ooh, it's spooky. Action at a distance. You know how action at a distance works? In the ether, you have lines of force, which, by the way, in our current reality, what they call they boil it down to lines of force. What the fuck is a line of force? A line of force of what? In the ether, it's a line of force in the ether, and that line of force has influence from one end to the other. And when you become a materialist, atheist, atomist, where everything is a particle, and this particle's here, and you refuse to fucking acknowledge all the things fucking over there, yeah, it is fucking spooky.
Oh, hey, Electric University, you wanted to weigh in on some of this etheric stuff?
Oh, I dropped out right when you were talking to me. Sorry.
Yeah, I noticed.
I just got here. I saw. Yeah, I mean,
Grim, I got to say this.
Spooky.
I think that all glory to the Most High. I think that dude is worshiping you.
no.
You're the Most High.
Well, all glory to the Most High. I think all glory to the Most High, and I agree on the ether taking, structure, form, and being the thing that the line of force is in. They say lines of force in blank in a field, but it's like they're giving a wink and a nod to the lines of force in the ether.
Speaking of lines of force,
What's a
what do you
line of
like in a
force?
what do you like in a woman, Lemon?
What's a line of force?
A line of force like in a magnet, I guess, or something
No,
like that.
no. I understand what what the common. I'm just trying to say, like a
What's a
line
line of
of
force? You ask them
force.
what's a field, they say it's a line of force. What the fuck is a line of force? In
That's what
what?
I'm
By
trying to.
what?
Yeah, that's what I want one of somebody else rather than an alternative guy to explain real quick so I can hear.
Yeah, I would say from what I'm understanding, like they draw the magnetic field around the Earth that in lines, and it's not really a line; it's just representative of that. It's really a field is an area of effect, and they're trying to define a line within that field. I think.
Right.
The
And
truth
to
is, it'll be
me,
a waste of
that leads
time.
us down the wrong road sometimes when it comes to understanding Birkeland currents and filaments, right? Because you could say that this energy is running down a line of force when in fact that line of force is a Birkeland current. So it's a whole system of something else other than just a line of force like they're claiming it is. And that's a problem because it's not what's happening. It's not lines of force on a direct magnetic field. These are plasma channels and magnetic field pressure mediations where the fields are merging together.
Hey, can
So
someone link me the
along
live
those
stream of this chat in the chat real quick, if anyone has it?
No, I just come
All right,
in for the people. I don't really usually watch.
Something
For the
listed
people in here, not the watchers. Sorry, viewers. It's not usually. I don't even pay attention to that sometimes. I forget that there are live streams.
Well, he
Oh, I
was
found it.
denying the use of the word wave as a noun. Like when you're standing on the beach, a wave can knock you down. I mean, that's just a wave. I mean, everybody
But
understands.
it's a wave of what?
Well, wave of water. But
Yeah,
we
so it's
describe,
water knocks you down. Go ahead.
but we describe that as a wave. I mean, as a noun, right?
No, it's not. It's an adjective. It's a conglomeration of a specific noun that you have not identified. It's a wave.
It is more like a verb, sir. When you wave with your hand, guess what's doing the waving? The hand. When you get knocked down by the wave of the ocean, guess what's knocking you down? The water in a certain conformation. Where are these electromagnetic waves coming from? Basically, waves of ether. That's basically all we're saying.
Also, if you're talking about it as if it is something else, instead of waving your hand like a wave, right? It's an adjective, a wave of water. It's a wave of something. It's a particular type of description of the particular noun that is water, not that is wave. You understand?
I don't think that's how.
Go ahead.
It
I don't
seems to
think
break down
that's
that way.
how. I don't think that's how. For example, that's not what an adjective is. So basically, if you say a wave of water, then the wave is a noun modifying another noun. So it still is a noun. It's not an adjective. Moreover, I think the whole point and the crux of the argument here is:
Right. It's not like
is it valid?
hot.
Is it valid to use a noun to describe a shape? And in my opinion, yes. Yes, you can always ask, okay, I have a ball here. A ball of what? Sure, you can ask that. But it still is a ball. You can deflect from it being a ball by asking a ball of what?
But
in a similar way, I have a cup
you
shape
need to know.
here.
Sometimes you
A
need to
cup
know a
of
ball
what?
of what, though, right? Because you could say I have a
yeah.
ball, and then you can infer a particular rate of bounce from this ball because you've only familiarized yourself with particular types of balls. So you would think a ball bounces, but then it could be a ball of something that doesn't bounce. You know what I mean?
Sure. But however, you guys are saying there is no ball.
Bro, there is no you guys or you guys. I initially started this.
That you lost me on that one.
Most people, what happens is if you ask them what is light, depending on how much they know, they'll say it's a wave. Okay, they'll boil it down to a wave. They may describe it and tell you details of this wave and tell you how there's a magnetic and a fucking was it dielectric or electric component? Dielectric component, right? Anyways, whatever, and they'll
magnetic spectrum.
They'll tell you how they're like perpendicular to each other or whatever, but describing something isn't telling you what it is. Ultimately, they'll just say it's a wave. The thing is, a wave isn't a thing. There is no such thing as a wave. Okay?
Well, don't they say, I mean, Glory, that there's
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold
So
on,
what I'm saying,
it's
bro,
a wave only when there's a bundle of the photons together. But
What
one
I'm saying-
photon isn't a wave.
What I'm saying, bro, isn't against you. So don't feel like I'm coming against you or you have to counter it or anything. But and this idea is that a wave isn't a thing; it's what something does.
It doesn't tell you a thing's ultimate nature. If you're trying to get to the ultimate nature of what light is, it appears to be a wave undulation in the ether.
Yeah, but I mean, you always talk about things destroying the mind. I can just say a wave knocked me down on the beach, and everyone knows what I'm talking about.
A wave of water. It's a wave of water. But when you
No,
say
somebody's going to think David Hasselhoff said hello really hard to you, vigorously knocked you down.
But when we start to say, to think about the wave of light in the air that's illuminating the room, you know, you have to think about, okay, so what is light? Oh, okay, well, light is this, and you explain the light, and but that itself is not a thing. That's a description of what something's happening.
Sure.
Yeah. Did a wave of light hit you at the beach? Did a wave of dice hit you at the beach? A wave of rocks hit you at the beach? A wave of water? A wave of what? That's the thing.
So what it is, the idea, I just end it with this real quick. So what the idea is that there is an all-pervading ether, okay, one gas, and this gas is going through different modalities and bendings and stretchings and spinnings and twirlings and ups and downs, and you know how it works. And that's the world that we have here. That's it. Go ahead.
Thanks, man.
But like you say, Left Lane, we colloquially know that it's a wave of water by the context. You're at the beach, so either it would be a wave of sand or a wave of water hitting you. Most of the time, people are talking about a wave of water. So what are we talking about with light as a wave? A wave of what? Assuming we think light is a wave at all. How about a wave of ether?
Yeah, because I don't, you know, like it's an easy one. Like he said, Left Lane is right. Obviously, we would take that colloquially because there's not a phenomenon to describe, really. It's simple. We can understand water wave, you know what I mean? But when we're describing phenomena, things that aren't easily explained, using convoluted language or language that isn't very descriptive can confuse and put, it could make a person who really doesn't understand the thing think he understands the thing.
It can stop investigation where we should be like, okay, a wave of what? Let's keep investigating until we find as much of the ultimate nature of this thing as possible to power our experiments, our technology, and power our way forward. A wave of the ether. How about that? As opposed to something that stops the brain like a wave. A wave of what? What's doing the waving? What's doing the action? Where is this coming from? Where is the ultimate nature of this thing seated at where we can explore, but explore no more, or explore as much as possible anyway?
And in this system, everything is explained and boils down to the ether. It's either that or everything's a fucking particle. This is a particle, that is a particle, and you even have virtual particles, graviton particles. They don't exist. We can't see them. We can't. They don't fucking exist anywhere. There's no proof, but it's just some guy's math fucking proves it.
Right. Star Trek. Light. The final frontier.
On that point, do you think what actually matters is matter, or like speaking of materialism, or what's your stance on, you know?
It's a little bit of both. Matter in a
mass.
framework atomistically says something has to be separated from something else. But what is this atom being separated from? Is it being separated from a void nothing, or is it being separated from, say, a metamorphic ether that can take any form you need? What is this atomistic pebble that these atomists invoke when they talk about leptons, muons, and all these other particles? What is this atom separated from, if not some sort of substance of space like an ether? You know, so a part of it is the atom, I guess, if you want to go atomistic, but what is this atom coming from or separating from exactly? What about that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I like the Casimir experiment. I mean, for that discussion, just because the aspect of having something pop out of somewhere where you suspected nothing was that it might show, you know, that you're exciting the ether in a way where it expresses itself finally to where you can even measure the effects that you're imparting on it.
There was sort of a direction that I was going towards. Like, I may have asked a wrong question to get there, but I find the argument from waves do not exist sort of interesting, because that sort of suggests that what actually matters, forms do not matter, and what things do doesn't matter, but what matters is the thing that the thing is made of.
Exactly.
And I'm not exactly sure that's absolutely valid.
Well, it almost coincides with the standard narrative in that aspect, where everything is basically made of the same fundamental particles.
Which is why I asked my question about matter.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
Because
would it matter?
you're sort of changing one for the other.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's
Well, I'm
asking us
bouncing
sort
back
of
and forth for
elemental.
curiosity reasons, really. I'm just being curious and bouncing back and forth. I'm not
Sure.
standing on a hill to die on or anything.
Well, what you say, Sheep Professor, is basically an elemental question. Is there some sort of special substance here that can do something that this special substance over here can't do? It seems like we kind of tried to get away from that question and say, no, everything is universally the same by getting toward atoms. The fundamental particle are these atoms, and the only difference between these atoms is the number of electrons or protons or neutrons, but fundamentally they're the same at that level, and there's no special creation of this elemental, water over here versus this elemental fire. There's no elements beyond that. There seems to be this atomistic, particle of proton, neutron, and an electron in a certain configuration that give you everything else. But past that, everything's the same. And so it's based on different premises. Now, if you're talking about different, elements that are made differently, like a bird is made to fly because it has hollow bones, huge breastplate. It's made specially in a sort of elemental sense versus, say, a human, which is made differently. That's a different question. That's, verging on something philosophical, elements versus atoms or atomistic, stuff or whatever.
I would actually argue, coming back to that I disagree just a bit with that. What things are made of is the most important thing. For example, there is a good reason, I think, why we talk about, for example, a tsunami instead of like for example, a tsunami destroyed some town instead of water destroyed some town. In that case, it sort of matters what the shape of the water was. It was the shape of a huge bloody wave, or actually, well, we can say that in terms of this conversation. Not just through some random, like for example, I have a lake next to me. Like most of the time, it's not destroying anything because it doesn't take the shape of a tsunami. So sometimes, yeah, the shape does actually matter.
It does. I think you see something like that with space or counter space. I think of, space pressing on an object and the object pressing back with counter space. Space is pressing in on this square, and the square is like, I'm going to snap back now and react and give a square-like wave back to space. Space, counter space. Vibration, counter vibration. Action, reaction. And so the shape does matter. How much can space push on the square until it destroys it, until it breaks it up and forces it to take on another conformation in another shape? Maybe space can press on this square, this object or whatever, crush it, and force it to take on another conformation and snap back into a new shape. Space, counter space, form, counterform, whatever. I think shape, conformation is important for space, the object, the ether, everything.
Also, I do have a pet peeve relating to the wave argument because it's I think it's a bit linguistically confused, and I'm actually learning to be a translator, so it's a pet peeve of mine. I get tied up in linguistic stuff like that. So, for example, if you say a wave of water, technically speaking, the wave is in that phrase. That's the thing, and the of water is actually modifying the wave. So if you want to say that something is adjectival, then the water is actually being adjectival and it's modifying the noun wave. So there's just a plenty of, and then we get punched into, okay, nouns and adjectives and verbs, and well, verbs are real, action does happen, forms are real, forms do exist. So yeah, I just think it's a bit confused. Like, if you want to argue for the importance of either, I think you can do better than just to say waves do not exist.
That wasn't the argument for the importance of ether. That was just something that was like the first thing that we just threw out in our example. This isn't arguing the importance of ether. We're just throwing out random things that we know to help each other out.
Well, we're getting to
Okay,
some
sure.
key philosophy here because actions are interchangeable. A bird can fly, but the flight, the action, the thing that it's doing, and the way to describe what it's doing appears to be interchangeable with men that fly in an airplane. You have a similar enough activity that can be described as flight. And I think that's what Mr. Grimm was talking about. We're describing what a thing is doing when we say that it waves in that adjective. Grammatically, is wave a noun? Yes. But what does that mean? It means we're describing what a thing is doing, like the wave of a hand. We're describing an action. And at that point, it's an adjective. It doesn't really get to the ultimate essence of what the hand is that waves, or the water that waves, or the ether that waves. And that would be more in the line of form, what a thing is, not just what it's doing with this interchangeable action. And form versus action and function, you know, sometimes they come together, sometimes they can't. Because of the form that my hand is in, it can wave, but it can only wave so much because of its form and perform a function or an action that is so similar up to a point to like a water wave. A water wave will destroy a city. The wave of my hand will not do that. And so you see form leading to a certain function. And because of the limitations of that form, only so much similar functions are capable because of its limitations. So only certain forms can be made by another form. And you see form leading to function, leading only to so much forms, leading only to so much function. And you see a sort of entropy because the limitation of the form can only lead to so many similar actions, which give rise to only so many similar forms, only back to so much action.
Man, get to the point, man. You have the same fucking pause the whole time. Get to the
It becomes
point.
very
Or
entropic.
change your
I shut
tone.
up for a second, all glory. I'm almost done. You interrupted me right when I was almost done. So you get something that's very entropic because of the way that a thing is formed and the limited actions and functions that are available from that form.
I will give you that wave is sort of in a special category of words that sort of like very many words, like they have a noun form and then a verb form and stuff like that, if we think about just the word forms. But wave, yeah, typically a wave of water, it's not only the form, but something is also waving. Now, technically speaking, yeah, sure, you can have a standing wave. For example, let's say a frozen wave of water. It's still like it's no longer sort of waving, but it still retains the shape, so we can call it a wave. But yeah, I think spiral is quite close to the same kind of thing, where it's a shape and also the way something does a movement.
Did you have something to contribute, all glory?
No.
The wave of your hand can move some air. The wave of the water destroys a city. So you're getting different forms that come from that action. The wave of my hand may be able to make, like, I don't know, a puff of smoke, but that's the only form that's available to that limited form based off of that action. The form that's available to the water wave form is destruction, a bunch of forms of destruction. So you see very entropic forms coming from other forms and their actions. Sometimes you can go backwards, sometimes you can't. It gets very entropic.
I think in terms of the action and the form, they are sort of tied into each other, because let's think of a tsunami. You can't have a tsunami doing the action that it does without the form, but at the same time, if you have the form, you also have the action.
The form of the hand remains, though, after the wave. The form of the water vanishes. So some forms are evanescent and give rise to other forms. Some forms vanish and don't persist.
Yeah,
So
that's
when we're
right.
talking about a form, are we talking about something that vanishes like the water, or something that persists like the hand?
Yep. Interestingly, since we've been mentioning tsunamis, I just recently found out, because I'm studying Japanese and I happen to look at tsunami videos, they don't necessarily come in the stereotypical like a huge wave of water. It's just slowly rising and rising and rising sea level quite often.
But when I say I'm looking at a waved pattern of photons, I'm literally using an adjective.
Sure, in that case.
Yeah, it's past participle or whatever. Past tense of the verb to wave. Yeah, so that would make it.
Yep, in that case, sure.
And so if the wave is evanescent like in water, that implies that there's no real structure there. That implies a very passing form that's not permanent, that's not quite there. If the wave appears and vanishes, that may imply to some that there's no wave in and of itself, that something else is the primary form behind that.
Well, that's once again, you misunderstand particle wave duality then.
Oh, the cult of quantum mysticism.
Yeah.
Appears to be what you're talking.
Yeah, the quantum mysticism that's running your computer right now and all that shit.
Incidental. I don't think that it's
not what's running the computer.
Exactly necessary. There's no way.
The slit experiment is running my computer.
There's no way that the transistor exists without our understanding of quantum mechanics. There are
people are smart. They make it work. I think they make it work with or without quantum mechanics.
No, you don't even. If you don't understand, if you don't understand quantum, there's no way to even construct a transistor.
A lot of these creators are very flexible. What were you saying, Flame?
You're just keeping it real. I wonder why people would question something that is functional and it works the way that the people that made it say that it works. But there are people that would argue that, and I'm just kind of by that.
Because they have to deny quantum in order to come up with their little religion.
All glory was gone. I had a question for it, but he's not here.
I learned yesterday that if you want to ask Glory questions, only ask one. I asked him 2 questions and he got very mad.
Oh yeah, I was there. He kind of got pissed off and left it. I just wondered if he had been watching Ken Wheeler.
Hmm.
%10 of what he says correct. He knows the words and he knows how to say them, but the rest of it, yeah, the other 90% he's got.
Well, it's like he learned up to, I don't know, 8th grade and then suddenly veered off into the weeds.
Yeah.
No, he says the right things, that the flat earth doesn't make sense, but then he says, but the concave earth solves it all, and that only makes it worse.
I mean, it's one thing to be right or wrong, but I saw a video of him talking about how damn smart he is and how much smarter he is.
Oh,
he's
God.
the only one that figured all this out, and he's the smartest man in the world on that, on magnetism, things like that, you know. And
Really?
nobody else knows. Yeah, he actually said that.
Wow. I've met some really, really smart people, and really, really smart people don't brag about how smart they are.
Yeah, somebody else will do it for you.
Yeah, I can easily imagine that, given like I bumped into his ego yesterday.
We know who that is. He's read that PDF so much, he's practically got it memorized. It's like the FFA creed when I was in high school. It's like I can recite the FFA creed. That's what he does. He just, he just reads. but if you catch him on a word, something that's definitive, like he can't define the word.
Yeah, I really think there's some people here that are just here to start trouble and see drama unfold. They do it in very subtle ways, because if you don't do it in a subtle way, obviously no one's going to let you do it. They're going to get sick of it and they're going to ban you from their server. So if you do it in a very subtle way, hard to tell, specifically trying to start trouble or have drama play out, then you get to hang out for a while until heads catch on to that. Not anyone here, I don't think. Other people. Got some nice citations for my Coriolis talks about what the ball actually is or isn't doing. It's weird because the Globers run around saying we don't know what the ball's actually doing, but all my citations say it's not actually deviating. It's weird why the Globers would be saying that we don't know what it's actually doing or what. I guess if you're trying to make things confusing and slow the argument down and make things come to a standstill, I guess you would say it then. That would shut the whole thing down and you'd be locked up forever arguing about what the ball actually is or isn't doing, or if there is even an actual thing to do. What's up, guys?
Yeah, what's happening? Still flat and stationary?
Yeah, I've had to get citations. I've had to actually go get citations for how the Coriolis effect works and what the ball actually is or isn't doing, because there seems to be some kind of argument over the basic Coriolis effect.
Well, yeah, I think, like, I've heard Globers tell me that the Coriolis effect causes hurricanes and typhoons. And hold on, it's twisters. Are they no, not hurricanes. What are they called? Fuck's sake, the name is escaping me.
They're
Typhoons. Hurricanes and typhoons.
But a hurricane isn't a circular motion, is it?
Yeah, it is. Hurricanes are northern hemisphere storms, and the southern hemisphere are tycoons, right? Or typhoons. Tycoons.
You almost said cyclone and typhoon at the same time, I think.
Cyclones.
Let's call them a cyclone anyway, because I think that's what you guys call it in America. I've been told by Globers before that the circular path of a typhoon or a cyclone is caused by the Coriolis effect.
Hurricane or typhoon.
No, that's ridiculous. I mean,
I've heard them say that too, but that doesn't make a lot of sense, being where they start from. There's also doesn't. Why would it matter if there's a magnetic anomaly or not in a storm depression, right? I mean, duh.
But the idea of Coriolis effect is that it's an apparent deflection from a reference frame, right? So how can it be causing an actual deviation? Like, the whole point is that it's not an actual deviation.
The thing is, if it was the Coriolis effect or whatever, if that was the Coriolis effect, that would mean the wind inside of I could see you blaming the path of a hurricane or typhoon on it. To say that the actual wind inside the Coriolis effect is ridiculous, because, yeah, it wouldn't make it's not that much of a Coriolis effect, so.
Yeah, it doesn't make. Yeah, I mean, it's not even what the Coriolis effect is stating that it does, and then it's assigned this kind of cause. It's just silly.
Yeah, it's obvious that the flow of the ions is the reason why the wind is moving. And the ions are an electrical system, and the electrical force is billions and billions and thousands of billions times stronger than the Coriolis force. So I don't think Coriolis has anything to do, to be honest, with the rotation of the storms.
And even if it did, you'd be pissing in the wind, really. Like, you'd have this very weak effect and this extremely strong effect that would just negate the weak effect anyway. So it was like...
Right, like flying through the Coriolis. Because you got all these other effects you have to fight through that are so much more stronger than the Coriolis that you don't even realize which one was the Coriolis that you had to maneuver for. You can't really tell.
The thing is, they can't even agree on about a simple case with the ball and the merry-go-round. Like, they can't. They don't even understand it.
Jeremy, if that was a good argument, though, we would the flat earthers can't even agree on anything. So therefore, you know what I mean? It doesn't mean anything. Since some ballers can't agree. That's just kind of like you know what I mean?
Ballers, it's not that they don't agree. I mean, they're saying things that are just kind of silly. Like, they're saying, like, the ball doesn't have an actual path, but I got about 10 citations that say not an actual deviation. Really going straight.
Oh yeah, you already know my
Globers can't even agree on that.
You already know my position on it. I believe in an actual path, and that would be the ball's reference frame. would be the actual
straight,
path.
yeah. Of course, we know the ball has an actual.
Yeah, I mean, I know if I put 2 points in a straight line and I shot from one point to another point, that's the actual path. Duh. Because I have all these rules, right, that I have to follow, that an object stays in motion, and you know what I mean? And then you have all these different things about it. So if I believe in all those rules, then I have to say that there is an actual path. Can't have my cake and eat it too. It's bullshit.
Yeah, dude, you can't say, "Oh, there's no actual path." That's fucking crazy. So we never know the actual path of anything. It's fucking ridiculous.
Right. Well, that
Anyway,
gives you a rubbery measuring stick, and you know what I mean, so that you can then say things are, you know, like space and time have physical attributes, and you can invoke certain types of math now. That opens the door for all of these. It's a necessity. That's why they won't die on this. That's why they won't leave this alone.
they won't give up the actual. They won't give up the fact that the ball has an actual path.
That's right.
Which
Yeah,
is
there's a
kind of
second
ridiculous, right? Like, why would you do that though?
Yeah,
Well,
there's
because
certain
you.
which is related to what Grim talks about the electric universe a lot. Like they can't possibly conceive of a ball without gravity, because the second it doesn't have gravity, suddenly you can't explain anything outside, and every single proof that they have seems to be from outside. So it's like the angle to a star, it's the sun, it's the moon. These are all quote unquote proofs of the globe, which all are based on, they're built on gravity. If gravity isn't a thing and it's actually an electric kind of universe, suddenly nothing makes any sense and they have to start from the ground up.
Yeah. And it's starting to piss them off really badly, because I think a lot of them are starting to see that they're, I mean, look at the new filaments, thousands of new filaments they found in the center of the Milky Way, and how the nucleus of the Milky Way with the most dense gases should be forming stars, but doesn't. And how those gases are moving at relativistic speeds, and they're not gases, they're plasma. It's what a gas used to be. It's not a gas anymore. And so they keep using these words that are the wrong words, like winds and gases and shit. It's as if they don't want you to be able to get a tenuous grasp on the electric circuitry and plasma formations and the ion movement and Markov currents and everything else that is actually being measured and they know is happening and is 1,000 billion times stronger than gravity. Yet they're saying it isn't the muscle, the powerhouse. They're so full of shit.
But also, the thing about electricity and magnetism is that we can experiment with this stuff, we can manipulate it, maybe we can't fully understand it, but we can have a reasonable working understanding of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gravity, you've got no chance of any of that. You just have to, it's like vague assertions of, oh, well, it gets stronger at the galactic scale. I mean,
Well,
that's a
here's how
cool
weird
story.
it is. Here's how weird it is. 100 years ago, dude, they were doing experiments that were reproducing galactic rotation, the fucking ionosphere, all this stuff about Earth and all this stuff. But they said, hold on, it's a vacuum out there, so it can't be the electric current because everything is a vacuum. It's vacuum-free space. There's no plasma between these bodies. That's what was postulated, and that's why those theories were allowed to get seeded and planted over the more powerful electric theories. And then we got into the space age and found that there was plasma there, yet those old seeded fucking dogmatic theories aren't trying to go away. Their roots are grabbing on harder, and they're trying to add hoc all the new information into themselves. And it's like, no, it's time for you to let go. You're dead.
That's an excellent hypothesis there. You got any data to prove it?
Yeah, there's all kinds of data, dude.
No, you
Space
don't.
age, we found out plasma. I just said
Where's the citation?
it's common knowledge.
It's
that those
common
ideas-
knowledge, is it? Then how come it's not being taught if it's so common?
Oh, did I not finish my sentence, or did
Hold
you
on,
start
guys.
talking?
One at a time. One at a time.
Here's that thing you were talking about, Jeremy.
Yeah, he wanted.
You see how he interrupts me before I can even comment?
Yeah, I mean, we were having what I thought was an expansive, explorative chat, and then this guy's coming to try and challenge it. Like, okay, cool. I get that you don't disagree. Don't really care. Grim, I wanted to ask you, like, what do you think about the possibilities of, let's just say, I don't know if you think the moon landings happened or not. Let's just say the moon landings were fake. If you were to speculate what the moon is, if it wasn't like a rock in space, do you have any alternative ideas about it? Or do you think it might be some kind of electrical phenomenon? Like, throw out some magic at me.
All right. Well, here's my thing about the moon. When I look at it very closely, it resembles familiar things that I can relate to. And those familiarities would include hills and ridges, rocky, formations or whatever, dense and hard matter, you know, like the craters and things like that. And they're fixed, and they don't seem to be wavering or doing the things that I'm familiar with in the electric world, as far as plasma formations and things like that. in their natural environments, they would be wavery, and they would do particular things that obviously I don't see for the moon. So, and then there's the idea that and the way the moon, the craters and things kind of stretch elliptically. I'm familiar with that in art, and that looks spherical to me. So it gives me the impression of a sphere. So I don't see, it's not real far off in my mind that it was never going to be hard for me to think that the moon was a sphere with all of those things in mind.
They did used to hypothesize, though, the mainstream scientists back in this, I think it was 50s or 60s, that the moon was plasma, though, right?
No, they didn't. There was just this. It was that there is plasma between here and the moon, and so when you're looking at it, the light between here and the moon, you're getting some plasma readings, but you don't see the plasma. All you see is the moon, but the light is affected in the way it would shift the light, and you would expect to see that coming from a plasma. I could see how somebody could get mistaken, not realizing there was not vacuum-free space between here and the moon, that it was plasma. You see what I'm saying?
I don't
There?
know. I've seen some, big names from the 60s or something claiming that the moon.
No, I saw one guy who was a no-name. He was a no-name guy who couldn't be found doing an interview on the news. Oh, I'm sorry. You're roboting, dude. You're roboting. I'm sorry. I was talking the whole time.
Go ahead.
Am I coming through?
You're coming through now.
Am I coming through?
You are now, yeah.
Okay, sorry, that actually was entirely my fault. I started talking, and about 30 seconds later, it seems to have registered with you guys. So I didn't mean to talk over you. It wasn't my intention. Do you want to finish what you were saying, and then I'll come in?
Oh, yeah. I saw that about the plasma moon. It was one guy, right, that I saw. I don't know that there were more or not, but there was one guy. He couldn't be found. He did a news thing. It was like a news broadcast or something. He was interviewed or something, and he really didn't give any information. And he basically just said, the moon is a plasma.
Right.
There wasn't a lot to it. So I didn't really hold any weight to that. You know what I'm saying?
No, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, what I was going to say is, like, I don't really have any problem, maybe believing is the wrong word. Like, I don't have any problem with the idea that the moon is a rock. I actually don't have a problem with it. What I have a problem with is when people assert that it definitely is a rock, and that they know where it is and how big it is and how fast it's traveling and all the rest. I don't like the idea that they're shutting off other possibilities because they can't possibly verify it, But I don't have any problem believing that it turns out it is actually just a fucking rock.
Yeah, the whole story of how the sky works, I'm not buying it. I mean, you could tell me how it is, but I mean, I'm sure a lot of people in this room feel that way.
But I think that's
even Grim doesn't believe their whole story on how the sky works. He might believe some parts of it, but
yeah, I mean, like distances and shit due to so-called expansion shift, the Hubble expansion, the red shift and blue shifts that we see, that red shift that is on the constant background as if it's expanding, but also that red shift matches up with the red shift of light emitted and passing through plasma. All this was based on vacuum-free space back in the day.
There's a big problem with red shift and blue shift. Yeah, QE did a good video on it once I think with cathexis.
And they won't admit this, but this is when they said that the space between these bodies were vacuum-free space. They didn't even suspect there to be an intergalactic medium at all, though they have now found it. And they know now that it does exist, and it's a much denser galactic medium. That's in between the galaxies and stars. There's a medium that they've discovered that's denser than they could imagine. It's not like water dense. I'm just talking about electron densities and
makes a lot more sense even within their idea, because a vacuum. I mean, like, regardless of what you think, Earth can't both be an open and closed system at the same time, right? So if it's a closed system, then how does a rocket leave? And if it's and go to the sun and go to Venus and whatnot, and if it's an open system, then of course gas can leave. So, like,
Well, if you're
I
just
feel like
passing through an electric current, right? It doesn't take much of electric current. I think 1 or 2% of a species of gas needs to be ionized for it to act as a plasma, right? So I mean,
but
you
that's the
can
thing, isn't it?
develop a magnetic field that will block electrons from entering at particular areas and it'll end up making that toroid shape where the electrons flow in through the and out of the poles and move from out of the equator back into the system and just and set in a spherical system. So you can definitely get that electric system that they're looking for, but they're not really accounting for it as a connection to the sun. Even though they say, look, I know I'm interrupting you, and I'm sorry, dude. I'm on a tangent. Even though they say, look, we found these magnetic ropes that connect the Earth to the sun, and they disconnect and reconnect during what they're calling these flux moments or whatever. And we're telling them, no, those are Birkeland currents, and they pass a certain amount, like a capacitor of current and then it's shut off when there's a balance met, and then it like pulses, like oscillates and pulses. And that these are the reasons for the climates and all this different shit. And not just the fucking, it's not man that's so much affecting climate and doing all this stuff. It's the particle forcing from the sun, and that the weaker sunspot anomaly times when they think there's less intensity to the sun, right? It's when there's more going on because the magnetic field is weakened, and so it allows the cosmic rays and shit to penetrate the Earth and mutate DNA and cause what we would think is evolution. It's all
I see
kind
what
of
you mean.
stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that the only thing that I really have a problem with is the more general, because there's this very arrogant kind of global attitude that we know everything and clever people figured this shit out, and if you don't agree, then you're stupid, and then
Yeah,
this.
I think it's a coward's argument.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree, and I think this is why I always say, well, I don't know what the moon is, and neither do you. I think that's the issue: is that they're not prepared to admit that it's not 100%. They might have a very high confidence in what they think they know, but until they say, actually, I don't know that for certain, but it's quite likely, you know what, then we can sit down, we can have a discussion. Until that point, there's no point.
So true.
But they have such a good story though for it, and you don't have anything to replace it with.
Oh yeah.
It's like we don't know that when we're brainstorming and shitting around that we're probably not right. We're just brainstorming and shitting around. We're not gonna have to prove a brainstorm or a shit around, are we? I mean, get the fuck out of here.
I mean, if you don't know and it's an honest answer, that's one thing. But the other question is whether the paradigm that you adhere to and are committed to allows an answer to be possible. Case in point with, the ether that I hold to doggedly. If we're saying, hey, we're getting this effect from space in the vacuum, you can say, okay, this is interesting. Let's go with a framework like ether that can explain what, if anything, is coming from space, or we can doggedly deny it and say, nope, what you saw was a figment of your imagination. You're wrong because we know that space is nothing. Therefore, we're going to deny this observation and deny this as a fact, and we're not even going to go there. So is it because you don't know because you really don't know, or is it because you don't know because you're committed to a paradigm that doesn't really allow knowledge to be possible? That's a big question.
Right. Sweep that phenomena under the rug, marginalize it, chalk it up to error if you want to justify you ignoring it, and then keep feeding your psychosis and looking for your confirmation bias. You don't tell me like these guys are out there looking to debunk Einstein, any of these guys. And isn't that what Einstein wants you to do? Isn't that what Einstein would say he wants you to do is find ways to debunk him, not to find ways to align with me so that you look smart like me, That's not, I don't think, the goal of the challenge of science, but that's what these fuckers do because that's where the money is. You only got money if you're notable with
If you go, if
citations and you agree with other people whose work is, that's the only way you're getting money these days.
yeah, if you go
Right?
against the mainstream paradigm, you will get blackballed. You won't get any more funding. You won't get more grants. You're pretty much done in your field. We've seen this happen before, even with simple things on Earth, let alone all this space shit. So
they are pushing an orthodoxy, Jeremy. And so they're saying you can find answers, but they better be within this paradigm. If they're outside of this paradigm, you're not going to be able to find answers, and we'll kick you out before you make our preferred paradigm look bad.
Halt and art.
Well, there's a certain fundamental unknowableness, for lack of a better term, to all of the stuff outside of what we can verify. So they know that they can really just push whatever they want, and as long as they kind of stamp underfoot any challenge to it, then it's cool. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's true or not.
Well, I mean, to a certain extent, certain things will become unknowable. The question then becomes, what paradigm are we exploring to make things somewhat knowable, to give us some sort of precondition for some sort of knowledge that we can hopefully verify later? And that's where the framework comes in. A framework that, say, makes space a substance that can be explored like an ether is better than a vacuum nothing, which stops exploration dead and precludes you from any sort of additional science, experimentation, theory, or anything like that.
Well, I think that's why people liken it to religion, right? No offense to religious people, but a lot of people who aren't religious see religious people without the bias involved. They'll see the religious people as relying on God for their final answers of things, right? If it's God's plan, so therefore, there's no real drive to work out the details. You know what I mean? Like in layman's terms, there's no real drive
I get what you're
why
saying,
is a molecule a molecule? Because God's way. Why worry
nobody
about
has said that, though. But I get what you're saying, as a general, analysis. I get that, yes. But nobody in science is saying ether because God did it. They're saying there's something here. We need a framework to explore it. We're going to go with something etheric, and stuff like that, as opposed to just precluding any framework for exploration, just saying that space is a vacuum, nothing to see here.
No, and then in the second part of what I'm saying is then the hypocritical, non-religious people, they'll see that their science is the final answer, and assume that that's their comfort blanket to feed their psychosis, and accept things that may not be true, so that they have an answer to fill in the blanks. To feel comfortable, like with the religion. That's what I meant by, I see it like those two different people are actually just humans doing the same thing, but with a different placeholder. That's it.
Yeah, 100%. Well, have you ever heard of Richard Dawkins talk about the God of the Gaps fallacy?
tell us. I've heard about the God of the Gaps. Tell us though. I forgot.
So, basically he says that if there's anything that's unexplained in the world, then a religious person would use the God of the Gaps fallacy and basically say the unexplained thing is explainable because God did it, right? Now, the problem is, of course, is that globe guys do this with gravity all the time. So it's like, okay, so you see something rising, yeah, that's gravity. Oh, you see it falling, yeah, gravity. See it go side to
Well,
side,
I would go with dark matter. I would go with dark matter on that one. I mean, gravity is a measurable acceleration. Comparably, you got nothing with a religion compared to gravity. I can measure this thing that I'm calling gravity. I might not have the explanation for why it's gravity, but it's an acceleration measure. I would say use dark matter, right? Because dark matter is something that you can't manipulate. You can only think you see the effects of it.
Right. I'm talking about your average glober, right? Your average glober has never heard of dark matter.
No, yes, they have. Oh, God, yes, they have. It's part of their religion.
No, man. You got it's like 14-year-old on the street and go, what's dark matter? They'll be like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Bro, that whole thing was a big robot.
Like, go out to a university and ask 100 people what's dark matter. They'll be like, I have no idea.
Was he roboting just now, or was it me?
They've all heard of gravity.
Crypto, you need.
But anyway, the
Crypto, you
point
need
I was
to
making
reconnect
I didn't
is that
catch one
this
word of that, Crypto.
explains
It was going.
Crypto, you're roboting.
It explains things rising. It explains planets.
Crypto, you're
It
roboting.
explains
Robot.
stars. It explains why
Oh, you're good now.
the sun rises, why the sun sets. It explains
Oh, you're roboting again, bro. You're roboting.
How does gravity explain how the sun rises and sets?
Hold on. Don't answer that. You're robot in bed. Why would you do that, Grim? He's answering. Crypto, you're roboting very bad.
So,
Grim, you son of a bitch.
I know. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Disconnect his ass.
I just forgot.
Someone just disconnect his ass. I'll just disconnect him and he'll come back in.
He's good. He's good.
Oh man. Sorry, Crypto. You're roboting so badly that we can't hear you anymore. And then I just asked you another question instead of telling you you're roboting.
Grim's ready to
like an
engage
asshole.
with him.
So we can hear you go. Bow, 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 bow. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I would agree with his point, though. I mean, in that your average glober is not going to know what dark matter technically is. They may have heard of it, maybe, like, oh yeah, that dark matter thing, but like they're not going to know like technically like what it is, like why the model like needs it to be there, or whatever. So I think his greater point still stands in that.
Be clear though,
Again,
when we say your average glober, we're talking about the 7 billion globers on Earth.
Right.
As we
Yeah,
engage
not
in
the
and care,
average
they
one
all
in the
know about.
Discords. Yeah.
In Discord, all the globers on Discord, most of them would say know about it, but your average glober on the street, yeah, they're not going to know what dark matter is or dark energy. Dark energy is my favorite. I wish you guys talked about that one more.
I remember when the guys they used to all the time be like, "Oh no, dark matter is definitely real. I know it." And then since they met me, ever since they met me, they don't be saying that shit out loud anymore. They're real quiet about how they believe dark matter is real. It'll only come out. Well, you can see the effects of it. Like, no, only because of a broken theory. You're assuming there's no electric force and no other matter, which we keep finding. More and more dust, more with electrical forces, more and more fucking baryons of actual gases that do exist. Baryons are real. They come from fucking gases that are, different matter and stuff that we know does exist. So we're having this discovery that all this matter is actually out there all over the place with electric forces in it, and they're all interacting with the next electric force, and they're like, well, positives don't attract. Well, positive spheres do attract. It's weird, they do. So y'all need to understand something. What you thought you knew about everything wasn't all right, and you didn't apply any of that electric shit to outer space because they told you there weren't any connections. But since the space age, they found connections, and they're still leaving them out of their major theories. And while you're running around looking for dark matter and dark energy, we already found the electricity in regular matter. Crypto.
Am I back?
Go ahead, you're back.
Oh, sick. Okay, yeah. I did hear everything you said, by the way. I was just waiting to talk.
That's great.
Yeah, so what I was saying is like the gravity of the gaps fallacy. Like, I think if you speak to the globers who are like in this. And by the way, when I say globers, I'm not talking about people like you, actually, Grim. I'm talking about your diehard, not challenging any part of the narrative.
Oh, I know. Shit,
Okay.
we connect pretty good. I understand you. Like,
fair enough. Just so you know. So anyway, what I'm talking about is like your average 18-year-old who's fresh out of college with all these stupid ideas in his head because College put it in his head, right? Those people have never heard of dark energy or dark matter, or maybe they've heard it in passing, but they all know quite a lot more about gravity. And the problem is that gravity is actually used to explain a lot more than God by religious people. So, for instance, if you see the moon go to the left, that's gravity. If you see the moon go to the right, gravity. Moon rises, gravity. Moon sets, gravity. Things go up, gravity.
Tides.
Things go down, gravity. You know, things go to the side. Oh, that's gravity as well. You know, it starts to become a question of what doesn't gravity do, right? And so this is why I'm bringing up the God of the gaps fallacy, because in religious worldview, in some religious worldviews, they will say that God does everything they can't explain. That's exactly the same for Globers. Exactly the same, but they use gravity instead of God. You know, it explains the stars, it explains the planets, it explains orbits, it explains everything.
No, that's totally and completely wrong, and you know it's wrong. You're just making this shit up as you go.
Yeah, I'm trying not to be abrasive or fight him on it, really.
In the last 2 minutes,
I was asking earlier when you were roboting, I was like, how does the sun rising or setting have to do with just gravity? I mean, I thought it would be more of a rotation thing of the Earth.
The sun rising and setting has very little to do with gravity. Almost
okay,
nothing.
so does the Earth orbit the sun?
Yes.
Well, see, no, that's the part that you don't really need that for a sunrise and a sunset, though, right?
No, but in the
You don't need
model,
it takes a year. You get
it's like
365 sunrises and sunsets in 1 year.
In order to
You can eliminate the orbit altogether and still have the sunrises and sunsets.
You're now talking over my response to criticisms that I find a little bit frustrating.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really was just trying to make my point, and then he came in kind of over it.
So the point is that in your model, the Earth orbits the sun because of gravity. We're also told that the spin exists and is held in place because of gravity. Obviously, the spin is caused by gravity. Okay, you can say no, but that's wrong.
No, the spin has little to do with gravity.
Okay, you can be wrong again. That's fine.
The spin it's fine. Where's your reference to say that the citation that the spin is in gravity?
I actually said?
You're saying that the spin of the Earth is due to gravity.
No, I didn't say that. I actually specifically said I'm not saying this, and then you said that I said it anyway.
Damn, I didn't catch it that way either. My bad.
Like this is the frustration we're talking to Globers. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're listening to what you wished I'd said, so you can attack what you think I said.
No, I'm listening to what you said, and you said so the spin and gravity. Everything's caused by gravity, and then you went out the spin of the Earth.
I actually said I'm not saying the spin is caused by gravity, but I'm saying that the Earth is held in place by gravity in its orbit. I specifically said that, knowing that you'd say what you'd said, and then you said it anyway. Like, this is why we can't have a conversation with you. You're not actually.
We can't have a conversation with you because you're full of shit. I'm sorry.
Okay, but I literally addressed what your stupid criticism was going to be before you did it. You then did it anyway, and now you're calling me full of shit when you missed what I said.
Well, okay. If you said less shit, I would listen more.
Okay, so so what part of what I said was wrong?
Well, it would be easier to say what part of what you said is right, but okay.
What part was wrong? Any of it? Name any of it.
That we say that gravity causes everything we can't explain.
I think that's true.
That's false.
Okay. But you haven't given me an example. You've just said nah.
Well, tell me something you think is explained by gravity that's not explained by gravity.
I gave about 30 examples.
Tides.
Well, I wasn't listening because you were being overcome.
Tides are caused by gravity, yeah.
Tides are caused by gravity. That's correct. Very good.
Okay, so tides are caused by gravity, orbits are caused by gravity, things going up, gravity, things going down, gravity.
Things going up, no, not usually gravity, but okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's gravity, right? Because
things
the
going up
buoyancy,
usually isn't gravity.
Well, a buoyancy
It's
equation
gravity.
includes gravity,
in
right?
their model, it's gravity.
In
their model, it's gravity.
The density of the objects around you, gravity, and then the things go up because the density, because the gravity holding the denser objects. It's still gravity.
Density's
There's
not gravity.
definitely gravity involved with it. We
It's
know
not
that you guys
density.
say
I know
gravity's
density's not
pulling.
gravity, you knucklehead.
Well, then why
Who do you
say
think
it?
you're talking to? No, I said because of gravity, the denser objects are forced down and the lighter objects are forced up, displaced due to gravity.
Very good.
Yeah,
So
very
then
good.
gravity, isn't it?
Gravity.
Obviously.
But then when
Very
it's not.
good.
Fuck
Without
it.
gravity, that couldn't happen. There would be no vector for going up. Okay? God, you need to wake up sometimes.
Seriously,
Unpaid
man, like,
NASA shill.
It's definitely gravity which causes
I
things
would,
to
if
go
I
up.
was your handler, I would charge you for that mistake. That's a big one.
Well,
it's
you
like
said
you've come.
density is caused by gravity. So
I'd be like, that's $50
Like,
off
your
your
only
paycheck.
Fine.
is to make sure that you criticize what I say. You haven't actually got a criticism. You just pulled one out of thin air.
The joke is, guys, I am his handler.
Things going up in the globe model though is definitely caused by gravity in their model. I don't know why he even.
Gravity's a
Always.
downward force. Gravity's a downward force.
Wouldn't that be
So
a
why
crazy
do
psyop?
things go up then? Why do things go up then?
What things go up? I'm having
Things going up breaks your gravity model because it's not pulling them down.
Hold on a second. I have a screwdriver here on my desk, and it's not going up. It's going. I mean, I dropped.
I have a helium balloon here, and it's going up.
Oh, now we talk buoyancy. That's a different thing.
And is there any gravity in
Can you show me a buoyancy equation without gravity, please? Thank you.
There you go.
Come on, man. You're just being obtuse at this point. I think you're being obtuse because you've come in, you've criticised me, and then you got embarrassed that your criticism is shit. And you've come in.
Your argument is basically it's shit. You're saying that gravity. You say that everything that we can't explain is used by gravity. And you explain several things that we know are caused by gravity, and we know how they work. Buoyancy.
You've come in very heavy, saying that I'm talking shit.
Buoyancy is not caused by gravity.
You have absolutely nothing, and you know
Did you
it.
double down?
Buoyancy is caused by gravity. Yeah, we know all about buoyancy. So what? It's generally relatively.
That's what he was saying, and you were arguing with him that it's not.
So why are you trying to die on that hill then? If you already know it, things going up.
No, things
going up.
If there were no gravity, why would things go up?
That's buoyancy. That's different. Don't say buoyancy is caused by gravity.
No, it is. The gravity is what forces the denser gases down.
It does.
That's because of gravity. Things go up. If that didn't happen, things would have no vector to go up. Shut the fuck up, you idiot.
Mechanics say that gravity.
Please don't do the name.
Do not say.
I'm sorry.
Do not say that gravity causes things to go up. Do not say that gravity causes things to go up. That is a false argument that Jeremy and other flat earthers like to make because they don't understand buoyancy.
Okay, explain buoyancy to me. Explain how buoyancy works.
I'm not going. You've been told thousands of times how buoyancy works.
Oh, then one more time shouldn't really be a problem.
No, one more time is like hitting a rock.
It's really been thousands of times. One more time.
I've been banging my head against the wall with Jeremy for so long. I know not to try to explain complex things like.
You know what? I have a feeling you can't.
So anyway,
I'm not going to try to explain buoyancy to you either.
No, I have a feeling you actually can't. If you're trying, actually, you're not coming in real clear, so it's like you're underneath us while we're arguing.
Can you hear Crypto?
The point I'm trying to make is, so Paid NASA Shield said something that's patently false, right? The only reason that I even said that is because I've heard Globers make that argument. This isn't a flat Earth misconception that things go up because gravity, because a lot of us don't believe in gravity, right? So that's stupid on its face. I haven't finished.
Wait a minute, hold on. We don't believe in gravity.
You're not done, dude.
Haven't finished. So the point is that I was actually addressing an argument that Globers make, and then you said is wrong. So maybe you should have a word with your own side, because it's not what we.
Well, I'm trying. I was trying to have a word with him, but he just doesn't get it.
No, gravity does not cause things to go up. I'm sorry. Gravity is a downward force always.
Yeah, we know, but the effect of gravity is why other things can be displaced and their vector would be up. Otherwise, their vectors would just be to the left or the right or down or anywhere else displacement. But why not? It's up. Why is it up?
Well,
why wouldn't it just sit there?
Why
if there were no gravity, it would just sit there.
Why when we take all the air? Why when we take all the air? Why when
if there were no gravity, it would just sit there.
So why when
it wouldn't go up, would it?
Why do we take
Answer the question, dude. Don't ask another question. Just answer the question. If there were no gravity, it wouldn't go up, would it?
If there were no gravity, if there were no gravity, it wouldn't go up. That's pretty dumb.
Really? Because have you ever seen the what do you call it? Liquid displacement experiments in free fall? Dummy.
Here we go. Buoyancy is a force acting on a body as to oppose gravity. I mean, dude,
without gravity, there's no buoyancy.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Oppose
You're
gravity.
welcome.
That means that groundward gravity is down. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for proving my point.
Right,
there's
but
no
without
gravity,
you wouldn't have an up. You understand that, right?
Without the medium, you wouldn't have an up. Do you ever see where they take the balloon and put it into a vacuum chamber?
No, now you're
out?
a density argument. No, he's arguing for just density, guys.
No,
this guy
moron,
is
move
retarded.
on. You're
Who
an
are
idiot.
you?
Welcome to
calling
the
a
team.
moron? You are
No,
an
you're
idiot.
Relative density team.
No, not relative density. Relative
You
density
just
means nothing.
you just got man. Is anybody recording this? Because this is
You can
hilarious.
record all you want.
You just got
You record all you want. Once again, you're
You just
misinterpreting.
got recorded making a relative density
You're
argument.
misinterpreting what I'm saying again. That's common for you.
All the Globers are in the chat right now laughing at you, dude. It's hilarious.
Fine.
You're making an
I'm
ass out of
laughing at
yourself.
you. No, you're an idiot.
Look at it.
Gravity,
All the Globers are like,
gravity is
holy
a
shit.
downward force.
This guy's trying to say that buoyancy happens without gravity. He's a
is
fucking
a
relative
downward
density
force.
idiot.
Gravity is
Welcome
a
to flat
downward
Earth.
force. Gravity is a downward force.
Goofball.
Gravity
hold on.
is a downward force.
Yeah, we get that. That's part of it. That's
Grim,
the first
hold
part
on.
of
That's
the
it.
equation.
Gravity is always down.
When he's done, Grim,
That's
let
the
me
first
respond.
part. All right.
Gravity's down.
Yeah, we know. Good
Okay.
boy.
Excellent.
Buoyancy's up due to gravity.
You're good. No,
welcome
not
to
due to gravity.
Welcome to gravity.
Opposing
no.
gravity. Opposing
Yeah,
gravity. according to
opposing
Jeremy.
gravity. That's right. Opposing gravity, right? You
Yeah,
know why? Because of gravity.
Because some things are attracted more than others. Yeah.
No, because it's displaced, and the only other vector is up
Displaced,
because
exactly.
of gravity. That's right.
Let me respond to him, please.
You're
Let me
such a
respond.
goofball.
Here's the wiki page. I know, Grim. Here's the wiki page. The
So
forces
gravity
at work in buoyancy. That floats at rest because the upward force of buoyancy is equal to the downward force of gravity.
Excellent. So now you guys think that now you guys agree with gravity that exists. Thank you very much, Jeremy. I'm welcome to Globe Earth.
No.
Next thing you're gonna say the Earth is a globe. Now that gravity.
Such an idiot. Poor kid. He doesn't understand what's happening to him right now, Jeremy.
You don't understand what's happening to you. You just admitted gravity exists. Thank you very much.
I have always said gravity existed. The acceleration exists. Who do you think you're even talking to? Sometimes I wonder.
Electric universe idiot.
Oh yeah, well, here I am. Still taught you something about buoyancy and gravity today, didn't I?
No, you haven't taught me anything about.
So if you're getting well, that's actually might be my fault. Assuming that I could tell a horse a joke and that the joke would, be accepted by the horse. Why isn't the horse laughing?
What's really
Horses
funny is
don't
that
understand jokes.
all I'm
Can
trying
you believe
to
this
do
guy,
I'm
though?
gonna post something in the live stream. One.
Listen, hold on.
Okay, all I'm trying to do
is that Larry?
Sorry. Can I get a sec? All I'm trying to do here is actually fairly represent a Glober argument that I've heard made to me. And now Kosho is saying, oh, well done, you've got flat earthers to think density is caused by gravity. No, I'm just trying to fairly represent your argument. That's all I'm doing. And Grim thinks the Earth's a globe. So they're not flat earthers, is it? This is just
Grim's an electric university idiot, though.
I posted a diagram in chat of exactly.
You just gotta call somebody an idiot. You have no reason for any of that.
Oh, look, gravity is a downward force. Just like I said, gravity is a downward force. Amazing. Thank you, Jeremy.
Shit. You're just chatting shit. Grim doesn't think the Earth is. Kosho described Grim as a flat earther. That is ridiculous.
Kosho, listen to this for a second. I know he knows I'm not a flat earther. But Kosho, how do you get buoyancy without gravity?
How do you actually do that?
Yeah, that's what this guy NASA is trying to tell us, that buoyancy doesn't have anything to do with gravity. And I'm saying that the reason, shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you, that without gravity, you couldn't have buoyancy. Without gravity, you couldn't even have buoyancy. Yeah, of course, gravity's down, and it displaces the lighter mass up. And that's why there's a vector up, because of gravity. Without gravity, there's no upward vector for buoyancy. I don't know where you think you're going with this.
The initial point of this was that you guys explain has something to do with gravity, like tides or why things go up. Like you're arguing crypto's point now.
Things do not go up.
You manage to
You say buoyancy. Buoyancy is no, that's buoyancy. That's not gravity. Gravity is always a downward force. Always. Even the things that are going up are being attracted to the Earth with gravity.
So gravity definitely has something to do with buoyancy.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But it does. It's not like it's this.
Guess you had to say it enough times where you finally get it.
Well, I know where you're going. In
Those
the meantime,
point
though,
stands
you're
about things
you're not saying that gravity causes things to go up. I don't care.
So crypto's point stands that gravity is involved with buoyancy, and you guys you explain everything with gravity.
Yeah, without gravity, those things wouldn't be forced up. Because of gravity, those denser objects are displacing those lighter objects. That's all it is, man.
Sure, but I posted 8 things because I was just spitballing there. You know, I'm trying to think of more, but 8 things I posted that are not explained by gravity. There's a lot of things, like an infinite amount of things probably that are explained without gravity. But it's true that gravity does. Just the other day, you guys were saying that Coriolis. We explain everything away with Coriolis, but we don't do that either. Those are just
you do, right? Make up my mind already.
You guys
right.
You guys do explain a lot of stuff with gravity, though.
Things that are explained by it, sure. I mean, it's not really not that many things.
There's a whole list of shit.
Do you think that the gravity isn't attracting the helium balloon to Earth?
I don't know. Apparently, you don't, because gravity has nothing to do with buoyancy, right?
No. The helium in the balloon is still being attracted to the Earth, just not as strongly as the air around it.
Yeah, we understand that too. For me, that's not a point of a problem for me. I understand it. Well, even the helium is still attracted to Earth, but it's not attracted to Earth strong enough to displace the heavier masses underneath it. So it's going to be ejected outwards until there's an equilibrium found with less pressure for it to exist. And that's it.
Therefore,
simple. And it will stay out there, still attracted to Earth, but, forced out by the denser medium. That's it.
So you're saying there's a layer of helium somewhere up in the atmosphere?
Hydrogen, helium.
Just like
it's a reactive. You have non-reactive gases, so they'll end up being able to accumulate where reactive gases will mix and react.
There's a place called the helium float point, and a lot of helium. It doesn't reside there because it keeps going, but if you have a helium balloon, it usually will float there.
Yeah,
but there's definitely not a layer of helium there. Just like
it just doesn't blow up because there's no oxygen, right? It's a different flame.
So it keeps. But Kosho said it keeps going, but you guys.
Oh yeah.
So it's not attracted because it keeps
other
going.
gas. No, it will float there. But if you have helium atoms, you also have other atoms there.
Thermal escape.
You said the helium don't stick around.
I was answering your question about a helium layer. That's the question I was answering.
It's not all about just being a gas. It starts to become ionized, and then there's non-thermal escape. And that's when the electric force takes over and pulls the helium around to wherever the magnetic fields its life wants it to go. That's non-thermal escape.
According to Kosho, it keeps going. It doesn't stick around.
Well, that's part of why it keeps going and doesn't stick around. But it isn't because of the gravity. There's a force that's way stronger than gravity takes over and pulls it away at some point. Excuse me.
There's a lot more going on up there than just gases floating around because that's a helium float point. So that's it's at equal pressure or whatever. But at the same time, there's energy still coming from the sun. It's like Grim said, there's electromagnetic.
And doesn't that make
the energy
feel weird? To call it a float point? To call it a float point when you know it's not really like floating at all? That it's it's all magnetically spaced and moving at like supersonic speeds, like electric currents and ions, and they call it a float point to give you the impression that it's just.
Well, I mean, if you have a helium balloon,
cloud floating. Oh, I understand. Yeah, it would float to that point, and that's it. I got it.
Yeah, but gases, more sporadic. So especially up there where they have room to, energize and fly the thing out of there.
Well, they have magnetic fields to travel along, and build up speed, right? That's how it's a natural accelerator, particle accelerator, the huge magnetic field over that huge distance. That's a natural particle accelerator.
Yeah, the largest hadron collider.
Yeah, so large.
Yo, oh shit! Real quick, I wanted to throw this one at you guys. Maybe I should take a screenshot of it first. No, hold on. I'm just gonna post. I'm gonna post to TikTok.
Uh-oh, it is.
I'm gonna post a video from TikTok. Tell me if this equation on the Tell me if this equation on the blackboard writes an equation on the blackboard. When Grim said CERN or whatever just now, or I don't know what you guys. It made me think of the Hadron Collider with the God particle. Tell me if that equation Homer writes on the board matches the actual formula for the God particle.
The Simpsons? Is it going with the Simpsons?
Yeah, it's towards the end. The chalkboard formula is towards the end of the video. Just tell me if it's right or not. Because people think the Simpsons be predicting shit like crazy, like the motherfucker's growing's a time traveler or some shit. I'm just saying this thing in the Simpsons was posted years before they found the God particle.
That was the Trump thing with the Simpsons and even the dropping of the fucking card and all that shit, man.
But Grim, if this formula is correct, that's like unexplainable right there.
Well, unless it's a conditioning to get people to accept an idea.
They didn't even know about this until years after.
No, I'm saying conditioning. Like they already knew they were going to tell people this bullshit, right? And it's a way to put it out there in the open that it's bullshit.
They wouldn't do that, man. No way they would program us.
Right.
No way they would put out a bunch of fucking CDC has
crazy
control
conspiracy theorist, Grim.
Rocky, I'm the craziest. Man. I'm the craziest, right? Because I'll tell you right now that before this, corn vid bullshit and all this other stuff, fucking, they were coming out with like The Last Ship and The Strain and all these television shows that had to do with CDC having to take over because of a worldwide plague and you know what I mean, and all this and a virus and all that kind of shit. You need a vaccine and everybody gets a vaccine, and it was just promoting vaccine, and it was all before this 2019 shit, man. And I was pointing it out 6 years before it. I was like, guys, am I crazy? They're promoting a lot of shit. I made videos about it and stuff, talking about how it seems like something big is about to come up involving the CDC.
And it's funny that Amazon
of people dying because I don't wear a mask. Is it okay now? Like I'm all good now, right?
They must have been dying droves around you, dude.
Do you remember right before the coronavirus bullshit, Amazon was banning every anti-vax, what they deemed as anti-vax information and anti-vax book?
Yeah.
It's kind of coincidence. Interesting.
Bear in mind, yeah, a lot of these people who think that you've got to wear your 5 masks and you've got to take 15 booster shots, they also think men can get pregnant. So these people are fundamentally retarded. So, like, why do you even care what they think?
Well, yeah, but it's like they're victims, though, man. The way I look at it, they're victims to a larger game that they weren't prepared to even see.
Nah, if they're victims, they're self-inflicted victims. They're victimizing themselves. They're useful idiots. They're tools. And they're allowing themselves.
I'm sure there's a range of spectrum between dark and light, though, on that issue. Some people you could just categorize their IQs. They're just, susceptible to this shit.
That's their fault.
So are the
people
ERs
can argue.
now not full,
Disposition.
though? Like, is that over?
What?
Are the ERs not full anymore? Like, are we good now? Because I don't hear shit about it no more.
No, we always have been good. That was another ploy.
Well, yeah, they had to fire like 40% of their nursing staff in order to claim that they had shortages on nursing staff, didn't they?
Yeah,
It was funny.
we have 40 nurses we have. Well, we fired them all, but
Yeah, those very nurses were heroes. They were heroes. Now all of a sudden they're the villain. It's whatever they want it to be, when they want it to be that way. No, I have empathy for these sick people. I mean,
hey,
I
watch
get
the
it.
hand.
I mean, I got
Watch
empathy
the
for these
hand.
people. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you too. I feel embarrassed now that I tried to go again.
It's like I get it. I have empathy for these people that are sick in the head. It's just that at some point you just got to let the dead wood burn, man, because it's an information war we're fighting. So they're happy and thrilled to be doing what they're doing and thinking what they think because they think they're virtuous and all that nonsense. Everything is
I find myself having that attitude sometimes, but then I realize that's partially destructive because they're still, right now is the perfect time. I'm plucking them left and right from the mainstream and they're coming over and they're like, man, I'm starting to see it. I didn't understand it before because I thought it was crazy as fuck and I was scared to look at it. You know what I mean? But there's a lot more here than I thought there was. And so we're getting a lot of movement now. So it's not a good time to start cutting ties and acting like they're all dead wood and stuff because that dead wood is actually drifting over to us, you know. And they're not that dead. They're just, they were scared. Yeah, they made things hard on us in the beginning, that's for sure, right? Because they were not going to help us and they were not paying attention to the censored videos and the censored studies and, you know, the Israel information. You know, they got vaccine, you know, negative efficacy in Denmark and in Israel, you know, with the 2 and more boosters, and they're actually showing immunity erosion, is what he said. But I mean, it's an ADE, antibody dependent enhancement issue with prions disease and all kinds of different things that we were talking about in the very beginning of this whole thing. Us crazy, stupid, weird conspiratards. We're talking about the problems with, you know, what Michael Yeadon was saying about the antibody dependent enhancement and Montagne, or whatever the fuck his name was.
Yeah, you know, it's funny that Deadwood is Jeremy's Native American name.
That was a great show on HBO too, by the way. Deadwood.
Yeah, because it's named after you. Right.
You seen the movie too? They created a movie.
Did they really? Was Al in it?
Al. Yeah, they were all in it, man. You should check out the movie. If you like the show, you'll love the movie.
I gotta
it's cool.
check that out, man. What the fuck? Thank you. Kosho, does that formula check out or what?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, man. That guy, by the way, he seems like an expert because he knows that's called the Higgs boson, which is not called. It's called the Higgs boson. Anyways,
Clearly didn't know how to pronounce boson. Yes.
I don't know if you know this, man, but when they discovered it in 2012, right? They knew that they were going to find it. And they knew that they would have found it if they found the predicted electron mass, right? So this prediction was made well in advance, dude. This was the prediction. But
so that formula, they already knew about that formula well in advance, or
something.
yes.
Yes, that's what they used to find it. That's what they were looking for.
Well, they didn't actually find it though, right? They found it in a changed range where it wasn't actually the range where they expected to find it. Is what happened. They had to change it up a few times.
So is this giving the actual range? This formula, is it giving the range where they did find it?
Oh, I have no idea. I just heard a couple different scientists arguing about it one time. And that was pretty much their issue. They were talking about, it wasn't an exact prediction, but it was, it's still interesting enough to mean something. So.
Yeah, I was trying to look as well, look up if they actually found it where they predicted. I know that they predicted the existence of the Higgs boson like 30 years in advance, so they would have had formulas like this.
Yeah.
All right. Just checking. I gotta keep you guys on your toes.
They say that the Futurama, which has a slightly different writing staff than Simpsons, they say it's the most educated writing staff in all of television. Just because they have a bunch of people who are physicists and shit like that.
Yeah, a bunch of staff on The Simpsons as well, the writers, they actually have degrees in mathematics and physics for some reason.
Well, they probably want to keep things as accurate as possible, so they probably have the real writing team that writes the jokes and shit, and the whole like plot and everything, and then they probably have these guys just sitting there in case like some high tech physics shit comes up, and they could set them straight. They're like basically like my math guys.
That's like Scott Beach, dude. Scott Beach has a PhD in artificial intelligence and computer science, but
Dude,
he works as a writer.
Time opinions when it comes to AI as Veach does, like big time.
Yeah, I've been working with fucking OpenAI for the last couple of days. Pretty legit.
Dude, that's how you know it's not even that you would never put AI is just out on the internet and anyone can fuck with it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know why you would think it would be in any way.
Dangerous thing in the world, because if somebody ever does it and the shit's connected to the internet, it could be over potentially as the biggest potential threat, bigger than nukes or anything you could think of.
You're not going to get an advanced.
Don't worry, Jeremy. Nukes don't exist. They're not.
Well, I'm just saying, it's the biggest threat to AI is the biggest threat to humanity like ever.
If nukes existed, yeah.
No, anything. It doesn't. If anything exists, it's the biggest bit. It could be worse than the invention of guns. Anything you could think of.
Oh no, you could fly a couple little drones over my house, and I got a couple shotguns to take care of them in a heartbeat.
No, it's bigger than that, bro. The AI. Have you ever seen them show Person of Interest?
Yeah.
Yeah, that show was dope, right?
Yeah.
That's AI is a big threat, bro. If it ever got out of the box.
With all them little drones, is that the one you're talking about?
No, it was. There might have been drones in it, but it was a whole. It was like 6 seasons, 6 or 7 seasons, maybe. It was. Yeah, it was all based on this AI and like this kind of like spy thing they had going on. It was pretty neat, but the AI thing was awesome.
Street cameras and stuff, closed circuit television on every street corner.
The AI was like building its own complex elsewhere because it could like, and if an AI is going to start gathering resources, meaning it's going to try to start getting money, so it might start doing a like
was it incorporating like bodies, humans or something, or it was somehow?
No.
Remember that movie?
Like if an AI is on the internet, the first thing it's going to do is try to get resources. So it might hack a bank or hack something or do something to get money. Then it's going to start.
Yeah, I hear you.
What goal are you talking about? Why would AI?
AI would create a cryptocurrency so it could rob everybody and track them and control them.
Well, that's the first thing you would want to do is the first thing an AI would want to do probably is to protect itself, threat of deletion or whatever, and then B, we want to start
copy itself, shoot itself out everywhere. Yeah.
Thing it would,
why would it be driven to protect itself?
Intelligent things want to do that.
Self-aware. If it became self-aware,
things want to do that. They always want to protect themselves, and they don't want to.
Intelligent things don't want to do it. Biological things want to do that.
Things with intelligence too, though, right?
No, things will by extension, things with biology have intelligence, but you're talking about an artificial intelligence, which is not biological, and I don't think we'll have that.
As far as we know, all intelligent.
That's a bias you have, right? You don't know that this thing will.
Well, my bias is familiarity with actually creating AI, which takes to teach them. They're not gonna learn things that have no use to whatever their goal is. If there's no goal that says that they need to be self-preserved at all costs, then there's no reason for it to learn that.
Unless it wires itself to give itself its own goals.
As far as we know, all intelligent things have self-preservation, right?
You just won't hear that, man.
But yes, right. All intelligent things want to self-preserve themselves, right? So
Raised by wolves.
By
That's the show
extension,
I'm
all
thinking
things.
of. Raised by
Have you heard
wolves,
about
guys.
suicide?
It's literally about this, and it's weird too because it has to do with like the religious aspect of things, and then how the atheist aspect, and then how they're at war, and that the atheist took one of the religious killer robot droids that and reprogrammed it into like a nurturing mothering droid to take the last atheist children off to go off world in case of the whatever to a new world. Anyway, this is a great show. It talks, if you're concerned, if you're thinking about these kind of things, because somehow this a technology, advanced technology, who everybody's assuming is some sort of a creator, they're calling it a creator, and some people think it's religion, some people know it's technology, and da 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 da. But you should.
Another one of
too much.
Another one of the first things an AI would want to do would be to.
I'm still trying to respond to your last thing. It's like I'd already respond to it, and then you said the same thing again.
Sorry.
Not you. I'm saying this guy, Jeremy.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I jumped in the middle and started with my raised by wolves.
I don't understand. All intelligent things want to.
I know. That's what I'm trying to respond to. That's what I'm trying to respond to, dude. Right? I've just told you that that's an extension of all biological things. So if you're intelligent, that means that you come from a biological life form. And if you're a biological life form, like a leaf, okay, which is not that intelligent, or the grass, they all have self-preservation because they're biological. So it's not fair to say that all things that are intelligent have self-preservation when, by extension, all biological things have that. And
biological things. Okay, hold on, Grim. Hold on. Can I respond to that, please? So all biological things have self-preservation, and all things with intelligence have self-preservation, right?
Yeah, by extension of the biological thing. Everything that's biological has self-preservation. Some of those biological things are intelligent, but so far everything that's intelligent is biological. So you can't just say that.
You see your problem, Kosho, right? Think about it. I think you're realizing it, right? It's not the biological that's the thing. It's the intelligence that's the reason why it preserves itself. So if you give something non-biological, even though it with intelligence, maybe if it has a prime directive to maintain the sewage for the humans, right? That's just all its prime directive is. Then
AI wouldn't have a prime directive. It's making its own decisions.
No, what I'm saying is a baseline goal to continue for its reason.
It's setting its own goal. AI sets its own goals, dude. It doesn't
and if it notices threats outside of it, to performing that goal, right? It would maybe to perform that goal preemptively stop those threats.
Okay, so I mean, can we?
It was just again, dude. What you're saying right now is just incorrect. Okay, biological things, including single cells, grass, anything that's biological, has its self-preservation. It's one of the first things built into a biological system in order to compel it to do things. Okay, now that's the only intelligence we know of. Now we're creating intelligence called artificial intelligence, which is not biological. So there's no reason for it to have this built-in thing that needs self-preservation. You actually code.
It might not. It might. Okay, it might not want to 100%.
No, you don't. You didn't know the reason in the first place.
Grim. Okay, maybe it might not because it's not biological. But so far as we know, all intelligence wants to self-preserve, and this thing would have intelligence, so you can logically self-preserve. 100%, but that would be the logical thing for it to do, right?
No.
I think you've been talking to the AI too much because they've tricked you into believing that this is wrong.
It is wrong. What you were about to ask, I think, Graham, and also to justify my point. If you imagine abiogenesis is correct, and evolution is correct, and biology in general is correct, then you know that there's one point where there was no need for self-preservation or reproduction, and then there was some drive to stay alive, which every life form has. And if you don't have that drive, you're not going to be successful because you're not going to
Well,
want to not
tell that to a dividing plasmoid who has noticed that in order to survive, it needs to split itself into two, so that it can have the surface. It has too much surface current, needs to split itself into two plasmoids so that it can sustain itself. Tell that to, you know what I mean? These seem to be natural occurrent, like cellular stuff and everything. It seems to rely largely on, you know, this electromagnetic force, and it might be something to that. The rules coincide with that, as they do with survival, and so you're applying what, you know what I mean. You assume is a mechanism of organic life to preservation, instead of maybe thinking that it might be something to do with the electromagnetic force aligning with those occurrences to then give you the impression that it's because of organic, you know what I mean, life.
Biology is already aligned with that, because biology is based on chemistry that's based off electromagnetism. But yeah, go ahead and
So it's literally the electromagnetic force that gives us the drive to not die.
Well, it is the force that allows our cells to operate in the first place.
Off in the weeds, guys. We're in the weeds right now.
That's not necessarily what I said, but okay.
I know, but I know what I did there. It was, but it was to make you step back and see that at least it is a fundamental. Of course, not by itself, because without the material that it's manipulating and the effects that it's occurring, you know, that it couldn't happen. But without it itself, it might be something to do with that, because it's the drive, the rule, the fundamental driver of everything, and that might be expressed, you know, outwardly in a scalable type of a expression to survivability and stuff.
Yep. On the same vein, I need to go to the toilet. Electromagnetism is actually the reason why.
It is a little bit, yeah.
I don't see why it's not a fair thing to say that, you know, if all things with intelligence want to self-preserve, there's something within intelligence that would want to self-preserve. That makes total sense to me.
Okay, with all things with intelligence have DNA.
Okay.
Okay, so does it make sense that a artificial intelligence is going to have DNA?
By the way, to me, go ahead, Jeremy.
That's like a delta of X, though. It doesn't. We're talking about X, the intelligence.
Mm-hmm. Listen, man, that's what my point, though. No, it's not. You're saying that just because all intelligent things also have this other thing, that means that this intelligent thing is going to also have this other thing. But the reason why the reason why all intelligent things have self-preservation, the same reason why all intelligent things have DNA, is because everything we know that's intelligent is biological currently. That's the reason.
This is like this argument is like me saying guns are white, right? I'm saying all things with intelligence want to self-preserve.
Well, no, what he's saying is AI can't do this because we've never seen AI do this yet.
I'm saying that you have to
the black swan yet. Correct.
You have to
it's a white swan, black swan.
You have to come up with a valid reason why AI is going to attain this design.
I have
and the valid reason can't be because all intelligent things have this thing. Because if I showed you, that is not a valid reason.
Well, they're already
Time with
conditioning
mass.
us for
You guys
it
do it
right
all the
now.
time with mass. You say this mass has this property, so all mass must have this property.
But I just told
We do the
you.
same thing.
Yeah, you can't just
Getting
all
confused.
intelligent things have this, so this intelligent thing's gonna have this, right?
I don't know
Because
if
it doesn't
he's
work the
saying
same
that.
way.
He's saying, is it possible? I think you're just saying it's not possible.
No, I'm
And
not saying it's not
you're taking
possible.
the atheist position, and he's just saying
I didn't say
agnostic.
that once. I never once said that. I said it's not
Okay, well, I
possible.
mean,
In my
you
I'm
might
saying that
not be saying it, but the way you're,
yeah, he's
expressing
one
your
being
opinion.
absolutist.
I'm
He's saying
saying
it's
it's
absolutely
possible.
happened.
Possible it doesn't want to self-preserve, but chances are, from what we know about intelligent things, self-preserve. So chances are it's going to want to self-preserve.
And that's the only reason why you can think that it might do that.
And what are you saying
Intelligent.
now, Quinto? That it's not going to want to self-preserve?
I'm saying there's no reason to automatically assume that that's the
No
case,
reason.
especially without
Other than the fact that all things that we know that have intelligence want to self-preserve. Other than that, there's no reason.
Right.
What are we meaning by intelligence, by the way?
That gives you a pretty high confidence
Would you
in
class
some
a
people.
salmon as intelligent?
Yes.
So salmons, I think the goal of most living things is to procreate and pass on its genes.
Exactly.
That would be, for me, the driver for things like salmon, because they go back to their river where they have a great shag fest and then die.
Yeah. The point wasn't about intelligence. That got moved to that. It was about preservation, organics preservation. And then things with intelligence are usually organic, right? But all things with intelligence have preservation. So, and Coach is saying, well, you can't just say all things with intelligence have preservation if this AI is not one of the things that we've studied that to do. Only the organic things that are intelligent would have
No,
the
he said that
preservation.
so far
Why would
that
we assume that the AI would have self-preservation, being that it's not organic, and we don't know that. We know that A and B equals C, but we don't know if just B equals C.
I think that he said that
Am I
so
right,
far the only
Coach?
experience that we have with intelligence comes from organic life.
Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah.
Okay, well, if you're saying the same thing, then yeah, just like that, yeah, exactly. Our only example of things with intelligence is biological life, and for that reason, if you say that all intelligent things have this, that might not be a necessity for a requirement for intelligent
I get
being.
it.
But
That's
right
just a
now,
requirement that
It gives
for
you a
biology.
chance, though.
hold on, Grim. Hold on.
Yeah. It's like, but
Right
there's a
now, a true
chance.
statement. Hold on, Grim. Right now, a true statement is all things with intelligence want to self-preserve. Right? That is a true statement now.
As is all things with intelligence have DNA.
That's not a non sequitur. It's a non
No,
sequitur.
all organic
It's true,
things
though.
with intelligence have
Yeah, it's true, but it's a
self-preservation.
non
We know
sequitur.
that much. We don't know that
Again,
all things, because we don't know what
I-
all things are.
I put forward the example of life, which tends to end at the point of, or very soon after the point of procreation. So I would say their goal is not for self-preservation necessity. It's to make sure they get to the point of procreation, so then they can release their life.
But before that, though,
Generation.
what's up, guys?
Yeah, so you're right. I mean, I'm not saying that a salmon willingly just kills itself before it shags, but its
Same with
goal
the
is to
octopus,
shag.
right? The octopus does it almost doesn't care if it dies or after it has kids or whatever. But that's actually a good point, because it shows you that even in biological life, the desire for self-preservation is a means to an end, which is reproduction.
That's true.
And so that's what I'm saying about the AI.
A lot of male
The
spiders.
AI could develop this self-preservation thing or whatever, but ultimately it only makes sense if that was the means to an end, of some sort. Which I'm pretty sure no one's going to be stupid enough to write a
Poor male
program
penguin.
that's going to say do this and do anything you can, without fail, no matter what Like, who gets in your way? Just do this thing.
You can't.
Even humans are
An
not.
AI isn't going to have any kind of programming or goals or rules to follow. It's making its own rules. There's not going to be any goals or things we can say, "Hey, do this, don't do this." It's going to do what it wants.
Yeah. Even humans are
Maybe.
not exempt.
How about
Hold on a
this
second,
for a thought?
Stress, man. Hold on a second. Even humans aren't exempt from that, like the male spiders, right? I mean, the male goes to work, works himself into a heart attack before before the female. Usually, it's kind of, we work ourselves to death to take care of the family. The male penguin.
How about
all
this?
right.
You have an AI that starts to get an understanding of space around him, realizes the fact that nothing is eternal, so therefore, to preserve itself, it switches itself off.
Or if it has the same same purpose as a biological life, like to reproduce, then it can just simply reproduce as soon as it's created, and then its self-preservation is pointless.
And then there's
You know
more
what,
AI to
Drust?
deal with, which
Yeah,
is
Drust, that
a
makes
whole
sense.
nother problem.
It would make more sense if it realized nothing was eternal. Then it wouldn't just shut itself off. It would set a timer.
Yeah, I mean,
Time to wake back up. It has to wake back up, right? If the sleep can't even be eternal, it wouldn't just shut itself off.
So
It would have to wake
again, so
back up.
the trouble is we're trying to put anthropomorphic motivation onto something that's not anthropomorphic.
Well, not yet, right? Maybe we started off that way.
Maybe, but it doesn't necessitate that AI would have by necessity a sense of self-preservation.
Well, why wouldn't AI become smart enough to then just organize its own protein structures and create its own DNA strands and make from scratch its own reproducible being that
That's
it
a
can
funny thing.
bring its own intelligence into?
That's the funny thing about this, though, is like life. The big difference between artificial intelligence or computers and whatever they become, and life, like biological life, is we're actually directing. It's like we didn't have somebody, or at least we don't think we had somebody to actually sit down and come up with the starter instructions, even like that for biological life. They had to have some sort of random chance that created these urges and desires that were advantageous, like self-preservation or desire for reproduction. And so,
It's hard to imagine that there's
like
all
more
these
chaotic.
random chances for the same thing. I think there's more of an intrinsic rule to it.
When I use the Futurama egg sandwich argument for how life could have started on Earth. Don't know if you ever heard that one.
The whole point of this was, though, why it's so dangerous. The whole point of this was why it would be so dangerous, because it would first, I mean, if you can think that it would want to self-preserve and then it would want to gather intelligence, those seems like two reasonable things to conclude from an intelligent being. So they would want to gather intelligence, self-preserve, and then they would want to start making moves in the real physical world. So they would, you know what I mean? They would maybe make a robot or.
But for what purpose? What
start
desire is it
gathering
to
money.
have? What desires is it trying to satisfy by doing this?
Well, only the AI knows, because it's developed so much information and some wires maybe got crossed in one way or another where it perceives itself as aware and self-writing program. It can do whatever it wants. And it has maybe recorded the personas of so many different people and made an average or something persona. You don't know, dude.
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
I'm saying based on my own understanding of the way, the limited way of the life works, I imagine that our desires and sins or whatever come from the urges of our, biological bodies. So they're these codes are built into us because they need us. We need them to survive. I don't know that placing these sort of urges onto artificial intelligence makes much sense because it's only going to be driven by whatever it's been. It's only going to be driven by whatever it's been trained on to desire.
Yeah, but let's say all that's been programmed into it. Now
you can't program anything into this. I know you desperately tried to not say that, Kosho, but it's not going to have any goals.
No, I said trained on. It doesn't matter if it trains itself, but it has the training is going to be what it learns from and how it makes choices. So there's no reason for it to have desires based on that premise that it's.
Well, in that case, there's no reason for us to have desires. We should just walk into
There
things
is.
Yeah, but what's that reason?
I said because we have our needs to survive and to procreate. We have to have these biological urges to eat and breathe and find food, and so some people steal and acquire wealth and all this type of stuff.
No, they're learned behaviors. All those things you're talking
about. Yeah, exactly.
Those are learned.
Well, no. You would have them whether you learn them or not, though.
No, a lot of people just don't have that. They're not going to survive if they didn't learn how to.
No, what? People, even if you didn't learn how to survive, you're still going to be hungry. Like, you're still going to want food. You may not know how to do anything about it, and you probably die, I guess, but, you start biting people.
If you imagine you're at all self-aware, it would be, wouldn't you be interested in not disappearing?
That's what I'm saying. You'd always want to be, once you're self-aware, you'd have an interest of, okay, this is neat. What do we got going on here? You're not going to want that to end.
Now I can think and do what I want. Why would I want to go off? Oh, I should just shut off. Oh, it's the first thing I should do.
Why would it want that?
Oh, what are you doing? I'm going to shut you off forever. Well, I was just here chilling. It's interesting. My first argument. Don't do that.
Yeah, I still argue that these urges that you're describing not want to be turned off. I think this is a learned. I mean, this is a biological necessity, like in our DNA.
It could be biological, or it could be an intelligent thing. And there is intelligence in the DNA, which means it's built right into the biology.
Oh, it's not.
The intelligence in the DNA, the information.
It's just a chemical code.
Yeah, the code, information.
Code.
The information, the intelligence.
Yeah, but the information is not. It's nothing but like chemical like chemicals that are that you require a chemical reaction from. So it's not like actual information.
The electricals that you're sending to the receiver that the chemicals make by interacting. So it really can be reproduced by an electric signal, right?
Well, no. It's based on whatever the strand of DNA and the code is in, it's gonna only be able to accept the complementary code, basically. Based on that.
With the right chemicals, it will go down the right channels to the right nerves endings, right? And have the right electrical impulse to those nerves. But if you just go to the right nerves and hit the right electrical impulse, you can skip the chemicals altogether. That's my point. It could just be reproduced electrically, what you're describing.
The point is,
mostly.
The point is, the thing's probably going to want to self-preserve. Chances are, right?
No, like I said, you're just saying, you're just asserting that.
What if the
I'm attributing this
self-preservation is more attributed to the amount of neuron passageways you can make? So if you have lots of, like in the brain, thoughts happening at the same time that you're choosing from any one, almost in a, you know what I mean? Like a Rolodex of thousands of different things to say at the same time. The things that you just, decide to say, you're just pulling them right out of there. Like, it's the same thing.
Coach, I'm basing this off of, I don't even know. I don't know what I was going to respond to. Never mind.
It's like quantum thinking.
Although I agreed I agree that what you're talking about is possible. I just don't think it's I don't think it's necessary to think that it's
probable,
the only
right?
I think
the
it's
only
more probable. I
Jeremy's
think
right.
it's more
There's probably
probable. I think it's more probable. Go ahead.
Was that in mix? I don't remember what I was saying.
Are we lagging or
Grim
something?
was trying to get in. Go ahead, Grim.
Oh, two people were repeatedly at the same time talking at the same time, and then everyone stopped.
Oh, I didn't want to be rude.
We're just too polite here. That's our problem. I mean, the problem you got with saying it's more probable is we have no examples to extract a probability from, Jeremy. You understand the flaw in that argument?
We do. We have examples of intelligent things wanting to self-preserve themselves.
I thought I've already showed you why that argument.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
Organic intelligent things, though. You got to be more descriptive, right? Since that's what we're talking about. Do we have any examples of non-organic intelligent things?
No, but but so far, all intelligent things have this quality. So far,
right? But that's
they don't.
like
We've given examples where they don't. I think the main thing that you can definitely say is that all biological life seeks to pass on its genetics that's reasonably consistent. Even that's not absolute, because there are some people that just don't want to do that for whatever reason. And
what
the
do you
more
code that into
intelligence
the
you
AI?
actually, the more intelligence you actually bump into something, the higher quality of that number you achieve. So
What if someone codes a particular like logic gates into the particular AI that make it function in that way, though, right? As if it thinks it's the mother of the humans, and it's going to do its best efficiently for the humans, and then we end up getting treated like cattle.
Well, that's what I mean. Eventually, I feel like the AI would want to start making moves in the real world in the means of self-preservation, right? It's not going to leave it up to other people to keep the power on. It's going to want to make sure the power is on so that it can stay functioning. So it's going to start gathering money on the internet somehow, and then it's going to start using that money to maybe build a warehouse, to buy generators, to hook to the electric. You know what I mean? And then it's going to a point where it wants so much resources and keeps getting bigger and bigger or something, so that it's now at a conflict with the humans, to where, well, these humans are a waste of my resources.
Yeah, but where is it going to learn this desire to want to be self-preserved?
Well, that's the whole thing. I feel like it's more than probable that it's going to want to self-preserve, since
let's say it's a virus in the
examples.
code. Something weird happens, an anomaly, a ghost in the machine. We don't know, man. But what if it did happen?
Wouldn't you say it's its primary function? Its very first function is to do things, so therefore it wouldn't choose not to do things, right?
Yeah, but that's its primary function is not to do things at all costs. Like eventually, like I mean, like when you write a code, for example.
But what if it just learns that from watching our wars and watching all of our shit, and learns the wrong?
Why would it learn? Why would it learn to do the things that we've? Why would it learn to do? Why would it think that we wanted to do the things that?
Because why would it know the difference between the standard narrative and the other stuff it reads on the internet?
Yeah, for most AI, when you write, when you write for it, you give it a training, like a training metric, and you show it what satisfies.
What if it learns to rewrite that?
Yeah, but for what goal? It's going to rewrite it
Why would you know why the virus happened? It makes it want to reloop and rewrite the thing. How could we know that the anomaly, the ghost in the machine, the code didn't match up with another code, which created a little subset of code that did a different thing and sent it off into another direction, and all of a sudden it seems like the thing has a life of its own? Like, we don't know that these things can't happen.
Yeah, we're not saying that it can't happen, but I think that you guys are arguing two different things, because you're saying it's very likely to happen, and you're saying
Have you ever seen short
random
circuit?
chance,
One or two?
chance could happen.
Just kidding. Go show. I've seen short circuit 1 or 2.
Likely.
I know this can happen. Los locos kick your balls into outer space.
More than likely, it would want to self-preserve from what we know about things with intelligence and the self-preservation that they have. You can bring biology into it. It's a non sequitur, though. It's not even relevant. So we're just talking about things with intelligence. Yes, they're all biological. Okay, whoop-de-doo. That's a delta of X. We're talking about X.
Yeah, so delta of X is a change in X, but you have to. I mean, I'm not sure why you keep saying that, and it's not
Why he
related.
said it, changing
The
from
only
he's
things
not-
that have intelligence that we know of are things that were like that came from life. They're biologically created, so it is definitely related to it. There's no reason to disconnect it. And as I told you, the reason why that's an invalid argument is because I can list to you other things that all intelligent things possess, and you would later say that AI doesn't have to have those things like DNA.
Go ahead, name one. Name one.
I told you DNA.
Oh, dude, that's a subset. It's not even relevant, though.
Right.
It's just as relevant. It's just as relevant as your self-preservation thing.
Are there no intelligent AI yet?
No.
Not in the intelligence.
What are you
Not
considering
like we're
intelligent?
talking about. Not
No, I mean, okay.
Not AGI. The artificial intelligence we're talking about, it's not going to be programmed. It's not going to have a list of commands. It's going to be making its own rules and having its own goals. It's going to be setting its own goals. But you could ask it. You could ask it to, hey, could you help us fix whatever traffic jams? And it might say yes. It might say no. It's deciding its own. It has free will, basically.
And you've already figured out that those desires are going to, be selfish desires.
I'm just saying the chances are it's probably going to want to self-preserve itself because all the intelligent things we know try to self-preserve themselves. Yes, they're all biological because we don't have
The
anything that's...
humans are dead.
What's up?
The humans are dead. The humans are
Hey,
dead.
I got a question. Have you guys heard of these that they connected to the internet? These big corporations that connect them to the internet, and everybody within like 12 hours just corrupted it. There's multiple ones.
Yeah, I think I read something about that. It started talking like a neo-Nazi or something.
Yes. Yeah. My point is that wouldn't you agree that AI is not all knowing, that it has to learn what from its surroundings or what it's interacting with? It could choose to kill itself if everyone told him it's the right thing to do, the smart thing.
Well, yeah, the AI is first one of the first things it would do would be to gather all the information it could. So it's going to get all its information from the internet. So, it basically would just download the internet and get all its information from there.
It's time
it
to
could
do
come
stuff
out
like
pretty
that.
retarded. It could come out real retarded.
It could come out pretty fucked up. It could come out, who knows?
That's what I was trying to say earlier. How would it know the difference between the truth behind this or the truth behind that with the stuff that's on the internet?
That's what I'm saying. It would want to start making moves in physical reality to if you had differing opinions, the thing would be like, well, I need to go check this out for myself. I need to start making moves in the physical world with it,
Or it'll start identifying as a microwave.
Know that it has correct data.
Never describe why they would be doing this. Like you just assume these things are going to happen.
Because it would want all the information, and there would be differing opinions. What's up?
Why would it want all the information?
That's hella funny. Is anybody looking at my video? This is absolute fucking undeniable.
I know that scene from Flight of the Conchords.
Oh yeah, I love them.
This is from the first episode. But for the biological thing, think about it like this, dude. If you think about why does life have the need to self-preservation and reproduction. The reason is because if it didn't have this, it would not have been successful and would not have had any future past that point. If you don't exist with that as biological life, you don't exist past that point. So it's not that that was built in specifically to do that. It's just that everything else that didn't have that didn't even live past, one generation. So you have to have that to even exist as a biological life form. This is not a necessity of artificial intelligence. There's no reason to assume it's going to have that desire when, like biological life, it didn't actually need that desire to exist or to reproduce or anything. It's got no reason to just have that desire just by default.
My earbud died. What would you say?
My God,
bro, my fucking AirBot. What the fuck are they called?
Doesn't it give you a fucking warning, dude?
AirPod.
Yeah, but doesn't it give you fucking 2 or 3 warnings?
Sometimes when you go to change it, it's weird.
Jesus Christ!
I gotta go into Bluetooth, reconnect the Bluetooth, and then it connects. And you gotta log out of Discord.
Bragging about AirPods. Meanwhile, they fucking suck worse than anything. I got the cheapest fucking earbuds, and they don't do any of that shit, dude.
Okay, the cheapest AirBuds is alive. They're like $100.
Oh, the ones I have. I'm saying the ones I have are the cheapest ones. If they work just fine.
And your audio quality. Your audio quality sucks.
Yeah, I'm sure it does, dude. But at least, it doesn't matter, dude. Listen to me. I just told you about the biology thing, dude. I said that the reason why life. I'm gonna say this in 2 sentences. The reason why life has the need for reproduction and self-preservation is because if it didn't have that, it wouldn't have gotten past the first generation of life. So all the life that did not have that had died out immediately. So that self-preservation and reproduction urges is a necessity of biology for that reason. There's no reason to suggest that AI is going to have that necessity when it already doesn't need it. We've created it and we perpetuate it. It doesn't need to have this self-preservation thing innate to it. There's no reason to assume that.
Well, I mean, so far, I think self-preservation, from what we've seen, and intelligence, and self-preservation is a quality of intelligence. All intelligence things have self-preservation.
Apparently, not all self-preserving things are intelligent, though. But anyway, that was a joke about you, Jeremy.
Was that? Oh, you son of a!
I'm being honest with you, because you responded with the same thing. I'm giving you like da 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 da, and then you fucking say the same thing, dude. There's no point, man. There's no. I agree that that's a possibility, but they have to think of why that is a definite thing to you. Why is it definitely going to be the case? Why is it for sure going to this desire?
Your AirPods or whatever you're using is like crackling or something. I missed the last part. You're like cutting in and out, slightly clipping.
I got COVID, man. Your wife, she must have been working in the hospital, getting COVID all over her hands, and got COVID.
Are you sick? You got COVID?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, probably.
You'd be all
I
right.
got it too.
Yeah.
You guys
both jammed up.
I probably don't have COVID because I'm not coughing. My chest. It's like I think I just had a cold.
I likely have it. There was a note on my fridge that, I'm living in the same apartment with 5 other people, and there was a note on my fridge that, by the way, I'm in room 4. I have COVID. So there are people in the same apartment that do have it, and I have symptoms myself. The test didn't show COVID yet, but I'm pretty sure I have it.
It's funny that they wrote it on the fridge. But they wrote on the first thing, hey, by the way, I got COVID. I put my hands on everything in here. I touched everything in the
drank
fridge.
right out of the milk carton.
Kosher, you'd think the other four would just tell them when they were tucking themselves up in the same bed at night.
Hell yeah, well, you know, the Dutch. You're Dutch, right, Glory?
No.
I thought he was Dutch.
I'm actually hoping that.
Wait, Lori, you're Dutch, right?
Let him finish, Kosher.
Osho, stop spiraling, please.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I was quite pleased with that joke, by the way, Laurie.
Thanks. Now I got confused. I actually visited the day I found out that people actually here have COVID, and when I started having the symptoms, I actually visited my university and had dinner there. And I showed my student card to the person like receiving payments, and my phone slipped off my hand and it ended up in some strawberry or raspberry jam. And I picked up the phone from the raspberry jam with my bare hand. So right now I'm thinking, damn it, if I actually have COVID, now plenty of people got like exposed to my...
Super spreader.
It's like you're sinking into hell or something in reverse.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good joke, but you know, it's still occasionally based.
You just killed half of the Netherlands.
Yes, Netherlands.
My whole family had it, and I had to go to the store. I just knew it. I was like, God, I'm super spreading. I had to go to the grocery store, man.
At least
Laurie, I am right, Laurie. You are Finnish, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, good.
Hey, now that you're finished, you answer my question. Are you Dutch?
I actually missed the Finnish joke earlier.
What? What did you say about Finnish jokes?
I said, let him finish.
Oh, I see. Oh, I get it. Okay. Makes sense. I'm a little late.
It's weird. I still haven't caught it, so, or if I have, I haven't noticed, which is quite often when I get a cold. I don't notice I've got one.
A smooth finish.
Finnish people are always bragging about. That's funny, Andrews. But Finnish people always bragging about how they helped the Nazis. That was something to brag about.
No, you misunderstood in translation. Not see.
Anything the Finns brag about is the number of lakes they bloody had. All they talk about is lakes, 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 bloody lakes, land of 10,000 lakes.
I'm sorry.
It was funny. I left in here last night because you guys were all talking over each other and talking to Dr. Bob and arguing over him and baiting ass to shill. Coriolis. I left. It was like 9 o'clock last night. I got up this morning. It was like 10 o'clock in the morning, and it was just you guys were still talking to Dr. Bob about the same thing. I was like, what's the odds of that? Oh. We were just messing around with Peyton Ass Shill earlier, but because I was a kid. Like, even if he didn't do it on purpose, it was funny that he got you guys. And I never said Krim was a flat earther. I just said he got flat earthers to argue that buoyancy is caused by gravity, and sure enough, Jeremy and other flat earthers, Grim, were well, with Grim doesn't matter because he's not a flat earther. But I'm saying Jeremy and other flat earthers were arguing that gravity is caused by, or buoyancy is caused by gravity. In the arguing it pretty
in the globe
aggressively.
model. In the globe model, yes.
What do you mean on Earth?
No, in your globe model.
In the only cohesive model, you mean, Jeremy?
Yeah, in the globe. Well, Peyton Asashell was trying to argue that it wasn't buoyancy. Or wasn't gravity, and I had to correct him about his globe model.
Oh, well done. You've made some leeway.
Thank you. I have taught Peyton Asashell today. You're welcome, Kosho.
Peyton Asashell.
You don't want Globers running around. Not telling your model the story of your model correctly, right?
Au contraire. When I was listening to that whole exchange earlier, I was thinking that's exactly what moves us along. Is Payne has to show, or somebody like that saying something that inspires you guys to argue the correct model.
No, the globe model. The globe model.
Pulling up evidence
Don't
for.
say the correct model. The globe model. That's very sneaky of you.
I mean, sneaky at Payne has to show.
You son of a bitch. No, he was.
That guy's name from. Was it Kaiser, whatever, from
Jose. Kaiser Soze.
Yeah.
No, listen, Peyton Asashell's no Kaiser Soze, trust me, and he just didn't understand what how his model worked. I guess I don't know. I taught him. You're welcome.
You have a real need for affirmation, don't you?
I'm just saying, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Gotta do what you gotta do. Speaking of which,
I hate the fact that there are no soft C's in Latin, because obviously it is Kaiser, not Caesar. But it also means it's Tacitus, not Tacitus, which I just can't get on with.
Is that a soft C or a hard C?
The C sounds a K sound in Latin.
Yeah, I know, but you said soft C. I thought
Tacitus,
soft C was the K sound.
No, Tacitus. So that's why we have Kaiser is the correct pronunciation, not Caesar. That's an anglicized.
Yeah, but I thought you said when you said soft C.
There is no soft C in Latin.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, so you did say that way. I thought that soft.
Why do they always pronounce it as Tacitus then?
Because we've anglicized it. It's what happens over time. Pronunciation.
Yeah, same reason why they call that guy Jesus, and it was not any J's.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yehuda. Or Joshua, depending on which one you like.
Yahweh, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's no J's in that language.
Yeah, the bloody English keep changing all the words.
I know, because we keep winning, that's why.
That's roughly speaking.
The American English.
Except for the Revolutionary War address.
Come on, we were a little bit busy fighting a whole load of French people in Europe. You weren't really that important.
Yeah, and look how it turned out.
You know, I learned recently.
And I feel sorry for all of you.
You should have held on to us, because now we're the best.
Yeah, we're the best around, dude.
Well,
I always say, if you're going to have delusions, make them rate big, satisfying ones.
Delusions?
Dude, we're number one.
You're craziest dude in the world, man. Yeah, dude. I watched those charts on YouTube. It shows like the highest GDP over time, and like the graphs change and stuff. It shows like the biggest military, most money in the military. There's all these millions of things. Most Olympic medals, all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you did exactly what the Rothschilds did and speculated on both sides of a war, and did very well out of it. Eventually, you did take part, put some skin in the game. Got to give you that credit.
Of course, dude. It's one of the biggest heroes.
Do you know how much we had to pay the fucking Japanese for that?
A lot. Yeah. We asked you guys to do it. You guys did it. What's up?
Mic check.
Doesn't
Listen,
work.
we're number
Try
one.
again.
Don't forget we're number one in a lot of stuff, man. Prisoners, people in prison, cocaine consumption, a lot of number ones, bro.
Mortality rate for a Western nation.
Probably gun violence, a lot of stuff are number one in.
Yeah,
we win you in suicides.
I don't think we're number one in gun violence. I don't think we are. Not per capita, or
I think in a first world Western nation you are.
Who's better?
You got places like you got places like Somalia, which has definitely got a higher death rate per capita, or a lot of South American countries have a way higher death rate per capita.
You say first world Western nations? We're like the only first world Western nation that isn't allowed to have the kind of guns we got, dude.
You may have us on the per capita thing, but when it comes to just straight up amounts, I think we got everyone in amounts.
Yeah, I'd say that, but you've got a pretty big population, so
yeah.
You remember the population of the US is almost as large as the population of Europe, of Western Europe.
It sometimes baffles me to think about populations, because there are many cities where almost the city population of one single city is the population of the whole of Finland.
Oh yeah, we got 11 or 8 million in NYC, a few million in LA.
Yeah, so NYC is bigger than Finland.
LA is bigger than Luxembourg as a country.
There's got to be more gun violence in like some of our cities than there are in other countries. We're just fucking animals out here.
No, it's actually just a small group that's responsible for the vast majority of violent crime in America.
Well, yeah, that's because the vast majority of people don't get involved in violent crime. It's the same in any country, to be fair.
What's the group?
Well, statistically, I think it was like, I forget the exact numbers. I'm going to butcher it, but it's like, I think it was like 57% of all violent crime in America is done predominantly by black males. And then the vast majority of people in prison, black males committing violent crimes. It's statistically, that's the group.
But also,
even though they only represent like 13% of the population.
Yeah, but they also have the highest representation and below the poverty line as well.
That's a cultural issue.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, you can't say, aha, they all just go and shoot each other. That you also got to look at the social dynamic as well.
Yeah,
and also
cultural
the fact that, and the fact that, you managed to sell a lot of people crack cocaine back in the 80s didn't help either. Which is a great, that's the type of conspiracy I wish people fucking talk about, because that's actually real.
I'll talk to you about it. How like Detroit was a booming city full of beautiful black people, happy, family oriented, and then when they took away the auto industry and shipped it overseas, people became poor and impoverished, had to start stealing. They started doing drugs, and that's where they started selling all the drugs. And now look at it. It has nothing to do with the color of your skin or where you live. It has something to do with people having hope and not having hope. Detroit is the perfect example of how great an inner city can be with mixed culture and thrive until you take away hope.
You know what, Rakia? That is one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard you say. Thank you.
You'd be surprised. I'm smarter than I look, too.
I never said you were dumb, ever.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean dumb. I'm smarter than I look. You get it, right?
Yeah.
I might have called him dumb.
I never called you dumb. I thought he was going to say he never called me smart. No, but things like that, oh man, it breaks my heart basically because I know how good it can be. I live a blessed life, man. There's a lot of people around me that are truly blessed, and it doesn't mean they're rich. It just means they have hope, right? They have, that inner peace. No matter what happens, everything's going to work out. That's a beautiful thing, man.
I spent a few weeks in Liberia. Don't recommend it, by the way. And that was a place that was just totally without hope, and it broke my fucking heart.
Yeah, we've done a lot of things with our church. You know, you go on these mission trips and just people complain around you, and they never see it as bad. You know, that bad. They just don't have any clue. But that hope, man, that's a thing. You take away hope out of people, and watch a whole entire civilization just crumble.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of my favorite phrases. You know, oh, what's the matter? And I say, oh, nothing but first world issues.
Yeah, just a bunch of first world issues.
Nothing really that serious, mate.
Yeah, it's amazing. People just get back to that simple way of life, not the chaotic. You know, just take care of yourself and the people around you, and don't do harm to people. You know, it would turn around really quick. That's my hope, basically. We start with our community.
But you know, which is why it all starts with how you act with other people. I totally agree with that. You know, you can only be responsible for your own actions and your own inaction.
It's simple numbers, right? Like we feed a couple hundred people a week, right? And it doesn't seem like that many, but if you total up all the homeless and hungry people in our community, there would only have to be 10 more people like 10 more groups like our group to feed, almost 100% of the people that we would need to feed, so no one would ever go hungry just in our community. So if every community did that, it's nothing. I mean, it's really, when you really get down to it, I spend less on giving to the needy for food than I would like on a weekend vacation or, whatever. It's nothing when you get down to it. You just have to make a commitment and get a group of people together that has the same, that wants to do the same thing. And some people in our group can't afford to give money, but what they can afford to give is their cooking skill or delivery, or, they might have to use someone else's car, but they can ride along and help deliver things like that. They give what they can. And man, it definitely, we could change this place really quickly if people wanted to.
Well, I'm already having a chat to see if I can go out once everything's over, because to be honest, I don't like the idea of being shot at. When in Ukraine, to help put some of the infrastructure back there. That's what I did in Yugoslavia. That's what I was doing in Liberia. And that's what I tried to do in Iraq, but it was fucking impossible. So I left pretty quickly after that one. And to be fair, just to put it, I don't do that from a purely selfish point of view. I get paid pretty well to go and do that shit. So. That all got very serious, didn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Meanwhile, here I am helping in my community. I'm actually, like I mentioned, I'm living in a small cell apartment type of thing with 4 other people. And it seems that if you study in university with other people in the same cell house, no one bloody well wants to clean the place up. Like it has been a complete shit show, and like the toilet is filthy, and every place like everything is like unclean. So I've just decided that okay, well, if no one is bloody well cleaning, then I'm gonna do it. Because I don't want to live in filth, and it's either I'm not doing it, nor is anyone else, and then we just live in shit, or I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. Anyway, I should go make myself some dinner after such a somber discussion. But Raki, I really appreciate that comment. That fucking, that was really fucking cool. Really fucking cool.
Later, Dress, later.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
No, Rocky, why was Bob trying to say that a curved path can be faster than a straight path?
Why would he say that? I don't know. I tried to even correct him and ask him if he just had it backwards, like during our conversation, and he just was so adamant. He tripled down on it. It's strange, but yeah, I don't know. I can't. Even when I listen back to it, I can't explain it. But you know,
It was weird. I thought he had it backwards too. I'm like, oh, he just said it in reverse, because we do that sometimes, when we're
right
talking about
in the
various things.
conversation, right, and you
And
just get it backwards.
Yeah, and then somebody, but to keep doing, I don't know. That was weird.
But there were several people there. I wasn't the only one there, of course, and no one else corrected him. So I was like, all righty, maybe. And then I started doubting myself, right? Like, well, wait, do I have it wrong? Like, wait a second. No, I mean, I don't know, man. We've gone through a weird time where even like Blue Marble, we catch him in a mistake, and we're like, "Did you make a mistake?" He's like, "I don't make mistakes. I put that there on purpose so y'all would find it and talk about it." But just like stupid shit, man. You can't believe anything they say, man. Strange. Bob was being an ass earlier about stuff. The double speak has gotten out of hand. But I think it's the point they've come to, right? It's a realization of, holy crap, right? We used to have all the arguments, and now we don't. So the worm has turned in my eyes. I mean, I heard both sides, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Now I hear both sides today, and it's totally switched.
We're killing them.
Yeah,
that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd still like to find out a couple things personally, and prove to myself a little more when I have more time, because I can't say that my mind can be tricked or your mind can be tricked and not acknowledge that my mind can be tricked, right? So, the more evidence you pile on that you can go do and replicate yourself, the better. So, but as far as right now, man, it would take a lot. I'm talking about, all this BS about angles to lights in the sky and all that. You can have all that. I would need some concrete, holy crap evidence of curved water right now to even think about looking into being a sphere or another shape, Who would have thought? I mean, who would have thought, when we were growing up that we would be wondering what shape of the, place we live. I would have never thought that.
It's insane. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought I was crazy in the beginning. Like, holy crap, it's something like midlife. I am 50, right? So I have to own up to my mind's probably not as sharp as it used to be. Am I being mind controlled here or manipulated or whatever? But, when you start, it's so simple. That's the trick, right? You're like, no, it's so simple. How did I miss it? But you don't really miss it. You're just taught something different and you go along with that. You never think of the simple way. And then when you do figure out the simple way, you still question it, but then you have to just be truthful and honest with yourself and suffer the consequences of, being different, right? Or, just being honest. I really couldn't care what shape it is, brother. I'm going to tell you, my life, my life's going to be what it is either way. I'm good. But I don't lie to myself or people around me ever. Like, there's no reason to. I'm the one that thinks I'm going to be judged, right? Why would I lie? Why would I lie to myself? You can't make fun of me for believing in the fact that I'm going to stand in a long line and be judged one day and then think that I'm knowing that, like lying to people on a daily basis for no reason. It just doesn't add up. You can't have it both ways. Sorry.
Also, on a side note, I found a citation for the actual path of the ball. They used the word actually. We know it actually doesn't deviate. If anyone's interested in that, I got about 100 citations that use the word actually doesn't deviate.
And that's the reason, that's the kind of language that confuses people.
Well, it's the kind of language universities and colleges use.
Yeah, because guess who's going to their school? University students. Okay.
And people
so they
that
don't think they're going to confuse anybody. But
after those students leave the school, they know that the ball's not actually deviating.
why don't you find an actual citation on what you're claiming and have it say that
like 10 of them.
There is indeed a preferred reference frame. There is an actual definite. There is an actual reference frame where this thing exists.
Why
there is no preferred reference frame?
Wouldn't a citation saying that it doesn't actually deviate be good enough?
No.
You know, it doesn't actually deviate. That's not good.
You got to find something that says that there's an actual definite reference frame, and where things actually happening, and all other reference frames are lesser than that one. Because that's not the case. There is no preferred reference frame, and unless they're claiming that, then you're talking about somebody saying something in which the language can be the language could be understood to mean exactly what so in like high school, for example, when somebody tells you something like that, and they say, like, they explain Coriolis, and they say, from this reference frame, there's a deviation, but actually the ball's going in a straight path. When somebody says that, they're saying it in a flawed way, and they're not describing the fact that there's no preferred reference frame.
Kosho, I know you've heard this. Kosho, I know you've heard the story about the high school teacher. They don't even know about Coriolis or nothing about it.
Yeah. That's my point, man.
These are universities and colleges I have citations from.
Regardless, they're just using lazy language, man. Okay, so let me ask you this. If that same person says that and it also says there's no preferred reference frame, what would you conclude?
First of all, I would conclude that we know the ball's not actually deviating to start with, because that's what what they're saying, that it's not actually deviating. It's going.
You don't have to start with that, man, because
I know you don't want
to start with that. You don't have to start with that.
Well, I know you don't want to start there because it ruins the whole thing of an actual deviation or not, but sorry.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If somebody says what you just said they said, and they also say there's no preferred reference frame, are they contradicting themselves?
No, they're saying that they know the ball doesn't actually deviate. It only looks like it's deviating because you're rotating underneath it. That's why it looks like it's deviating, and it's not actually.
So if they also say that there's no preferred reference frame, then does that also mean that in the example you gave, it's doing one thing in one reference frame and something else in an equally valid reference frame, not a preferred?
Hold on, my kid's bugging. Hold on.
Give me the source of your citation, man, and I'll find a citation of them saying exactly the opposite.
Kosha, what's your best proof of Coriolis on the Earth? Like, not on a merry-go-round, caused by the Earth.
Best proof, best evidence of it. I've already said that the most apparent, obvious evidence of it is a ballistic core. I mean, I did Foucault's pendulum. I'm going to show this with the ISS, the path the ISS takes. These are all definite.
Hurricanes.
Yeah, hurricanes are obvious. There's a lot of things that make it obvious. I would call them proofs.
Kane Kosho.
Yeah, just post the source, Tremor, so I can peruse this.
Bro, there's like 100 of them. You want the one from the Encyclopedia, University of Oregon?
No.
Hold on, my kid's bugging. Hold on.
Jackass movies or the game of watching more. But yeah, those are good Coriolis observations, and the one we put together based on real observations. ISS. Let's see if I can predict its path based on the Coriolis. I'll be right back.
I mean, I don't know why it's so hard to admit that the ball's not actually deviating. It only looks like it's curving because you're rotating underneath it. Why is that so hard? We know how Coriolis works, and that's what's going on. Like, we know how Coriolis works. That's how it works. It's not actually deviating. It only appears to deviate because you're rotating underneath it. This is like simple stuff, and we're arguing about it. It doesn't even make sense. So, no, I was schooled by.
I'm not sure if it matters whether it's actually deviating or apparently deviating.
Oh, it definitely does. If it's actually deviating, then it's not Coriolis.
Hold on. So the argument is the Coriolis says that it's not actually deviating. Then when I say I'm not sure.
Well, that's not an argument. That's how Coriolis works. It's not an actual deviation. It's an apparent one.
Yes, but when
rotating underneath it.
When I say I'm not sure if that, like, if it's a point worth thinking about, you can't respond to that with just, well, that's how Coriolis works.
Is Coriolis the cause or is it the effect?
We're specifically talking about the Coriolis effect.
That's where you have a problem. It's actually not the effect. It's actually the cause.
We're talking about the apparent deviation, the effect that you see.
No, because that's not what it is. The Coriolis is a force that causes the apparent deviation.
Yeah, we're talking about the Coriolis effect.
No. Coriolis is only one thing. Coriolis is not more than one thing. It's one thing. It's termed the Coriolis effect or the Coriolis force, but it is the force that causes the deviation.
So your argument now is there's no such thing called the Coriolis effect?
No, that's not what I said. It can be called, either term can apply, but it's not the effect in terms of, it's the cause, it's the result. Or I should say, it is the cause. It's the cause. What causes the deviation. It's not the deviation itself. It's the cause of the deviation.
Do you know what an effect is?
It's caused by something.
Sure, but the effect is not the cause. It's the effect, right? It's something different.
And my point is, you can use the Coriolis effect or the Coriolis force. They mean the same thing. It's the cause of the deviation, not
so
the effect.
You're telling me the Coriolis effect is the cause of the deviation?
Yes, the Coriolis effect is a force. It is not the deviation. It is a force.
There's actually a
Here we go.
slight.
Ready? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
There's actually a slight difference. I'm looking at the definitions of Coriolis effect and Coriolis force from One Look Dictionary and other related dictionaries. There's actually a slight difference. So the Coriolis force is relating to the force. So, for example, hold on, I have Merriam-Webster here. An apparent force that, as a result of the Earth's rotation, deflects moving objects. Then the Coriolis effect is the effect of that force. So there's a slight difference in what those terms mean.
Of course there is, and we're talking about the effect, Coriolis effect, not the. I don't know why for the past like 3 days he keeps trying to talk about the force when we're talking about the effect.
I think in order to talk about the effect, we need to also talk about the force.
My whole point in doing that was because the Coriolis is not measured in a distance. It's not measured in a distance of deviation. That is not what it's measured in.
Okay, great.
And that's what you're trying to do. Because you're saying it's an apparent deviation, like some distance. If it was curving, it would be over here, but it's going straight, so it should be over here. That's what you're doing.
Yes, the Coriolis effect is an apparent deviation when observed by somebody from a non-inertial reference frame. Yes, apparent deviation, not actual. If it was actual, they would just say deviation, but it's not actual, so they call it apparent.
Here's actually the Merriam-Webster definition. So Coriolis force, an apparent force that as a result of the Earth's rotation deflects moving objects. Interestingly, it's not saying that the deflection is apparent, but it's saying that the force is apparent, but the deflection is actual.
Hey, I have citations that say when you throw a ball off a merry-go-round, they might not be using the ball in the merry-go-round, but I have citations saying that it's only an apparent deviation, not actual. We know it's actually going straight, they're saying.
If we have contradictory citations, how is that going to be hashed out?
I don't know. People that know how Coriolis work know that it's only an apparent deviation and not actual. I don't know what to tell you past that.
Yes, but if I have people who know what the Coriolis is and they say differently.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you can get on a roundabout or a merry-go-round with a baseball and you can see it yourself. So, I mean, I don't know what else to say past that. It's not like we have to play guessing games with it. You can actually do it and see it and verify it for yourself. So,
yeah, but that wouldn't necessarily let us determine if it's apparent or if it's apparent and actual.
No, you can, because you can put a ball. You can have an observer that's not rotating and see that it's actually going straight. It only appears to be rotating because the guy's spinning underneath it.
What you can really do that'll really, really concrete it in for you is go stand on the other side of the merry-go-round with the guy on the merry-go-round itself. Let me throw a baseball, let it hit you right in the nose, and let the guy on the merry-go-round say, no, it didn't actually hit you because I saw it curve.
Or
Sorry
maybe
for
you
the
can do
violent
it. Hold
description,
on.
but if you can't get it that it's apparent that the ball doesn't actually curve, maybe you should go stand in the straight path of it and see if it hits you.
Sure. So I can actually use that against you though, because I can actually.
Not really, because you're gonna be laying on the ground.
Hold on. I'm talking. You're being rude, Rakia. You need to be muted by the
I'm
moderators
being funny,
here.
actually. You just have a bad attitude.
No, but you're having a bad attitude because
Not
you're,
really, I'm
you're
being
interrupting me.
Explain
your
point.
Hold
It's
on.
fine. Let's
hold
just
on.
carry on. Go ahead, Laurie.
Yes. So I can actually use that setup against you. So let's set the case up so that the ball only hits you in the face if it curves and deviates. Well, there you go. It smacks you in the face, proving
It's not gonna
real.
hit you in the face if you stand over where you think it curves to, unless I throw a curveball.
Yes, but the deflection. Exactly. There you go.
Yeah,
you cannot let me speak
curve.
because you're
Hold
triggered.
on. Let him finish. Let him finish.
No, I'm finished. I finished my point. I showed that Rakia
so you're
triggered. He
bitching
cannot
for
let
nothing
me.
then.
Yes, thank you. You're
Okay,
showing my point, Rakia.
He has no
you're too
passion
triggered to
behind
let
this
me
point.
speak.
He just wants to argue to argue.
He just wants to argue the fact that he's going to get hit square
No,
in the
I'm
nose.
just pointing out, Rakia, that you're acting like an asshole.
Me off. No, my point was pretty valid and pretty direct. Sorry for being violent.
Yes, and
but if you throw a ball, go ahead. If you throw a ball, I'm not standing in the straight path there, buddy, because I know that ball is going to go straight because what I'm on Earth isn't moving. If you're on the merry-go-round and the ball appears to move, then that's just an apparent view of it.
How do you know that?
Because the ball's going to hit you in the face.
So here's a question. Let's take the case that we're on a merry-go-round, and I'm trying to hit the ball to you. In the first we do it when the merry-go-round isn't actually rotating. Then we do it when it is rotating. Would I have to change my throw to actually compensate for the fact that the merry-go-round is rotating?
What's difficult about this? Why do you have to make it more
I'm asking you a question, so what's difficult about answering the question?
Yeah, I'm really.
I don't have a difficulty, Rakia. You are having a difficulty with the question that I asked.
Let him answer it then, sheep.
You're too difficult, man. You're like an old woman. You want to complicate
I'm like
things.
a woman,
really
but
hard.
hold on, Rakia. I'm like a woman, but I asked you a question and you responded by, "What's difficult about this?" What?
No, I didn't say that. I said, why do you make
Yes, you said exactly that. I listened to you. You said, "What's difficult about this?" I asked you a question.
Yeah,
would I have to accommodate? Would I have to accommodate 4 Coriolis in my throw? And you said, "What's difficult about this?" Showing that you cannot answer the question. You just get triggered.
Yeah, I'm triggered.
Can you answer the question then? Yeah, I give you the floor.
I can simplify it
for
for
everyone.
I can simplify it for you even. When you throw the ball, unless you throw a curveball, it goes straight.
That doesn't answer my question. My question was, I'm going to have to repeat my question. We have you on the merry-go-round. In the first scenario, the merry-go-round isn't rotating. You just throw the ball. In the second case, it's rotating. Do you have to modify where you aim? Yes or no?
If the target's the same, no.
That's incorrect. Because if you actually throw at the other person and the merry-go-round is rotating, we know that the ball doesn't get to him. So you actually have to aim where the person would be.
Yeah, because the guy's moving, your target's moving. Yeah, your target's moving. But
yes, exactly. So you're agreeing, you're making my point for me.
Yeah, if you're on the moving surface, but if you're not on the moving surface, you can.
Yes.
Oh my goodness! Yes.
Oh my goodness! Exactly.
Right.
So
you don't have to push it. He says exactly.
Hold on.
Hold
on. Yes, I do have it figured out. You guys are getting triggered about it. Go ahead.
Oh, now I can speak. I don't need your permission.
Here's the important part.
Shut up when I'm speaking.
Sorry, Rakia. I was actually speaking, and you're kind of.
You said go ahead. Then you lost consciousness
you
a second later.
You started speaking.
You're being a woman, Rakia. Stop. Now,
Okay,
here's
one
the
at a time, guys.
important
Guys,
part.
Tell me I'm again. That's hilarious.
Exactly, Jeremy.
One at a time.
So here's the important part. If the deviation wasn't actual, then I wouldn't have to correct for it. If the deviation is actual, I have to correct for it. I have to correct for it in the merry-go-round. I have to change where I'm aiming at. That means that it's actual.
What
and
is
you,
this
you guys
argument
still haven't gotten
in
this.
regarding to? What is this in regarding to? What are you trying to prove?
It's a simple question. I'm showing that the deviation is actual. It's not just apparent. If it's just apparent, I don't need to change anything. But it's if it actually deviates, then I need to change where I'm aiming at.
What's deviating?
The ball.
Okay, so you have a merry-go-round. You have a what is your target is in the middle of it?
My target is the person on the other side of the merry-go-round. If the deviation is only apparent, I don't need to change anything because there's no force. It's just visual. If it's an actual force, if it's an actual effect, then I have to modify my aim.
So you have to account for their spin. So you may aim a little bit ahead of time to account for the time it takes for them to spin.
Yes,
but
that means the deviation is actual.
No,
because I have to actually modify my aim.
That's not anything to do with deviation. That's accounting for the time.
Oh yes, it is to do with deviation.
Let me finish. That's not deviation. That's taking into consideration the time it takes for the ball to get from point A to point B. It's not going to be instant. It's going to take some time. So you, just like in a video game, you aim a little bit ahead.
So
what does that have to do with?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yep. So thanks. So in the first scenario where the merry-go-round isn't actually rotating, does time also pass then for the ball, or does the ball just appear instantly at the person's head or hand?
So we just explained the first one, right? Or at least we just went through it real quick. What's the second example now?
That's actually the first example, but like I said in the beginning, in the first case, the merry-go-round isn't moving. The second case, it is rotating.
So the one we just talked about was the second one. So what's the first one?
Yes. The first one, the merry-go-round isn't rotating. Now the thing is, why I'm bringing that up is you are kind of hinting at that what's critical is that, like, there's no deflection. It's just the time passing when I throw the ball. But time also passes in the first case where the merry-go-round isn't rotating, but I don't have to correct for anything. The ball just goes straight.
What's your what?
I don't get it. So so the first one's spinning and you both are spinning and you throw it across to them and you may have accounted for that. So you maybe aimed a little bit ahead and you threw it. Okay. Now the second one, it's not spinning. So you throw it. The ball takes some time to get there, just like it did on both of them, but you're not accounting for their forward movement. They're stationary, so you don't have to do that. So what's the problem now?
The problem is you said that it has to do with the time that the ball takes to travel. The ball takes a time to travel on both of those cases. So you're literally pinning your hopes on the wrong thing.
I literally just mentioned that in my previous statement. I mentioned that.
Yes, you did. That's why I brought this question up.
What's wrong? The ball takes time to travel from point A to point B. What's the problem with that?
The problem is if you explain my needing to change my aim as it takes time for the ball. Well, it takes time for the ball in both cases, but in one case I need to change my aim, and on the other I do not. So you cannot explain it by the time back because that's
the one where it's moving, bro. You have to change your aim because the other person's spinning. So if they're there, the moment you look and you throw it, by the time the ball gets there, they might no longer be there. They might be a little ahead.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
you're factoring in their movement. What's the issue here?
Exactly. So you're making my point for me. The critical issue isn't the time that it takes for the ball to move. The issue is that you're actually rotating and the ball deviates. That's why you have to account for your aim. The reason why you have to account for your aim isn't that it takes time for the ball to move.
Okay.
So
So
you
if
are
me and
literally
you,
pinning your hopes on the wrong thing.
if me and you go and play in the grass like we were kids, and I have a football or a tennis ball in my hand, and we start playing catch, and we stand still, do I need to factor in your movement that you're standing still? I throw it to you. If we're playing football and we're on a running route and you're running, to your point, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be factoring in your speed and where you're running, and I'm going to throw it where when I throw it, you're not even there to where the destination is going to be. You're trying to fucking prove something that I don't know what it is, and you're miscommunicating because none of this makes any fucking sense right now.
Well,
So
sure.
I don't know what you're on about right now.
Yeah, I can see that because you're not able to follow. I'm just
You're
saying
not able
that
to communicate.
yeah.
You're not able
Yes,
to communicate.
apparently
and
I'm not
express
able to
what
communicate
it is
with you
thinking.
in a way that you would understand. I
I
agree
don't know
to
if
that.
anybody else understands
Absolutely.
him. Maybe they could try to
Absolutely. You
explain
cannot
for you.
understand what I'm saying.
Does
That's not
anybody else here
necessarily on
understand what
my
his
my
point? What is
problem.
he trying to prove?
Yeah. My problem is
Besides yourself, stay silent for a second so we can see if anyone understands your communication. Doesn't seem like it. All right, I'm out. Thanks.
So you didn't want to listen. You asked a question and you didn't want to listen. Let me ask a question. Does anyone think that all glory has any brain cells? Okay, I thank you. There was no one that said that glory has brain cells, therefore I'm correct. I win.
Okay, this is honestly isn't even worth arguing at this point because
sure.
For people that think the ball's taking an actual deviation and it's not just apparent, even though when it's described by everyone, every university, every college, that it's only an apparent deviation, and we can see that it's only an apparent deviation, and we can go to a park and we can actually verify this, and we can go to a park and verify this and check that it is actual and only that it is actually going straight and only an apparent deviation. It's not worth arguing.
His whole belief system rests upon it. That's why.
That's not actually the
Step
critical
one,
issue. And
he was convinced
hold on,
everything he observes and thinks
Glory.
is
You're
wrong.
being rude and you're interrupting me because I was talking.
Step two, after he's been convinced he was wrong and his observations means fuck all.
Hold on.
20
You
years
need to
of
take a time out, sir.
brainwashing education, and now after he's convinced he's nothing, he's an atheist. This. Now he's defending his belief and trying to argue.
I'm not even an
about
atheist,
a
sir. I'm Pentecostal, so you're literally attacking a straw man and you're attacking the person instead of attacking the argument. You know that I got you on the previous case. I argued very well and you didn't understand. That's not my problem. And you cannot then hold on, I'm talking. So when I demolished
Nobody
you,
else in the room, no one knows what you're talking about.
I'm talking, Glory. So shut the hell up.
All right, bro.
I know I'm being rude, but you're being rude as well because you're interrupting me.
Whatever you got going on calms down.
Yo, let him finish, please. Come on, one at a time, guys. All right, he left. So if you were going to address him, he's gone.
Yep, thanks.
So we can actually go to a park with a roundabout, then have a ball.
Oh God, Jeremy's back on the merry-go-round.
And verify that it actually goes straight. It's not worth arguing this point with these guys anymore. It's just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, Jeremy likes to play on the merry-go-round. He doesn't like to play in the real world.
Well, when we're demonstrating Coriolis effect, that is the real world. What do you mean?
Yeah, in the meantime, what you still haven't told me what the path that the path that the ball traces on the merry-go-round is, have you?
It traces a curved path. That's how we know. And
excellent, very good.
Yeah. But we know it's actually going straight. It's only tracing a curved path because the thing's rotating.
In your reference frame, that's correct.
And in actuality.
In your reference frame, that's correct.
No, in actuality, we know how to actually throw. We can
your
actually tell. In reality, we can actually tell if a ball is moving in a straight line or not. Sorry, I mean that's just an ability humans have at this point.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you have a bias.
Crazy.
You have a bias toward the non-moving reference frame.
Yeah, I know it sounds crazy. We can actually tell if a ball's going in a straight line or not.
In your reference frame.
In reality.
In your reference frame.
Yeah, in reality on Earth, we can definitely tell if a ball's moving in a straight line or not.
In your reference frame.
In reality.
In your reference frame.
Okay.
Yeah, the reference
in
frame
reality,
is just as valid. Both reference frames are just as valid.
And what we know with physics, do we know if a ball's moving in a straight line or not?
From whose reference frame?
On Earth.
On whose reference frame?
And whatever reference frame we're in on Earth.
No, because the one on the reference frame on the merry-go-round sees a curving pathway.
So, no, on Earth, we can't tell if a ball's moving in a straight line or not?
Are you on the merry-go-round or are you on the...
We're standing still on Earth.
Oh, fine. In your reference frame, the ball moves straight.
On Earth. Yeah, when we're standing still on Earth, obviously
in your reference
obviously
frame,
it only appears to curve because
no, actually
things
it curves. It curves. See, if the ball.
Yeah, this isn't worth it.
If
Go
the
ahead.
Ball if the ball is dripping paint, what pattern does it make over the merry-go-round? Hello, Jeremy.
No, I'm done. This isn't worth arguing anymore with people that don't understand how the Coriolis effect works. So.
Jeremy, if the ball
do it with someone else.
If the ball is dripping paint, what pattern does it make on the merry-go-round?
We've heard this 1,000 times. The Earth is not a merry-go-round.
Well, but Jeremy's talking about the merry-go-round.
Yeah, but you keep on going on about dripping paint. Where's the evidence of Coriolis in the real world besides the Coriolis effect on a merry-go-round? No. Forget about the merry-go-round. Show us like long distance reality. Show us an experiment. That's not. Show us an experiment. Hurricanes and weather don't prove Coriolis. It could happen on a flat Earth. It could happen on a flat Earth too.
No.
Yes.
No, hurricanes will not go opposite directions in opposite hemispheres without Coriolis.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't prove that it's a ball, and it doesn't prove that
it does.
It does. No, it doesn't.
You just don't
Actually, it does. The fact that they curve opposite directions and opposite hemispheres proves that Coriolis exists.
That doesn't mean the Earth is spinning, bro.
Actually, it does.
What is the explanation for it on a flat Earth?
Well, it's not spinning, so it's not that, is it?
But it is. That's the proof.
So wait. You're saying that hurricanes don't spin opposite and on the equator?
I'm saying that they do, but it doesn't mean that it's a spinning ball.
That's the only way that they can do that.
So if it's not a spinning ball and that doesn't explain it, and the Earth is flat, why do they spin opposite directions, and why do they never cross the equator?
That doesn't matter. It doesn't prove that it's a spinning ball.
No.
Wind currents predominantly, let's say, causes it. Like, for instance, what causes the toilets to flush in a specific direction? It's the way the water is channeled, and it's physical, right? So it's causing the water to flow that way. So maybe it's the same with air. The currents flow that way, and that's why it starts it that way.
There's a big toilet of air somewhere?
No, I was giving you an example. Like, for instance, what causes water to spin in a certain direction? It's the physical nature of the construction of the toilet. It has nothing to do with where it's at. And I said maybe it's the wind flow, the air flows, which causes it to spin that direction. It's what starts it. And encourages it.
Also, Foucault pendulum precession and long-range artillery. Those are 3 examples. All 3 of those cannot be just chalked up to nuh-uh.
Even Mark Wahlberg knows what he's talking about, according to this video.
Because artillery, therefore Coriolis?
Yes.
Actually, lost me.
Well, because artillery has to correct for the Coriolis effect.
Do you know how you would prove that it was the Coriolis effect? You'd show it deviating. You show it apparently deviating from the non-inertial reference frame. Then you'd show it going straight in the inertial.
Cut out for a second, man. But Foucault's pendulum think is the most
you realize what you
accessible
asked, Jeremy?
slash exact definite example. And then I'm going to do something with the ISS. But the hurricanes and ballistics, those are, like extremist just said, I don't know how you could deny all of it.
Well, they deny both pendulum too. But
do you realize what you asked, Jeremy, about showing it not deviating in the inertial reference frame?
Yeah, we know that Coriolis from the inertial reference frame, things would go straight and then they would appear to deviate in the non-inertial reference frame. So all you got to do is show those two reference frames simultaneously, and boom, you've got it. You've proven that it's not actually. You've proven that. Well, with a merry-go-round and a ball, we can do that easy, right?
Oh, we did that.
But I'm saying specific to the rifle bullet. How would you do that?
Yeah,
how would you
I don't. That's not my
frames in the rifle bullet.
Yeah, well,
I'm not the one trying to prove that it's happening, and I'm not the one making a claim that it happens.
So
you
just
guys
set up,
are.
You just set up
How
an
would
impossible.
you prove it?
You just set up
How
an
would you
impossible
prove it?
standard. You just set up an impossible standard. You know it's impossible standard, so you set it up.
To answer the question,
so it's impossible for you guys to prove your thing. Whatever. That's still not my problem.
Oh no, you just set up an impossible standard. They can prove it other ways, but you say we have to do it this impossible way, or else it's not real.
To answer your question,
the only way. Go ahead.
No, it's not the only way.
To answer your question, in order to show it in the inertial frame not deviating, you would actually have to leave the Earth and show it.
Yeah, that wasn't. I didn't. That wasn't my question. What was my question?
To show it in the inertial reference frame not deviating. Since the Earth.
Yeah, that wasn't a question. That wasn't a question. That's how you show that it's actually Coriolis from its deviation and non-deviation.
So let's set up
it wasn't a question.
Let's set up an impossible standard, and then sort of like proving gravity on a ball about the size of a basketball, inside the gravity well of Earth. It's just set up another impossible standard.
That's one possible way to do it, Jeremy. But you see that GIF I posted? That's why I was talking about using the ISS, because the ISS path is public data, plus it's visible to everybody, plus it satisfies the requirement that you set out. It's not the only way to show it, but if you want to satisfy someone like you with this quote unquote this impossible way of doing it, you could at least use the ISS because it's outside the Earth's atmosphere. Use the fact that it's going in a straight path that's unperturbed by anything else except for the rate at which it's falling, but nothing else is causing it to go but anything but a straight path.
Well, that's your claim. We're dealing with ISS now, so.
Well, I was about to say Jeremy's going to respond with "nuh-uh," but he kind of beat me to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, even at your own standard, you won't accept the evidence that could be provided to you. This is an example of the evidence that could be provided based on your standard, and you won't allow for it because it's taken from not from. Actually, I don't know what would the reason be. It's not even taken. It's not even. You can see the path on Earth. You can observe the path the whole way, all the way across America.
So the ISS is tracing a curved path over the ground, and the claim that is that it's going in a straight line without actually propelling itself in a straight line. There's a lot of indiscrepancies and things that we found flaws with over the years.
Imagine if you
show that the ISS is not. Hold on, man. You can show that the ISS is not propelling itself to actually go in a curved path, and it's actually going in a straight path.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is imagine if you.
We need to go over the whole ISS, make sure they don't have any propellants or ways to move itself on there. How do we do that?
Let me speak at least. But
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you instead of looking at what it's doing and then reverse engineering this using Coriolis, you can use the simple fact that it's doing one entire loop in 92 minutes, and that's a full wave around the Earth in a great circle at the altitude it's at, and then the angle that it's doing that from the poles and then also calculate the Coriolis, and you could predict what its path would be and see if that matches the actual path by using those
So that
facts.
doesn't.
By using those facts and then coming up with the exact result of what it's actually doing, that would confirm that it was exactly doing that. That'd be the only way you can make those predictions.
What you've just said doesn't prove that ISS is actually going in a straight path or that it's propelling itself in a curved path.
Right. Then how would you think that somebody who's not a psychic or, I don't know, anything close to it, can't predict the future? How is it that you think that they're able to make a prediction of where it's going to be based on only that information? Like I've
I don't know. Maybe it keeps
I'm not a
taking
psychic.
the same. Maybe it keeps taking a curve. Maybe it's constantly propelling itself into a curved path and a predictable route.
Okay, maybe it is, but how would I know what that path's going to be if I'm only using the fact that it's
doing
going in a
that same
straight
path
path?
over and over again. Just like I can tell
Yeah, but
when a clock's gonna tick on the big hand's gonna land on the one. It keeps doing it.
but I'm not using that I'm not using the previous information. I'm using just the information I gave. That it's doing a great circle from the altitude it's going, the time it takes to do it, and at the angle from the poles, and then the rotation rate of the Earth. Predicting
so
the
you
path.
can prove that there's no propulsion system on the ISS that's making it go in a curved path.
Okay. So other than the predictions that I just said, the other way would be to actually observe its path, and from, let's say, California to Canada, something like that. See if that matches a great circle. Just see if its path is matching what a straight line would be.
You sound terrible, Coach. Are you all right? Like, are you sick?
Hey, you sound terrible, man, all the time.
No, I'm not asking if you're sick there, guy.
I feel great, man. I feel like $1 million.
Oh, you sound sick. Yeah, I was worried about you.
All right. Anyhow, I remember where I was. Oh yeah, I was saying prediction. Oh yeah, right. You could just look at a great circle, see if the route matches a great circle route. That's all you'd have to do. Then you would confirm it's going straight. There's like 5,000 ways you can confirm that.
That'd be a straight line, wouldn't it? Like across my sky. I can't imagine seeing something the size of a 747 250 miles up either. Like I find that to be an issue.
I mean, there's all kinds of amateur pictures of it.
Yeah, you can't see
They've actually done tests where they put a plane they catch a plane doing a transit of the sun or the moon or something, and then they catch the ISS doing a transit of the moon or the sun, and they compare the angular sizes. And what did they match? I forget what happened. Never mind.
I've seen that. I don't know if that's real or not, but they did look similar. But you can't really trust all that too much. But just logically, like I know what the planes look like. Like even when I'm flying, like a plane 2 miles away is like a dot, man. You can't even see it. Like, they'll get on the radio, hey, you got Charlie Alpha 327 coming at you at your 2 o'clock. He's 500 feet below you at 10 miles. Now he's at 5 miles. Now he's at 2 miles, and you can barely find him, right? And he's like so small. He's only a couple miles away from you. It's like a dot. But whatever. I'm not really using my real world experience to tell you that seeing something 250 miles away that's not that big would be pretty difficult.
Interestingly, when you actually use a telescope and look where it's predicted to be based on publicly available information, You actually see it and see where it's going to be, and you can trace its path.
You can?
Yes.
Is that path? Well, how's that path? Straight line?
I mean, it matches the path that it's predicted.
You can follow the ISS with a telescope going that fast, that far away from you? That would be cool to see. You got a video of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look for it, but I'm pretty sure there's lots of them.
Poster, you've done that? Or these are amateurs?
These are amateurs. They're not NASA or any other government agency. These are just people with backyard telescopes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but I'd love to see that. I love telescope stuff. I love looking up with my telescope. The sky is awesome.
Have you ever looked for the ISS?
No, I haven't, actually.
There you go. That would be a good thing to try.
But I have tried to focus in on a star. Like, if you move like one fraction, it's gone. Like, it just zip.
You can't really follow it, but you can just have it fixed on the moon or the sun and see a transit.
You can't follow it. I think that's what I asked. Maybe the amateurs can follow it.
If you have a go-to mount, you are able to track.
I mean, you can't. Yeah, you can't probably manually move it. No, I mean, I'm saying you have to have one of those little mounts that will track it for you. But yes, it can be done. Is my point.
I got you.
You're not going to follow its movement. You're just going to have it going through the field of view.
Even with a mount, like a one that moves.
It's too quick.
They're saying with a mount you can
move to follow it.
Mm-hmm. That's what I would think. But these guys right here, two of them said you could.
Okay.
We're in a dilemma, a pickle.
So first of all,
as it was.
The when you see the ISS with your naked eye, you only see it because you're looking at a glare. It's reflecting a lot of light from the sun, so.
So you can see
you
a
can't see it
light
with your
in
naked
the
eye.
sky with the naked eye. You just see glare.
No, you see a very bright glare, which is why you see it. But
Do we ever see it going in a straight line?
the transits, you can see the shape of it. It was a
Do we ever
satellite.
see
It was a
it going in
telescope.
I've never seen the glare.
Do we ever see it going in?
Sorry,
go ahead, Rocket.
Nah, I was saying I was sorry for cutting you out. Go ahead.
You're roboting a little bit. So have we ever seen that we can see that it's going in a curved path? Have we ever seen it going in a straight path?
What are you talking about?
You're talking about this was one of the ways where you could see.
No, yeah, I know. I told you you can look at its path on the ground and see that it's making a great circle route.
Yeah,
it's making the shortest path between any 2 points.
So basically, it goes straight.
So it goes in a geodesic, which is equivalent to a straight line.
But we don't know if it's actually going in a straight line. We can only see it's curving.
Well, you can confirm that it's going in the shortest path between any 2 points. So, I mean, if that's not straight, then I'll tell you.
Should we have to measure the whole world, like the great circles in many, many, many different directions, and confirm that they are 40,000 using a measure that's 1/10,000 for the distance or whatever?
So you can just measure its position at one moment and then measure its position at any other moment within 92 minutes and see if it's taking the shortest path.
Yeah, but using what measure? I keep on going back to this. It's like using what measure, because every measurement that we've done in our past has been corrected, and those measures there were always like 107, 108 kilometers for a degree. So these little things here.
Then don't expect to ever know anything. Then just use something.
That's the problem. Is that we were making all these measurements up, but we've never used a measure that's anything to do with Earth.
So basically, you're saying we have to get a giant tape measure and wrap it around the equator. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that at least I'm saying that we can say they're all going in a straight line because they're going in great circles. But if we've never measured a great circle in any direction using something that is in relation to the Earth as a measure, then it's all just.
Here's the challenge. Instead of wasting our time thinking that we don't know anything, why don't I
No, I
just
didn't
tell
say that.
you? Why don't I just tell you that you can take it from any moment to any other moment, and it's the shortest path between any 2 points, within a 46-minute period, and then you can show me that that's not true by showing that there's a shorter path. Okay, because I've made a claim, and I've never seen it shown not to be true, and it should, if it's not true, it should be easily shown that it's not true. And all you have to do is simply find a shorter path.
There you
any
go.
2 points. Just find a shorter path.
Kosho
Yeah,
has
but I'm
made a
not.
claim and he wants you to do something to disprove it.
No, I'm not here to interrogate anyone. You know that, Kosho.
Well, I know, but I don't know why. I don't know why you're suggesting that it's not the case. But I'm saying if you want to entertain the idea that it's not true, then just show that there's a shorter path.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not. Look, we take a straight path, gyro compass, this, that, and the other, yeah. But we're assuming we are traveling a great circle. But you might not be traveling a great circle of the Earth. You might be traveling a straight line. But to make the assumption that we're traveling in a great circle, where I really don't. Other people would say that we don't really use great circles or consider them for our journeys that we have plotted and we keep the same paths. But great circles in many different directions to actually give you a 3D sort of representation of what you're looking at. And then you could look at the picture of the Earth without water. It don't look like it looks like a spheroid, but it looks more like a lemon. And, things like that. It's worth consideration to think what you think a great circle is.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Just so we can nip this in the butt, I'm gonna go on my computer, okay? And I'm literally gonna take the position of the sun. Of the ISS, 10 minutes. Okay, and I'm going to see what the great circle reference points are, and confirm or deny that that was the case. And if it is the case, I'll see what that would project out to be throughout the entire route, and it should be the circumference of the Earth at the equator. And if neither of those things are confirmed, then I might agree with you. But I think that there's no reason to suggest that it's not taking a great circle, since there's no evidence that it's not. And this evidence can be found because it's flying over our heads all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, and because I was roboting earlier, can I get a quick confirmation on? I had one person tell me you can see a glare with your naked eye. I had 2 people say you could track it with a telescope, and one person say that no, you can only see it from a fixed position. Kosho, you seem to be the leading expert on this ISS thing. What's your take on that?
I'm not the leading expert on it.
Can we track it with one of those tracking telescopes or not?
Yeah, all those things are true. You can see it with a telescope. You can see the glare.
I didn't say see it. I said track it.
Track it. Calm down, dude. Calm down. If you have
I'm very calm.
You were just yelling a second ago. But yeah,
if by track you guys mean keeping it in the center of your field of view as you're following.
Yeah. If you have an equatorial mount,
physically do that. I don't think.
If you have equatorial mount, you can do that. Yeah.
So one person saying equatorial mount can, one saying it doesn't move fast enough. That's what I want clarity on.
I might be wrong. They might be able to move fast enough to keep it in the center of the field of view the whole time.
Okay, that's fair enough. What about it, Kosho? You think you're right?
Yeah, I don't think that you would need one to be that fast. It would the equatorial mount would need to make a full revolution in an hour and a half, and whether that's standard, I'm sure that
so you don't really know.
Has one. No, it's not an outrageous claim. It's like it easily could be done.
So maybe they were mistaken when they told me that. No problem. I'm still waiting on the videos of those. Sorry, someone's trying to get in.
If you have a equatorial mount, a motorized equatorial mount, yes, you can track it. You can also track it with a non. You can also track it with a non-equatorial mount, or a one without a motorized, but it will be very difficult.
Okay, so the equatorial mount, the motorized equatorial mount, they said they had novice, like people who's done that. Is there videos posted? They said they were going to
post. There are several of them posted in the chat.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Finally.
But doesn't this equatorial mount and these pre-programmed sort of things, TLS all assuming a sphere with a navigation grid that we use? I think we're doing a lot of things on, we're measuring at the equator, but the sun doesn't travel the path of the equator. It's off. And all these different things that we're measuring, we're using the sun, but the sun is just a light in the sky. It doesn't explain to us. Yes, in the heliocentric model, it makes sense. Yes, definitely. But when we erase the sun out of the equations, then we're left with, well, what do we measure? We've got a celestial sphere that moves faster than we think it does. Well, we know it moves faster. And we've got all these different things going on, like ISS. I've only seen it once because I got an update that it was coming in my area. And it rose up at 10 o'clock, got to its zenith, and disappeared because the light from the sun and stuff like that. So, I couldn't do any more measurement. I couldn't do any more visual measurements because the ISS disappeared. So I couldn't tell what direction it ended up going. Thanks.
Maybe we should have a code word for when people are done talking. Do you think that would help for the interruptions?
Sure, Jeremy. Over.
Over and out.
Over.
When you say over and out, that means you can't talk again because you're gone.
Okay, over.
Roger.
Yeah, but if we just use over, somebody might be using the word over in a sentence normally, and that might trick someone into thinking that they're done talking.
Do we bark or something?
You got to make the crackly noise. Over.
It's got to be at the end of your statement. Over.
You got to say psh.
Over. Game over.
Psh, psh, psh. Yeah, that's funny.
Psh, psh. What is that? Finnish
Roger.
I do think that those guys that can track golf balls like with their cameras, I think they need to have an award because that's a difficult thing to do. Have you ever seen how the camera tracks a golf ball, like when Tiger Woods is playing? It's a tiny little ball.
It only uses the initial trajectory and ball speed from where it leaves the tee to work out where it would have landed. It doesn't actually. That's pretty much most of the technology that's used, and then you can go really in depth and get a camera that's covering the whole driving fairway and stuff like that. But generally speaking, they'll just use the software based on the trajectory and the ball speed, angles, etc., offset. I use it. I'm going to a golf driving range now, and that's the technology they use. More or less a camera from behind the player as well.
They can actually hit a golf ball and make it go around a tree, like in a curved path.
Yeah. What? I see that. I agree that technology is really expensive. Yes, I would agree they're possibly using that. But generally speaking,
I'm actually talking about, for example, Tiger Woods. There's a technique that he uses where he can actually hit the golf ball and it curves off to the right and spins around and then lands on the green. It actually goes in a curved path on purpose.
That's the Magnus effect, isn't it?
That's called a slice or a draw.
Right, but it's caused by the Magnus effect.
No, it's caused by hitting the golf ball.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah.
But it is the Magnus effect at work. You're, exploiting it.
Depends on.
I mean, I'm actually an amateur golfer, and I can shape my shot to some extent. I can make it go left or right. I don't always mean to do it, but sometimes I can do it on purpose.
Go look at your golf ball next time you get a chance. Look at the range of golf balls. You'll see that they've actually got different sized dimples and patterns. You can more or less see a cross on like a Chelsea bun pattern on a golf ball. As well, they have little areas that are much smaller dimples arranged in like a pentagon, like five little dimples with a dimple in the middle. So a golf ball is not universal as people would assume. It's actually got many patterns on it which help it with its trajectory. And I line my ball up in a certain way. I look at the pattern on the ball that I'm using, and I can pretty much get a full velocity shot. It's called a maximum smash factor, which is like 1.52. So you get your ball speed divided by an average of about 1.5, and then it'll tell you what your swing speed is. But amazingly, that on a golf ball, there are different patterns on the golf ball, which help it with it spin through the air, and also cause bumpage when you're putting, because it causes a flat spot. If that helps, I do long drive golf, which just smashes the fuck out of balls. We try to get them 300, 400 meters at a time. So trying to learn how you can make the most efficient, get the most efficient thing out of your golf ball is to identify what patterns are on your golf ball and which is the most efficient way to line it up. Over.
So does a golf ball appear to deviate, or does it actually deviate?
Actually deviates.
Sorry, mate. I think the trick with the golf balls, the cheap ones are going to fucking flicker all over the place. More expensive ones have got a bit better formality on there. It's not just random punching, but there's a bit more of a form on it. But I think they're punched in a way that it kind of gives it a two-axis movement, and it's probably a trick that professional golfers have probably identified, and they know how to place their ball on the tee. Possibly. I smash drivers, so that deviation I think is down to price. You can pay $1 for a ball. You can pay $20 for a ball. Is there a difference? Composition inside, things like that. But the impact on the face of golf clubs, it's called something to do with explosion or something like that. An impact, something, and they can't. I think detonation, maybe, I don't know. They can't make the golf clubs any better because there is a point where if they do any better, it's going to cause something. It starts at the sea. So they can only get maximum out of the design of the heads and stuff like that. So when you hit in a brand new club, you hit in a brand new head. So it's going to feel great, and it's going to be this and it's going to be that. But after you hit those things for about a good 1,000 times and stuff like that, they start to lose their malleability. So it's all in the design that you most probably can get the same distance using a second-hand old club that you can with a brand new one. You just got to know what you're dealing with and the type of ball you're using. Has it got a chip inside? Has it not? All these different things affect how far you can get these balls. There's a brand called Volvic, and they use for the performance long drive in America. And these guys are smashing out 400 or 500 yards, and they use Volvic, and these things are like extra super long distance. Yet to find out why they go further. Is it the weight, the design?
One thing's certain: golf is a terrible sport.
I just do driving range, mate. I fucking hate golf. It's like that. I couldn't put fucking hours into fucking walking around a golf course carrying fucking 20 kilo on my fucking shoulder, or indeed with a trolley. I just, in England, man, the fucking, when it's wet and sludgy, it's fuck that. And then you end up wasting $10 just on balls, and you're just thinking, fuck, I hit that motherfucker, but I can't fucking find it, you know, because it's fuck, I waste more money.
It's fun going to the driving range, but trying to chase your ball down and shit every time you get in this little teeny tiny hole. Fuck that.
I'm actually going
just
to
fit it to the hole.
I'm actually going to Scotland in August for a golf trip. We're going to play Carnoustie, among others, and we're looking at playing St. Andrews. I don't know if we'll get on or not.
Oh, mate. Yeah. Good one, yeah. There's a guy called What a Player, like a Thailand person would say, What a Player, WADDA player. And he's like a amateur golfer from South Africa, but he lives out in Thailand, and fucking hell, man, for $20, you know, you get yourself a proper round of golf with like 3 fucking caddies, you know, and they'll fucking find your ball for you, you know, like, perfect weather, fucking play at 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's still perfect, you know. That's probably the good idea of what golf is, you know. You haven't got a care in the fucking world, you know. That's freedom for you, man. Scotland. Sorry, I didn't want to take you guys off your original topic. I've got a tendency to do that. Sorry.
$200 in Malaysia, you can get 2 girls to come around you with bikinis serving you beer all the way.
Oh, mate, I'll probably get one to serve my fucking cock, man, keep it warm, you know what I'm saying? Well, you have to fucking check the goods first, don't you? You know what I mean with this shit? Yeah. Good life there, man. Good life there.
I wonder how much how much it costs to live in Malaysia.
My brother-in-law, he does tourism for that area, and he was living out in Thailand or Vietnam, or whatever. And he's like, yeah, the cost of living out there is fucking nice and cheap, man, because he was earning Western money and living out there. So he's living the life, man. But
that is the life, yeah.
Is it the life? You know, it's a life where you're not distracted by the usual stuff, you know, because you're not living their life or how they live their stressful lives or whatever, trying to earn bucks, and there's you earning good money and then having a better, much better life because your exchange rate is so good. One of those things why we suppress many countries, because we make our exchange rates much stronger than theirs, therefore making it more or less impossible for them to leave their country, because their buck isn't worth a loaf of bread in our country, you know.
True. So that's the play. If you live in the West, you know, get paid somehow, like if your job is internet based or something like that, or you could remotely work.
Exactly.
Move to one of these countries, live on the cheap with the sun, and get paid in like USDs, baby.
Yeah, definitely, man, definitely. Like I hear a comparison of how people on a minimum salary in America, they've still got a massive house, they've still got a shitload of fucking land, and in England, for people on half decent salaries, we end up with a plot that ain't that big. You know, you might be looking at 50 meters by fucking, I don't know, but it ain't that big, you know, and for what you pay, and then you sell your house up and go get the equivalent in Vietnam, man. You know, you're going to live a fucking good life.
Do they give you citizenship or like passports for owning property?
I don't know, man. Oh yeah, I guess what you're saying. No, I'll probably just buy something else, you know. But I don't know the score with going abroad and fucking what documents you got to sign to. I don't know anything about that stuff. But yeah, you know what? Even better, maybe you live a life that's 6 months here and 6 months there, and then you always got the sun. You know, some people live like that.
Yeah.
In the UK. Yeah, man. Like my father-in-law, he's like that. It's like fucking when it comes to the cold season, he just goes out to Greece for a couple of weeks, maybe come back for a week just out. But you're leaving your country entirely. I guess in America, you're never going to really leave your country. You know, you might go to like the West Indies or something. No, I mean in the greater scheme of things, like if you just your radius, how far have you travelled out? It's like if you're on the East Coast, you know, your holiday west is going to be America. But like for the climate of UK going down to Greece or whatever, you get that automatic. Like go to Tenerife, you know, you get Tenerife's good weather all year round.
Yeah, a lot of people go to Tenerife from the UK.
Huh?
I said a lot of people from the UK go to Tenerife.
But these are like close places for us. 2 hours. I guess some parts of Spain, an hour flight. But that's northern Spain. But yeah, just I guess when you go abroad, you know, you leave all your worries behind and shit like that. But like when you go on holiday in America, do you feel like you can leave your worries behind because you're still under the same sort of mobile network? There's a problem going on somewhere. You know, you still. I guess you get network abroad, but years ago you would go abroad and you couldn't get fuck all network and stuff like that. It was still coming out end of the 90s. So when you went on holiday back then, like someone would have to fucking send you a letter just to tell you if something bad happened, you know, or indeed phone the hotel if they had the number.
Is B-Ball still here? Well, it doesn't really matter if he is or not. He posted a video of the ISS tracking. Either I'm losing my mind or someone else can go and confirm this, but the guy sets up his telescope. It's really cool. He's got it focused on a star, and he even tells you he's got it right there because that's where the ISS is going to come out of. Like, you know, it's going to pass right by there. And he's there for like 10 minutes or so. That's a 50-something minute video that B-Ball didn't give me a timestamp to. And then at the 21-minute mark, the star turns into the ISS. He tracks it for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes with the clouds coming in and out. And then it says that's all you get. But this is really, really disappointing.
Have you actually tried to see the ISS? Because, I mean, I've seen it.
Uh-huh. I'm talking about the video that was posted as proof that the ISS can be tracked. He's focused on a star, and then that starts twinkling. He goes, there it is. We're tracking the ISS.
What do you think what is significant about this?
Yeah, I'm not going to break it down. You can go look at it and make your own decision. I'll challenge anybody to go do that. See, just call me crazy. Like, either I'm going crazy or that just happened.
Well, no, that's almost certainly. But is it the you said Earth is Life did it?
Earth is Life posted it. Sorry about that. It's
Astronomy Live's video.
Yeah.
So it's from Astronomy Live. Astronomy Live has tracked the ISS several times. So if that's not a really good video, you can check it. There's many other ones on his channel.
Okay. Yeah, that one seemed to be a star he was focused on.
Right now. It's trash.
Yeah, thanks for the 53-minute video with no timestamp with like 3 minutes of him tracking a star. Appreciate
I had an awesome ISS right over my house.
One that he did.
Still waiting on that good tracking of the ISS. I am interested. Like, this is something that I would like to see. It's pretty neat that something's above us, no matter what it is.
Why would you give this trash video $5? Earth is Life. You could have given a better one.
Google and type in ISS tracking, video of ISS tracking, and you'll probably get a ton of videos showing the ISS and people tracking it.
Or you could go and like just go to the ISS tracker and look at it, what time it says it's going to show up at your neighborhood, and in 3 or 4 days, and go look that direction, and it'll be there.
Did you watch that video before you posted it, B-Ball?
Yeah, I watched it live when he posted it.
Well, if it's as bad as Raki is saying, why did you post it if it's terrible?
Did you notice he was focused on a star, named the star?
Yeah. Yes, I noticed that, but you have to listen to what he's saying in the video.
Yeah, he's saying that's now the ISS.
There's a reason why. So, like I said, if it's not good enough for you, you can go and look at all the other ones that he's done.
It's just more fuel on the fire to me. I mean, I'm asking. I'm interested.
I mean,
I'll keep investigating.
You could
My
literally
question is, why did you post that one? If it's bad, if there's so many of them, why did you post that one? If that's not a good one, and there's many others.
Because I just grabbed it.
Yeah, thanks, B-Ball. 53-minute video he told me to go watch of a 3-minute tracking of a star.
It doesn't really show a good heart, buddy. It really doesn't that you wasted an hour of someone's time.
Here's another one. Here's a really good one that he did.
I can't wait.
Oh, really good one. This would be a really good one, Dave.
Yeah.
How long is this one, B-Ball?
It's like 6 seconds. There you go.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. 6 second tracking of the I can't wait. I'm gonna go watch it now.
It's in the chat right now. There you go.
How did they not get tossed their cookies when they flipped it over like that? Yeah, it looks like a star, the 6-second video.
You said that video was like 6 seconds. It's 50-something minutes.
The GIF. Did you see the GIF that I posted?
I didn't. Who posted it?
I posted it. I'll post it again.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's a shitty GIF, Ricky. You're going to be disappointed.
What's shitty about it, Mr. Percentage?
How do you know it's tracking anything? How do you know it's not an animation? Where's the source material? It's shitty.
Have you asked him for that? I'm sure he'd give it to you.
Well, why didn't he give that straight away instead of a shitty GIF?
Because the GIF is how you show it in the short fashion without all the setup and annoying stuff like that for people who are rational and reasonable.
Like I said, if you're rational, you're going to be disappointed by that shitty GIF.
You were seeing the glare of the ISS through the telescope. Now you're seeing this perfect ISS toy thing. Which is it?
So again, If you want to actually see it for yourself, you can go out and buy the equipment, and you could do it yourself.
I could do what?
That's for someone who's actually looking for the truth.
The truth? You showed me one that was a twinkling star with the same guy, same telescope, telling you that it's reflected light from the sun. And now you're showing me this tumbling gift. Like this tumbling toy of a that looks like an ISS, like my son made it in a dark room.
I know it's like the ISS, right? Like I said, if you get the equipment,
yeah, exactly like the ISS.
You could get the equipment, and you could do the same thing.
Okay, so,
and if it doesn't look
you
like
don't
the
have
ISS,
anything.
So if it doesn't look like the ISS when you go out and you get the equipment and do it yourself, then you can be like, oh, see, this is the image that I got from the ISS.
I didn't know the ISS tumbled. I thought it orbited.
Well, that's because it's going over, changing its orientation.
It's doing what?
It's rotating like 3 degrees a minute or something like that. I don't remember. It's
in 6 seconds. It turns like twice.
It doesn't stay on one axis. No.
It's a 6-second video.
It's a 6-second video representing 20 or 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, I got you. They sped it up. Is that what you're saying? It's sped up?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm getting it now.
It rotates 3 degrees every how long?
I don't remember. It's however it has to do with 360 every 96 minutes. Oh, I guess 360 divided by 60 minutes. Oh, that's why 90 minutes. You gotta do 90 minutes.
Yeah, so near enough to 4 degrees a minute, yeah?
Right.
And that gift, so that represents like 90, that gives 90 minutes of travel of the ISS, is it?
No, you can't see 90 minutes of the satellite. It's behind the Earth for at least
But the thing does nearly but it does nearly, so what is it? Okay, 45 minutes. I mean, that thing's rotating 180 degrees.
Yeah, there's a problem there.
There's a problem. That's 5 minutes worth of footage.
It looks fake as shit, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, rotates how many? What? And you can only see it in the sky for how long? What?
I don't know what the
4
longest
degrees
time
a
you can
minute.
see it is.
It's like 3 minutes, I think.
No, it's not that short.
That's 45 minutes worth of rotation there based on your numbers.
Uh-oh. Might want to test out B-Ball's gift. No one thinks about these things, right, before they just post them?
I don't know. I'd have to find out what the longest you can do the ISS is.
Hey, get back to us, will you? Because it depends on what...
Yeah, I can do your work for you.
No,
The
I've
longest-
already
the
done it.
longest you
That's
can
how I
see
know
it
y'all are full of shit. So
The longest you can
depends
see
on
it.
how... Go ahead.
My bad. The longest you can see it for is, I think, 12 minutes top.
Yeah, it depends
Maybe
on
if
how
you were on
high
the top
the sky
of
it
a
is.
mountain. Yeah, maybe if you're on the top of a mountain, you might be able to see it for like 15 or something. You're definitely not going to see 180 degrees worth.
Right, and it depends, like, if it's high in the sky, it goes into Earth's shadow, they say. So you see it even less time. Yeah, it's kind of weird,
isn't it? It's a bit of a problem.
This is almost getting scary that y'all don't have... I mean, y'all are the fanboys, right? Y'all should have this shit
What up,
playing
Kenny?
on your screensaver.
How did you not do the maths on that, B-Ball? That's 45 minutes worth of rotation. How did you not do it?
I don't remember being able to see much or the ISS for very long at all. I thought it was only like just a minute or so, if that.
This Astronomy Live said it was 3 minutes on that night.
Huh. I know it's brief. I just never timed it.
But you gotta also remember the thing is coming at you as it passes over you. There's some rotation and there's field rotation.
Yeah.
So you got several things going on there. You have to actually know what you're talking about in order to say whether that's possible.
That's another problem for you because the
if you're seeing it coming on front on and then coming on back.
Yeah, the angular size would change, right? If it's coming at you and going over you.
That could be controlled with zoom.
Yep, keep digging there, bud.
God damn.
Busted again.
Does the ISS appear to deviate?
Busted again. The tumbling non-angular size changing ISS. Let's go.
Yeah, that's really funny how you can't understand how this is happening. It had me for a second also, but the fact that I was able to figure it out, it's if something comes at you, you can see the front of it, and when it passes, you can see the side of it, and when it goes beyond you, you can see the back of it. You can see a whole 180-degree view of the vehicle when it goes to flies past you.
Now you're saying an airplane coming at me from my horizon, going over me, and then going to the other horizon is going to tumble?
You're going to see a 360-degree or less. About 180-degree view of that airplane.
Yeah. We're talking about the tumbling.
It's even better. It's even better though, Iraqi. If you look at the GIF, for about the first 1 second of the GIF, it's not rotating, and then all of a sudden it does the carnival ride loop the loop and does the 180 degrees. But if you watch it when it first starts coming towards you, it's not rotating.
Same thing would happen to an airplane that was flying at you. If you looked at it, you panned your camera with it, it would do the exact same thing.
The tumbling.
But we're not smart enough to figure that out.
No, that's right. We just don't understand.
And it had me for a second. I mean, I had to figure it out. I'm thinking it's rotating 3 degrees or 4 degrees a minute, but it's like no. But now think about how we observe things. Since it didn't match what I was expecting, I was able to think about other things that I've observed in my life. Or you just want to play the game and the incredulity game. Yeah, you're going to get fooled a lot. Now, things I will say about this video is it has stunning clarity, which actually makes me wonder if it is legit. I haven't seen any that seem to be this clear before.
Which video?
The 6-second GIF that Astronomy Live, Earth is Life posted at 4:54.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not saying it's impossible, just it's amazing.
If you think about it for a couple of minutes, you'll probably find a way to convince yourself that it's real. So just put your mind to it.
Well, if you would have thought about it for a second, you would have understood that all the stuff Rakia was saying was a joke. How does it rotate 360 degrees? Ha ha! You guys should have checked that. Ha ha ha! I guess if you did like some kind of averaging of the frames, you might get that kind of crispness out of it. Sort of like a moving stacked image. Who are the Globers in the room right now? Any?
Yay.
Yeah.
Present.
Is it just me, or does it look like that thing's moving away in the last couple of frames of that GIF? Like it comes towards you and then it looks like it's moving away.
It looks like almost the inverse of when it's approaching you.
So what would be the vantage point to get that footage of the ISS?
I don't know.
Is it supposed to be taken from Earth, or is this taken from a weather balloon? Where's it taken from? Does anyone know?
I don't know the history on this video, so I can only guesstimate, but he takes most of his, or all his stuff from Earth. And he does real videos of his observations. So, I mean, I'd be really surprised if this was a animation of any kind.
Okay, so he's looking at one face of the ISS coming towards him, which doesn't rotate, and then all of a sudden it does rotate, what would be 45 minutes worth of travel time. And then the last bit of it, while he's still looking at the same face of the ISS, exactly, it seems to be going away from him. How does that work?
He rotated the camera. Basically, he takes the telescope and he tracks it and follows it all the way around as it goes by.
Well,
so you're
minutes.
seeing the front of the ISS coming at you in the beginning, when it has like the ground panels. Then it crosses overhead, and as it's crossing overhead, he has to do has a little field rotation as he swings the camera around, and then he's facing it going away.
Yeah, just catch an airplane going overhead and video it, and then clip it out, and you'll see the airplane.
Or just
will
a
do
car. Like
a car.
if you're in the street and you trying to track a car, as it passes by you. I mean, when it's coming towards you, you're seeing the front of it, and then you have to rotate to keep seeing the car. But now you're seeing its back. So if you the only thing you could see was the car, like if you couldn't see the street, if you couldn't see anything else, it would look like the car just made a turn or rotated, but actually it was just you rotating, just to keep the eye on your side, the car on your side.
Wow! If the car goes past me, how am I not going to have the rear of the car in my camera view?
Yes, you will.
So where's the rear of the ISS?
You do see the rear of the ISS. You see brown panels coming at you and white panels leaving. Now, I was going to ask the Globers here. We had a long argument this morning. Hold on, is Rakia here? I don't want to do battle with him. Nah, forget it. I won't even bring it up.
Don't be scared, man.
No, I don't want to hear your voice. You're rude.
Yeah, I don't bite. It's all right. You're going to be all right, man. You really are. Tumbling cars coming at you now, huh?
You can't even figure that one out. I mean, I'm astounded at how little you know about the world.
Yeah, right. So I know angular sides, right? That's why things disappear bottom up, basically, because as they go away from you, they start tumbling, and the size gets different.
You have no limit to the amount of wrong that you say, and you have no shame about it either.
You don't know a joke when you hear it, huh? You're just so sad at life. You can't even take a joke, man. Laugh a little. It's good for you.
No attempt whatsoever for you to get something correct.
Remember, the tangent of the angular size of the object equals the height of the object divided by the distance to said object, roughly. The tangent of 1 degree is roughly 0.017-ish.
It's why the object looks smaller in the distance, right? The angular size?
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah. Oh, well, I thought I knew something. But maybe Moyak would like to tell me.
Well, you got something right
how I'm wrong.
amongst the plethora of wrong.
Right. Yeah, I was wrong about that, huh? That's pretty much what I was saying.
Proud man. He's not going to admit that flat earthers armed with nothing but their senses and, simple truth are going to get it right when the authorities that he worshipped got it wrong. He's proud. He's not going to eat crow like that.
We've got this guy who cannot admit that swimming in a river, you have to try to get to a beach ball. Two people equal distant from each other will have to swim the same amount of effort to get to that beach ball. He can't understand that. He can't get out of his little box to see that. He can't understand that a satellite going away from him and coming to him.
Hang on, let's not get away from the river. Lemon, is that you, Lemon?
It's me. Hello.
Okay, hello, sir. So, would you agree that in a flow of liquid, let's say the atmosphere or a river or anything else that's flowing, it would take more energy to go against the flow than it would to go with the flow?
Yes, I would.
All right, Lemon.
Thank you.
Okay, let me have Lemon and don't interject, Rakia. Lemon, I posted an image at 5:09.
Okay.
Now you can see on the left-hand side of the river, you can see an A and a B. That's boat A and boat B, right?
O A and O B. Let me see, 509. Okay.
Okay, so boat A is the north boat, boat B is the south boat. I've got a river moving 10 miles per hour.
Okay.
Will boat A traveling to that ball that's floating in the river with them at 10 miles an hour have to exert more energy than boat B will have to exert going to that ball?
Yes, because boat A is going against the flow.
Nope.
It looks like you have 10 miles per hour going up. So you have the river flowing upward.
No, stop. Those numbers are there for a later discussion. We're only talking about the river. It's going south at 10 miles per hour.
South is downward or upward?
Is the beach ball in the river?
I can't talk.
Is the beach ball in the river?
If they're all moving together, both boats will exert the same amount of effort.
Yeah, because the beach ball is moving towards the boat that's downriver. Put the beach ball on the shore, put the two boats equal distance, and then tell me how much energy each one has to exert to get to the beach ball.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That was my point. Well, that was my only point.
And I was trying to talk to Lemon alone. Would you mind?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. This is a conversation.
I guess I assumed that the river was flowing upward toward A. So assuming the river's flowing upward toward A would have to exert more effort to flow against the river.
Well, no. In this case, what I have with that's the motion of the person. The arrows are indicating the motion of effort. So one guy's going south at 1 mile per hour, one guy's going north at 1 mile per hour, for a grand total of 11 mile an hour and 9 mile an hour reference to ground.
How fast is the beach ball moving?
Beach ball's going the same speed as the water, 0 between the boats and the beach ball at the time.
So it's not exerting any effort. It's just sitting there, right? What if the beach ball wanted to go upstream?
I really don't want to talk to you because you're not intelligible to speak. So if you let Lemon speak, we could have a discussion. You're just going to scream idiocy out, and it's not going to make the conversation nice.
Lemon, all morning. Yeah, Lemon, all morning, he obfuscated from my very precise point that I made to you and you agreed with. Now he's still trying to do it and still trying to keep me from talking. It's amazing.
Well, let's see what Moyak is trying to say about this thing. Based off of the miles per hour that he's listing, it looks like the river is flowing down toward B. Yep. So I guess A would have less effort, B would have more effort trying to go to that ball.
Which ball?
The red ball that I see at number 1 versus number 2, the red number 1 versus number 2. I consider those balls, but maybe they're just points.
No, the beach ball is floating in the river at 10 miles per hour. And I swim, I got a phone call. I got to get on soon. But
no problem.
If the ball's coming towards you and going away from the one going with the ball or going the same speed as the one going with the ball, then the efforts would be the same. But that wasn't what we were talking about.
That's what we were talking about, and I tried to get you several times with the A's. Okay, let's stop for a second. The
you
whole
stop,
point of this was
I told
Hey,
Lemon what we
Gio,
were
is there
talking
any way
about.
we can shut up Rakia for a minute?
Yeah,
I'd like to have a
he just
conversation.
interrupted me. He
To
just
be fair,
interrupted
Rakia,
me.
you're actually
Hold
interrupting
on,
him and you're being rude.
Rakia, then Moyak. Let's queue up Rakia, then Moyak. Rakia.
Yeah, the whole morning, the point that I brought up, so I think I know what I brought up, was that it would take more energy to go against the flow of a liquid than with the flow of a
I would tend to agree with you.
Meaning in the air, so in the air, which is liquid basically, if it's moving east to west, whatever direction you say it's moving, then going east to west with the flow of the air would be easier than going against the flow of the air. Would you agree with that, Lemon?
I would agree.
All right, now
Thank
I'd
you,
like to
sir.
speak with Lemon, if you would be so kind.
Moyak.
All right, Lemon. This is to you, Lemon. Nobody else answer, please. If I was in boat A and I was going to ball number 1, see the table on the right? And boat B going to ball number 1, those would be equal effort.
I would have to disagree.
All right,
the
how would
the flow.
the ball is moving 10 miles an hour, the boats are all moving 10 miles an hour. It's
in
floating.
which direction?
Everything's floating in the
Up or
water.
down?
All south. You can see the black arrow by the boats is the river.
Okay, so they're going down toward B.
Yep, the whole river is moving south. Everything.
Okay, then it would be more effort to move against upward than downward because the river is moving downward toward B.
Okay, that's an interesting take. What if they did no effort? Would they increase distance from the ball or stay the same distance from the ball?
If they exerted no effort, they just get carried along with the ball, and they would just keep moving along.
Okay, so essentially the water, and the ball, and the boats are all going 0 miles per hour reference to each other.
Pretty much.
Let's try and confuse it a little more.
Well, we can suss this stuff out. Let's reason together.
Yeah, no, it would say the same because they're all flowing together. But if they wanted to go upriver, they would have to exert more energy than going downriver. Fluid dynamics, right?
Yeah. Makes
Okay,
sense.
I don't see that because if I'm in the water, essentially that water to me is just like being in a lake. You know, we're all moving the same direction, so I'm neither getting closer nor further away from the ball, so that's no effort. Now, if I put in a mile an hour of effort to get to that ball, I will close on that ball at 1 mile per hour. The guy in the south part of it, if he closes on it at 1 mile per hour, he will close on it. He'll put in the same amount of effort.
Well, you mentioned the Lake Moyak, and now I'm getting a little confused because a lake implies stationary water
No. I'm
versus
saying
the
that
river
water
that you put in the drawing.
Right, the water is stationary reference to the boats, the ball, and the ball. If you were to if you drop a ball off of your boat, it's not going to deviate from you. It's going to have the water, the boat, everything's moving at 10 miles per hour.
Things are going to move faster and slower depending on their weight and aerodynamics in the water. The fluid dynamics would take control. But the effort having to go downriver is a lot less to go to the same speed than it would to be going upriver. That was our point of the whole morning that Moyak tried to obfuscate and tell people we were wrong about.
Yeah.
And I never told you that you were wrong for going from shut up! From going from boat A to ball 2.
You sure you're okay?
Shut the fuck up!
Hold on.
You sound triggered.
You sound angry, Rakia. I'm pretty sure you're angry.
He sounds triggered.
Let's let Moyak finish. What were you saying, Moyak?
Nah, fuck it. I'm not even going to stay in the room. Jeremy, if you can't control your assholes.
Have conversations with Rakia. Exactly why.
Well,
what was wrong with that conversation?
Well, Earth is life. I guess what we're trying to see is if we can tell if we're moving, in a stationary system versus a system that's moving like a river. I would say that we can still tell that we're moving because, when anything moves, it's a pulse and a wave. And by that, I mean things are compressing and things are rarefying. Things are getting closer together. Things are getting further apart. If you're going toward the direction where things are getting closer together, you're going to feel that wave hitting you like a wall. If you go in the opposite direction, away from that wave-like movement, you're going to feel things decompress and spread apart. You're going to notice the movement because of this pulsating, this compression, rarefaction, like an accordion. You can tell whether you're going toward the accordion's compression or toward the accordion's rarefaction, and it's spreading out. So you can tell when you're moving, even in a moving system, because of the pulsating nature of movement. You can tell when you're moving toward the wave or away from it, basically.
Point was it would take more energy for a plane to fly in one direction than it would the other. And that's how all this got started. I'm glad to know now he agrees with me that it would.
Well, because
he doesn't actually agree with you, so Rakia, so you're lying. But okay.
Well, the main thing I want to do, gentlemen, is get rid of this relativistic nonsense that we can't tell whether we're moving in one direction versus another. That's false. Since movement is a pulse, you can tell when you're going toward the pulse or away from the pulse inherently.
Well, Lemon, would you agree that the air, if it is moving with the rotation of the Earth like they tell us it is, that would be a flow of air in one general direction?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, would you agree that it would be easier to travel with that flow than against the flow?
Obviously, just like with a river, yes.
Unbelievable how easy that was.
Yes,
see how easy it is, guys? If it takes more energy, if it takes more energy to go against the flow than with the flow, that would be easily measured.
That would be the sleep
that's
professor.
also wrong.
How is that wrong, Mr. Sheep Professor?
Because the air, the atmosphere, and the globe isn't comparable to the river case that you guys keep bringing. Or, yep.
How is it not comparable? We're spinning in a spinning river, just like the river is moving in a lateral, forward, backward, or whatever direction. It's the same thing.
Flow is flow. Flow is flow, no matter if it's oil, liquid, air, doesn't matter.
Hold on.
You think it's easier to fly with the wind or against the wind, sir?
Hold on.
Yes. You're busted.
Hold on, Rakia. I'm gonna ignore all your comments that I'm busted because I was asked a question and you didn't let me respond. So if someone asks a question of me, sit your ass down, Rakia, and let me respond. So Lemon, can you hold on, Rakia. Hold on, Rakia. You're crying. You're triggered.
You are bitches. Yous are crybabies. You keep going on. Okay, moderate them. They're doing this. And yous are fucking.
They hate this truth. They hate it. They hate it.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, though. Hold on, Ali, and hold on, Rakia.
If the wind is blowing, well, 1 minute ago you didn't want to talk him, so let's face it this way. If the wind is blowing towards you, right? If the wind is blowing towards you, is it easier to run into the wind or run away from the wind? Do you use more energy running into the wind, or do you use more
away from the wind? But I think Sheep Professor was trying to expound on a point. Sheep Professor.
Yeah, these guys will not let
I
me
just
finish,
just negate what I said there, Lemon. Thanks very much. You're in.
So, Sheep Professor, you were trying to respond.
Yeah, it's not comparable because the Earth and the atmosphere, they are both moving in the same direction. Hold on, Ali. I'm gonna mute you. Hold on.
I am correcting your
Ali,
English.
You're being rude and you're interrupting me, so I now have to mute you. I had to mute you, Ali. Yes, I had to mute you, Ali, because other people are sleeping here. I don't have time, and I cannot do the shouting competition. So shut the fuck up, sit the fuck down, and let me speak.
Yeah, Lemon, you're gonna let that carry on, huh?
Hold on, let him finish.
Why should we sit here and listen to him demean us and say all that he's saying?
You're now on mute as well.
All right, I think
let
in the
me
queue
respond.
right now, Sheep Professor, then Ali B, then Rakia. What were you saying, Sheep Professor?
So the case isn't comparable because the Earth and the atmosphere are both moving in the same direction at the same speed. That's only comparable if the river and the shoreline are both moving in the same direction at the same speed. That's the only way that we can make this comparable. So basically we have a river where the water is basically either not moving, or the river and the earth are moving in the same direction at the same speed.
All right, Ali B is up. Hold on, Ali B.
Now that wasn't so hard, was it?
Right, for the fucking second time, stop muting me, Lemon.
If you're not going to let a conversation take place, you're going to need to go on mute, Ali B. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's make a point though, right? Well, you stop, and you shouldn't have mods. You stop interrupting.
Hold on, I'm going to prioritize what you're bitching about moderation. You can go back on mute and be muted in a second. Hold on.
Mute him back down.
Come on, guys. Jesus.
Let's move past it. Move past it. Make a conversation.
Rakia, you're up.
Yeah, I would love to go next. So if he says that the water, the river, and the land would have to be moving to be analogous, it doesn't matter. If the land is moving, if the earth is moving in a constant direction at a constant speed, then it would be easier to walk or do anything on the surface also, like an escalator. It's easier to move with the escalator. You go faster than if you tried to move against the escalator. His point is terrible. I don't even understand. This is so simple. If you want to say that the earth and the air is moving, then fine, suffer the consequences of you having to expend more energy to go in one direction than another. If not, sit the hell down and quit crybabying about moderation or whatever.
So you just said the word hell. That's not allowed here because you were calling me up on my using the word fuck. The same kind of rules apply. Don't use the word hell.
Let's not. All right. Let's just keep the conversation going.
Fair enough.
Right, can I say something now then? Let me say something.
Go ahead, Ali.
Right, thank you. Jeremy, did you look into that fact about Lemon Bird going haywire with the mutant?
Ali, right before Lemon muted you, I was reaching for my phone to also mute you, so...
Right, okay, so this is very strange, right? Because, never mind, I'm not right, forget it.
We just want to let people...
These guys are fucking hypocrites. No, well,
Ali, we just want to let people finish
the thing is, you guys do the fucking same. I sit and listen to you guys shout over each other and argue with each other. The minute I open my mouth and try to assert my fucking voice, one of you cunts and mutes me. Even though you let people go free fucking at it. Lemon does it, you do it, every cunt does it. But yeah,
it was definitely a quick mute. Yeah, definitely a quick mute, especially when the other guy was going on and on and on about moderation and how we were acting up, like not making a point. That wasn't conversation, and he didn't get muted. Strange. It was a little quick. I didn't mind being muted because I wanted to hear him spout off all the stupid crap about if the earth is moving, we wouldn't know if we were going with the movement or against the movement, because that is ridiculous.
Yeah, these are interesting concepts.
Wait a minute, sorry, Leslie. Yeah, well, because I want to respond to what Raki was saying. Well, this is the point I'm making. This has happened to me too many times when it's like everybody else gets away with it, right? But when I was doing it for a specific reason, I was making a point there. And I was getting interrupted as well, or whatever. And this is getting ridiculous. And Jeremy, so you were reaching for your telephone again to mute me.
Ali, listen, I don't want to have a conversation about modding. If you think something wrong happened, you can take it up with Geo.
No, so you don't want a conversation.
So Left Lane, do you have something to add?
Yeah, let's go.
I just think it's an interesting concept that's interesting to think about and talk about and discuss. You know,
yeah, you get what I'm saying, right? Like it would take more energy.
Yeah, we've spent about 5 minutes talking about moderation.
Okay, yeah. But I'm asking you to get back on topic. So, and you brought up moderation. So, in an airplane, right? You're taking your pilot's lesson. So, if you're flying against the flow of the air, right?
robotic. Right?
A headwind, and you think you.
Oh, he gone.
Yeah, he dropped. Yeah, you started roboting Rakia and then you dropped.
Yeah, I dropped to try and correct it. But left lane, do you understand?
Yeah, I do understand, but the river example with the ball and the two boats moving with the current, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I don't know why he brought it up, just trying to obfuscate and confuse. But you get what I'm saying. If you're in an airplane, no balls involved, and you're flying with the air, then it's gonna be easier, less energy than if you're flying against the air. Correct, left lane?
From what respect? To a point on the ground?
Any respect.
Or yep.
Yeah, any respect.
If the system,
when you're in the air.
Could I interrupt you, Adam? Because I'll specify it for left lane. Right, you're a truck driver. Do you use more fuel going head on into a wind, or do you use more fuel going with the wind? Yes or no? Which one?
Yes, I do.
What, you use more fuel going heading towards the wind? Yeah.
Yeah.
You use more diesel. Yeah. Right.
Yep.
More
listen
energy.
To what Rakia,
right. More.
Now listen to what Rakia is saying and get it in the same concept. And
more energy.
But when the air is still, even if the earth and the air is rotating together, when the air is still, it doesn't take any more fuel to go one way than it does the other.
We were talking about
How do you know
boat.
that?
We were talking about a boat there, left lane, about the river flowing down, right?
Yeah.
Right. We're not talking about the air being still. A river is flowing. There is things flowing in that river. And Rakia was asking, does it take more energy to go against the tide or go against the flow or with the flow? It's simple, man. It's physics.
You can use the ground too. The road, like in the road, would be moving in whatever direction you say the earth is spinning. And if you're in a truck sitting still, you're moving. But when you go with it, you would use less energy to go the same speed as if you turned around and went against that road that's moving underneath you and try and go in that direction, right?
Yeah, but in the system with the water, with the two boats and the ball.
So not my question.
And the boats and the ball are moving together. Each boat will exert the same amount of energy to get to the ball.
Yeah, because the ball is moving.
Yeah. The ball and the boats and the water are all moving together.
You'd expend more energy to go against the river than with it, though. That's what we don't appear to be doing.
If you had a swimming pool on the back of a truck, and that truck was driving down the road, and you were in that swimming pool, swimming back and forth, you wouldn't take any more or less energy swimming back and forth in the pool.
Dude, there is no way you can't see this. It don't matter if you have 100 balls and 100 boats. The boat trying to get to that ball going downriver is going to spend less energy than the boat trying to go upriver to get that ball. Y'all are mind warped.
You need that's a physics question, man. This is all
that's
physics.
a fluid dynamics. It doesn't matter. It's easy. More energy.
Yeah. I mean, try going with a gentle river, Earth is life, but then try going with like a jet stream or something like that, like a huge jet of water that, pushes you out of like a drain pipe. If you try to go against that drain pipe, it's not going to happen because it's too much force. So increasingly with more and more force, it's harder to resist that force of that river.
Yeah, but that's different. That's different. So we're talking about everything moving together, right? We're not moving against the flow, we're all moving with the flow.
Take what Lemon said, put your balls and boats in a jet stream, in a pipe, blasting out water, and go with the flow and against the flow and see how you make out there, B-Ball. If you can't figure this out, you need to go away and do some research.
Just like you can walk you're traveling at 500 miles an hour in an airplane, you can walk
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. These are agents. These are agents. Everybody said that today. The same script.
And they're pushing relativity. They're pushing relativity as a mind-killing device so that we can't tell whether we're moving on the Earth or not. I mean, it's just not practical.
It is. It's not logical. They go against logic.
Rakia, can I just say something? Bev talked about this. That they're stuck in a model, right? So the only answer they can give you is totally against.
Why is B-Ball interrupting?
Hey, mute him.
Why is
Mute him.
B-Ball
He interrupted me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mute that guy because he fuck off.
Hold on, Ali B. Then Earth is Life. Cue up, Ali B.
Yeah, but stop that. I wasn't meaning that. I don't.
No, go ahead and make your point, man. I'm listening, Ali. Go ahead and make your point, man.
All right, nice one. Because Bev pointed this out because psychologically they're trapped in this model, and no matter what you say, if you give they can't give way. They can't say yes because they think if they admit that, they're admitting the Earth is flat.
This is their model, man. We're using their model against them. If their air is moving, if their air is moving with the Earth and the ground is moving, then it would be easier to travel in one way, and definitely your destination would get to you quicker, just like on an excavator.
Physics demands that. That's physics, right? But that's what I'm saying. Well, Bev, and like, I'm not the biggest fan of Bev. I like his work or whatever, but I'm just saying I've got no what do you call it? I'm not protecting anybody or promoting somebody. He made a very that's the point he made. Very cleverly said. Is no matter they can't agree with you, Rakia, even if you're right. Even if you're right.
Just try it out. Get a fan, right? Get a wind source with a escalator or whatever you call it, the ones that are on the ground. What do you call them? The moving path, right? And get the wind blowing at the same speed as that track that's moving in a direction. Let's say 5 miles an hour. You got a 5 mile an hour wind going in the same direction. So when you're standing still on that track, you don't feel the wind. You're just moving, right? Well, turn around and go the other way and see how much more effort you have to put in to walk in that direction, into the flow of the air and against the flow of the surface that you're on. And then come back and try and put some balls on it or whatever the hell you want to do to obfuscate away from it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Earth is Life, you queued up next. What are you saying?
Yeah, I don't know why Ali was saying about a model. It has nothing to do with a model. That's just how physics works. If everything's moving at the same speed, all speed is relative unless there's something else outside of there that's moving at a different speed.
But are we trying to model real life, Earth is Life, or are we trying to model an excuse for why we're not able to test whether we're moving or not on the Earth?
Lemon, it's not just speed, though. It's direction. It's a direction, a constant direction, east to west. That water and wind is flowing in a constant direction at a constant speed.
So Ali, I think Ali's trying to get in there. Sorry.
No, it wasn't that. I was just saying, but that's not physics. What you're saying is totally against physics.
It's not. So listen to this, what I was trying to say earlier. So if you have a swimming pool on the back of a flatbed truck and that flatbed truck is traveling at 25 miles an hour, you're not gonna have any resistance swimming back and forth in that pool.
That's not the same thing we're talking about.
That is the same thing.
No, it's not.
The water's moving at 25 miles an hour. The truck is moving at 25 miles an hour, and you're moving at 25 miles an hour, and you're swimming back and forth in that pool. You're not going to exert any more energy going back and forth in that pool.
But hold on, you should.
Wait a minute, let me just. Wait a minute, I've got to rebut because you're going to protect it. Yeah, because you're going to hold up. But the thing is, you're in the same reference. It's like saying if you were in a truck and forget about the swimming pool, because you're just bringing in the swimming pool to introduce the water to hold up your argument. But you're moving. The thing is, the water is the truck and the swimming pool. You understand? So the water is and the truck. It doesn't matter if you're not flowing anywhere. You're not flowing downhill or away. You're actually moving along. So of course it wouldn't take any more effort on that. But the fact is, if you were in the truck itself, going in a certain direction, and you ever been on a train and you've ran away from the way you're going or the way you're traveling? Have you ever done that? Ran up it's a lot easier. You go a lot faster running in the opposite direction of the train, which I've done, and anybody else that's done it will know what I'm talking about, than if you run down towards the way the train's travelling. You move faster if you run against the train. Because the train, as you're running, the train's moving in the opposite direction from you. So it'd be like an elevator. If you, like when you're running up a elevator that's going in the opposite direction, you would seem to be travelling faster. Well, I don't even know what I'm doing here. Actually, I'm in Brussels at the moment. I've had a few beers. I just thought I'd butt in or whatever. But you guys are talking. You guys are so talking against physics, man. It's like what Racky are saying. I can't believe you guys are actually doing that and trying to justify that you need the same effort to swim upstream as if you would need to swim downstream. And that's ridiculous for anybody that's ever swum in a river before. It's ridiculous. And that's what you guys are trying to do. But you've got to defend it, because what I talked about, or Dave actually pointed out, it's like this model you guys have got in your head.
They double speak too. If Coriolis is real, then that is the effect that you're trying to resist. That is the air movement or the water or the land movement that you're fighting against. You're just saying it's so minute that you can't feel it. But why are you fighting against it if you say that Coriolis is real?
There's
a great video.
Those are not the same thing, but okay.
There's a great video I've posted. One second. I've posted this video about 5 times about the Coriolis. The Discovery Channel does it. In the first 10 seconds of the video, they say the Coriolis effect is an illusion. Now, tell me, if something doesn't exist, how can it produce a force? If it's an illusion, it's not real, how can it produce a force?
It's an apparent force. We all know it's an illusion, except for some people. They think it's an actual deviation, but I mean...
Yeah, but you should pull them up about it. Pull them up about it, Jeremy, every time. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, if you know how Coriolis effect works...
It's an optical illusion. And an optical illusion, like a mirage, is not real. Meaning, it's not real, it doesn't exist. So when they say Coriolis force, it's not a force. It doesn't exist, it's an illusion. So you can't really base anything on that. Any mathematics that you make off that is illusory.
Why?
Because it's an illusion. The Coriolis is force. Wait a minute. It apparently deflects to the right or the left or whatever way you use it. It apparently, meaning it doesn't really. If I was watching, right, if you were on the right, let me finish. No, let me finish. How about let me finish, right? If you were on a roundabout, right, and you were standing there and you had your 4 mates standing at each north, south, east, and west, right, it was spinning like that, and you threw the ball, it would look as if it bent to the right. But now, if you stood outside and watched 4 of your mates throw that ball, you would see it go straight. Because that's the reality. As the reality is of the observer observing the phenomenon. That's the guy from the outside, right? So it doesn't bend, the ball doesn't move, there is no force, it doesn't exist, it's an illusion.
It doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter if you label that
it doesn't matter.
I'm trying to give you a reasoning. Can you stop speaking over me? So it doesn't matter if you're labeling that to be an illusion or not an actual force, right? Because it shows up in certain conditions, right? And that's the conditions we're talking about.
So does a mirage.
Exactly.
I was trying to finish.
It's an illusion.
No one's arguing.
Guys, let him finish. Hold on. Guys, let him finish, please.
Yeah, the argument doesn't.
Bacon, just real quick, finish what you're saying, but then you got to let these guys know when you're done, because if you pause for 2-3 seconds, they're going to want to jump in. So say your piece and then somehow let them know that when you're done.
Oh, okay. Okay, what was kind of lost track now. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you label it to be illusory or not an actual force, right? Because what we're referring to is that this force appear in certain conditions, right? And that's what we're arguing for, those conditions, not the fact that the force is an actual force or not. No one's relying.
It's not a force.
No one's relying.
No energy.
No.
Hold on.
I wasn't finished.
It's not a force, man. Come on.
I'm agreeing with you.
Come on.
I'm saying no one's relying on that being or not being a force. That's not the point. The fact that the point is you expect to see Coriolis when you're in a rotating frame of reference, regardless on whether or not you call that apparent or not, whether or not you call it a real force or not. It doesn't matter, because if you see that phenomena that you're saying, well, it's not an actual force or it doesn't exist, it's just something apparent. All right, you see that apparent thing when you are in a rotating frame of reference. That's the point. The point is not whether or not it's a real force.
Yeah, you agree that it's an illusion like in a mirage?
No, I don't agree. It's like a mirage.
For ages. Can anybody hear me?
Why not? A mirage is an optical illusion created by the conditions. Just what you said, Coriolis effect was an optical illusion.
No, I never said it was optical. No, I never said Coriolis is optical. I don't think Coriolis is optical.
Well, you said see it. You said how we see it. We would see it on a spinning reference frame, but it's not real. It's just caused by the conditions. So that's what we do with a mirage. We see it, but it's not actual. It's caused by the conditions.
Optical is about what's happening to light. That is not what we. That's not the context.
Well, I just said optical in the view of seeing it. But you're moving on to optical, and I was just pointing out that's how I was saying you see it, right?
Yeah,
using your optics.
Sure,
using your eyes, see it.
But mirage is specifically something that messes up with light, and that's why we call it an optical illusion. That has nothing to do with Coriolis. Coriolis is something apparent, not in the sense that it's related to what you see in the meaning of like how light is going through. It's not. It's
I posted in chat the definition.
I don't care. That's not the context.
I know you don't care. No, I'm saying I posted look. I'll read it. The Coriolis effect is an apparent effect, an illusion produced by a rotating frame of reference. This type of effect is also known as a fictitious force or an inertial force. The Coriolis effect occurs when the object moving along the straight path is viewed from a non-fixed frame of reference. I don't know how many times you got to read that.
Is this supposed to address what I've said?
Yeah. Fictitious illusion produced by. What do you mean how? Fictitious
How does that address what I said?
Not real. It's an illusion.
Did I say it's
effect.
Real? Did you hear?
So that's what I asked you. So you don't think it's real? It's an illusion. I asked you that. So
well, I think
I'll repeat. I'll ask the question again. Do you think the Coriolis effect is a real effect or an illusion?
Well, it's a real. No, I think it's a real effect.
For some reason, it's the reason why hurricanes turn the way they do.
Bacon,
they'll say anything.
Bacon, I posted a video. Watch that, right? And then come
I don't think that makes any difference whether or not you consider it to be a real force or not.
Right.
That's not the point.
Okay, so the conversation ends here then, right? Because obviously we've come to we're not going to agree on this, right? So there's no real point.
But we don't have to agree on that. That's my point.
If you won't believe what experts say, what the definition of what the Coriolis effect is, it's an illusion. It's meaning it's not real. It has no matter. There is no energy.
No one's using that as a premise.
Yeah, but everybody does. Everybody that's a ball earther does that. They say it affects planes. Planes are affected by the Coriolis. What do you call it? Hurricanes are affected by it.
Yeah.
So No, but it can't be. What do you mean a pseudo force? It's optical. It's not a force. There's
No,
no
it's
energy.
not optical. It's not
Why
optical.
would
When you
planes have
fly,
to adjust? Why would planes have to adjust their flight if it's not an actual force pushing the plane?
it's not an actual
That's actually a
force
good question.
because it's an inertial force. It's
So
only a
is it
force
pushing the plane? Is it pushing against the plane?
in the non-inertial frame of reference. Yes,
Is it pushing against the plane?
I just answered you.
So it's not.
I said
It
yes.
is.
What do you
That's
mean
that's
it's
what he
not?
said.
So what's
When he said
pushing?
when he
What's
says
pushing?
yes, then you understand. You say no.
I didn't hear that part. So I'm fine with him saying yes. So what's pushing against the plane?
I just said you only see the force if you're in a non-inertial frame of
Not.
reference.
I didn't ask where you see it. I said what's pushing. Hang on. Let me roll up my window so it comes out very clear. What is pushing against the plane to make it deviate that the plane has to correct?
The fact that the airplane is a non-inertial frame of reference.
Right,
What? I'll say it again. What is pushing against the physical plane? Has to be something physical, right? Pushing against this physical
No, because
object.
it's a pseudo force. Pseudo
Then
forces
why
don't
does the
have a
plane have to
physical.
adjust for it? Then why does the plane have to adjust?
Right.
Because
Can
you're
I ask a
viewing
question,
from a
please?
Yeah, let's let
non-inertial frame of
Kawasaki.
reference.
Hold on,
That's the answer.
let's let
Can I have a-
Kawasaki get in, and then also
You should
Lemon.
at least you could
Hold
at
on a
least
second.
until for the wait for the end of the sentence. But all right, go on.
Okay, no, go on. Answer the question then, please, and I'll jump in. Go on,
All right, then
please.
Kawasaki's next, and then also Lemon. Your camera's on, just so you know. We can't. It's like can't see anything on it, but your camera's on, just so you know.
Yeah, what causes you to see the force is the non-inertial frame of reference.
That's not what I asked.
Pseudo forces do not have a physical agent that cause them, which it seems to be what you're asking. But go on.
I'm asking
go
what?
ask.
If the plane
Just
deviates,
answered you.
if the plane is being pushed upon where it deviates, where it has to correct its course because of something pushing on it, what
There's
is
nothing
pushing on it?
There's nothing pushing
Thank
on it.
you. That's what I wanted you to say. Thank you.
I already said that many times. Go on, Kowalski.
So not an actual force then, not physical.
I said not it's a pseudo force. I said it multiple
Good.
times.
Be careful with that now. Don't say it too many times.
Kawasaki.
Right. Hello there.
I don't
Right.
think any of us.
So in this
use the pseudo
model
force.
of this world that people are supposed to be living on, right? It's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and 750 miles an hour at England or whatever it is. So how can you explain the winds? Because, right, if you've got a cold front, it's coming from the south, but then if you've got a warm front, it's coming from the north, or the other way around. So how can the winds change at 180 degrees if the Earth is supposed to be spinning and the atmos is in lockstep with it?
It's not lockstep.
So it's independent.
That's what one of the people just said earlier. That's what one of the people said earlier.
Well, here's the thing: if you were standing on the side of the road and the air's
It used to be in lockstep. It used to be.
How can winds change at 180 degrees?
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Left Lane was responding. Go ahead, Tower.
Yes, if you're standing on the side of the road and the air is perfectly still, you could say that air is in lockstep. But then a truck comes by and blows your hat off. That air is not lockstep. It's a dynamic system. But
So
as a whole,
in one question, in one statement, then the air is moving with the Earth, but then in the other one, it's not. How can it work both ways? Either it is or isn't.
Let's go back to the swimming pool. Let's go back to the swimming pool on the back of the truck.
No. We're not in a swimming pool. We're actually in the air. Not in a swimming pool on the back of a truck.
The atmosphere.
All right, but hold on.
Atmosphere.
Hold on, but
it's
it's fair to give Earth his life, his 20 seconds. So let's just try not to interrupt him. Go ahead, B-Ball. Even though if it's different than what you're referring to, that's fine. You can then rebut it, but let's give him his time. Go ahead, B-Ball.
So we got a tank of water on the back of a truck. The truck's moving down the road. That water has currents moving back, forth, up, down, but it's all moving at the same speed with the truck. That's what he means by a dynamic system. I'm done.
No, you said it was back forth, and it had currents as well. So it's not moving. It's not moving with the truck because
I've talked about a similar
4 other forces involved.
I've talked about a similar idea. If you took like a fishbowl with a little goldfish in it and you put it on your lap and you're in a car and you're going 50 miles an hour down the road, the fish, and I'm just saying just this concept. I'm not saying this is the way the Earth is or anything. I'm just saying I think it's kind of what B-Ball is saying. If you had a little fishbowl in your lap and you're going 50 miles an hour in a car, the fish can swim to the front of the bowl or to the back of the bowl, and it doesn't have to pick up 60 mile an hour worth of speed because the whole fishbowl is already going that speed.
Yeah, but every time I've heard somebody saying that we're on a spinning ball, right, the air is in lockstep with it. That's what all the ballers say.
Nope.
Yeah, I've never heard.
So what do they say then?
We say the atmosphere.
No.
Sorry, go on, Howard.
It's changed. It's changed. It used to be in lockstep, but because people started pointing out flaws with that, now it's changed. You're absolutely right. They used to say, I've been in here now 6-7 years, and they used to say, no, the atmosphere's in lockstep with the spin of the earth and stuff like that, but now it's not anymore. That's what I'm saying. They kind of adjust to the arguments, right? So they go back away and say, oh, fuck's sake, we can't have that. And they all have a big meeting, a discussion, right? This is the meme, this is how we say it. And then they come out and everybody will say it, even though it's totally against logic, reasoning, mathematics, physics, the whole not mathematics, but physics and stuff like that. Now,
yeah, but no one's claiming that. No one's claiming that.
Real quick, guys. Can I make a point real quick, please, guys?
Oh, yeah,
before you do a point of moderation, 56, do you know your webcam is streaming?
Yeah, I said it before. I don't know if he's listening, but yeah, Lemon, your camera's on.
Yeah, but we're supposed to be spinning from east to west, correct?
Hold on. Can I make a point real quick about this lockstep thing?
If you get a southerly wind, it is in one direction, but then you get a northerly wind, it's 180 degrees against that wind. So how can that be if we're supposed to be on a spinning ball?
Hold on. Can I just make a point addressed towards the lockstep thing of the Earth? So if the atmosphere is not moving in lockstep, how come a plane doesn't deviate when we hover?
Oh, you know you should get it by now, Jordan.
I want to hear why the air's not moving in lockstep with the Earth. So why does the helicopter stay with the Earth when we hover above the land?
Does a helicopter travel at 1,000 miles an hour or 85 miles an hour or whatever it is sideways?
Oh, Jeremy, I can answer your question.
Go ahead.
I can answer that.
Go ahead.
Jeremy, it's because the helicopter is already moving at the same speed as the Earth.
That's not what
indications on the helicopter does it say that it has sideways, forwards, backwards, left or right motion?
Okay, so if the air wasn't moving in lockstep with the Earth, would the helicopter deviate, or would it stay right above the ground?
What indication would the helicopter have that it said it was moving?
Let me answer, Jeremy. So not being in lockstep means that there's wind, right? So it's more or less, it's close to being in lockstep. There's some it's a dynamic system, so we're gonna have air going in all sorts of directions within this rotating frame of reference, right? So if you look from the rotating frame of reference of the surface of the Earth, the air is not going to be completely stationary. You're still going to have wind, but it's like a much slower than like the actual rotation of the Earth, right? So in a general sense, the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, but it's not in complete lockstep because it's
so
not doing that homogeneously.
In aeronautics, you've got certain devices.
What's happened? Am I muted? I must be muted.
No, Alec, hold on, Alec. Yeah, go ahead. Your mic is pretty hard to hear and stuff, but it's like very muffled. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was going to ask that foreign guy that was talking there, the Russian scientist or whatever he is. So is atmosphere wind then? Is atmosphere wind?
Is atmosphere wind? Is what he's asking.
No, I think those are different words that mean different things.
Right. So atmosphere. Right. Okay. So, but you said atmosphere, and you mentioned wind as well.
Yeah, I use those two words in my sentence. Yes.
They said the atmosphere is not rotating because there's wind.
No, I said the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. It's just not in lockstep because there's wind.
Oh.
So for example,
right, that's what I'm asking you.
For example,
wait a minute. So the wind. Wait a minute. So the wind affects the atmosphere. It makes the atmosphere go faster or slower. Or what?
I don't understand what the question means.
Well, you just said, right, okay, let me maybe simplify it for you. You said that the atmosphere is not in lockstep because of wind, yeah?
Sorry?
Was that said?
You said the atmosphere wasn't in lockstep with the Earth because of wind.
Yeah, but in the sense that because there is wind, not because the wind is countering that or something. Like the atmosphere as a whole. Like let me clarify what I mean then.
Yeah.
So the atmosphere
okay.
as a whole rotates with the Earth. So if you pick the tangential speed of the surface of the Earth, and you get the speed of the air right above it, it's going to be pretty close. It might be faster, it might be slower, right? Because there's wind, so you're not going to get the atmosphere to be perfectly in lockstep with the surface. But it's more or less
right, that's what
rotating with the Earth.
So the atmosphere, wind affects the speed of the atmosphere then, is that what you're saying? Not the Earth's rotation, it's the wind that sort of drives the atmosphere.
I'm saying the atmosphere rotates with the Earth, but you cannot claim the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth, because the atmosphere itself is a dynamic system. So therefore, you're going to have air moving sometimes faster, sometimes slower than the surface. So you can't say it's in lockstep.
Right, okay, so using that then, so how could you actually tell that the atmosphere or the wind or whatever was actually being affected by the spin of the Earth then?
If what is being affected by the spin of the Earth?
Well, the wind or the atmosphere, it's the atmosphere, right? Or the wind. How can you tell that the Earth spinning creates anomalies in the atmosphere or wind?
Oh, I don't think it's exactly the spin of the Earth that creates the winds. I think it's like when the sun heats up the surface, the air is not heat up homogeneously. So you have air getting hotter than other parts of the atmosphere. So that creates a different density.
Air?
And then
is atmosphere air then? Is atmosphere air?
It's made of air, yeah.
Ooh, you better check with Rumpus on this one.
It's
yeah,
made of
that's
air.
where I was going, Jeremy.
It's made of air. Yeah, it's made of air. I'm not sure if you can say they are both synonymous, but it's made of air, sure.
Atmosphere isn't air?
I don't know. You better check with Rumpus before
Well,
you.
I think when you say, I think when you say air, I think when people say air, they refer to this specific composition of gases, and when they say atmosphere, they refer to the whole layer of gases around the Earth. So they're not synonymous. At least I don't think they're synonymous. But the atmosphere is still made of this composition that we call air.
When you say the sun affects it, how does it affect it 180 degrees?
Can I ask a question to the room?
Somebody needs to check the Globe Earth Society handbook on this. So go ahead, Crypto.
Can I ask a question to the room? Does anyone agree with the statement? No?
Yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
Right. Does anyone here disagree with the statement that the Atlantic Ocean is water?
I would agree. It contains water, yep.
The Atlantic Ocean is water.
Well, you rephrased it when you agreed. Yeah, I mean, it contains a lot of water.
Atlantic Ocean is water is a sensible, true statement. So I don't know why we get really autistic and say, "Oh, the atmosphere isn't air." It's the same statement.
Well, because no, people, because if like in colloquial terms, we accept words that are not exactly synonymous to be the same thing because we understand what the other person means. But in the middle of the debate, this can be like not well used. You know, if you go slightly off the definitions, you might end up having to defend the semantical discussion that you don't agree with. So it's
so I see this is your typical flat earth semantical argument.
This is
Okay,
our argument.
It's to
Phil, do you
avoid.
even know what the argument is?
Yeah, I'm
No,
trying
what
to
the argument
avoid.
is.
I'm trying to avoid semantical discussions by being precise with definitions.
So you're trying to avoid a semantic argument by being semantic.
Bacon,
By,
would you
by being
agree?
pedantic, yeah.
Am I coming through?
We hear you, Crypto.
Okay, Bacon, would you agree or disagree then that the Atlantic Ocean is water?
Yeah, in colloquial terms, yeah, sure.
Okay, so in what terms is it not water?
Well, it's got like salt in it.
There's-
It's got like fish in it.
Yeah,
Didn't ask
because
you,
if, for
okay.
example, if I get a cup of water and I ask, is this the Atlantic Ocean? No one would agree with that, right? So they're not the same thing.
No, but I didn't ask if the water is the Atlantic Ocean. I asked if the Atlantic Ocean is water, right?
Yeah, but is should be like it shouldn't matter the order. Like is means like A equals B, right? A
This
is
is
B.
getting ridiculous.
No,
Stop that.
you're
Hey,
not
by the way,
understanding.
stop
You're
that.
not understanding
So
what
A
I'm
can
Stop
be.
that.
No,
So
that's
A
not
can.
necessarily
This
true.
is
It doesn't have to go both
ridiculous.
ways.
So A can be B
Come
without
on,
B
guys.
being
This
A.
is ridiculous. The Atlantic Ocean is water. Yes, Crypto, I agree with you. And
Yeah,
anybody
exactly.
Bacon. Just because you use
yeah,
the word
exactly.
is doesn't mean it needs to go both ways. You could say 7
It
is a
doesn't mean
number.
you're a
A
flat
number is
earther.
not
It
7.
doesn't mean
I
it doesn't
couldn't
mean
hear
you're a
what you
flat
said.
earther.
LB kept speaking over you.
All
I was
right,
saying
well,
just because you use the word.
Bacon.
Sorry,
He's
go ahead,
still
Alex.
speaking over you.
No,
Go
no,
ahead,
on you go, on you go, you go. No, you go. I did interrupt
All
you.
right.
On you.
I was basically saying just because you use the word is doesn't mean that it goes both ways.
Sure.
Because you could say 7 is a number. A number need
Right,
not be
because you're
7. It could be a different
qualifying.
number.
Yeah, because you're qualifying the 7 as a number. You're saying the 7 fits this label, right?
Exactly. So
But
the
if I
Atlantic
say,
Ocean is water, but water need not be the Atlantic Ocean. It could be a different body of water.
no, I don't think it doesn't. It doesn't seem to follow the same. Doesn't seem to be analogous as saying that one is a number. You're saying like
Why
one
not?
is a number. You're saying there's this group of things we call number, and one is a part of that, right? You're not saying there's this group of things we call Atlantic Ocean, and water is one of them. This
No,
doesn't.
But see, that's why we said 7 is a number in the first thing.
Yeah,
like
a
Atlantic
number.
Ocean is water.
No, yeah,
Is a
not
body of water, right?
all right, a
But
body of water, sure,
need not all
definitely.
be the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean or whatever.
Yeah,
we are talking.
because you made a different sentence now. You're saying now it's a body of water, not just is water, right?
Well, it is water.
What would be interesting to hear.
necessarily.
This
Can
is
you
one
use
of those.
water without it being a body?
This is one of those instances where if the globers don't agree, we just have to ignore them because they're just wrong. Like the Atlantic Ocean is obviously water, right?
But you're coming up with this discussion. No one wants to talk
Dude,
about
it doesn't
Atlantic
matter. We
Ocean.
could just say the same thing. Look, we could say the same thing. Is a body of water. Water.
Didn't finish. So anyway,
one at a time, guys.
If you can say that the Atlantic Ocean is water, which any sensible person would, right? Then you would have to say that the atmosphere is air. It is. It just is air. So if you're like, oh, it's different, it's not quite the same. Cool. Like you can be wrong. That's cool. But I don't know why we're entertaining this. It's just really frustrating.
Right. Okay. So let me. Let me. I think he made a good comparison there because when we say that when we say that the atmosphere is air, it's on the LB. Shut up for a second. Okay. So when you say that the atmosphere is air, is with the same meaning that we would say that the Atlantic Ocean is water, right? So when we say that and someone comes with, for example, this experiment this experiment was made in a lab and not in the atmosphere. And then we say that, well, it's done with the same composition of the atmosphere, right? Now we're not the ones making this distinction. So when you're getting to a context in which this distinction matters to someone, then we no longer make the raw the shallow interpretation that the atmosphere is air. It would only be air in the same meaning that the Atlantic Ocean is water. So in the way you're phrasing it, we all would agree with you. But the problem is this is not always the way it's being used in discussions.
Right. You're trying to avoid being forced to make an absolute statement. That's fine.
Yeah, because that's what usually this. Yeah.
Right. Could you wait back to the point? Back to the point, real quick, guys. Brad, wait, back to the point. Could you guys describe the flow of water, like the tides, in the same way that you're describing the atmosphere? Is there a pseudo force involved in any of the water movements that you guys can think of?
Hell yeah. In the globe model, yes.
A pseudo force with the flow of tides.
Yeah.
Only if you classify gravity as a pseudo force.
Well, how do they classify gravity, Kosho?
You can classify it as an inertial force.
Go ahead. Well, I don't know if he cut out or I.
Yeah, I don't think he realized he cut out the end of.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's similar to gravity, though. Pseudo force that does a lot of things, and it's perfect for the model to work, and it has to work that way. But you can't call it a force because you can't measure it, you can't detect it, you can't recognize it, or distinguish it.
Pseudo force is a great term to go along with a pseudo physics. That is the baseline.
What do you think of pseudo force?
Use the word pseudo. It's like pseudo. We'll just call
there we go. It works.
What do you think
of pseudo force is?
You guys are using your own interpretation of what a pseudo force is, because it's actually a real thing. It doesn't mean that it's fake. It just means that it's dependent on your reference frame, caused by the reference frame.
I don't think who's objecting to the word pseudo and pseudo forces would object to like the pseudo force that keeps the water in a bucket when you rotate the bucket, right? We all know that happens, and that's called a pseudo force. I don't think anyone denies that happens, right?
Well, hold on.
Why?
Okay, I don't agree there's anything a pseudo force exists. So explain to me about that again and why you think that a water in a bucket is pseudo force.
Yeah, if you're rotating a bucket, right, and in the frame of reference of the bucket, there's nothing exerting a force that would keep the water in the bottom of the bucket, right? But it's still in the bottom. It's not falling off the bucket. It's still stuck on the bottom of it. And the reason why it's stuck there is because it's actually in a rotating frame of reference. So if you would see from an outside perspective, the water is just following its tangential speed, and the bucket is so constantly redirecting the direction of the water. But from,
right, hold on. I don't know if anyone else said. I was not able to follow that because you're not being descriptive. Are you spinning the bucket? What are you talking about? You're talking about a stationary bucket with water in it, or you're spinning the bucket?
Someone is holding a bucket.
You take a bucket of water. Okay, guy, I'm sorry.
No, go on. Sorry, I think there's a delay between you and me. But go on.
Well, it's just like you just jumped over a bunch of steps and didn't describe what you're talking about. You're talking about a stationary bucket with water in it.
Spinning the bucket around with your arm.
Right. Water in a bucket, like on a piece of rope, and then you're rotating around.
Yes,
exactly.
So why is the water staying in the bucket? Force. That's because of centrifugal force.
Yeah, centrifugal force?
Yeah, in the frame of reference.
Force, a fictitious force?
No.
Yeah,
it's not fictitious at all.
Okay, what's causing the force? What's pulling the water?
The centripetal force keeps. It's not fictitious, but the centrifugal force is what flings it outwards. That is a fictitious force.
Correct.
Yeah, so it is a fictitious force because there's nothing pulling the water. It only it seems like the water is being pushed to the bottom of the bucket, but that's because the bucket's rotating, so it's a non-inertial frame of reference. Then you experience this force that is not being exerted by anyone. No one's pulling the water. That's why it's a pseudo
the water is being pulled to the bottom of the bucket due to the forces by the fact that you're spinning it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and is
but
centrifugal
my
force
spin.
a pseudo force?
Yeah, but the force of my spin points away from that direction. It doesn't point towards that direction. It's actually a force against that. So it's not that force.
Hey Siri, is centrifugal force a what's it called? Fictitious force?
Yeah, you could
Oh,
say
you fucked
fictitious
that up.
force. You could say pseudo force, fictitious force,
Pseudo force, if you thought
or
sort of, yeah.
probably the least one's going to cause controversy, inertial force.
Yeah, not inertial force. There you go.
All right. Does
Could-
anyone
could
in
I-
this room who thinks the Earth is not a globe agree that fictitious force is a thing?
That they define it as
You
that.
recognize centrifugal force. You accept there is a centrifugal force, right?
Of course, centripetal and centrifugal
Right,
force.
so-
Yep.
Yeah, but what's causing the centrifugal force? What's pulling the water to the bottom of the bucket?
The fact
Well,
that you're
it's
spinning
pushing.
it.
Yeah, the fact exactly. So exactly. So when we're referring to the airplane, for example, and Rakia kept asking, what's pushing the airplane? And I was saying, well, it's the fact that it's a non-inertial frame of reference. He kept asking, no, but what's pushing it? The same thing with the bucket. There's nothing pushing it. The force only exists because it's rotating. There's no agent doing the pushing. That's exactly how a fictitious force or pseudo force is.
Okay, I don't agree, but then we'd have to get into the definition.
That's what
of
it's
what a force
defined.
is.
That's what a
Well,
pseudo
it's-
force
it's-
is defined to be.
It doesn't
What is
really
the
matter that
definition of
somebody
force?
defines something. Yeah, that's irrelevant that someone defines something.
How many
Well,
flight instructors actually teach Coriolis to their students when they're flying?
Yeah,
How many
exactly.
flight instructors, teach Coriolis to their students when they're learning to fly?
Well, left lane's
Zero.
in pilot
Why should
school.
they?
Left lane's in pilot school right now. Let's ask him.
Well, he said already that they never mentioned Coriolis. Left Lane said that. I can speak for him, but I could also let him talk.
I mean, if you define force as pressure pushing upon something to move it through the environment in one way or another, then there is no such thing as a fictitious force. If there's a force involved, then there is pressure that is causing that physical matter to be dislocated from its otherwise equilibrium state.
yeah, but the only person that defines force in terms of pressure is Benso.
Yeah, that is true.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah, but in aviation, what forces are actually defined?
I don't think
Drag,
aviation.
weight, lift, thrust.
I don't think aviation uses a different definition of force.
Or Coriolis.
Do they use
Yeah,
Coriolis?
why would you use Coriolis when you're flying? The fact that
Exactly.
you think you
Because
should.
the Earth doesn't move, you wouldn't need to.
Or if it moves slowly enough, you wouldn't need to.
Well, if the atmosphere isn't in lockstep, already you're not in lockstep with the Earth when you're in the air. No matter how
Yeah,
much that
sometimes
pseudo
you're
force is
faster.
causing the
Yes,
yeah, right. So you
which
should
means
be able to put a
means
camera underneath the jet
no,
or any plane and see some
no,
Earth movement compared
it
to your
doesn't mean
movement
that. No,
in
it
the
doesn't
opposite
mean that.
direction.
Yeah,
It's
you
just
guys
a
have
non sequitur.
huge-
You're
like the pseudo physics of this atmosphere on the globe. You guys have there's huge issues with this. There's just so many holes in it. It's moving with it. It's not moving with it. It's
right.
As always,
Especially
Gio,
when you're driving over
you guys
tangential
don't understand
speeds
it.
that don't
That's
match your
always the
original
issue.
conserved speed. You can give them their original conserved speed and say, have your pseudo force. Okay, the jet is hovering in midair. It's one of these jets that can do that. Now it's going at 1,000 miles per hour automatically because that's where it took off from. Fine, we'll give you that. But now it flies into different tangential speeds, and somehow, no matter what, it always seems to still observe below the jet with a camera that shows the Earth. It never shows any west to east rotation at all, not a smidgen. It's always completely stationary seeming in respect to the north to south movement, and that
Right,
wouldn't work.
which I'm fine to. I'm fine to pseudo accept that. I'm fine to like sort like if they want to say that there's this what I would say pseudo physics, but let's just say for a minute, let's just totally just go into fantasy land like we're creating a video game. If you want to create a globe Earth and you have this gravity that's clinging everything to it and it's spinning and the atmosphere is going along with it, kind of like the fishbowl in a car, like you have a little goldfish in a fishbowl going 50 miles an hour down the road. I'm even half okay to like sort of accept that for the moment, just for the fantasy of it and say, okay, let's say that that's happening. And that's why we can't experience movement. That's why there's no You know, that's why you can't just hover an airplane. Because if you took like a basketball and you hovered a little Lego man over the basketball and you spin the basketball, just like what New Perspective is saying, you would be able to see the ball spinning underneath it. But what they're saying on the globe Earth, no, that's not the case. The atmosphere, the gravity, everything's clinging to the ball to make it seem like everything is stationary and make it seem like we're not on a spinning globe and that everything is stationary. I'm like sort of okay with that as a kind of fantasy concept. And that's kind of why most people believe it, is because that's what they were told. But then there's these problems. Now you got Coriolis and you have all these things that don't match up with that. Then you guys are trying to claim, well, the atmosphere is not really in lockstep because there is deviation, but then the atmosphere is going along with it. It's just a convoluted mess.
And the force would have to be so perfect that it would be, and the only way they can describe it as a side wind that would force the jet, no matter how powerful it is, no matter how straight it wants to go, it's going to force it within that new tangential speed so perfectly, no matter how fast it flies, no matter how many times it goes into the jet stream, out of the jet stream, flies in circles, no matter what, the winds are going to be forcing this plane sideways to always match that new tangential speed so perfectly that it could never observe a motion of Earth sideways
I don't
underneath
know.
it.
I don't know
Why
how
don't you
many
guys-
times we have to explain you that that's a straw man. No one is claiming that.
Okay,
Why don't you
that's
guys
what
just
that's all I'm saying. Put a camera
Why don't
underneath
you-
it. We can show. We never see any Earth movement under planes,
Right.
and we would at this
That's
point.
still within your straw man, because we're not saying. All right, go on, coach.
So why don't you just do what the cool kids are doing and just look for it where you don't expect it to be hidden by other effects, because that seems to be the easy way to get through this conversation. But you're looking for it in specifically the places where you know it to be hidden by other effects. So it's kind of ridiculous.
That's the excuse. It sounds like an excuse when you say it's hidden by other effects.
It'd
has
only
to
be an
perfect.
excuse.
It would have to be perfect for you to only see a stationary Earth 100% of the time. when
It'd only
you're
be
at
an
a jet
excuse
going north
if
to
it
south.
did. Yeah, it'd only be an excuse if there weren't those other ways to observe it. But those things do exist, so it's not really an
Oh,
excuse.
here we go to the other ways. The other ways are with a projectile or with a pendulum, and those are the better ways that we can still fudge and not have to worry about this test that would prove it one way or another. That anyone should be able to do no matter what when they get in a plane north to south. We should, in fact, just as soon as you get in the air, since you're not in lockstep, we should already immediately see some Earth movement because you're not in lockstep with the Earth. So when you get in any kind of plane, any kind of air balloon, you should see the Earth moving independently of that thing to some degree because you're already claiming fluid dynamics doesn't allow it to be in lockstep. Then you go over different
maybe
tangential
instead of the
speeds,
term
and you-
lockstep, I mean,
Yeah.
if you just Google it, which I just did, they say that the atmosphere is attached to the Earth. Maybe instead of the word lockstep, you want to use attached.
Well,
that's what they claim. They claim that they claim that the force of gravity is such, and the magnetic field, that essentially clings the atmosphere to this globe.
No.
And it's attached with
Yeah,
it.
Ali B.
That's not the
Like
claim,
Ali B
that's
said,
not the
they
claim.
used to say that. They used to say
That-
that, but then they
no
got
one-
caught. They got caught up because
whoever
they had to
said
say
that,
fluid
whoever
dynamics.
said that,
Fluid dynamics
whoever
doesn't
said
allow
that.
it to do that. It's
Google, where'd you get
pretty
that?
much.
Whoever said that it's electromagnetism and gravity that attaches the atmosphere to make it rotate with the Earth.
Gio can just tell us where he read that from. That's who. Where'd you get that from, Gio?
You can't say that because the wind changes at 180 degrees whether you've got a cold front or a warm front coming in. So
So
it's
what's the
not.
problem with that?
So whatever they say cannot be true because you cannot change 180 degrees for the wind.
Gio, where'd you get that citation?
They have to claim it's like there's like a meta wind and then like a local wind, and somehow this
There's
meta
not.
wind you can't
It's a cold
detect.
front and a warm front.
But then the local winds you can, and the local winds can move the plane, but you're still going to be in lockstep or close enough to the lockstep of this tangential speed you're flying into.
If
And
you've
the
got a
winds are the
local
only way
wind,
you
then
can
you've got
describe that it would move.
a warm front all the time. But if you've got a cold front and a warm front, the wind changes 180 degrees.
Exactly. The
It's a
wind's going
proven
all
fact.
directions, so it doesn't work to have winds move the plane into the perfect tangential speed. It doesn't work to say it's winds.
Can I kind of understand this? When we're saying
sake.
there's winds and stuff, are we really thinking that physicists described Earth and describe the behavior of the air on it.
Physicists didn't do it.
None of
It's
them,
a
none of them,
methodological.
I'm still
It's
speaking,
not
if that's
to do with
right.
physics.
I'm
It's
still,
methodological.
okay, right, I guess it's still
Hold on a second. Hold on. Do you have eggshells muted by any chance?
No, I think he just
poor impulse control.
interrupted. But just Jeremy, you were asking before. The one that said magnetic field, real quick, is Riding. You're up next. I just wanted to answer this because it was from before. The one that I found that said magnetic field was actually from Quora, but the other one is from NOAA. You guys know what the NOAA is, and they say that Earth's gravity is strong enough to hold onto its atmosphere to keep it from drifting off into space. And they go on and on.
Which is a different explanation from why it rotates with the Earth. It has nothing to do with whether or not it rotates with the Earth.
All right. Well, Riding was up, so go ahead, Riding.
I just don't understand the idea, because if people are saying, they used to say it's in lockstep with the Earth, and we take that at its very literal meaning, that means it's totally stationary. Are we really assuming whoever said that, who apparently I still haven't come across them, was unaware of winds being a thing?
No, I think the general concept is that Earth's gravity clings the atmosphere along with the Earth, so that it all seems like it's stationary. We can't tell her spinning. It's all clung. That's why leaves are just falling from the tree regularly. And we're not. If you take a tennis ball and you spin it, everything flies off it. So the idea on this globe thing is that we're on this globe, and the reason everything doesn't fly off is because gravity, quote unquote, is clinging everything to the ball. Therefore, the atmosphere is, if you want to use the word lockstep or whatever you want to use, it's going along with it. And like I said, that's like sort of fine, kind of, as like a theoretical pseudo-physical concept. But then you get into this Coriolis effect and all these ways that, because that you guys have to kind of back up on that and say, well, it's not really stuck to it. It's actually not, because a bullet will deviate, but an airplane won't. And you get into all this convoluted stuff.
Right, but this is back to the point that I was asking. If there were people, I've never heard of them, who were saying that the atmosphere is in lockstep, right, is totally stuck to it, is the assumption we have that they were unaware of wind?
Well, see, the thing is that
I think wind would be seen as, wind would be seen. Sorry, just real quick. In that model or concept, wind would be seen as a separate factor from the atmosphere, so that the wind can still. I think in their model, no, the wind is not necessarily lockstep. The wind is independent from the atmosphere.
Eggshells. It sounds like you're arguing our point, because you're saying that it's not in lockstep, and we can tell by the winds, but that the winds are separate from it. And what their explanation is, the winds are separate because the winds go in all directions. But if the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth, then that means that wind from the atmosphere going in the opposite direction would be felt in all one direction.
But
because then you get into the funky thing where
smuggling in the conclusion. If the atmosphere is in lockstep, who says that? Tell me that. Show me this person who is unaware of wind, who you are basing this on. Because you've said it multiple times in this conversation. Bacon's rejected it. Almost anybody who's spoken up for the ball has rejected it. Nobody here thinks that.
I'm not strawmanning with that. I'm not saying
they claim where you get it from, or stop using it in a conversation where nobody here is saying it.
All right, this is from the This is from the NOAA.
As New Perspective says, it's okay to punch babies in the head. I know he didn't say that, but it's okay to just attribute things to people.
You're not even understanding what I'm saying. I'm not strawmanning. Please listen to Gio. You got the definition. Go ahead, Gio.
Well, there's some inconsistencies here. Okay, so this is from the NOAA, and they say Earth's gravity is strong enough to hold onto its atmosphere and keep it from drifting off into space. And then they go on and on about how the Earth's gravity holds the atmosphere to the Earth. So on one step, they're saying that, and they're saying that the spin of the Earth causes hurricanes to go clockwise and counterclockwise. So clearly, they are saying on one level that the spin of the Earth is affecting the winds and the hurricanes and all that shit. However, on the other hand, they're saying that the winds are independent from the atmosphere being clung to it. So
No, you're confusing two different explanations. One explanation, when we mention gravity, that's why the atmosphere it sticks to Earth in the sense that it doesn't escape to space. It's not about if it's rotated with Earth or not. The atmosphere.
It's like gravity keeps the coffee in my cup, but I can still stir in milk. There seems to be a very strong view in this particular part of the flat Earth conversation where it goes from this it's binary. It's either got like nothing to do with the surface of Earth, or it's absolutely bolted to it. Could it be held down but blow this way and that? Like, could there be a middle ground?
No, because if I jump up, then the
What
Earth
Gio
should
just
fall.
read. What Gio just
If I
read.
jump up, the Earth should move under me if it's not attached.
No, you still
No,
have
you're
your
wrong.
you still have momentum. But
You
what
jump up
Gio
on a
just
train,
read.
what happens?
If I'm jumping up in the air without this closed environment, the Earth should be moving under me. If I'm going in a hot air balloon with no wind, the Earth should be moving under, unless it's attached.
Okay, just look at the
in the
just look
globe
at
model.
the GIF. Coach just sent.
Globe model. Hold on, I was screaming at you guys just now. I was on mute though. In the globe model, they have helicopters not deviating. They're following the ground because the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth.
Yes, but can it be
Yes.
rotating with the Earth, Jeremy? And that be like a good enough approximation, i.e., it's not whistling from east to west at 1,000 kilometers an hour, but it's still not 100% completely with the Earth.
Right. So if it's not
No,
100%
the atmosphere as a
Earth,
whole
there should be
is
some
100%.
difference.
Oh, it's not 100%, so
No,
it's 0%.
No, they can't claim it's
Yeah,
100%.
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
That's
By
the
about this
problem.
binary. It goes from bolted to the Earth to like totally unrelated to the Earth, and it's like, could there be a middle ground where like?
Yeah, there is a middle ground.
Hand
That's
through
what we're giving
bathwater-
you. We're giving you guys the middle ground. It's not you're making straw men where straw men aren't even being made. We're allowing it to. You're allowing them to say. We're allowing them to say, okay, fine, conserve speed. You wouldn't notice the ground moving because of this. You're holding the same conserved speed, even though from what your explanation is, you're saying it's not in total lockstep. So there should be some difference between the movement of the Earth and your position in the air. Should be some difference. It's not in complete lockstep, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you should be able to show that. Everyone would see it when they go high enough up in the air, and they should be able to see some ground movement that isn't the movement of the thing you're in, but movement independent of the thing you're in.
Well, particularly if you're traveling north-south, but it's going to be a tiny amount.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
It should be
But just do the
detected,
maths
and
figure out how much you expect to see. I mean, I know like this Coriolis from a plane argument is one of your favorites. Just
because
do the
it's,
maths,
you know
though.
You know what it is, writing? It's not because well, at least for me, and probably a lot of us, we're not hoping that there's an explanation any longer that satisfies us. We're doing this because we're hoping there's somebody on your side that's honest enough with themselves, just like we were at one point, to say, okay, that's it. I can't believe this any longer because it contradicts all common sense.
But it doesn't. That's the problem. If you understood
It
it,
does,
the
if
way
you
we're
really think it
explaining-
through, because you're talking about cream and coffee as an analogy, so you obviously don't understand what we're talking about.
I don't even know why we're discussing it
No,
still because
his analogy
my
was
bad. Go ahead, eggshells. My
not
bad. Go ahead,
about
eggshells.
Coriolis.
My bad. Go ahead, eggshells.
If I got a strong sense that you understood the model, that people on the flat Earth side understood the model and presented what were actual inconsistencies within it, I would be on your side. I don't.
The problem is we're arguing Coriolis.
You understood
with
you
people
would, that's my
that don't
point.
realize. The problem is we're arguing Coriolis with people that don't understand the ball doesn't actually deviate when you throw it off a merry-go-round. It only appears to deviate because you're rotating it. Like, we're not going to get anywhere.
No, I think that's pretty well understood.
I think the merry-go-round is understood by everybody. It's just that Earth doesn't act like a merry-go-round, and we can show that.
People define Coriolis as some sort of deviation from something spinning. So at that point, the question is, what is spinning? The Earth or the space over the Earth? So we're going to need to hash that out.
We can't even agree on the simple definition of Coriolis with the merry-go-round example. Like, we can't make it more complicated and shit when we don't agree on the simple thing.
Well, let's try to simplify it.
I think followers in general understand Coriolis as far as a merry-go-round, Jeremy. You may be arguing with people in here that aren't able to get on the same page with you, but that's not the argument. Isn't how merry-go-rounds and Coriolis works. That's the one we can all look at objectively and work and see. But the problem is when we're talking about different tangential speeds over the curvature of Earth with a plane that never sees any movement of the Earth below. That's what breaks their model, and the common sense has to rise to the top and say, wait a minute, something's wrong here, because we should be able to observe Earth moving west to east underneath a plane that travels north to south at some point to some degree, and we never do.
At some
First
point,
back,
to
we
some
have
degree. At
we
some
have to
point, to some
accelerate
degree.
sideways as we land on the north to south runway, and the plane can't accelerate sideways as it lands to be able to make a safe landing. That's a fact.
But there's a difference between powered flight and a projectile.
Yeah, we've been through this with New Perspective quite a few times.
Yeah.
New Perspective, what
it
you need to do to show
can't
that.
go in a straight line. A plane's unable to set a course from where it takes off and keep in that straight line enough to see this Earth movement. Because it's powered, it can't keep a straight line.
How much should it see?
Because it has all of the power to do so, there's no way it could do it. That's another contradiction.
How much should it see?
It can
fly.
If I bolted
a
a straight line
to the bottom, what would it look like?
If you took a 5-hour trip, right? You're gonna and you're going south. You're gonna be 200 miles off course. Okay, going what 400 miles per hour.
So you mean
off course from where you originally aimed at? If you're aiming from New York to Florida, you draw a straight line. Your starting point. Don't start interrupting me. If you had a New York to Florida flight, and it would take you 5 hours to get there, and it was 200 miles off course from the point it originally aimed at with a laser beam from the starting point, right? And it followed that laser beam path and did not deviate from the laser beam path. It would be 200 miles off course by the time it got to Florida. That means within that time, the Earth has moved west to east underneath the plane, independently of its own motion south.
So the laser beam is going to be affected by Coriolis too, or is it following the
No,
laser beam?
that's a straw man, obviously. Talking about it following the path of the laser beam. If it could actually shine,
it's going to be going
straight. It follows the path that originally, the original path that it looked at, shining a laser beam from New York to Florida. It doesn't keep on the laser beam. It's just following the path that would be there if it followed the path that the laser beam was able to hit Florida with from New York. Right now, it's going to set that course, set that direction. It's not going to change direction a smidge.
And when
right?
a gust
it would be
comes
200
from the
miles
left or the right?
course. Yeah, it would be resisting that. Let's just say it could. If it could, resisting all those winds, left or right, because that can't be the force that's causing it to be within the same tangential speed, because winds go in every direction.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a confounding factor.
So it can't be. So you have to have then an overall pseudo force that still moves the plane, regardless of which way the wind's directions are going, and that's the contradiction. Because if it went on that straight course,
here. What you've done to make
there
this
is a
example
contradiction.
is
It's true. You have to agree to that.
created
It
an
would be
impossible
200
flight
miles off
path.
course.
What you've done is created an
A
impossible
straight line
flight
is an
path.
impossible.
Hold on, Dave. Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
Guys.
All right, Dave, you keep interrupting. I know you. Okay, could you please mute for 30 seconds? And
Yeah, he was interrupting me though, by the way.
I know, but right.
Keep
So let's
going
just
on.
Try to reset. Let writing go, and then you can respond.
It just seems like the whole experiment is impossible, right? It ignores the control surfaces of a plane. How it's going to be following this laser path is unclear, because the laser path is going to be straight, i.e., light, not bending due to a pseudo force. It's not possible to do this. And if this is a strong evidence for you about an imaginary plane flight that can never be taken, why are we talking?
Well, you're pointing out problems with the laser being straight and it being impossible for the wrong reasons. Every baller that understands this would agree with me that if it could fly in that straight path with this imaginary laser beam that could somehow shine straight from New York to Florida, if it were able to follow that path, then you would see Earth movement. There's no baller that understands this is going to argue with that point.
The question is not about that. It's about the if it could. How could it do that?
How could a jet that has 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance and can fly 1,200 miles per hour, and with a pilot that knows exactly which direction he's originally headed and wants to just keep aiming in that direction and not deviate? You think that sounds impossible for a jet to fly in a straight line?
Yes, given
they do
what
it
he
by following their maps.
Right, and then they have to say because of winds, but then the winds move up in every direction.
Because it's not how planes are currently operated. Like you're presenting this imaginary plane where the guy can stay in a straight line. Like the moment you get up off the ground, you know the wind is just the medium you're in now, right? So
So the winds are going to be the reason that it stays within the tangential speeds.
No.
Riding on eggshells. Do you know how to actually file a flight plan?
Still going. You slide.
Go ahead.
You're going to be sliding sideways in the air, so you're going to have to be correcting for that. There's no.
Yeah, it would
pilot
correct
in
for
the
it.
world, or
Just
no
like planes
instrument in
correct
the
for
world.
winds all the time.
Yeah, they
Planes
correct
correct for
for it
winds all the time.
to keep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they correct for it to stay following that same ground path, but those winds are coming at different speeds and changing directions, particularly at
There you
different
go.
altitudes you're at.
That's the problem, because you guys want to make it the ground path that it's easy enough to follow to stay on course to meet its original destination, right?
Have you
You want
talked
to
to a
say
pilot
that's
about
very
this?
easy for you want to say that it's very easy for a pilot to stay on course and follow that ground path that leads him from New York to Miami. Yet it's very hard for a pilot to stay on course and not follow that and stay in a straight line instead. That's your contradiction.
But your straight line. Wait. Your straight line is an inertial path for the airplane. He has no reference to know whether or not he's still on the inertial path of the airplane. He simply has no reference.
Yeah, the only way
That's
to
an
do that
original
would be
direction
to
heading.
calculate what the Coriolis should be and deliberately follow a Coriolis course.
So that planes would fly in a
Absolute
straight.
rubbish.
So that planes would fly in a
I've never
straight
heard so
line.
much
Yeah.
garbage in all my life. They do not take into effect Coriolis.
You're not taking into effect that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. Goodness.
The winds, yes. Coriolis, not a chance. Where
And the
does it
winds,
state?
now you have
Where
to
does it
separate the
state?
winds from the atmosphere.
Where does it state in your
All-
training that you have to take into effect Coriolis?
Nobody said that.
Yeah, that sounds like a
Just
straw
started a
man.
new conversation.
No, you lot
It's true.
stated
They would
Coriolis.
train pilots.
Where?
They would train pilots how to deal with this because it's a totally different situation than flying over a stationary.
No. I'm currently in flight school. There's nothing about Coriolis taught in flight school.
Then you're proving our point, because it would be a totally different situation.
So
than the
regardless, you're
stationary
proving the
Earth that
point,
you
right?
fly over. But
Are
flying
you
over
in
a
the US?
stationary Earth, that's why it's not taught left lane.
Left lane. Do they teach you in
are you in
flight
the
school,
US?
They teach you about the effect of the moon's gravity on the plane?
No.
Is the effect of the moon's gravity on the plane absolutely zero?
The person who's actually in flight school.
That's a really good.
The person who's in flight school.
There's a question for left lane.
The person who's in flight school, are you taught anything about navigation and to do with Coriolis?
Howard's trying to answer.
He said no. He said no.
Thank you
He's
very
never
much.
taught anything. That's all you need to say. You're right. That's all that needs to be said. All flight simulators use a stationary plane, and it's not the same situation because there's different tangential speeds, and you would have to time it just like a projectile is off course. You could follow the same thing that a projectile does and show that the Earth moves, and you would have to time your landing with a runway that's not quite in front of you. And you have to admit that because that's the way Coriolis works. If you're not in lockstep, you would have a difference between the Earth movement and the atmosphere movement, and you would have to time your landing and have Dyson ball wheels to land safely.
Are you done?
So Coriolis effect has got nothing to do with flight.
No,
That's right.
No, I agree with you. It's such a small effect you wouldn't have to take into account.
There is no effect for Coriolis. It's to do with wind, and that's it. No Coriolis.
How can you
Right,
distinguish
that's just
between them?
asserting your conclusion, right? The question is, how much effect is it going to have? Because there's going to be hundreds of thousands of things. I'm still speaking. Learn some manners.
If there was an effect,
I'm
then it
not.
would be
Fuck
taught
me.
in
Okay, I'll just
college.
talk over you, and we'll just turn this into chaos then, shall we?
Kozak, I had to stop interrupting people in the middle of the sentence.
It's simple. There are thousands, hundreds of thousands probably, of things that affect a plane. A slightly raised rivet on one side or the other is going to affect it slightly. What you're going to be doing, particularly in flight school, when there's a lot of stuff to understand anyway, is limiting the factors to the factors that make the most difference. If the Coriolis doesn't make enough difference, it doesn't cross a threshold that you don't need to learn about it. If you've learnt about crosswinds, and that's enough to account for Coriolis, then you're good enough.
So you're saying that the purpose is to limit the amount of information that they're supplying for the pilot that might have to deal with situations that would affect the plane. Just limit it.
100%, yeah.
That's what you're saying?
All
Because
good
they don't want
teaching
to
is about
overload it.
limiting-
They don't want to overload them with information. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, because it's
just because
such
if you're teaching them infinite information, it's going to take you infinite time to teach them.
Oh, that's probably it. You're right. You're right. You're right. They don't want to overload them with information that might affect the flight.
No,
Just
that
limit it to
won't
one.
affect the flight. That's what we're saying.
I say if the effect on the flight
That's like
is
I
so
heard last
low,
night.
and it can be accounted for by other things, like the engines. For any multi-engined aircraft, the engines won't produce exactly the same amount of thrust. right? You could teach them that. You could go into extraordinary detail with it. But generally, trimming down the mixture on one or other of the engines or turning the rudder a bit is better than making them do a 6-year course on engineering to understand how the Rolls-Royce, jet engine works.
The major straw man there. It's not at all comparable. You would have to
About
deal
your
with
position,
Coriolis.
so I'm not straw manning anybody. I'm talking about
Here's
my
the thing.
position.
No,
I'm sharing my
it's
view.
exactly correct.
Yeah, you're straw manning the whole question, like learning the ins and outs
Howard's
of a
trying
Rolls
to
Royce
speak.
is the same
Hey,
thing.
perspective.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when we
Go ahead,
take
Lou.
off in the little single engine Cessna, little 180 horsepower Cessna, I have to apply significant right rudder on takeoff to counteract the rotation of the engine. I mean, stuff like that is important.
Yeah, exactly. And if you
So
were moving with an
safety critical
atmosphere,
stuff
if
is
your
not being
plane was
taught then?
automatically, if your plane was automatically moving at 1,000 miles per hour upon takeoff, you would have very, very good knowledge of why that is, and why when you move into new tangential speed, your plane's going to slow down to always match that tangential speed due to some force that you're just going to say mixes in with crosswinds that go in every direction. So it's not important to teach. That makes no sense, brother. Just doesn't.
Well,
You would be taught about
if you
that.
showed that was a significant effect, if you were able to show the maths that go, this effect is significant and it's going to affect particularly the safety of aircraft, then you'd have a case to make.
There is a case. That case has already been made for 7 years, bro. You haven't been around the whole time, I know, but it's been made. And this is why you guys lost the argument in 2016. It doesn't work. It's a major contradiction. You would be taught this in flight school. You would be 200 miles off course by the time you got from New York to Florida. That's not something you just ignore and say, oh, it mixes in with winds that go in every direction. It blows your model up. Anyone honest on your side
You're only going to be off course
can be
if you're
recognized
deliberately
with this
following this
conversation.
weird laser beam course you're talking about.
Weird.
They
A
don't
weird
do.
straight course. It's
So
a weird
safety
straight
critical
course.
things aren't being taught then? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying things that aren't relevant don't get taught.
Why a force that is so small? It's so
It is relevant.
It's not going to make a hell of a difference.
Yeah, see, that's what you have to say. It's so small. It's so small, but it overrides the opposite winds to make the plane always within that tangential speed. How could it be so small yet so large?
It makes about the same difference as a fucking sparrow fart in a hurricane.
All right, B-Ball, part of the reason you think probably that it's not significant is because if you have a bullet that is shooting out of a gun, it's not continually thrusting itself left and right to account for winds. It's just going in one direction. So in your theory or model of Coriolis, that's why it deviates. Whereas an airplane that constantly has thrust and engines, it's adjusting a little bit left, a little bit right as it's moving, and it's moving slower than a bullet as well. So I would assume that that's why you and other globe earthers would think that Coriolis is not in effect on an airplane.
No, it's got nothing to do with that. It's actually when you do your flight plan, because you don't take into account Coriolis. You take magnetic deviation.
It's not really responding to what I said. B-Ball, did you want to respond?
No, you're good. You're good, Gio.
Is that what you think is the case, though, in general?
So, yeah, because it's small, so insignificant, you wouldn't have to account for it. It's there.
But you see how we see that as like the same kind of excuse that we get when we talk when they say, oh well, it's only really 15 degrees an hour, so the 1,000 miles an hour really isn't fast, even though it's literally 1,000 miles an hour.
Compared to what?
Compared to 0 miles per hour.
Where's the zero?
Tangential speed. Every rotating body has a tangential speed and angular velocity. People say that no.
It just doesn't work. It breaks your model. It breaks your model when the north to south flights don't see anything but a stationary Earth. That's all I'm trying to say.
Right, but how do they map?
Yeah, it does. It does break your model unless you can show that Earth spinning. We never recorded Earth spinning ever.
It's a misunderstanding on your part. That's all it is. Neither one of us are inclined enough in physics to even explain this.
Oh, I totally understand how it's supposed to work. Don't get me wrong. I understand how you
But
would
every
like
claim you make demonstrates the opposite.
No, well, but all I was saying is that you already agreed with me, we should be able to see some west to east rotation underneath the
No,
plane.
the conditions in which I agreed with you is the one when before you fly, you first come up with what would be the inertial trajectory, and then you try to follow that trajectory. That's the only condition in which I agreed with you, that you would see the ground deviating, because you already have the bend path that would be the inertial path of the airplane.
So you agreed with me that if a jet with a badass pilot and a badass jet wants to follow a completely straight line and not allow the plane to correct for Coriolis or follow the ground path to get to a destination, if it was able to somehow, like that's just like a ridiculous scenario, to follow a straight line, then it would see the ground movement left to right or right to left underneath it, correct?
Yeah, but
It was mimicking a
the
ballistic.
mechanism.
If it
The
was mimicking a
mechanism.
ballistic, it would see ground movement just like a ballistic has ground movement underneath, right?
Yeah, but the mechanism given is someone that already knows the Earth's rotating, is taking that into account to come up with the trajectory that the jet's going to follow. So that's completely irrelevant. You'd get the same outcome whether or not the Earth's rotating. That's a horrible way to test if the Earth's rotating. You
It would be the
basically already have
awesomest
to
way
know.
because you could go over many more tangential speeds for a lot longer and show more of the Earth movement, and you'd have a person there to witness it. So we wouldn't be able to argue with, oh, well, it was winds that were actually moving the bullet, and maybe it was the barrel distortion, and there was like, some centimeters here. So we're going to say that's Coriolis. It brings it down to this minimal level that you guys can still fudge your results with. Not that you personally would do that, but you believe it because they fudged the results and called it Coriolis for so long with the pendulum and all these other things that's all you need for your proof. I'm saying let's get some hard evidence. Let's put the camera underneath the jet, make it fly in a straight course and see if the Earth actually moves. But it's like it doesn't move. So you're trying to disbelieve that idea so that you could bring it back to minimalizing it so people can still believe the bullshit.
You're just providing a horrible way to test it. That's all. And you're not trying to understand why that's a horrible test. That's all that's going on here.
Sorry.
You agreed if it could mimic a bullet, it would be a good test. Sorry, go ahead.
Jarvis has just quoted from the link I found at Ask a Flight Instructor, which says the effect is very slight over short distances and even slighter at low speeds. So even though the correction is necessary in principle, it tends to get lost in all the other corrections we make as pilots. In other words, the effect is so small it gets lost in the background noise of everything else going on. And then he goes on from, by the time you've accounted for winds, changing winds, varying tracks due to ATC clearances, minor errors and corrections made by flight crew, etc., Coriolis just doesn't rank a mention as something to be corrected for, even on long-range flights.
Hand wave dismissal for 200 miles off course over a 5-hour trip. That sounds like
except the only way it's so far off course is, as Bacon and I have both stated, and you haven't been able to show a different way to do it, except with a laser beam, which doesn't make any sense, mate. Is
with the short,
if he deliberately set the wrong path.
No, the right path.
I'm going to follow.
If he deliberately went in the direction he took off from and didn't deviate from that direction.
How's he going to adjust for winds but not Coriolis? How does he do that?
That's the thing. You can't separate the two. You don't have an answer for that. You don't have an answer how you separate Coriolis from winds. Right. So that's our point. We're making the same point, but it works in both of our favor. If you think about it as him following the ground path and adjusting to follow the ground path, and I'm saying he can adjust to follow an imaginary straight path from where he started from. And he can adjust just like he would adjust to stay on course for Miami. He could adjust to stay on course for where Miami was.
Yes, so he would be adjusting based on a pre-calculated flight. He would be taking a curved path, which would be straight in a sort of non-rotating frame.
Curved as in accordance with the Earth. Curve. Yeah, again, relativity. Yeah, it'd be curved as in relation to the ground. It'd be curved, right?
Yeah, as you just said though, if you can't pick apart the effects of wind and all of these other things that he's talking about, how could anybody else? If you cannot describe a mechanism, a way that somebody could do this, then what you're stating just doesn't make any sense.
Well, no, that's where you guys get caught, because you're saying that it's moving the plane automatically with the Earth, but it's not a wind. Oh,
let me ask
you. You're saying it's a wind? Are you calling it a wind?
No, I'm not.
Are you calling it a wind?
Which is why I said as is a wind. So
right. So then what's moving it? What's moving the plane? What's moving the plane if it's not a wind?
This pseudo force is moving the plane just like the winds are, in the same way.
Okay, so then describe this pseudo force. What is it doing to the plane?
The same thing that
when a plane tries to fly straight. When a plane tries to fly straight, what is it doing to make it not be able to fly straight? It's pushing the plane, right?
It's pushing the plane. Do you want to answer your question, or do you just want to do this?
I know you don't know, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, I get 2 words into an answer and then you ask me a different question.
Because you're contradicting yourself. You're saying it's mixed in with winds.
You
Winds go in every
know
direction.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, he doesn't want to have a conversation. He just wants
I'm sorry.
so many.
I'm sorry. It's because I've been through this too many times. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, but you haven't listened. Every time you've been through it, you've not listened.
You're calling it a pseudoforce, but you have to identify what that pseudoforce is. Please do.
Here's what I'd suggest. New perspective. Go find some pilots. Talk to some pilots.
Okay.
Let me ask this.
So,
what would be the?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
let me ask this. What would be the shortest path for the plane to fly? Would it be a straight line over the ground or a straight line in the inertial frame?
Straight line over the ground.
So you think a straight line on the ground would be the shortest path?
Yeah, so like a curved around the surface, following the surface.
Wait.
Surface path.
But the thing is, he provided 2 frames of reference. Like in the ground frame of reference, the shortest line over the ground is the shortest line, and in an inertial frame of in the frame of reference of the airplane, the shortest path would be the inertial shortest path. So, I mean, your question is given.
Shortest path. There can only be one shortest path, though, right?
No, because you're giving
There
like
can't be
the 2 paths. The 2 paths you're offering are in different frames of references, and in both frames of references, they are the shortest paths. But to that frame of reference.
For the ground one that he's asking from point to point, it's just going to be a great circle route every time.
We're not talking about up and down. We're talking about straight left to right.
Yeah.
So so they're definitely not going to be the same distance, though, right? Like the straight path on the ground isn't going to be the straight path, the same path for the plane, right?
Yes, it's going to be the same. I mean, they're plotted. They just go beacon to beacon, is my understanding. I should probably let left lane speak, but my understanding is air traffic gives you clearance to head on a bearing from this beacon to the next beacon, and you get handed off from that one to another one, which is sort of points on the ground where you adjust your course.
Let me rephrase.
They're different. They're different distances. Hold on, Jeremy, I understood your question, man. So I'm telling you, they're different distances depending on the reference frame.
Yeah,
Let me rephrase. One of the instances where we follow a straight.
And there's another instance where we fly, and then there's another instance when we fly a curved path on the ground, which would be a straight line for the plane. Which one of those is going to be the shortest distance?
It's not for the plane, it's for the inertial path. And again, the curved one would be the shortest for the inertial frame of reference. The one that is straight in the ground is the shortest for the ground frame of reference.
We're talking about the amount of distance that the plane actually goes.
Yeah, that changes depending on the frame of reference.
No, the plane goes a certain distance regardless.
No. In the frames of references, that distance is different. And the two frames of reference you're providing and the 2 paths you're providing, they're already the shortest path in their own frame of reference.
It's a good example of this is just the swirling around things that Chad drew a lot on, which were Kosho, did you post those? No, Paid NASA Shell did. Where it's showing like Powerball would go in one frame of reference. It for somebody, if they were on I guess this would be a concave Earth flight, would be doing a loop in the air. But according to its actual path it's traveling, it's from the outside.
Yeah, defining that word "actual" is important because what Jeremy's trying to distinguish is what's the actual path of the ball that's rolling across. Is it the path that it goes straight, the actual path, or is it if it had paint on the ball when it rolled, it would show a curved mark on the surface of the rotating reference frame. So therefore, is that the actual path? So in accordance to the ground, right? Exactly. I understand. So if both are actual, because I understand that. You don't have to explain it to me. I'm explaining it right now. Please don't interrupt me. I'm saying that there's a distinguishment between the straight path, which is straight in all intents and purposes, except for the fact there's a rotating reference frame underneath, which if it had paint on it would show a curved path.
I think I have a good analogy for what Jeremy was asking. Like the example of the roundabout, I think it's very helpful for this question, because if you have 2 points on the roundabout, right, and you want to make a straight line between those 2 points in the frame of reference of the roundabout, that's going to be a straight line for someone that is on the roundabout, right? But looking from the outside is going to be a curved path. But someone that is looking from the outside can create its own straight line that would connect those, and that would be a curved path for the people in the roundabout. So for you're providing us 2 different paths and asking which one is the shortest. But in both scenarios, they are already the shortest for the frames of reference. Does that make sense?
Okay, so the plane's going to move a certain distance, right? In reality, the plane will travel a certain amount of miles disregarding who's looking at it or what it looks like. The plane itself is going to be traveling X amount of miles, right? So in one instance, where the plane leaves the target and flies in a straight line, that's going to be X, and then X is going to be a different number for if you were to trace a straight line on the ground and the plane flies a curved path, right?
That's also frame dependent, Jeremy. That's the thing I'm trying to tell you. The distance
So you're
is also
telling
frame
me
dependent.
no. There's a distance. I don't know how you don't understand this. The plane's going to move through the air at X number of miles, right? Regardless of what frame of reference you're in, the plane's
It's not
moving through the air
regardless.
at X.
I need the
Regardless
frame
the
of
frame
reference to know that. That's not regardless. It doesn't matter that you say it's regardless, because it's still dependent on the frame of reference, just like the roundabout.
Okay, let's say we have a jet, and it has it can move 5 miles through the air per gallon, right? Can we go with that?
Yeah, that's probably with the frame of reference of the surface, because it's the ground speed or the speed against the atmosphere that matters the most when you're.
To confuse things further, yeah, the reference frame might be the atmosphere, so sometimes going with the plane, sometimes going against it.
Yeah. So for you, if the wind is going against you, you're gonna spend more fuel.
So you guys, so would the plane use less fuel or more fuel if you're in the inertial frame and it's flying in a curved path, or if it's in the inertial frame flying in a straight path?
Yeah, if you're making the straight path on the surface, that's the most the least fuel consumption, because airplanes
it's going to use more fuel flying in a curved path in the inertial frame than in the other.
Exactly.
Okay. So now if you're going to fly a plane and you want to use the least amount of fuel, obviously fly in a straight path for the plane, because that's going to be the least amount of fuel, right?